Finally, in the mid-morning the next day, I had reached near the station. This is the location that is given to me by the guild, saying the camp of the grim monsters would be near around here. The information is correct. The station is about 15 kilometers ahead of me. Ashlyn had just flown over it a few minutes ago. Knowing camp is near, I found a very well-hidden spot and sat by it. I have been traveling straight for 14 hours, taking minimal rest. I now feel slightly tired. Though it is not anything to reduce my performance, I would still like to be at my peak when I go near the station. I rested for an hour before I started moving again. This time I am very cautious, and my speed is very slow. There is heavy patrol in the area around the camp, and getting caught by them would be the death of mine. I started moving forward cautiously, stopping every few minutes for the patrol to pass before moving again. I am quite fortunate that I had comprehended the rule like a killing rule, which made it very easy for me to stay invisible in the sense of others with little help from the sole artifact of mine. Step by step, I continued moving toward the camp when I stopped and looked ahead. In front of me, everything seemed fine and dandy, but it is not. There is camouflage in front of me. These camouflaging devices are quite powerful and also expensive. After the teleportation gate, these things are the most expensive. They are more expensive than the force field that covers the stations. Compared to these camouflaging devices, the ones we used during our mission to cloak the visual of our battle are just the flimsy screen. Now that I saw the camouflaging devices, I now have to record their exact place. I do not have to find all of the camouflaging devices, just 1/4 of them. Guild has provided a special device to detect the camouflaging device, but it takes too much time, and there are chances that sensors inside the camp discover it if it is used for too long. I do not need to use that device as through my red vision. I could see everything with the perfect clarity, so I close my eyes and note the position of the camouflaging device before moving toward another. In 3 hours, I note down 12 camouflaging devices, which are double than required before moving forward. 1 kilometer later, I come across the second layer of camouflage, and this time there's not only a layer of the camouflage, but also a thick layer of motion sensors. The leader of this station seemed like a very cautious fellow. There is barely anyone who used motion sensors nowadays. It is quite easy to avoid them, but there is always an idiot in one group who acts idiotic. This is what the leader of this station seemed to be counting on the idiot enemy. I could not comment on this strategy of station leader, as it seems good and bad at the same time. So I again note down the locations of the camouflaging devices and also of the motion sensors. I did not forget to note down the fact the leader of the station is an extremely cautious individual. These observations are very helpful in planning the attack when my team put special focus on these observations. So I did not forget to note down my personal thoughts in the observations. It again took me nearly 3 hours to note down everything before I passed the camouflage layer, and what came in front of me was the station. Its hugeness couldn't be hidden despite being covered in the layer of the thick trees. The force field of the station is just 100-200 members away from me, and despite the rain making everything foggy, I could see what is behind the force field. I could see 6 meters tall windwolfmen patrolling the perimeter and 2 strong windwolfmen guarding the pillars that are producing the force field. Everything may seem calm right now, but an attack came. These calm windwolfmen would show their real nature and become bloodthirsty grim monsters they are. It is now the true test of my spying ability. I now have to measure the area of the camo and also estimate how many numbers of grim monsters present inside. And if I have time, then I also note down the shift's time of the grim monsters. This job is very tough as not only I have to avoid the patrol outside, but patrols inside of the force field who are always looking at outside, which is why I am planning on waiting for a few hours for the evening. Though in the evening the patrols would be tight, there will be protection of dark, which will be very useful for such a dangerous mission, so I decided to wait. The wait lasted for quite a while, and at that time I had to repeatedly change my positions in order not to be discovered by the patrol. So when the evening started, I immediately got to work. I noted down everything whatever I saw, whether it is important or unimportant, I note down everything. I mostly focused on the interior of the station, especially the teleportation gate of the station. Though I was not able to see it, Ashlyn did and transmitted the images into me, like the previous station. This station also has double force field protection and teleportation gate in the inner force field. I noted down everything as I revolved around the whole camp with Ashley gathering all information I could, and finally, at midnight, I took a sigh as I felt like I gathered more information I required. I finished gathering the main points of information that are required by the guild. However, I still stayed and continued gathering more info, as I know how important this information is to the attacking party. A little more on intel could help in better planning and saving countless lives. After finishing gathering all the information I needed, I started to make my way back to the same careful and cautious manner, not letting down my guard even for a single moment. By the time dawn came, I had come out of the most dangerous, heavily patrolled area. Now the danger of me being discovered had lessened quite much, though there are patrols they are not much threat to me. I did not return to the camp directly as it is not time yet. Such a mission usually takes 3 to 5 days to complete, but it had been only 1.5 days to complete. Though I have gathered more information than it is required, I will be suspected of providing false information and will be interrogated. To save myself from all these troubles, I decided to camp out for 2 to 3 days before leaving for the hidden camp. This forest is filled with giant trees. Some big ones have a trunk that is bigger than the house. Such trees are perfect for making a camp, but I am not making camp inside such trees. The grim monsters keep a special eye on those, though my travel. I have seen grim monsters always checking such trees, so I chose the average size, which has a trunk in the size of the room. Such trees are everywhere in the forest, and since they are everywhere, the patrols of the grim monsters did not focus on them. After deciding on a tree, I searched for a location which had not to be too hidden or too open. It took me half an hour to find such a location. After finding the location, I chose the tree and took out a palm-sized device which looked like a bug. I placed that device on the tree, and the next moment it went inside the tree. Buzz. A few seconds later, I started to hear the faint buzzing sounds from inside the tree. This is one of gadget I got from the guild. It is called tree bug, and it is used to hollow out the tree trunk. In areas like the rainforest, when powerful grim monsters patrols, it is not wise to erect an abode as it is easily discoverable, even if it is an underground one, but the usage of the tree or any other natural is good as they help in blending in the environment. 3 minutes later, the tree bug came out. I picked it up and placed it in my storage before taking out the green box and throwing it in the hole that tree bug had created. That green box is a special abode for the tree. Normal abodes are not suited for the trees. For such a small space, one needs a special abode that will be able to utilize all space that is present in the trees. Cap. A minute later, a faint sound rang out, and the next moment, a small door opened from the tree. Seeing that, I directly walked in. The door closed behind me, and a gust of hot wind came rushing over me, drying up all the water I had on me. As I dried up, I looked around and found its structure is completely different from the other abodes. It's circular 2-story abode. On the first floor there is a bedroom-attached kitchen and bathroom, while on the second floor is the whole training room. I could change the structures of the room, make the kitchen bigger and a training room that is above my bedroom, but it is fine. I did not have any problem with the current setup. The first thing I did after checking everything was take off my clothes, including the bodysuit I was wearing before going for a shower. It had been 3 days since I hadn't taken a shower, and that it had started to make me feel weird. After coming out of the shower, I started to cook. I'm feeling quite sleepy as it had been 2 nights since I had closed my eyes to sleep, but also I am hungry and want to eat food made by my own hands, and there is also Ashlyn who had got tired of eating packaged food and wanted me to cook something. It took me 35 minutes for me to cook the simple meal, and another 25 for us completely finished it off. After eating the early lunch, I went to sleep while Ashlyn went out to guard. It is very important to always be cautious in such an environment. One never knows when the thousands of grim monsters would surround one. I slept from morning to evening. After waking up, I started to cook again, which Ashlyn ate before she went to sleep while I took a book and began to read. It is not the usual reading material. It is one of a famous book that is currently trending right now. I wanted to read it for quite a few days, but I had never got time. But now that I have got it, I will not miss a chance to read it. As for training, forget about that. In such a dangerous environment, I did not want to make myself defensive for even for a moment, so that is no training. Laying on the couch I had modeled, I started to read it while I was reading it. My senses had covered the area around the tree to detect any danger that came in my way. 2.5 days passed as such, and in these past 2.5 days, it was peaceful as no grim monsters had discovered us. I was lucky enough to finish off the book on time, and while also able to collect even more information about the station, as Ashlyn had circled the station twice a day. I walked out of the tree and took the abode that is deactivated. I threw a small bottle of green liquid inside before walking toward my destination. The bug had cut off quite a big part of the tree, and if I had let it as it is, there would have been quite a chance it would wither, and that would alert the grim monsters of human activities, which is not to happen. If grim monsters discover their station has been discovered, they will change the position of their station and carefully scan the area where the human activities were seen. That way they might discover the teleportation point. It will be disastrous. Such things had happened many times, which is why the scouts that went to gather the information have always been cautioned not to leave any traces. For it to not happen, the guild provides various gadgets to make intelligence gathering missions successful. The small bottle I threw in the 3 was a regeneration solution specifically made for the tree. It worked very fast in just a few hours. It will fill the gap that tree bug had made, and it will become good as before, showing no damage. From the treehouse, it took me 4 hours to reach the teleportation point when I reached there. The treatment was completely different than before. All the cannons were focused on me, and my whole body and storage were being scanned by various devices. Only when all the checkups were complete, I was allowed to enter the teleportation gate. When I reached the other side, I had to go through even more stringent checks than before. It has been 16 days since my mission started, and now I am moving towards Station 3. I have perfectly gathered information on the 2 stations which I had spied on, and now I just have to collect information on 2 more before my mission completes. I am quite excited about this Station 3, as just as I finished gathering intelligence on it, I will leave for the garden. I am now an 8-star Golden Elite. With such strength, I am quite confident in getting the Emerald Kiwis. Once I got the Kiwis, my strength will surely soar even more, and at that time my strength will only be weaker than the Platinum Elites. So how can I not be excited about the prospect of getting such strength? Station 3 is in the regular forest. The trees here are neither thin nor thick, which made this mission quite hard, but I am sure I will be able to do it. The experience I got from the past 2 stations, the gathering of intelligence here, would be easy as pie. It was not as easy as pie as I thought it would be. These rock ratmen had extremely sharp senses. I was nearly discovered by them. Thank God I did not, as if I had got discovered by them, I would have ended up in the worst condition than dead. In their camp, I've seen how they eat humans, and I don't want to end up like a humans that has been eaten. The reason I was nearly discovered was also that, seeing their eating habits, I wasn't able to control my emotions and my killing intent leak. It was a good thing I quickly controlled my emotions and changed my place in the cover of a starless night. Ready, Ashlyn? I asked Ashlyn, who just came when I finished gathering information and coming back. I had asked Ashlyn to come inside me to sleep, as I will need her to be at her peak when we travel toward the garden. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped happily in the affirmation she had gotten good sleep of 6, which is enough for her. Ashlyn landed on the ground and started to change her size, and soon she became a 2-meter bird. This size is perfect for her travel. It is neither big nor small. It is perfect for our travel. Choo-choo. I sat on the fire seat that Ashlyn had created, and before long we shot through the sky. It's early morning right now, and I hope we can reach the garden by tomorrow afternoon. This is my best estimate, and it only happens when we did not encounter any stronger resistance. I hope we do not, but nothing could be said about it. If our luck is extremely bad and we caught the eyes of the Platinum Elite, then there is a quiet chance of me dying. This trip is risky, as there is not only danger from the stronger grim monster, but there is also danger from the guild. If I discovered moving off track from my mission, then I would be in a shitload of trouble, and seeing how powerful forces are conspiring against me, I might even get a deserter tag, which would be a great shame of my life and a thing that is worse than death. But I have to take the risk if I want to increase my strength. Without taking such risks, I would not gain strength. So whether I wanted to or not, I will have to take this risk, as it will help me increase my strength quickly. I have taken all precautions I could. I wore a bodysuit, which makes it impossible to determine my ability. I had even put an anti-tracker on my holowatch, so the guild could not track me, and we are also flying at very high altitudes that even Golden Elites did not fly, as temperature here is cold enough to freeze the blood of the Golden Elite. It is fucking cold in here. The higher one goes, the colder it will get. I did not want to fly this high, but there is no option. Only flying at such height will help us fly undiscovered. We are lying above the territory of the grim monsters. We're not to forget thousands of camps, but there are also many stations, which made the probability of powerful monsters quite high. With us flying at such a high altitude, the chances of us quite reduced. For safety, flying in such freezing temperatures is quite a good deal. I am lucky to have Ashlyn. If it had been any other flying monster of a similar level, they would not be able to fly. Not every monster feels enjoyment and has the capability to fly this high. Only someone special like Ashlyn could do something like this. 7 hours passed by as such. Until now we have not been discovered by anyone. We just have to fly for a few hours more, and there will be evening, at which chances of us getting discovered would become even slimmer, and by the time night passed, we would be in human territory. At that time, chances of us getting discovered will be next to none. Choo-choo. Another hour passed, and nothing, when suddenly, Ashlyn told me that we had been discovered, and a team of 6 9-star Golden Elite coming toward us. A second after she told me grim monsters are coming toward us, I also noticed grim monsters coming toward me. Sup. I was about to ask Ashlyn, it is time to use the featherlight energy to get away, when I saw Ashlyn releasing 6 fireballs in quick success toward the fireball. The speed of these fireballs was so great that I am barely able to see them. Sensing the threatening feeling and seeing their speed, I immediately knew that she had released fireballs that have the energy of both mystic methods, and I am not the only one who realized their danger. Wah. The leader of snow werewolves also realized it and opened its mouth to warn its companions, but before it could say the complete warning, the fireball crashed on it and seeped into its head, just like its companion. A second later, all the shine in the eyes of the snow werewolves had disappeared, and they started falling on the ground while we continued without stopping. To be honest, I am quite surprised by her power, to be able to kill 9-star golden elite with such ease. To kill these snow werewolves, Ashlyn had used simple fireballs. She only added some method energy in them. If she had been serious about the grim monsters and used her real fireballs, these grim monsters would have turned into dust by her attacks. Till the evening, we did not receive any obstruction in our travel, and when the evening came, the travel became even easier and even colder, but I did not mind the cold when I think about how quickly we will reach the garden. Ashlyn's speed was even greater than I had estimated. She only 22 hours to take us to the garden, which is 12 hours before my estimated time. Thud, I landed on the hill of the garden and scanned around with my senses. I did not want anyone to notice me coming here. After a few minutes, I felt sure that no one was around and moved down toward the cave. The vines around the entrance had grown even thicker in the past month, and if one takes a look at it, they will find nothing different here. I moved the vines away to get inside before arranging them back. After I finished rearranging them, I started to move down in the coming with the speed that is neither slow nor fast at all. I wanted to go faster, but I control myself. Even if there's no danger here, it does not hurt to be cautious. 15 minutes later, I saw the entrance of the cave, and about to take a step inside it when suddenly, I saw a 2-meter long obsidian snake coming at me. It had opened its mouth whole as if it wanted to gobble me up. I was quite surprised to see it attacking me, but I controlled myself immediately and whipped my sword at the obsidian snake that had come at me. Clang! A clanging sound rang out as my sword hit against the snake, and my whole body shook while the snake also flew back, 1 meter, and looked at me with hatred as if I had entered its sacred territory. This snake is very powerful. It is peak 9-star golden elite with a very high natural defense, which seemed to be reinforced further by the environment of the cave. I am quite surprised to see the monster here. If it had been grim monsters in its place, I wouldn't have been surprised, but the presence of this obsidian snake made me quite surprised. In the grim battlefield, the presence of monsters is very low. One could say they are non-existent. The grim monsters seem to have a hate-love relationship with the monsters. They seem to see their dumb selves in monsters. So whenever they see monsters, they will kill it and gobble it up due to those monsters in the grim battlefield having been nearly exterminated. It started at me for a second before it came at me again this time. Its speed is even greater, and its teeth have become even darker. This means I have to be careful of its teeth. Obsidian snake is a type of snake monster that did not release its poison outward. Its fangs had to touch the prey to release, and I do not want its fangs to touch me. The poison of obsidian snake had the petrifying ability. Though I will not turn into the stone with my current power, I will still become immobile by it for a few seconds, which is enough for it to gobble me up the whole. I let the obsidian snake come very close to me before I swung my sword. As my sword moved toward it, it lit up with a bright red glow. My earlier attack, I had not used the enchantment of the sword as I wanted to see how powerful it had grown in this environment, and now I did. There is no reason for it to be alive. Slice. It seemed to sense the threat from the sword as the bloody red glow covered its edges. It had tried to change its direction, but unfortunately, it had become too late for it as my sword touched its obsidian shell and started cutting through it as if it was cutting the cheese. Thud, thud. The 2 parts of the obsidian snake's body fell on the ground, creating a huge thud. If I did not know about the presence of gravity, I would have thought I had killed a larger monster than a 2-meter-long obsidian snake. Step. I put my sword back and took a step inside its cavern, and just as I did, I felt gravity on my body and also felt the pressure from the mysterious energy that is present in this cavern. I crouched down and stored the 2 pieces of obsidian snake in my storage. It must have entered this space a few days after I had left. This snake is just a lieutenant stage snake, but the power it showed far above a lieutenant stage obsidian snake should have. The treasures of this garden are miraculous, that even a common monster could become a powerhouse by just staying here. As I got up, I saw Ashlyn already flying up from my shoulder and now eating the emerald kiwis with relish. For some reason, Ashlyn did not seem to feel the pressure of this place, but she also could not eat anything she wanted. She could only eat things that are within her power level. It means that she would not eat the fruits of those trees which are ahead of emerald kiwis. It would not be this easy for me. I thought as I walked forward, with every step the pressure on me would increase, but with my current power it is nothing, and soon I reached the tree of yellow thorn peaches. Last time when I was here I had to work damn hard to get here, but now I did not even sweat under such gravity and energy pressure, but that will end now, and as ahead of me there is a whole new territory. I took a deep breath before I took a step ahead, and just as I did, I felt a sharp increase of the gravity and pressure of the mysterious energy had also increased. It increases so much that those below 3-star Golden Elite won't be able to bear it. Last time when I was here, I had tried taking a step and got my 2 nearly crushed, which was a very good lesson for me to remain cautious in this space, as one wrong step could crush me into the pulp. After the first step, I took another step, which again increased the pressure, but it is within my ability to bear it. So I took another step and then another until I finally stopped as I finally reached my limit. Seeing I am reaching my limit, I took out my sword to aid from it bearing the pressure. Though it is cheating, I am under a time limit and could only spend 2 days here, so earlier I could get my hands on those kiwis better. Thud. As I took my sword, it directly slammed on the ground making a huge noise, and when I looked down, I found it only went deeper 2 inches, which was quite shocking, as if it had been normal soil and my sword fell with such force, it would have completely gone inside it. I had forgotten the gravity here applied to things, but that was not the biggest surprise. The biggest surprise I got is that boost that my sword gave me did not work here. I am wrong, the boost perfectly works here, it's just that it did not affect gravity and energy pressure I am feeling. So, if I want to move forward, I will have to do it with my own power. No external things could aid me in bearing the pressure. I put away my sword and look at the kiwi trees ahead of me. There is barely a distance of 8 to 9 steps between me and the tree, which normally takes me a few seconds to cross if walking, but now I will have to work hard to reach there. If I am not wrong, then I would need the strength of the 9-star Golden Elite to reach there, but I am not a 9-star Golden Elite. I am an 8-star Golden Elite, which is far from sufficient. I looked at the emerald kiwi tree for a few seconds before the turn to Ashlyn, who is sleeping in the shadow of the kiwi tree. When I was walking step by step, she was eating the kiwis, and before long, she finished eating all the emerald kiwis, which were on the tree. She did not leave anything behind. If she had left any emerald kiwis behind, I would make the potion out of them, which would have easily granted me the strength of the 9-star Golden Elite. With that strength, I would have easily able to pluck the fruits off the tree. But now I have to do it myself. Even if there are hundreds of emerald kiwi trees here, one could only pluck fruit from only one tree, so Ashlyn could not provide me any kiwi trees even if there are hundreds of them around. If I want the emerald kiwis then, I would have to get them with my strength, and since this is the only option I have, I will do it, but it will be difficult, very difficult. Taking one last look at the emerald kiwi tree, I walked back and stopped when I was in front of the yellow thorn peach tree. This spot had gravity and energy pressure that only 3-star Golden Elite could bear, and I will start my training from here. I only have 2 days, and I have to increase my strength by 1 star, which is extremely hard, could even be said impossible. As I have already made huge progress through my methods, and seeing how difficult they have become practice now, it would take weeks, even a month, before I could make any big breakthrough through them. There is no help from the methods. As for the potions, they could give me a boost of 1 star, but I would not use them. It will fill my body with so many impurities that it will make my progress very slow unless I clean them out quickly, which will be very difficult. But all the hope had not lost yet. There is a way, and that way is this garden. If it had been outside, I would have given up, but here it is possible. The suppressive energy present in the garden is overbearing and felt like death scythe as it made even breathing difficult, but this energy is also very nutritious as well. I had seen its miraculous properties when I was here, as it had helped me increase by quite much last time. But it is not easy to digest that energy. I have practiced body cleansing exercise to the max to suck this suppressive energy into my body. Most of this energy would be passed through my body, but a fraction of it will remain and increase my strength. Every session will give me a tiny increase. I have to keep getting this tiny increase through every session until my strength reaches the 9-star Golden Elite. As for how much increase I will be getting, well, that will depend upon how high I could go in body cleansing technique, how much suppressive energy passed through me, and how long the session lasts. All these factors will determine how much increase in strength I get from each session. I undressed to my underwear and took the crystalline death pill, aka piece of the monster core that has the power to blast me apart. I took it out of my storage and popped it into my mouth before I could have a second thought about and started performing body cleansing technique. This is very foolish things to do, especially here, under such high gravity and intense energy pressure. This is one of the dumbest things I've done. If I was not able to call out Nero, then I will die by blasting myself into pieces. But I have no choice but to do this, as only this way I could be able to increase my strength by 1 star within 2 days. If there is no pressure of death, then it might even take a week for me gain such at my speed, but I don't have that much time, so I chose the dumbest way I know. I am feeling intense gravity and energy pressure, that my body started to sweat heavily just after performing 10 poses of first move. The things are looking quite grim for me, but things out of my control right now. The only thing I could right now perform. If I do not, then I will burst into pieces and die, which I, of course, did not want to happen, so I keep performing, but it seemed like my speed of performing is quite slow despite my trying hardest, as my flesh started to split apart and my blood started to come out of it. Seeing blood is coming out of every corner of my body, I shudder uncontrollably, but I swiftly concentrate on practice and begin to perform at an even faster speed as through the blood, I've seen the shadow of death. If I did not do something in a few minutes, then I would die in a few minutes. Seeing death so close, the hidden potential of my body seemed to rise as I started to perform faster and faster. I performed exercise at speed like never before, and I am doing that in the intense gravity. As I practice, all my other thoughts have seemed to vanish, and the only thought I have in my mind is practice. I had seemed to have reached some kind of mad state, which is why even when my body started to bloat and smoke started to come out, I did not notice. I had only come to myself when Nero came out and started to eat the medicinal energy. The pressure on me had not lessened a bit as more and more medicinal energies kept coming inside my body, but the good thing is Nero eating these energies, and the speed of Nero's eating is greater than new medicinal energies coming to my body. As long as I continue performing, Nero will be able to eat all the medicinal energies, so I just have to continue performing and everything would be fine. Despite feeling drained, I continued performing. As I was doing that, I noticed a thing which made me instantly ecstatic. The suppressive that is flowing in and out of my body, not only leaving crumbs in my body, but it is also leaving some crumbs in Nero. This is not right, it is Nero that is sucking off this energy, and as it does, the mutation of his continues to advance. Though the speed of advancing is very slow, I am making progress and that is enough for me, at least for the first session. Thud, finally, after God knows how much time later, I fell on the ground completely exhausted, so exhausted that I did not have energy even to blink. After the first session, I rested for 3 hours before starting again, but this time, I had begun to practice one step closer to the emerald kiwis tree, where gravity and energy pressure higher. I have to practice in places where energy pressure is strong as that where the suppressive energy is thickest, which way I would be able to take more suppressive energy into my body. This time when I practiced, I did not eat a big piece of energy monster core, though the last session the monster core I had eaten had injured my body so deeply that to heal all the injuries, I had to take 3 hours of rest, and that is after I drank my best healing potion. Before I started training, I had planned on resting for an hour before starting again, but seeing how I wasted 3 hours just to get myself hyped by death, I concluded that sometimes it is best to work with my confidence than the borrowed threat. So for the second session, I had eaten the monster core, which was not fatal enough to kill me but threatening enough to make me bleed a little, which is no threat at all. The second session is also tested for me, to see if I could only accomplish something with a borrowed threat, or I have confidence in myself accomplishing it with my own will. It is a challenge to myself, and I am planning on proving that I did not need borrowed threats all the time to accomplish something good. So I popped the piece of the monster core into my mouth before I started practicing, and I have to say it is hard. It is harder than before as there is more gravity in the energy pressure, but I am hell-bent on proving myself, so I will finish this session with every ounce of energy I have. Time passed and I continued practicing under this pressure. I wanted to give up many times. I nearly did give up too, but both of the times I reminded myself of the challenge that I gave to myself and continued. And finally, after 1.5 later, I completed the challenge I've given to myself. But that was just the starting. I did not let myself enjoy my accomplishment and give myself even a greater challenge, and that is training in even high gravity and higher pressure. After taking an hour of rest, I popped another piece of the core into my mouth before starting to practice again. Time passed by as I kept giving myself one challenge after another. To be honest, it is very difficult to practice under such increasing pressure, and I would have collapsed if not for me using every ounce of will I have. There is even that motivation to live. I am aware that my life hangs by a thread, and I have to get stronger as the mission I will get in the future will be going to get difficult. They will not sit calmly till they kill me, so I have to get stronger and stronger until they could not harm me. I am aware that only strength will not save me. I also have to find a powerful backing, but currently, I do not have anything that would make me worthy enough to get such backing. So I have to continue trying harder till I get worthy enough until I can't relax even for a moment. The night had finally come. It had been more than 16 hours since I practiced. Until now, I had already done 5 sessions of body cleansing technique, and this is the 6th session I am going through. With 16 hours of constant training, I am utterly exhausted and feeling very sleepy that, if I closed my eyes even for a second, I would fall into a heavy sleep in this terrifying gravity and energy pressure. The training is hard, but it was worth it. After I finish this session, I will reach quite close to 9-star Golden Elite, and would only have trained for 2 more sessions before I will become 9-star Golden Elite. But those 2 sessions are for the morning. Currently I am so tired and exhausted that I am going to sleep as soon as I finish with this session. Soon Nero came out and started to eat energy, seeing it coming and guzzling energy at a rapid pace. A smile couldn't help but appear on my exhausted face, and now I have to continue for a few more minutes before I could let go of everything and fall asleep. 5 more minutes passed, and Nero was eating the last bit of energy that had remained in my body. I had already reached my limit. Just as Nero finished eating the remaining energy, I am going to let go. Finally, Nero finished eating, and I started to let go and closed my eyes slowly when Nero's body began to shine. Seeing that all the sleep disappeared from my eyes and complete exhaustion I am feeling also gone. Leveling up. I know this feeling. Nero is leveling up. I had thought there was still some time before Nero could level up, but looked like I was wrong. Seeing leveling up about to start, I opened the link between Ashlyn and me, but I saw Ashlyn, who was still sleeping, had turned into energy and entered inside me. Just as she did, the level up started. The energy released from Nero and it split into two. One had come at me while others had gone toward Ashlyn, and change began to appear in my body. Thud. The exhaustion that disappeared due to happiness had appeared, and I fell on the floor so heavily that I had lightly injured myself, but I did not care about the small injuries when I was leveling up. The level up lasted for quite a while, but when it finished, my whole body was filled with energy. I have reached the initial level of Brigadier stage, and with it, I have finally become 9-star Golden Elite. Though the boost provided by the level up was not that high, it was still great. It had given me that last bit of enhancements. I needed to become a 9-star Golden Elite. Right after I finished my level up to the Brigadier stage, I slept. Even though the level up had energized me, it was not able to bone deep exhaustion and lack of sleep I had for nearly 3 days. As my breakthrough finished, I planned to walk toward the trees of the emerald kiwis and pluck them, but just as this thought came to my mind, bone deep exhaustion came over me, and I slept. I slept under the intense gravity and energy pressure, and to be honest, I did not feel anything throughout the night. It was just a few minutes ago when I was waking up when I felt crushing pressure came over me. When I woke up, I did not walk toward the emerald kiwi tree to pluck the kiwis. Instead, I walked toward the open space near the entrance of the cavern. I want to feel like a human again, I said in my mind as I activated my abode and went inside. There I refreshed up, showered, and sat on the kitchen table in the unhurried pace before I finally came out and walked toward the emerald kiwi tree. Yesterday, I had acted like an animal that is obsessed with training. My showering and eating normally is my way of expression that I am human. I may feel an animalistic compulsion to increase my strength, but I am still human. Soon, I reached the place when I was. This was my limit yesterday, but today it is not. So I unhesitatingly took a step forward. As I did that, more gravity and energy pressure hit me, but it was not able to stop me. I took one step, then another and another. I continued to take steps until I was just 2 steps away from the emerald kiwi tree. From there, I could easily use my hand to fetch the emerald kiwis. But these 2 steps are going to be extremely hard, as the pressure where I am standing is so high that I am barely able to keep myself straight, and if I took another step, the pressure is going to increase again, but I have no choice but to take that step. I have no time for training, so I have to bear the pressure that came at me and pluck the fruits. That is the only thing I could do. Step, F-U-C-K. I took another step. The step sounded heavy due to the intense gravity. As I stabilized on my spot, I couldn't help but curse inside my mind. I could have cursed loudly with the open mouth, but unfortunately, I don't think I could even open my mouth under such pressure. I bore such pressure and started to take a deep breath, which felt like I was inhaling thick mercury, not air. It is extremely difficult to breathe, but I have to. If I did not, then I would suffocate and die. I stayed on my spot for a few minutes before I finally built up enough courage to take that last step. Step, crack, crack. I finally took that step, and the next moment I felt as if the mountain was crushing me. The pressure is so great here that I feel my bones are getting crushed slowly, and it is taking me my all just to breathe. Seeing I did not have much time before I got crushed to death under such pressure, I started to emerald kiwis. Like yellow thorn peaches last time, this time too, I did not have any problem in plucking the fruits of the trees. Pluck, pluck, pluck. I plucked one kiwi after another and stored it in my storage, which fortunately is still working under such pressure. It took me whole, but I was able to pluck the whole 10 kiwis off the trees, and by that I had barely held myself from crashing on the floor. Every bone in my body had broken in some way, and if I stayed here one more minute, I would be crushed, so as soon as the last emerald kiwi went to my storage, I made a run back. With every step, the pressure on me would lessen, and only when I reached near the exit entry of the cavern did I heave a sigh of relief. The pressure under that last step was too great. In just half a minute, I was seriously injured there. If I had stayed a minute more, I would have collapsed on the ground and would not have been able to rise again ever. Gulp. After calming down, I gulped down the potion to heal my injuries. With me drinking potions, all my injuries started to death at rapid. Skin sticking together, bones mending on their own, and soon within a minute, my body returned to normal. Now that I finally have the emerald kiwis, I could finally make a potion out of them. I don't need to make a potion out of it, I could just eat it raw, and my strength will surely soar above 9-star golden elite. But with the potion, I will better be able to utilize the power of the emerald kiwi. As for the impurities, I don't have to worry about that. The main ingredient emerald kiwi itself did not have any impurities. As for whatever tiny amount of impurities I will get, my current body could handle it. If I were still 8-star golden elite, I would have eaten the emerald kiwi raw, but with me becoming 9-star golden elite, a tiny amount of space opened inside me for more impurities, so I will not have anything to worry about. The emerald kiwi potion is quite simple, so in it I will not have to worry about mistakes. As long as I did not make any major mistakes, I will be able to create the potion in 2 hours. So without wasting any time, I took all the alchemical instruments and ingredients before I started crafting the potion. The potion making is a very delicate business, even if the potion is simple. One still has to be very careful, as during such simple potion crafting, did one make the stupidest mistake. I followed the one step after another perfectly before finally adding 2 emerald kiwis into the bubbling potion. The emerald kiwis started to melt into the potion slowly. As they did, the color of the violet potion began to change that of emerald, and an hour later, when both emerald kiwis melted into the potion, and the potion became completely emerald in color. The potion looked like it was made of melted crystal. It looked so amazing that if I did not want to drink it, I would have packed in a glass bottle and kept it as a showpiece in my apartment. Gulp, gulp, gulp. I let it cool down before picking it up and walking toward the high-pressure area. I walked till I was only 5 steps away from the emerald tree. I stopped there and gulped down the potion in a single try before I started to practice the body cleansing exercise and the secret method. This time I do not want to call out Nero, and this potion is for me. I drank it in such high pressure because the suppressive energy had an affinity with here drinking practicing will not help me in completely digesting the potion, but will also help suck more than regular suppressive energy into my body. Thud, I fell on the ground with a loud thud, but this time on my face there was not only exhaustion but also a very bright smile. I am happy, my strength is now above the golden elite, and the suppressive energy the potion sucked during the digesting brought me very close to the platinum and also gave me a glimpse of the platinum level. And I have to say the gap between 2 levels has never been this huge. It is no wonder without the limit-breaking method people are really unable to reach the platinum level. The energy and momentum required to reach the platinum level are humongous, that very few things could provide. The limit-breaking method could be said to be the easiest way to become platinum elite. As for the other ways, like creating 100 seals ruby seal of supreme combat exercise, it is simply too difficult. There are some potions as well, but the ingredients that are required for it are impossible to gather. The garden had the way to make me platinum elite. The flower trees that are ahead of the emerald kiwi trees could make me become the platinum elite in an instant. But I am not an idiot to try for it. Earlier when I was plucking the emerald kiwis, I looked at the distance ahead. Just as I did that, a controllable shudder ran through my body. The meaning is very clear. Unless I have the strength of peak platinum, I should not try it. The feeling I got earlier was so intense, I didn't even try my toe experiments which I had tried last time. I would not just lose my toe but something more, so I did not even try it. I stayed on the ground for 20 minutes before I got up and walked toward the entry of the cavern. When I reached there, I started to take out lots of stuff. This stuff is the things that I will need to practice my mystic methods. When I was 8-star golden elite, I could not practice the advanced level of mystic method, but with my current level, I am more than strong enough to bear the pressure that is brought by it. But there is one tiny problem, that is the energy of the featherlight method. Last time I had to reach the 2nd level of my refinement to refine that energy. I hope something like this won't happen this time, as I don't think I am capable of barging the 3rd level of refinement tower. I'll walk that bridge when the time comes, I said. The featherlight method gives a speed that is unlike any other method. If I want to be invincible at my current level and have a chance to survive against those above level, then I will need to be featherlight method. I had opened the sheet I had specially commissioned from a craftsman in Black Market. I spread the sheet and started creating the formation ink, and for it, I had used the best materials and even used 300 drops of the white-grade origin water, which thrice than last time. In 15 minutes, ink is created, and I added half of it in the valve, which filled the formation lines on the sheet. I checked each rune on the formation sheet correctly to see if any rune remained unfulfilled before sitting on the center of the formation sheet. I placed all the materials that are required for the practice of the 2nd level of feather light method into their required place before I started to draw the formation on myself, which nearly took 35 minutes. Buzz. The faint buzz rang out from the sheet as I activated the formation, and the process started. In the next hour, the essences began to come out of various materials before they merged to become a single blob of thick purple liquid, which then started to climb into my body. A few minutes later, the thick purple liquid filled the feather, and then the feather sucked all the energy from the formation before it started to speed into my chest. Soon it entered my chest and connected to another purple feather that was already present there. There is no change occurred between the two feathers, but if one looked at the energy gathering below the new feathers, they would understand how big change had occurred. Buzz, the new purple energy that is gathering is vicious and very poisonous. It had the power to kill me within a minute. When that energy sufficiently gathered, it got ready to attack me, but before it could, the torch buzzed and purple energy started to gather below it. I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief seeing it before I activated the tower and started refining energy. I hope this energy does not require the third level of the tower, as I have no confidence in breaking through their level. The energy started to move up and soon crossed the first floor of the torch before reaching the second floor. On the second floor, it began to get more and more refined until it reached the last door on the second floor. It is the final moment. If the energy passed through, then I will not have to break through into third flood. If not, then I will have to break through into the third floor by hook or crook. I moved the energy toward the door. I felt resistance, and it threw it would not get it when I saw some part of it getting inside. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I heaved a sigh of relief. I started to refine the energy, and 2 hours later, I was able to fill the two feathers with refined energy and with some extra lying below them. I wanted to test the power of my speed skill, but I did not. Instead, I cleaned my body and took out a new formation sheet with different materials. I'm planning on leaving this evening, which is half a day before my required time, as I plan to leave dawn tomorrow, but I changed my mind, as the travel of the night is safest, and since I had already reached this level, the increment I would get from further training would not be much. Still, I plan to train a few hours before leaving, which is why I had planned to finish practicing mystic methods by the afternoon and practice a few more hours before I leave the garden. So after placing the sheet, I again started to create the formation ink. I would create more ink in first if not for the requirement of both methods about formation ink being different. Soon I finished creating the ink and followed the same procedure as I did when I practiced the previous 2 levels of domain of withering sand. The process went extremely smooth, and unlike the featherlight energy, I did not have to worry about it not getting refined by the tower. When I finished practicing the 3rd level of the domain of withering sand, there was a 12-petal lily in heart space with a sizable amount of energy. If I am not wrong, then I could now launch 16 attacks of domain of withering sand. 6 hours, I said when I looked at my holowatch. I had 6 hours to practice before I had to leave the garden once again. I walked close to the emerald kiwi tree and before stopping. Now there is only a distance of 4 steps between us. The gravity and energy pressure here is immense, which is what I want. I want to get as much as suppressive energy I could get to strengthen myself, and for that, I will have to be inside the thick suppressive energy. I popped a pierce of the monster into my mouth and started to practice. It is very hard to practice under such pressure, but I continued when I saw the result, and such little more than an hour passed when finally I was not able to continue anymore and collapse on the ground. I was exhausted, so I rested for an hour before I started again, but this time I moved 1 step closer to the emerald kiwi tree. The pressure is immense. In normal times I would not have practiced under such pressure before practicing several times in low pressure, if not for my last practice session in the garden. This is my last session, and I finished practicing. I will take a rest and leave as soon as the day goes dark. So I started practicing my last session of training in garden, and it was a wise choice for me to practice under such pressure, as I am feeling quite a bit of suppressive energy passing through me and leaving some crumbs before leaving. These crumbs are an excellent tonic for me to increase my strength, and to see such big bits urge to stay inside the garden became greater and greater in my heart. If I stayed just for the night, I would be able to make great progress under such energy. I was just fighting my inner battle when I had noticed something. I saw that suppressive energy stopped leaving crumbs inside my body at first. I thought I had reached my quota. This garden is under control of a very powerful being. Last time not only I heard that primordial voice, but also saw it bestowing Nero seeds of wisdom. This being also had placed strict restrictions on usage of suppressive energy. After taking a limited amount, I could not take it higher, just like fruit on the trees present in the garden, but sometimes later, I noticed it is not that suppressive energy is not leaving the crumbs, it is my body not accepting it. Not only is my body not accepting the suppressive energy, but it is also even rejecting medicinal energy that usually merges inside my body in a small amount. I was just thinking that when I crashed through the 24 circulations for the 64th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise, and a small swirl had formed to suck the energy, but to my surprise, it did not suck any energy. Limit, I muttered in surprise while still practicing the methods. I have finally reached the limit of my body, and to be honest, I don't know if I should feel happy or not, as I did not expect to reach the limit this soon. It looks like suppressive energy in this spot was more powerful than I thought. My body has finally reached the limit of natural human standards. There are two ways I could break through them. One is directly making the breakthrough to Lord Stage using the inheritance crystal I have. I could make a direct breakthrough to the Lord Stage without reaching Marshal Stage as long as I have inheritance crystal, or I could break the limit with the help of limit breaking method or other things and continue my practice in Night Stage. I am not going to break through to the Lord Stage, that is for sure. If I directly make a breakthrough to the Lord Stage, my prospect would be limited. I want to become adamantine before I could make a breakthrough to the Lord Stage. Though I don't have a limit breaking method, I will find some way to get it, and even if I did not limit breaking method, I could still reach platinum and levels above. For others, it may be extremely difficult, but for me, it is very possible. I have a special constitution, which gave me the potential to reach the adamantine level, which is why even after I reached my limit, I could still practice my methods. Normal people would not have been able to do that. Though the limit of the body is stopping me from making progress, my special constitution is helping me through the backdoor by creating the momentum. The 64th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise is part of that momentum. The seal is not created fully, and it is spinning to absorb energy, but my body is not letting it absorb any bit of energy. So I have to continue to create such seals until I build the momentum big enough through them. Not only Supreme Combat Exercise, but I also have to build momentum through the Secrete Method and Body Cleansing Exercise. Like Supreme Combat Exercise, I could practice these methods but could not get their benefits. If I had performed 108th poses for the 7th move of Body Cleaning Exercise, I would not go through Body Cleansing Exercise as my body will not allow it. Like seals of Body Cleansing Exercises, the cleansing energy that Body Cleansing Exercise produced will be added to the momentum. It will be the same for the secret method or any other method I practiced. My body and soul will not make even a tiny bit of improvement from now on, but if I can build humongous momentum and break through the limit, I will go through all the accomplishments I have made through the methods. As I break through I will go through the major cleaning, the seals in my temple will start to suck energy, and so on, but it will only if I break through the limit after momentum. It is an extremely hard thing to do naturally, which is why most people prefer the limit breaking method. Others could also use this natural way using the potion called Fox Potential. It helps them build the momentum, but that potion has a time limit. If one does not break the limit in that time, then that person has to bear very dangerous consequences. This is why most people do not use Fox Potential potion, as it is near impossible to break the limit in the time given by the potion. To break the limit, I will try my all to get limit breaking method, as it is the easiest way one can break the limit. But at the same, I will pursue the natural way fiercely, train even harder than I am training right now, as a natural way is my first choice, as it is the thing I have control over, unlike limit breaking method, which is illusory right now. Thud. Finally, I reached my limit and fell on the ground, where I stayed for half an hour before I got up and walked toward the exit of the cavern and started to make the preparation to leave. It was completely dark when I came out of the cavern. Before coming out, I had sent Ashlyn out to see if there was anyone outside, especially humans. If there are humans nearby, I would have waited till they leave. I do want to share this garden with anyone, but I do not want to kill any human who finds out about it. Ashlyn does find someone outside, but it was Grim Monster, a silver elite at that. She had burned it with a simple attack of hers. As I came out, I fixed the vines properly before flying to the top of the hill, where Ashlyn was already waiting for me with her 2-meter-long size and the special seat of the fire, seeing that I did not waste any time and sat on it. "Let's fly," I said to Ashlyn, who chirped excitedly before shooting in the sky at the blurring speed. With her speed, we have reached very high, even higher than when we have come here, and like that time, it is cold, even colder than before. I had thought with my strength increasing, I would not feel much colder in my return trip, but what happened is the opposite. I am feeling even colder. If not for the layer of fire covering me, there would be frost piled up on my body. We are flying at an even higher altitude from before, and I had also taken out an oxygen mask from my storage, as I was having difficulty in braking. It would have been fine if I did not wear a mask, but I did not want to have any problem in braking. I've had that enough in the garden. To be honest, I am enjoying flying at such a high altitude. There was complete silence, except for the sound of wind. One could not hear anything, and not forget the view of the above one get. When one looks above, one gets the feeling of being minuscule, which is quite a tempting feeling. It gives one inspiration to try harder, so that one day one would become powerful enough to do things that made one feel minuscule. Such serenity one could barely get anywhere. No wonder Ashlyn liked to fly so high. Anyone would like to be in such an environment, but of course to be here, they will have to experience the cold that is enough to freeze off the golden elite. It has been 2 hours since we started our return journey and have existed in human territory half an hour ago and now flying in the airspace of the grim monsters. I've seen many grim monsters on the way, but they didn't see us. They were far below us to see us. Not to forget their senses. Even their eyes would not be able to see us through their eyes. The travel is lonely, but it feels good. Such alone, free time is very good for thinking about many things. In the companionship of the freezing wind, I thought about many things, good, bad, neutral, everything. As such, time passed by and dawn came, and we were just a few minutes away from our destination. The whole night we had traveled, we did not stop by a single grim monster, which made our travel very fast. We completed our return journey in half of the time that we needed to go to the garden. The speed to Ashlyn was simply amazing, and the thing is, this is not her greatest speed. The speed we have returned is her balance, which did not consume her stamina. If she had traveled with her real speed, it would have taken us even less time. Thud, Ashlyn landed on the secluded spot, and I jumped from her, and second later Ashlyn returned to her original size, and we walked toward the teleportation point, which is at just an hour distance away. I had thought my whole trip to the garden would take 5 days at least, but I had completed it in just the 3 days. Which is kind of good, as the 5 days would have been a long stretch for my mission, and I would have to answer some needless questions. Now with me coming early, I would not have to go through that unnecessary stuff. An hour later, I reached the teleportation point and went through the strict examination of the various devices. After they gave me all green, I was allowed to pass through the teleportation gate. When I reached the other side, I went through an even more intense checkup before the cannons that had aimed at me had lowered, and I was allowed to walk out of the teleportation hall. The security is very stringent, and there is the reason for it many times. Grim monsters place the tracker on humans secretly, or some human traitor brings the trackers inside. Such things had happened many times, and due to it, many hidden camps had also been destroyed, but despite being this cautious every year, tens of such camps get destroyed in the hands of the grim monsters. After I got out of the hall, someone had already been waiting for me at the exit of the teleportation hall. With him, I went to the conference room and made a short report about my mission, which is recorded. I did not hand over the intel I had collected, as I could only hand it over to Guild, or unless he had the special order from the Guild. After making the short report, I went to my room and waited for the evening, as the evening when the airship will come and take me to my next hidden camp, where I will gather the intelligence on the last station. As I entered my room, I showered and ate some food with Ashlyn before sleeping, as I am feeling dead tired due to all that training and travel. When I woke up, there was only an hour remaining for my flight, so I quickly freshened up, ate something before I went towards Section U7, where my airship is coming. The airship had come an hour late, but I did not mind. I walked into it with some people and went to my assigned pod. Thud, the airship took little more than 2 days to take me to Hidden Camp 798, where I will complete the last part of my mission. Mitchell. I heard my name as I came out of the airship. This time my cicerone is a beautiful girl with chocolate-colored skin and golden brown hair. She is quite tall as me, and her battle power is also similar to mine. I am Grace, your cicerone. If you have any questions about the mission, you can ask me, she said as she led me toward the conference room. I had experienced this 3 times already, so I started to ask all the questions about the mission I had in mind. Siren, siren, siren. We were just talking when suddenly every light in our view turned red, and a peculiar siren started to blare through the camp. Code red, alert, enemies have intruded the camp. All the 9-star Golden Elite and ABONE report to the Wing 13, and those below it report to the Wing 3. Code red, alert, enemies have intruded the camp. All the 9-star Golden Elite and ABONE report to the Wing 33, and those below it report to the Wing 3. FUCK, I couldn't help but curse in my mind when I heard the warning when I saw all the lights turning off red. I had thought it would be a minor instruction, but seeing the warning flashing blaring through the speaker, I know it is no minor intrusion. To be honest, when I heard a loud warning, I started to feel quite scared. Like us, grim monsters also did not attack our camps without full preparation. This means they have come fully prepared with the capability to exterminate us, and there are quite high chances that we might get exterminated. Whereas Wing 33, I asked Grace as we started running. She did not directly answer, just motioned her eyes down. The answer is likely to be down. Currently, we are at Wing 5, and if the wings are named in numerical order, then we have a lot of distance to cover. I ran along with her. There are many other people who are running with us. They all are 9-star Golden Elite or above. In just a few minutes, we walked down 3 and reached Wing 8. We have a long way to go down. As we reached Wing 11, we heard the fighting sound, and when I looked up, I saw several alabaster bullmen slaughtering humans like chicken. There are already more than 20 bodies of split humans lying on the ground. Sup. Seeing that my heart started to burn with fury in that exact moment, my hands turned completely blurry that even I could barely see them, and through them, several knives released at a speed that is invisible to the eyes of even those above Golden Elite. Puche, puche, puche. The knives crossed distance for more than 20 meters in an instant and started to pierce through the skulls of the grim monsters. Not a single grim monsters of the 11 alabaster bullmen survived from my strike. These alabaster bullmen were not normal grim monsters. They were elite stronger than normal golden elites of them. The 8 were 9-star golden elites, while the other 3 are those who had the power over 9-star golden elites. I've killed them without leaving them a single chance to counterattack. This even shocked me. As I performed this attack with my power, I did not take out my sword, so there is no boost from it. The only energy I used is featherlight, which power even blew my mind. When I practiced it, I had expected it to be very fast, but not this soon when I only used a sliver of it. The other also got shocked by my swift killing. They had expected it would take them a few minutes to kill these alabaster bullmen before they could continue, but they found I had killed them in an instant. I am going to go fast. Do you have a map? I asked Grace. The map I have is small and only has information till Wing 8. Grace did not answer for a second, and I was about to ask others when she finally spoke. Here is the complete map of the facility and also access to some doors that might have locked. She touched her holowatch to mine. The speed of the second level of featherlight is amazing. I just took a small amount of it, and it gave me speed that even I was barely able to control. If not me sharp senses gave me by the killing rule, I would not have been able to control my speed. Within a few seconds, I reached the Wing 12, and I came across another group of alabaster bullmen, which is even bigger than the previous, and in the 1/3 of them have the power above the Golden Elite. Sup, sup, sup. Just as they sensed me coming, they found themselves going into oblivion. Knives dark as night appeared in front of their eyes unknowingly, and before they could even blink, these knives pierced through them, sending them to the eternal slumber. Dud, dud, dud. I've killed all the grim monsters. You guys can go up now, I said as I banged the metallic door loudly before I disappeared. The group of alabaster bullmen that I had just killed just now were trying to break open the door as the other of the door, a group of humans, was hiding. It was a good thing I arrived in time. If I had been a minute late, that group of alabaster bullmen would have broken open the door. I had told these guys about me killing Grim Monster. As for whether they follow my advice or not, it's up to them. I started to go down, and with each floor, I could encounter the Grim Monster, which will have greater numbers than the above floors. As I kept killing them, I noticed all the alabaster bullmen I've come across were 9-star golden elites and above. There are no alabaster bullmen that have the power lower than the 9-star golden elite, which made my mood even more serious as the condition is more serious than I expected. I started to face more and more alabaster bullmen with each floor, but I killed them all without stopping for the moment. With the speed and fast movement that feather light provides, it made it very easy for me to throw the knives. And the knives, which do not have any other power than extremely sharp edges and the faint featherlight energy that is coating them, with the power of the speed alone, they can kill those who are above Golden Elite in the single attack. I climbed down floor after floor, and finally when I reached the 22nd floor, I had finally stopped, as in front of me there were not 20, not 30, not 50, but about 100 alabaster bullmen, and all of were 9-star Golden Elite and above. Sup, sup, sup. I stopped at a distance of 50 meters before they noticed me and started throwing knives. This is invisible to even my own eyes in just a matter of a few seconds. I had thrown away more than 50 knives. The knives are different from previous since the distance between us is great. I added double the energy than usual, which made them even faster. What puch I puch I puch. Some noticed them, but it was too late. The knives kept piercing the skulls of tens of people every second. Such a shocking display of the killing had stopped some powerful alabaster bullmen from reacting quickly, which helped me a lot, as by the time they started to react, their skulls were getting pierced by my knives. Of all the hundred some alabaster bullmen, only 3 were able to launch an attack before dying, but I easily dodged there. Within 7 seconds, I had killed nearly 100 alabaster bullmen. I gave the vast bodies a look before I ran over them toward the floor that is below. There are about 300 alabaster bullmen. He killed all of them, said one young man in a shaking voice. How much time it had been since he left us, not even 3 minutes, but he killed more than 600 grim monsters in that time, he added. He is no weakling who cannot handle death. He had participated in the battles, where hundreds of thousands of grim monsters died within an hour, and saw the tens of platinum elites fighting against each other, even surviving the attack of platinum at once. But seeing this range of killing at such swift speed, even he was shaken seeing this, as he is aware that the alabaster bullman that came to attack the camp was not the normal grim monster. Even he will need at the least 1 minutes to finish off, but the other party did not take even a second. Excelsior. muttered a girl beside him. When he heard that, he couldn't help but shake a little. It had been quite a while since he listened to this word, but when he thinks about it, he indeed has the power to be called Excelsior. Find that bastard and kill high, was saying one alabaster bullman, but before it could off the sentence, my knives pierced through it and those beside it. I am currently on wing 29 and facing about 500 grim monsters, or 300 as I had killed 200 in the past 3 minutes. Such numbers of monsters could not be killed through the confrontation in the packed space like a camp. They could easily drown me in their attacks, which is why I am playing hide and seek with them. It was a good thing. Grace not only gave me maps but also the authorization, which helped many open doors and launch sneak attacks in them. In each attempt, I would kill 50 to 100 grim monsters before running away. These bastards have broken several doors to chase after me, but by that time I would be already launching the attack. It is all being possible due to the featherlight method. The speed it had given me is beyond amazing. It had made me invincible in my level. If not for we are fighting in the close space, I wouldn't have felt any fear to confront them directly. But since it is closed spaces, I have to be careful and attack them sneakily before running away, as getting hit by their attack means dying. I continued launching the sneak attack on them, and finally 3 minutes later I killed all of them. Just as I did above to move away, I saw the people I've left behind in wing 8. There are some alabaster bullmen hiding. Help me clean them before you come down, I said. I had deliberately left some alabaster bullmen when I saw them coming. The grim monsters' numbers are going to increase, lower ones go, and these 20-some people are no match for such numbers, especially in limited spaces where hundreds of monsters could easily drown you in their attacks. Their self-confidence would have taken the hit if I had directly said that, which is why I had decided to leave some alabaster bullmen for them to deal with. By the time they finished dealing with it, I would be able to clear the floor below. Soon I reached wing 30, and there I sensed more than 600 alabaster bullmen lying in wait for any humans that would come from above. I could see bodies of humans lying around, and some alabaster bullmen even eating them in passing as they wait. After killing the sentries, they have places to alert them of any human activity. I take a look at the map and plan my attacking strategy in a few seconds before I use authorization to open the door. Sup. I opened several doors, till I opened the door that leads me toward the center where alabaster bullman gathers. I opened that door and released knives at my greatest speed, and 4 seconds later, when alabaster bullman finally reacted, I closed the door and moved toward another to use the same strategy. The small spaces have many disadvantages, but they also have many advantages, especially when a single person kills a shitload of people. I continue to sneak attack and finally am able to kill off all the alabaster bullmen on wing 30. After making sure no alabaster bullmen remained on the wing 30, I sped toward the wing 31. I saw completely different scenes that I saw in the other wings. In wing 31, there are more than 1,000 alabaster bullmen, but few hundreds of humans are also fighting against them. Though humans are suppressed heavily as there are barely 200 of them, they are still fighting bravely without any sign of cower, seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This time I did not use my knives instead. I took out the red sword I hadn't taken out in quite a while and sped into battle. I want to get the feeling of killing with my own hands. Puch a slice, puch. Faint purple lines covered my body as I moved in the battlefield. I and my sword have completely become phantom in the battlefield, taking cutting lifelines of several grim monsters every second. I was quite surprised to find that the killing speed of my sword is not much lower than that of my knives, but the contentment I am feeling through killing them with my sword is far too greater. With the sword, I could watch life leaving the eyes of grim monster from up close. I did not enjoy watching life leaving the grim monster, but I still feel content killing them. With each kill, I am saving some humans, as these monsters, if they survive, going to kill hundreds of humans, so it is important to kill them before they kill us, and this is not the thoughts of the killer but the doctrine that passed in grim battlefield. The more grim monsters you kill, the more humans you will save. This doctrine likely was created to maintain the psychological balance of the people who fight in grim battlefield, to create purpose in their heart, which is purer than the war. A minute after I joined the battle, everybody had noticed me as my rate of killing is too high, and grim monsters came at me with tooth and nail. But funny things, more than half of the grim monsters thwarted by humans, and while those who came at me were killed by me easily. This is closed space, and given the 6-meter sizes of the grim monsters, not many of them came at me at some time, which helped really killing them. And another thing, the closed space also helped me quite bit surviving against the attacks of alabaster bullmen, as I would use the bodies dead and alive alabaster bullmen as a meat shield. As such, 15 minutes had passed, and in these 15 minutes, all the grim monsters on the wing 31 had been slaughtered by me. As we killed all the alabaster bullmen that were present on the wing 31, we moved toward the wing 32. I was the first to reach wing 33, where the condition is the same, but with a lot more grim monster. There must be more than 3,000 monsters up here who are fighting against the 400 humans. Every nook and cranny of the Wing 32 is filled with grim monsters, which people are fighting while standing on the bodies of their fall comrades. The people fighting here have no time to think about respecting the dead and other whatnot. All they want to do is kill the people they are fighting. I joined the fight just as I entered and started killing, and since it is so crowded, it had become a perfect battlefield for me as no grim monsters could lock their attacks on me. I started killing at my heart's content. White bodies of alabaster bullmen started falling one after another as my sword cut through their hearts and skulls. A minute after I joined the battle had another change as 200 humans that came from above joined the battle. We started to fight like mad, killing grim monsters like we're cutting the cabbages. We killing them faster than we cut the cabbages. The alabaster bullmen started to feel tired of the battle changing, but they are nothing they could do. Some alabaster bullmen tried to send someone down to call for backup, but I killed them before they could do it and call for backup. I had placed myself between the main entrance between two wings. I am not only killing alabaster bullmen that are fighting, but also killing them who were running to call for the backup. At one time, the alabaster bullmen became smart and sent nearly 100 of their people to call for backup, but they were all killed by me in just a few seconds. As time passed, more and more alabaster bullmen got killed till the battle completely tilted in our favors. The humans became the lawn mower that started cutting alabaster bullmen from all directions, from every nook and cranny, till not a single one of them could be seen. All we see is pure, while bodies of alabaster bullmen lying on the ground. They have occupied every space of the floor that we step over them to walk, and I have to say, it is quite an experience. All of the people looked at each other before we started making our way down in orderly fashion. Each one of us has a distance of half a meter between them. I too, who always run first, also started to follow these procedures to make my way down slowly. We are cautious because of the sound we hear from down below and the intense vibration we are feeling under our feet. It is very clear that the platinum elites are fighting, and seeing the sounds we are hearing, their numbers did not seem to below. If I am right, then there are 40 to 50 platinum elites that are fighting below on both sides. To most of the people, these many platinum elites are no surprise, but they are scared because all these platinum elites are fighting in the enclosed space. Though through the map I know that Wing 33 is biggest and the final wing of the camp, it is also 6 times bigger than other wings, and the different training facilities occupy all the space. All these things may matter when this is the fight of the golden elites, but when it comes to the fight platinum, this big space is also very small. Finally, I reached Wing 33, and the scene I saw made me open my mouth in shock. As Wing 33 is in the complete shamble, the walls that were made of precious metals and could not be broken through the normal means are now laid broken. There isn't anything on this floor that is not completely broken. Seeing such destruction, one would start to shake from the core like I am doing right now. Like the wing above Wing 33, it is also filled with grim monster and humans fighting. The only place where there is some open place is where the platinum elites are fighting. When I looked at all the platinum elites that are fighting, I found there are 41 platinum elites in total, 15 humans and 26 alabaster bullmen. Unlike the human golden elites, the human platinum golden elite have steadily held their grounds. I even saw dead bodies of 4 alabaster bullmen platinum elites. Even dead bodies have the energy for a few hours after one dies, so through the red vision, I only need to take a glance to know what their level is before they die. Like the rest of those who come from above, I quietly joined the battle and started killing alabaster bullmen, who are about 10,000 in numbers. In this fight, I am especially mindful of my potion. Usually I like to attack from the corners, but this time, I deliberately moved to the center and even took out my totem artifact. I did not take it out to use it against these golden elites who are akin to ants to me. I took it out to defend against the attacks of platinum elites. I just saw few alabaster bullmen and one human die as collateral damage. One alabaster bullman launched the attack, and human platinum elite had dodged it, and that attack directly crashed into golden elites that were fighting. With totem artifact in my hand, my killing speed increased even more. Wherever I move, the alabaster bullman will be split into 2. Unlike when I have a red sword, with my totem artifact, I do not have to aim specifically at heart and head. I could attack anywhere I want, which is why there are split bodies of alabaster bullmen could be seen piling around me. It had been 20 minutes since I had entered Wing 33, and killing became even easier. For the past few minutes, I am comparing myself to a kitchen knife that could cut anything. I am really acting like a kitchen knife. Whatever grim monsters come at me, it will cut into 2. I did not look at its weakness or attack at the fatal spot. I just kept cutting them most efficiently, and since I am in the center, there is no shortage of prey. Whether alabaster bullmen wanted to not, they will always come to the center. In the past 20 minutes, I've been attacked hundreds of times or 1,000, but no attack had even touched me. All of those attacks were borne by some alabaster bullman that I brought in front of me. I usually don't dodge, especially when my dodging hurts any human, so I just get some monsters to take my space. It is very easy for me to do that with my current space, especially when I am holding my sword. Another 15 minutes passed, and numbers of alabaster bullmen lessened considerably, not only from the golden elite, but also from the platinum elite, as the human side was able to kill 3 more platinum elite. Everything was going well when suddenly, I had a terrible premonition. It is so great that I feel like I am definitely going to lose my life. Just as I left the premonition, I let go of my sanity and let madness take over me. As everything around me started to turn red, I saw one of 3 platinum elites that are fighting a human platinum elite on my backside is swinging its axe at me. Just as it did, a fighting cyan-colored crescent arc comes out of its axe. That cyan crescent arc is coming at me, and it is coming at me at a speed that is too fast. If there is anyone else in my place, they would not be able to react fast enough to dodge it, and even if they could react, they would not be fast enough to dodge the attack of the platinum elite. Seeing the cyan crescent arc coming, I for the first time took more than a few strands of featherlight energy into my body and moved. I moved so fast that it felt like I had teleported. I moved behind the alabaster bullman, who was fighting behind me, just as I moved behind him. The cyan crescent arc came and struck the alabaster bullman in front of me. The alabaster bullman had the power above golden elite and was using defensive skill, but what happened to after that cyan crescent arc clashed into alabaster bullman not only shocked me but also the human that was fighting it. Sip. As the cyan crescent arc touched it, I thought it would slice through it and be ready to face the remaining crescent arc, but to my surprise, the cyan crescent arc seeped into it. For a moment, the alabaster did not move, but when it moved, it turned into the ash. Yes, ash. A single attack from the platinum elite had turned into the ash. In front of such attack, no artifact, no defensive method could be used against. If you want to beat the attack of platinum elite, then you have to be a platinum elite. Seeing I dodge its attack, a look of anger appeared in its face, which turned into fury when it saw a weird smile hanging on my face. It felt humiliated as it thought I was mocking it, which is why it lifted its axe and about to launch another attack when a finger-sized blue energy beam pierced through its head and it started to fall. Idiot. This FUC-ker, despite knowing they are losing edge in the fight against the humans, did not concentrate at all on the killing human it is fighting instead. It concentrated on the low-level ant, which it could kill any time. In its fury, it did notice the attack of enemies and died under. Even the 2 platinum elite alabaster bullmen couldn't help but shake their head for the idiocy of their deceased friend. After dodging the attack, I did not let go back to my original state and continue attacking in my mad state. With my mad state, my killing speed increased again, and now my killing speed is thrice the original. After 2 minutes after I activated the mad state, I found several of platinum elite senses had been locked on me, and most of these senses did not have a good intention toward me. I did not take warning of platinum elites seriously and continue killing. I even increased my killing speed just to spite, which had instantly got the result as their killing intent toward me started boiling. But like an idiot earlier, these platinum elites did not take an action. They continued fighting as their situation turned even more grim as 2 more of the platinum elites got killed. The alabaster bullman is on the back leg now, and some even went frenzied and tried to attack the golden elite below, but humans already familiar with nature of grim monsters burst with immense power at last phases of the fight and would kill a platinum elite first who shows the signs of going rampage. Though most rampaging alabaster bullmen stopped on time, some of them were not, and due to it, few humans have lost their lives. My mad self felt furious seeing this but did not move toward the platinum elite. It is mad, but there is very much reason present in me, even my mad state, that I would not do such things. Finally, I muttered as I finally let go of my mad state, we have finished killing all the alabaster bullmen that were below the golden elite had been killed by us, and I could proudly say that lion's share in that killing was mine. As we finished killing, people did not waste any time to move to the above floor. Only a few courageous idiotic people like me had remained by the entrance watch the fight of platinum elites. There are currently 14 human platinum elites and 17 alabaster bullman platinum elites, and seeing their end is near, these grim monster platinum elites are fighting tooth and nail. Thank God we had 2 Elite Plus teams present in the camp. If they were not, the 8 platinum elites of the camp would not have been able to stop this attack, said a young man slightly older than me. As he said that, a confusion on my face got cleared. When I saw 14 platinum elite fighting, I was little confused by such numbers. As far as I know, at one hidden camp there's a maximum of 10 platinum elite to guard, and is maximum as most of the hidden camps usually have 4 to 6 platinum elite guarding them. It took more time than I had thought for them to finish off the platinum elites of grim monsters. They took little more than 4 hours, which is double than what I had imagined. After all the alabaster Bullamen platinum elites were killed, everything started to happen rapidly. They started dismantling every important thing in the camp since the coordinates of this camp had been discovered. It had to be abandoned in the shortest amount of time. So just as the fight finished, they started ordering people to dismantle everything, including the IPS. It was a good thing those who are not the members of the camp were left alone. The only thing we have to do to collect all bodies of the grim monsters we have killed and not interfere with work. After I collected the bodies of the grim monsters I had killed, which were in huge numbers, I picked up the corner and sat, waiting for the next order like everyone else who was not part of the camp. Sitting in the corner, I have heard lots of tidbits, and one of them is how the grim monsters were able to infiltrate our camp. The answer is simple: there was a traitor among the members of the camp. He constructed the teleportation formation and brought grim monsters in. First platinum elites entered, and with their protection others started to enter as a weak. The humans have to work so hard to destroy the formation. In the process, one platinum elite had even lost her life. There is much protection against such scenarios, as the space protection devices help guard against unauthorized teleportation formation, but those FUCKING grim monsters always find a way to infiltrate. It is said traitors sent by the grim monsters have infiltrated every small and big place. Their spies are everywhere. For more than 10,000 we have been fighting. Many changes occurred in the fighting. From what I heard, it is said grim monsters train children from birth before they send them to cells all around the world. Before sending them, they create the seal inside, which lets them forget everything about grim monsters and their mission. Only when that seal is activated, these humans gain their memories and react to do the mission they are brainwashed to do. It is very difficult to find any error in the background of these people. Sleeper cells had been going for thousands of years that it made agents of grim monsters infiltrate every nook and cranny. While sitting, I heard that 30 years ago, the leader of the S-Class guild in Warzone 13 had suddenly snapped and killed very important people. I don't know if it's true or not, but I also heard that there are many spies of grim monsters. This is the reason why there were heavy background checks when I had joined the Raging Thunder. I had also gone through heavy background checks. It took them 9 quick hours to dismantle everything important. To dismantle the whole camp, it might have taken days, and not everything in the camp is important. The most important things in the camps are various security sensors, IPS and teleportations gates. These things are most important. After these things, other things are easily replaceable. After the dismantlement, we were asked to come back to Wing 33. They have built a new teleportation gate there. One by one, people started passing through the teleportation gate. I had to wait for 2 hours before my number came to enter the teleportation formation. There are thousands of people here, and single teleportation formation is present. It ought to take some time, especially when there are some naughty people who are present who create trouble. When I was in the line, there was a young man several spaces ahead of me. He had started creating trouble despite receiving a warning. Feeling infuriated, a platinum elite had directly cut off his hand as the warning. He should have done that sooner, as such methods work better than soft words. After the display of platinum elite, everyone had straightened up and did not create any trouble that would impede the line. After entering formation, I had thought I would reach the safe location, and from there I would take an airship to leave, but nothing that sort of happened. When I entered the side, I found myself in a very huge hall with thousands of people who appeared behind me. We have to wait for others to come before the teleportation gate is calibrated from another location. We have to do not 1 but 4 times before we reach another hidden camp. Crossing 4 teleportation gates took more than 12 hours, and when I reached the hidden camp, I had to share the room with the other 2 people. It had been a very long time since I shared the room with strangers, and I have to say, the experience was the worst, especially when your roommate's habit of farting constantly. Since the camp had become crowded, there was no possibility of changing the rooms, and since we did not permit to leave more than 50 meters from lodging, so it could be said these 2 days were hell-like to me. I felt good when I finally received notification that it is my time to leave. I did not waste time to move Section 3, and sat there as 2 hours were remaining before the airship arrived and take me, but I did not mind as this section is 100 times better than Rue, which had only smell of fart and nothing else. 2 hours later, the airship had finally come, and I entered inside. When I entered my pod, and I laid inside, I finally felt good. These past 3 days were really something I would willing to fight non-stop for 3 days rather than experience something like this. It was really horrible. As I settled, I finally read the email that I had received from through the hidden camp server. It is a mail about formally terminating the 4th part of my mission. Reading that, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. There is also some tiny information in the mail also. It turned out the alabaster bullamen I had fought 3 days ago were from the station where I was being sent to gather the information, and now since their elites are dead, that station will soon be discarded. After reading the mail from the guild, I slept for about 14 hours, and when I woke, I felt completely fine, and all the stress and anxiety I got in the past few days had also vanished. After waking up, I got out of my pod and went to freshen up. When I returned, I ate with Ashlyn before I started opening the storages as I usually do. This time I only have storages of 9-star Golden Elite and those above them. Hun. As I opened the first storage, my gaze locked on one item directly. It is a book, a deep violet book which is very eye-catching. Seeing that, I couldn't help but get excited. I did not waste time bringing it out and translating it with my HoloWatch, and soon its content had revealed themselves in front of me and furiously started to read it, and a few minutes later, I finished with. It is Mystic Method, a speed-type Mystic Method to be exact, but it is an ordinary one, nothing like Featherlight or any extraordinary method I have seen before. Still, I am happy getting it, as the value to each method is huge. Every time I find a Mystic Method, I get excited. I hope I will find a rare and extraordinary one, but how easy it is to find a rare and extraordinary one. They are not only the super rate, but very few could practice them, and those who could practice them get them from their tribe, which is transmitted directly to their mind, so finding them is more complicated than finding a needle in the mountain of the haystack. Getting over my disappointment, I started to open more storages and sort into their shelves. It is long by the enjoyable process, and since I got lots of knowledge from knowledge crystals, it is quite easy for me to identify the stuff. So I kept opening the storage, and now and then I would get excited whenever I saw rare things or the things I needed. As such, a few hours passed, and I finished going through half of the stuff when I suddenly stopped again as I again found Mystic Method. This one is Strength-type Mystic Method, and like the one I had found previously, this one is also average. These Mystic Methods may not be useful to me, but they will be very useful to my parents. I had asked them not to practice Mystic Method till they reach peak of Silver Elite. Practicing Mystic Method is a dangerous affair, and it is best when one practice according to the requirements. In the official guidance issued by the Grim Battlefield, it is stated that the Mystic Method should only be practiced when one reaches peak 9-star Silver Elite, but no one follows that guidance. Most people started to practice the Mystic Method when they are mid-Silver Elites, and some even take a huge risk and practiced when they are low Silver Elites. I was one of them. So I had asked my parents not to practice till they reached peak Silver Elites. Currently, they are mid-Silver Elites, but with Emerald, Kiwis, and other stuff I will send them, they will easily be able to become Golden Elite. After the 2 Mystic Method, I did not find any Mystic Method in further storages. Though there were no Mystic Method, I had got a lot of good stuff, including a unique herb which value isn't less than that of Emerald Kiwis I have. It is no help to me, but it will help immensely to my sister. There is a special formula in my knowledge that requires this herb. With a regular bath from the solution made of this unique solution, her constitution and talent will get a boost. Soon I finished sorting all the storages, and it took me quite a while, a total of 11 hours. After taking a complete look at my treasure house, which already looked like a huge supermarket, I withdrew my conscience from my storage. I looked around feeling bored. I started a movie and watched with Ashlyn, and as such 3 days had passed. The airship had reached near Heim. I will be in Heim within an hour, which couldn't help but make me both excited and relaxed. I've been out for 7 days, and in these 27 days I have experienced quite a few things. Some were good, some were bad, like vomit-worthy fart for 2 days, but now I will soon be reaching Heim, which finally let go all the worries I have. I couldn't wait to go to my apartment, take a long shower, cook a delicious meal for myself and Ashlyn, and finally sleep in my big fluffy bed. These are the simple things, but that is all I want. As days from now on going to get tougher. I have already reached the limit of human, and to advance further, I will have to break the limit, for that there are only 2 options in front of me, unless I became extremely lucky and found extremely rare herb like that flowers that were ahead of Emerald Kiwis, from which I could create a limit-breaking potion, which will help me become platinum. This is unlikely to happen, so I have only 2 ways. One is natural, and the other is the limit-breaking method. I will continue to strive harder for the natural way I am doing since I exited the cavern, except for when I am sleeping and fighting. I have been practicing secret method and supreme combat method regularly. Even now I am practicing both. So I will continue with the natural way, but my goal will be finding the limit-breaking method, as it is the quickest way to become the platinum elite, as a natural method could take months and even years, as creating momentum that is powerful enough to break the barrier is no easy thing. Especially it is not easy when you don't see any result of your practice. Since I reached the limit, I could still practice due to my constitution, but I will not see the fruits of my practice, which is a quite damning thing, as all of them will continue to build momentum. I will have to prepare my heart by telling myself that these benefits will burst out when I break through the platinum, giving me more benefits than they would have given me when I am in golden elite. Thud, buzz, buzz, buzz. An hour later, the airship landed behind the guild, and I came out of it and walked toward the guild's main building. I have to submit my mission report and intelligence I've gathered from the 3 stations. It would be 4 if they had not attacked us on their own. It's going to take a long time. I thought as I will have to report everything I've gone through in the past 27 days, and there is nothing I could do about it, as they are the rules of the guild. It took 7 hours to submit my mission report and answer their grueling, boring question. By the time I was able to leave, I was exhausted again. Tring, tring. I had just taken a few steps out of the report office when my holowatch started to buzz, and when I saw it from Ellen, I couldn't help but sigh. Ever since I had come to Warzone, I did not call any of my friends or receive their calls, not Ellen's, nor Jill's, nor anyone. I am ashamed as once I receive the call, they will see the criminal tag on my holowatch, which is why even to call my parents I used Tom's holowatch. Even though this criminal tag on me is my mistake and I am entirely innocent, I still felt ashamed. And this feeling makes me angry at myself, angry at people who have done this to me, but there is nothing I could do about it with my current strength. I looked at my holowatch thinking let it ring as I always do or receive it finally. I made my mind and touched received as there is no use in running away from my current status, whether I like it or not. Why weren't you receiving my calls? Do you think I have so much free time to call you 100 times in a month? Ellen blasted. She looked really angry, so angry that I thought she would spit fire at any moment. I stayed quiet and did not say anything. Let her see the faint red color and tag of criminal when she sees my projection on her holowatch. At first, she did not notice and opened her mouth to say something when she finally noticed a strangeness in my projection, and her eyes became big as saucers. She was so shocked seeing the tag that she wasn't able to say anything for a while. This page, not a normal tag. It was given to those who face serious charges like attempted rape or attempted murder, so it's normal for her to get shocked after seeing that. Mitchell, did you do something that serious? She hesitantly asked. I could see she did not want to believe I had committed such a heinous crime, but seeing the proof of that in my projection, she doesn't know what to think. Do you think I would commit a crime heinous enough to receive such a tag? I asked back with a sad laugh as I opened the door of the room that is allotted to my team and sat on the usual seat. Were you framed? She asked after some time. To that I nodded. Seeing me, an affirming look of anger appeared on her face. Who are they? She asked angrily. To that sad laugh of my face couldn't help but widened. They are very powerful people, I said as I smiled helplessly at her. Hearing my vague answer, she arched her, clearly asking me to give her a clear answer, seeing that I couldn't help but sigh. This is the reason why I don't want to receive her call, as I know she delves too deep when she knows I am in trouble. They are from the Supreme Level Organization, I stated simply. This had even shocked her. People don't come in contact with the Supreme Level Organization. Those people are too aloof, distant, so someone as average as me incurring their wrath is quite a surprising thing. You don't have to worry, Mitchell. My teacher is also from the Supreme Level Organization. If I ask her, she will help in removing these false allegations against you, Ellen said. Hearing that, I felt like I saw the light in the darkest cave, a hope that I had been searching for a long time. I quickly wanted to say yes, but found that my mouth wouldn't open to say the word yes, seeing that a sad smile couldn't help but appear in my face again. I have my pride, and it wouldn't let someone solve my own problem, even though this task of removing the criminal tag seemed near impossible, as in front of me is behemoth which breath is enough to kill. I will still try and remove this tag with my own efforts. Ellen seemed to want to say something, and for that she even opened her mouth, but she closed it when she saw the resolute expression on my face. She knew that I would not accept her help, no matter how much she forces me. So why have you called? I asked after a minute of silence. Why couldn't I even call my friend? She asked back angrily, which brought the genuine smile on my face, and the sad atmosphere that seemed to present earlier had vanished in the puff. I had called you to give you the limit-breaking method, but seeing you have rejected my help, I don't think you will accept the limit-breaking method that came from my teacher, Ellen said. This time it was her turn to make a sad laugh. She's clearly aware of her teacher's view about her friend, and she knew it was not her teacher's fault to have such views. She had come from very high space, so unless one did not have any extra special qualities, they would not enter teacher's eyes. With your teacher's guidance, you must have become quite powerful. Tell me, what level are you at? I asked, changing the subject. Hearing my question, her expression has become a little reserved, as if she is arguing herself whether to tell me or not. Finally, she seemed to have made her mind and opened her mouth to speak, and what came out had shocked the hell out of me. I am at the peak diamond elite, just as a step away from becoming an adamantine, she said. Her words were like thunder to my ears. I had very much expected her power to be above me, and wouldn't have been surprised if she told me she is a peak platinum elite. But peak diamond, which is just a step away from adamantine, is little too much for me to take. A normal diamond would have also been fine, but peak diamond looked like she had called me with the intention of crushing my spirit. It took me a while to come out of my shock, but I did, and now I am even more determined to work even harder. Looks like I've slacking off too much. Your progress has given me a target. You should watch out for me. It wouldn't be long before I will catch up to you, I said with a laugh. After that, we talked for a while. I even talked a few words with her fiancé, who was beside her. It was fun to talk to the friends again. The criminal tag had made me quite ashamed to talk to my friends, but talked with Ellen, which made me realize that I should not feel ashamed about the thing which I haven't done. Though I have a criminal tag, and it created a lot of problems for me and stopped me from getting the resources I deserve, it has also made me determined to work even harder. Warzone number 4. Knock knock. Come in, the gentle yet imposing voice said. Ellen slowly opened the door and found her teacher lying on the couch lazily as she read something on her holowatch. Ellen, do you need something? Asked her teacher as she moved her eyes away from the screen. Teacher, would you look at the record of my friend? He had been wrongfully convicted, Ellen said. Her teacher looked at her. She clearly wanted to say something, but when she looked at her student's face, she shook her head and sighed. She knows this face. If she declines, then she will ask over and over till I relent. Her student is very persistent, which is strength, but also her weakness. I opened the document she had sent me and opened it and found it was her friend whom I've seen in that small country. I don't know why she kept her friendship with such a below-average guy. With her talent and help of that thing, she is going to soar. There is no stopping her once that power inside her has been activated. Friendship with such people will only slow her down, but what I can do, I can't force her to break off a friendship. It is her life. She has to make her decision. It is all because of her worldview, growing up in a tiny country in this backward continent. When she comes to Central, she will realize how big the world is and will know what to do with such friends of her. I looked at the document of the boy she had sent me and clicked on the charges which had been marked in red. For others, these are restricted things, but to her, this is nothing. There are only a few people in the whole world that have higher access than her, so there is nothing that could be unrestricted to her. Interesting, I muttered before I started typing a few buttons and opened the intelligence portal of my organization. As I read further, I found things are quite more interesting than I thought. Teacher, he is innocent, right? Were you able to find out who did this to him? My student asked nervously, seeing that I couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Your friend is quite unlucky to get in trouble with those bastards from the blood cloud, I said. Ellen was quite surprised hearing this name, though Mitchell had told her that it is people from the Supreme Organization that falsely made him criminal, and she did not expect it to be Blood Cloud. Her teacher had told her all Supreme Organization and Blood Cloud is the one she has the lowest opinion of. The teacher said the member of Sky Saber is petty and vengeful and take offense in everything. Why did Sky Saber put conviction on him? I asked. Even if people from the Sky Saber are petty, they will not lower themselves to put such a heinous conviction on anyone. A month ago, didn't I tell you about the immense fortune that bastard from Sky Saber got? My teacher asked. Yes, you said 6 people received an apex inheritance, and they will be my one biggest competition in the central continent, she said. What this all has to do with Mitchell, as far as I know, he did not receive apex inheritance or any kind of inheritance, otherwise he would not be just peak golden elite, Ellen said, clearly confused. His girlfriend was one of the people who have received the inheritance. I guess when they took her, they left a little gift for him. This perfectly comply with their petty nature, said the teacher. Hearing that, all the confusion on the Ellen's face had vanished, and she even started to feel pity for Mitchell for a moment, but she soon shook her head of those thoughts as her friend did not need her pity. Do you want me to remove his conviction? It will take just one click. Her teacher asked. She looked like she will be more than happy to do so. No, he does not want to do so, I said with the sight of disappointment. Her friend is too prideful. It will hurt his pride if I ask the teacher to erase his conviction. The teacher seemed surprised by my rejection as she had not expected it. However, soon her usual lazy expression appeared on her face. Don't worry, the rules of Hawthorne are still there. They will create trouble, but they won't go excessively overboard. There are some things that even the Supreme Organization won't be able to do, my teacher said as she saw the worry in my eyes. Ting, I received the mail from the guild. My request to go out had been accepted. There are 3 days for the mission of teams to end, so I had asked the guild for permission to go out and join them in their mission. It had been barely an hour since I finished making my report. I would have gone to my apartment and slept on the huge bed of mine that I had wanted to do, but I did not despite wanting. Every mission is dangerous that could wipe out the whole team. My teammates must be now doing their last mission. If me going there helped them even a little bit, I will go there. As I received permission from the guild and walked out of the team's office and before walking out of the guild, I really hope I had the privilege to use the teleportation gate as the car takes too much of the time, but unfortunately I did not. So I took the fastest hover car which is available to me. It took 25 minutes to take out the city gates. There I flashed my permission and got out of the city gates. Sup, just as I got out of city gates, I shot into the sky with my greatest speed toward the direction of Sanders Lake. Thud, I landed at the edge of Warzone 13's territory and started to travel from the ground. Even with my current strength, I did not have the confidence to fly over the area in front of me. It is a Warzone, there are platinum elites everywhere. I don't want to get overconfident and get caught by the platinum elite. Dying in the hands of it would be the most merciful thing if that happened. The last mission my team is in the Sander Lake area. To reach there, I would need at least 10 hours, but I will try to get there sooner, before the dawn at the least. I don't know when they are planning to attack the last camp, but with the style of my team and the time that is allocated, there are 50-50 chances of that attack having already happened, or it will happen today, so I had to reach there as soon as possible. It is a good thing I have scout like Ashlyn, who scouts the enemies in way for me, which makes speed in grim monster dense area quite faster. If I were with my team, I would not have passed through such an area where the numbers of grim monsters are such high. But I am alone, and this way would help me a lot in saving lots of time, so the little risk is worth it. Passing through it, I have come across many golden elites, but I did not fight with them. My main focus is reaching Sanders Lake as soon as possible, not fighting ants. With my current power, everyone below the platinum elite is ants, though some exceptions are my level, who could not only fight me with equal level but could also beat me. They are less in numbers. Time passed by, and midnight came when I suddenly stopped and hid behind the tree. I did not even dare to breathe loudly as Ashlyn just informed me that a platinum elite is coming flying. This is the third time in the night I've come across the platinum elite. There are just fuckng too many of them in grim monsters. It was a good thing I had Ashlyn, who had informed me quickly. Otherwise, if I were alone, I would have been stretched on hiding before it comes close. I stayed hidden, and soon I sensed platinum elite flying 100 meters in front of me. Its speed is slow, and it is looking around. It is clearly on the patrol. Due to it being an important area for the grim monsters, it is closely guarded that even platinum elite patrols around it. As I waited with the stopped breath and slowed heartbeat, I found a sense of grim monster spreading over me. I remained calm and did not make any movements as I kept circulating killing energy through my soul artifact, which is spreading over my body. With them, I became invisible in the senses of the platinum elite. Soon the sense of platinum elite passed over me, and it flew away. The sense of platinum elite had only spread over me for less than a second, but like always, it had scared me to death. I'm no match against the platinum elites, so I have to hide it every time they come, otherwise there would be no say which way I would die. I waited for a few minutes before I continued my journey. Ashlyn had said it had left far and it was no danger to us. Time passed by, and 3 hours later, I got off that grim monsters infested area and entered Sanders Lake, but there is still quite a distance I had to cover before I reached the camp of grim monsters. Hours later, I finally reached the camp and found it good as new, and I also found an interesting thing. My teammates are very near me. They are slowly inching toward the camp. Looks like they are planning on launching an attack before the dawn. I thought as I watched their movements. I did not reveal myself and waited for them to continue with their mission. This is a very sensitive time for them. A small mistake could cost them dearly, which is why I did not reveal myself, as it will disrupt the whole planning, so I should sit tight and watch. I had already decided that I would not participate in the mission. I would only do it when they are in trouble, which I don't think they would be, as their current power is greater than a month ago. Bang. 15 minutes later, a muffled bang resounded as Steven was able to destroy the teleportation formation, and the next moment after that, all of my teammates used the drill to get inside. After they all went inside and I also reached the force field and started to use the drill, it is not for me, but for Ashlyn. I sent her in to help in case anyone is in mortal danger. Crack, 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 bang. Few more minutes passed, and I watched the fight through the Ashlyn's eyes when I started to hear the cracking sound from the force field, and a few seconds later, it completely blasted apart. Seeing that I entered inside the camp, some grim monster had found me, but before it could even utter a word, it found something ring front of its left eyes, and next moment that unknown thing had already pierced through its left eye. I found a nice spot and watched the battle, which is going quite nicely for now. As I looked at my teammates fighting, I found their strength had risen quite greatly, even rookies. As I count all the numbers, I found there is one less than a month ago, and it is one of the rookies, so I have to think much to know that it had lost its life during one of the missions. All of them have improved to some degree, but the one that had surprised me more is Rhea, not surprised but shocked, I may say. She had become 8-star Golden Elite from 5-star Golden Elite within just a month, but that is not shocking as my speed had been similar. The thing that shocked me most is the diamond cover on her body. It looked like it is made of scales, and these scales are unlike any other scales I've seen on Monster or Grim Monster. Her body is completely covered in diamond scales. These scales are very thin, having similar thinness as hair, but they looked extremely beautiful and exceptionally strong. So I had seen her blasted apart by an attack of a powerhouse, which is above the golden elite, but after being blasted back, she got up as if nothing had happened. Her diamond cover is absolutely fine except for some tiny scratches, which also healed immediately. Seeing such great defensive power, I am shocked to the core, as in more than 2 months of fighting experience in Warzone, I have never seen anything this highly defensive. As she had received the sneak attack of Grim Monster from a very close distance, even phantom-type mystic methods I had seen were not defensive to this degree. This diamond scale cover is definitely not her monster ability. She may have Diamond Panda as her monster, but it is definitely not the ability it could give, and top of that the texture is entirely different, as abilities that humans received from their monsters bear a resemblance to their monster's ability. And these diamond scales did not have any resemblance to her monster's ability, except for being diamond. As for it being Mystic Method, I am doubting that, despite it being an obvious choice, as only extremely rare defensive types Mystic Method could grant one such extraordinary defense, but for some reason, I doubt this is a Mystic Method, as what could give one such exception defense except for the Mystic Method, but I am really getting a strong feeling about it being something else rather than the Mystic. Shaking my head, I continue to watch the battles, as something interesting will happen soon, I thought, and continue watching my teammates fighting against the grim monsters like a mad. About 10 minutes passed since the battle stated, and one of Nondescript's abode's doors opened, and grim monsters started to storm outside. There are only hundred-some grim monsters in there, but each of them is giving off a strong aura, as each of the grim monster is 9-star golden elite above. First, my teammates did not notice them, but once they did, the color had drained from their faces. If they were not already facing the 1,000 grim monsters already, they would have handled them, though they have got some casualties but would have been able to handle them. But now facing them would be an absolute slaughter, and even if they tried to run away, then there would be very few people that would survive that. Humans die. Said the lead grim monster of hundreds, some powerful grim monsters, as they came toward my already pressed teammates. Seeing the grim monster coming to their faces became pale, but the continued fighting, not one person took a step back to run, seeing that I couldn't help but smile. Ashlyn, kill them all, I said to Ashlyn through our link, and next moment, the dark sky dawned in the faint silver light of silver fireballs. D-hub. Hundreds of fireballs rained down from the sky, hitting the head of grim monsters down below accurately. As the fireball hit the grim monsters, it would lose all the shine in its eyes and fall down. The grim monsters which were fighting my teammates looked in horror, as one by one their powerful comrades fell down like wooden block, and the most harrowing thing is that they could not dodge these tiny fireballs. No matter how much they tried to dodge, the fireballs would always hit their skulls and seep inside. With a short span of 3 seconds, all the powerful grim monsters that came out of Nondescript abode got killed by Ashlyn without having so much resistance. The grim monsters, seeing their powerful comrades dead, had varied reactions. Some went to utter frenzy and started to fight without, while others became dispirited that have given up themselves, and the last one tried to run away, but any grim monster that crossed the boundary died by Ashlyn's fireballs. Despite being at a great disadvantage, the grim monsters fought back, and it took my teammates 20 more minutes to finish everything. Mitchell, when did you return? Stephen asked as he landed in front of me. When he saw silver fireballs raining from the sky, he knew Mitchell had arrived on the battlefield, as tiny silver fireballs were the signature attacks of the chubby monster of Mitchell. The power of fireball, though, is very shocking to me. To be honest, when I saw the fireballs coming down from the sky, I did not have much expectation from them, as when Mitchell had left for the intelligence mission a month ago, he was only 8-star golden elite. But I saw the real power of the fireballs. I was shocked, so shocked that I had nearly died by the blade of grim monster I was fighting. Still seeing the power of the fireballs, I shuddered completely, because I know I may able to dodge few, 1 or 2, but I could not dodge all. There is only one person in our team possessing such capability, and that is Diamond Girl. Her defense is beyond amazing. I returned yesterday, came here directly after I submitted my report. I replied. I talked to Stefan for a minute before I started collecting the bodies of monsters I had killed. With the years of practice in collecting the bodies, it only took a few minutes for me to collect all the bodies. Soon after we collected the bodies and all the important stuff, we started to walk toward the city. I could feel the excitement in everyone's heart as we started to make our way toward the city, and with Ashlyn's lead, it only took us 14 hours to come out of the dangerous zone. Mitchell, your strength is above the golden elite, Rhea asked as we were flying toward the city. Yes. I replied with a smile. There is no need to hide it, as it had become visible with Ashley's display. You are also improving quite a faster rate, and that defensive ability of yours is also amazing, I said. I deliberately did not use the name Mystic Method, as I still do not think it is a mystic method. And Ria's smile proved it, my guess is right. To be honest, I am burning with curiosity to know what it is, but it is her secret, and it would be very rude to ask about it. Ting ting ting. Soon we could see the silhouette of the city, and at the same time we had recovered the signal of our holowatches, and they started to buzz with the notifications, including mine. I have read all the emails and messages I had yesterday, but few more arrived in a day I was about, and one of them was from the guild. Seeing the color of it, I opened it as it is a priority email from the guild. Hun. When I read the email, I was quite skeptical as there was a bunch of nonsense, but when I fully read it, I couldn't help but laugh ear to ear as the news was so good. I had thought I would need months to get a limit-breaking method, or I may not even get it, but this mail proved me wrong. With this email, I will be able to get a limit-breaking method today. I am being transferred to Excelsior Division or Limit Division, as they called it is a special division where most members are ones that have reached their limit. Those who can join this division are best of best, one possessing the power to kill thousands of similar levels. To be honest, I was going to participate in the selection of this division. Seeing my current power, I had already confidence in getting in. Still, I didn't even have to try. They must have looked at footage of my fight in Hidden Camp to recruit me directly. This is huge news for me and came at the right time when I had needed it. I have already reached my limit, and now I desperately need the limit-breaking method, and now with Excelsior Brigade I will get it. Every member of Excelsior Brigade gets a limit-breaking method, among other privileges that could make one jealous. I don't care about other privileges, I could make do without them, but the limit-breaking method is a must for me. Once one became a member of the Excelsior Division, they would get all privileges that are being a member of the Excelsior Division. To have it did not matter if one was the biggest criminal or an idiot, they would get all the benefits. So I won't have to worry about my criminal tags stopping me from getting privileges. Seeing the power of Ashlyn, earlier I had known you would leave us soon but did not expect this soon, said Stefan to me as he looked up from his holowatch. Congratulations, Mitchell, on getting into Excelsior Division, Stefan said. I am not surprised seeing him knew that. As the team leader, the guild would surely inform him first of my departure. Mitchell, are you really leaving? To the Excelsior Division. Wow, I am really jealous of you. All of the sorts of voices started to come from my teammates, but in the end, all of them have congratulated me. To be honest, I don't want to leave as I am quite content with my current team. Very few people would be lucky to be placed in such a team, but I will have to as it is in order and also for higher progress. The team's level is too low for me now. It can't help me advance further as there are no challenges. Only when I keep fighting something powerful, something challenging, only then I will be able to make the advancements quickly. The Excelsior Division is such a place. It will give me new challenges and powerful opponents to fight as in that division. All people are like me, who have the battle power that is far above those of a similar level. I have heard so much about the Excelsior Division, and now I could not wait to join them. Ting. Soon we crossed the city and took the hovercar toward the guild. We were just about to reach the guild when I received another mail from the guild. It is said that I quickly registered myself to Deacon, that is responsible for the Excelsior Division, as I have to leave for the mission in 2 hours. Stephen, I'll have to leave now. I've been sent to the mission. Before that I will have to register myself with Deacon responsible for the Excelsior Division. I informed Stefan as I got out of the hovercar. Okay, go, but don't forget us when you're in Excelsior Division, he said jokingly. I nodded emotionally before hugging him and my other teammates. This team have given me so much, taught me many things. How could I ever forget about them? After bidding the emotional farewell, I put on my happy place and walked toward the Deacon's office. It took me a while as it is quite deep into the guild castle. Knock, knock. I reached in front of the door and knocked on it. Come in. Came from inside, and I am quite surprised to hear the slightly familiar voice when I opened the door. I found the same person I had expected to find. She is Deacon Rhea, the same Deacon I had registered myself when I entered the war zone. But Deacon Rhea of that time and Deacon Rhea now have the difference of sky and earth. Her aura is completely changed than before. To become Deacon in S-Class Guild, one need to platinum, and not a normal platinum that could top above other platinum's elites. When I met her more than 2 months ago, she was then, but now her aura is even more threatening. If I am not wrong, she surely has broken through the second limit and now is Diamond Elite. When I entered the office and looked at her, her face did not look good. She seemed to be frustrated by something which gave bad premonition, but I pushed down that premonition and faced her with a smile. Deacon Rhea, what a coincidence. When I first entered the war zone I had registered with you, and I am selected in Excelsior Division, I said as I took a seat in front of her as she motioned. Yes, coincidence, that couldn't help but make me wonder if I am bad luck for you, she said with a sigh, which made me feel like something bad will happen. Last time I gave you news about you joining the Death Brigade. This time I am giving you the news that despite you being selected into Excelsior Division, you will not enjoy any of its perks," added with another sigh. Hearing that, I felt like the earth beneath my feet split apart and took me to the abyss. I had so many hopes about joining the Excelsior Division, thinking I will get a limit-breaking method and train in their state-of-the-art training room, which will help me advance faster than I am advancing now. But hearing that one sentence from the deacon, I am crushed, completely crushed. Why it came out of my mouth, I am asking this myself. Why do I have to be so unlucky? Why do they have to be so unfair? That despite working so hard, risking my life for every mission, I got nothing from the guild who preached to be impartial in its dealing, have now become a dog of the powerful to oppress me. You don't have to feel sorry for me, Deacon. I will consider this challenge for myself, and like all other challenges I had faced till now, and finish it as I finished others, I said while putting a brave face over myself which had become quite hollow. Now, where do I have to sign to enter the Excelsior Division officially? I ask with a smile. It had been 7 months since I had joined the Excelsior Division, and since then many things have changed, but many not. Like my friends kept advancing while I am not. I am still at the same level as I was 7 months ago. Nothing had changed about that, except for that I got a lot more fighting experience, which made my combat style even more refined and thus increasing my power. All my attributes are the same, except for me becoming even more good at fighting. To be honest, these 7 months went like a blur. I still remember that fateful day 7 months back when Deacon Rhea, or may I say Vice Guildmasters Rhea, she is now told about me not getting privileges that every member of Excelsior Division gets. That news crushed me, so crushed that I wasn't able to come to myself for one. That whole month went to blur that I only have few memories of that month. In 32 days, all I did fight, fight, and fight. I participated in every mission I could. In that month I was so busy that I entered and slept in my apartment only at once. I was in complete depression, and at that time I was at my lowest. Except for fighting, I did nothing. I did not even train, which I do every day. That month I was just an empty shell, a zombie which I had never felt so much empty before. Even when I was breaking the Ashland seal, which took me a year, I was never so depressed because that time, no one was oppressing, not giving me what I deserve. That time everything was in my control, and I had to find a way to break that limit. This time too I had a way in my hand, but there was a second way too, a much easier way which had been taken away by me. Since then I had been practicing with my complete focus. I did not hold back on anything. Since they won't let me have the limit-breaking method, I will break it on my own. For the past 6 months, I have trained continuously and could be said to have gotten quite close to reaching my destination. In these 6 months, I've created 9164 former progress seals of supreme combat exercise, reached 10th move 6th move former progress of body cleansing technique, and reached the 6th stage 4th stage former progress in secret method. My rule power had also made the advancements. Now both the Sunfare and Killing rule are the peak of the basic stage. That's not all. I've also broken through the 3rd floor of Chaos Crushing Refinement Tower. Though I had reached 3 RF floor of it, I could not refine my mana through it, as mana nourished soul and body to some degree, which is why my body didn't allow it to get refined at the 3rd level of tower. But method energies did not have such a problem. That is why I had used them to break through the 3rd floor of the Tord, and due to them being refined by the 3rd stage, they have also received immense advancements. With all the advancement of these 4 methods, I was able to build a great momentum. I just needed a little more before I could finally break the limit in one go. But it is not that easy. For the past 1 month, I was barely able to make any progress. It had become extremely difficult to make progress in the secret method and body cleansing technique. For the secret method, my soul had become quite fragile. With the current power of my soul, I could not continue practicing the secret method if I forced. Then I could permanently damage my soul as further one went in practice. The higher I go in the practice of secret method, the more pressure I will put on my soul. It was because of my special constitution I was able to practice to the 2 advanced stages of secret method. But I had to stop after that. If there weren't danger of the soul injury, I would have reached its 7th stage by now, and the limit would have been broken. The body cleansing exercise in a similar condition, I have reached the 10th move of it. I wanted to perform further, but I could not as I did not have energy to do so. To perform body cleansing exercise, one needs to have a strong body. I do not have that. I have at the 1st limit golden elite limit, and me reaching 10 move major cleansing is already a near impossible thing, and physical energy required for that is immense. I was able to reach the 10th due to sheer willpower. It is not boasting. I've read the well-researched papers. Very few people have been able to do what I have done in body cleansing technique at my level. Both of the methods have given all the help they could give, but to move further, they are no help. To cross the little bit of power I need for the momentum, I have to gather it from supreme combat exercise and my refinement tower. From my current estimate, I will need 6 more seals of Supreme Combat Exercise to break the limit, and if I can reach the 4th floor of my refinement tower, then those seals reduce to 3. For the past 2 weeks, I have been trying to crash through the 4th floor of Refinement Tower, and yesterday, I nearly succeeded, so I am confident that I will be able to do it today. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I closed my eyes and started to enter my space, where I took a large amount of violet color feather light energy and began to circulate through the toward. Crack. As I did, the green runes started to light up one by one until they light up all the runes till the 3rd floor, but I did stop there. I moved the energy up and crashed it across the roof of the 3rd floor. As I did, faint crackling sound heard, and a small crack appeared on the room. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing that I started to build my momentum before crashing it on the roof, as I did that, cracks began to appear on the roof, and these cracks kept bigger and bigger with each crash till they covered the whole roof. I feel quite tired. Building momentum is no easy task. It takes quite a lot of mental energy, and like yesterday, I felt quite tired reaching this stage, but unlike yesterday, I am going to give up. I will continue trying till I blasted that roof off. Crack, 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 bang. So I continued trying with higher and higher momentum, till there is no space remaining on the roof that hadn't been cracked. And finally, after gold knows how many tries, I heard that peculiar bang that I had only heard 3 times before. The roof blasted apart, and violet energy shot into the 4th floor, getting more and more purified while energy getting purified. I felt the ranging momentum that resang every cell and soul increase in power further. I am now very sure that I would need a maximum of 2 to 3 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise before I build enough momentum to break the limit. It may sound easy to create 2 normal seals of Supreme Combat Exercise, but it is extremely difficult, more difficult, especially after the 90th seal. Just to create a 91st seal, I had needed 17 days, and this happened 24 days ago. Since then, I had started to create a 92nd seal, which hadn't finished even after 24 days. Though it may be difficult, I will do it. I had persisted for 7 months. I could continue for a few more weeks, I thought. Finally. I said after an hour when I was finally able to refine all the energy of Featherlight. After going refinement of the 4th floor, it had become even more powerful with such refined Featherlight energy. I could also be able to contest against Platinum in speed. As I had refined, I carefully took a look at 2 violet feathers of Featherlight method, which glowed the violet light. There is instability, and breakage could not be seen on the feather. In the past 7 months, there is no advancement in the level of my methods, as there is no advancement in my level, but the power of my methods has tremendously changed. 7 months ago, I had only refined the energies on the 2nd floor of tower, but now Tord had reached the 4th floor. Each floor of the Tord refined energy further, which increased the power of the method even further. With 4 refinements, the power of the Featherlight had far surpassed what it was able to give me originally. It had now become powerful enough to compete against the speed of Platinum easily. After finishing Featherlight, I looked at the 12 petals black lily of domain of withering sand. This method is a little weaker than Featherlight, at least in the initial phases, which puts me in a dilemma to refine its energy or not. The 2 feathers of the Featherlight look fine. The purified energy did not put a strain on them, but the same can't be said about the lily of domain of withering sand. Though I had used best materials during the practice, and even added quite an amount of white-grade origin water, I wasn't sure if it is able to bear purified energy that is refined through the 4th floor of the tower. Let's do it, I said. In the past 7 months, I have seen the powerful fight, not only the platinums but even diamonds, so having little extra strength will help me a little, as I always couldn't depend on Ashland to save me whenever I am in danger. I started to refine the energy, and a few minutes later black cord energy, which dark as night, began to come out of the 4th floor and merged into a runic lily. I observed the lily, and seeing it is fine, I continued refining while keeping a close eye on the lily. If I spot the tiniest problem, I would stop, as I don't want the whole lily to explode and poison me to death. Sigh. Finally, an hour later, I was able to refine all the energy of the domain of withering sand, and runic lily hadn't cracked or blasted apart, which gave me a big relief. But I could still tell that runic lily had reached its limit. If it purified ant further, it would explode into tiny pieces. Seeing both of energies had been purified, I got up and started to be proactive with them. I first started with the featherlight, taking a very, very tiny amount of it before using it. A few CK, I curse and exclaim as I barely stopped myself from crashing against the wall. That tiny bit of featherlight energy had given me speed beyond my imagination. If not for my immense control over me and my energies, I would have definitely crashed across the wall. After getting a taste of the speed, I adjusted myself and started to practice earnestly to control energy under me completely. It is for the training but also the challenge to myself. I first did not have a complete breaking the limit. I just crazily wanted to build the momentum and break the limit. but reading the materials that only adamantine has access to. It had broadened my perspective immensely. If I am going to spend months, even year in breaking the limit, then I might as well squeeze for every bit benefit it could offer me, which is why I had already decided that I will not make a breakthrough till I had created 100 seals ruby seal. The power of the ruby seal is immense. If I had not practiced any other method and just practiced supreme combat exercise and created the ruby seal, I would have easily broken the limit. That is why, for the past 5 months, the only thing that I gave similar attention to the practice is control. I practice control, not only energy control but body control and other things. My base was already very strong in this aspect, as I've always been focusing on the control, but when I truly started to focus on it by giving a few hours of my day, that time, my control over everything started to increase even further. Still, I do not think it is enough when the time comes. My current control would not be enough for me to control what I have to control that time, which is why I kept practicing till I became capable of controlling that momentum which roars through my body and soul. I practiced for an hour before I stopped, and I have to say, these two refined energies are immensely powerful, more powerful than I thought. They will make lots of things easier for me. As I finished practicing, I rested for an hour before I started to take out alchemical ingredients and alchemical materials. I am concocting the potion, and it is not for Ashlyn but for myself. Though I could not drink it right now, I am concocting to drink it when the right time comes. This potion had a quick expiry date of 10 days, and its material is very, very expensive, so much that my heart started to burn when I saw 2 expired potions in my storage. All the ingredients of this potion are expensive, but most expensive it is the core of the Lord Stage monster. That monster is quite rare to get its core. I have to spend a large amount of money to get it. I am concocting this potion every 10 days, and this is my 3rd time crafting it. Though after 10 days potion expired, taking a large amount of my wealth, I have to do this for a day. I want that potion ready in my hand when the time comes. This is why I will continue to craft the potion till that day comes, and for that, even if I have to spend every penny I have to buy the materials of this potion, I will do it. I finally took a sigh of relief as the potion had finished concentrating. It took 3 hours to craft, and these 3 hours had been grueling as this potion is not easy to make. I laid on the floor tiredly as I let the potion cool down, and before I knew it, I fell asleep on the floor. Since the morning, I have been doing something and something. I've even practiced body cleansing technique despite me reaching the limit, as it keeps my body flexible and fit. When I woke up, it was already evening. The first thing I did is to check my holowatch, as I have a mission in a few hours. I quickly got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up and shower and started to cook right after. An hour later, I laid a simple dinner on the table, and we both started to eat in the silence. As I finished, I cleaned and washed the dishes before I went to my room to change. 10 minutes later, Ashlyn and I walked toward the guild. I had already received mission details and difficulty of it enormous, but this is kind of missions that Elite++ teams do. We people from the Excelsior division do not have our own teams. We are just people who will join any team that needs our help. And today I am joining Team 22, an Elite++ team, which I had worked before many times. Yes, Elite++ team, which led by the Diamond Elite, are very, very powerful teams, the real core of the Warzone. Each of them packed power to destroy the cities easily. They will not even need the whole team. The leader is alone enough to raise the whole city in a few minutes. I've seen the power of the Diamond Elites. They are FUCKING monsters. The power they have is simply terrifying that whenever Diamond fights, even Platinum stays away from as much as they can. Soon I reached the guild and walked into the wing where Elite++ team's offices are. As I walked into the wing, I got many looks from the people there. I am very famous in guild, especially within Elite+ and Elite++ teams, but fame is not earned by but the one on my shoulder. I could hear their whispers when they looked at Ashlyn. They have given her many names: Bird of Slaughter, Grim Burner, Silver Massacre, and my personal favorite, Chub Smasher. I don't know who gave her that name, as she has ever done anything that earns her the name Chub Smasher, except for being a little chubby. Knock knock. Soon I reached the office of Elite++ Team 22 and knocked. Came in. A voice resounded from within, hearing that I opened the door and walked into a luxurious conference which is even more elegant than the hallway. I entered the room. I was blasted with powerful auras. In front of me, there are 26 people. In all the 26 people, not one is Golden Elite. 25 present here are Platinum Elites, and leader is Diamond. All of them looked at me with various gazes, with various emotions flickering through them, but 80 of people had only one emotion in their eyes, and that is jealousy, burning jealousy as they looked at me. The leader is a beautiful girl with a heroic being. She had dark skin and short pixie hair and a perfectly toned body. If Ellen had been here, she would have drooled seeing her, as she is exactly the type of girls that Ellen used to prefer before she found Madeline. Look, Ashlyn, I have brought your favorite candies. They are really difficult to get even for me, but I have got them for you, said Clara as she placed a small jar of candies in front of her. Chew. Some like me who is not Platinum Elite did not have the right to attend a meeting of the Elite Plus Plus team, but I am still attending, and no one objected my attendance, and it was all because of Ashlyn. While I am not a Platinum Elite, Ashlyn is, and she is not a normal Platinum Elite, but a peak one who is more powerful than the normal peak Platinums. There is limit on my but not Ashlyn's or not at Platinum level. While I am stopped at my current level 7 months ago, Ashlyn is not. She kept advancing continuously. I did not skim back on the potions. As long as her body clears away the impurities of one potion, I would feed her another potion, and as such, she had become peak Platinum 3 months. If not for the limit of my body had started affecting her when she reached the peak of Platinum level, she would have been Diamond by now. She is very powerful, and that she could beat normal peak Platinum powerhouse easily. Only the best Platinum's elites could stand against her, and this makes her the most valuable asset on the team after team leader. As the normal Platinum Elite are cabbages in front of her, that in the most mission she alone finished off all the Platinum's elites before others could even get chance to fight back probably, that is since last month. The guild only allowing us to the mission that needed us means the mission's even more dangerous than the mission that Elite Plus Plus teams do. I hated the fact that the guild was monopolizing us this way when they gave us nothing in return. Forget about limit-breaking method and privileges that Excelsior Platinum Elite have. They are not even giving us access to the state-of-art training facility Golden Elite Excelsior Train-In. Despite how much we are contributing to the human race, we are being treated like MS. I have fewer privileges than a newly entered Silver Elite. It hurts very much when I think that, but I have no choice but bear silently as I do not have the power to do anything. As you all know, this mission is very dangerous, except for our team. We will have help from 100 Golden Elite Excelsior and 1,000 peak Golden Elite from Elite Corps, the team leader said, hearing that I couldn't help but feel a little stumped as Guild does not offer that many numbers of Golden Excelsior. As 80 to 90 Excelsior Golden Elites became Platinum Elites, and if something happened to them then Guild will feel the immense loss from it. So them allowing these many Excelsior means the mission is going to be extra difficult. It is likely a powerful garrison of grim monsters with more than 100,000 numbers, otherwise they would not have issued this many Excelsiors. Let's go, Clara said as the battle plan had been crafted, and now we just have to go and execute it. This battle is going to be difficult as the garrison of the grim monster is Asterix type, which means we are looking to deal with 150,000 to 200,000 grim monsters from the 8 different tribes. Till now, I had only gone to one Asterix type mission, and that I was the most dangerous mission I've ever faced. There was an unlimited stream of the grim monsters. Whenever we looked, we found grim monsters. The sphere I was attacking was connected with the central sphere, which had made the battle even more difficult for us. If not for the timely help we have received from others, I would have died. Soon we reached the underground hangar of the guild, where we saw 1,100 golden elites were already standing in front of the ship. This is my first time seeing so many people for a single mission. The biggest mission I had participated in had 900 people. As I walked behind the diamond and platinum, I attracted a lot of curious and knowing gazes. Most of the people have heard about me, or at least heard about the bird on my shoulder. In the past 6 months, Ashlyn's fame had spread in far and wide. Not only people from my guild, but people from other guilds also knew about her. Having already got used to these gazes, I walked toward airship and entered inside after Team 22. The internal structure of this ship is a little different. There are not only pods, but also the seats. To have pods for more than 1,000 people, the ship has to be 4 times bigger than it already is. The seats are arranged on the 3 floors, which makes it a little congested, but that problem is not for me as I am one of the few people who got the pod, so my journey will be more comfortable than these people. I walked into the pod I had been assigned and laid comfortably in it. According to what I have heard, we will reach our destination 1.5 days later, so till then I could relax or maybe not as I am still training. Just a few months ago, I was successfully able to train myself in practicing the Supreme Combat exercise every waking moment. Except for sleeping, I practice Supreme Combat exercise every waking moment. It is quite difficult for me to do that as one needs very concentrated to circulate the mana through the nodes, but that is not the main problem. The main problem is resistance and pain one feels. Currently, I am circulating to the 90-second seal of the Supreme Combat technique, which is very hard to circulate and give torturous pain, but I am not showing anything and behaving normally as usual. It took me months to learn that, but it was worth all the hardship I took to do that as I was able to create 30 seals in 7 months. It may sound difficult at all, but it is. In the Supreme Combat exercise, the further ones go the harder it becomes to practice this technique. especially after the 90th seal. It is extremely hard to do that, but to constant practice and persistence, I was able to do that. I force myself to do that because, as the method gets harder, it is very difficult to advance into it through the normal method of daily practice, as sometimes conscious efforts make things more difficult. With me training myself practice unconsciously at every waking moment, I make progress when I am not even focusing on the practice. That is what had happened 27 days ago when I had created a 91st seal. That day I was just talking to Jill and got a little excited about something she said, and the next thing I know is a phantom of 91st seal forming inside me. But I think this is not the most useful thing about this way. The most useful thing about it is that it lets one get used to it, to pressure and pain of that level, that one just learned to ignore it, and this is probably why I was able to make such big progress in it. If not for it then, I would have probably needed breakthrough of the secret method to create this many seals. As I lay on my bed looking above, inspiration took me, and next moment a fire started to come out my fingers, as I did begin to form in the various shapes, mostly clouds, but soon monsters started to form too, and they flew toward clouds and clouds. There are monster birds, lions, horses, and other types of monsters. They all started dancing around the clouds. It is very lifelike, as if it is real things painted in a dreamy silver. If one sees it, they would probably think that it is high-level projection doing all this, but no, it is not. It is doing of my months of tireless efforts and hard work. This is the control I have learned through my constant persistence. It will be enough to amaze anyone, but for me it is insufficient. I have not reached the level of control that I needed. If that time comes, this level of control will be far from sufficient. Others might think that the level of control I am seeking is simply impossible, but the thing I am planning to do with control is also impossible for people. But it is possible. People have done it before, and if they could do it, then I could too. I created monsters and clouds for a while before I bought the grim monsters to fight them, before bringing humans into the mix too. Creating something like this is amazing and intoxicating. It feels like the whole world in my control, and I could do anything I want. This little world of mine is really in my control, and I can do whatever I want since I am the creator. I am doing this not only for fun, but also for the practice, creating an animation of the live being to help me consolidate my control further. I usually practice hours and hours when I am traveling toward the mission. It used to be quite difficult to do that in the initial days, as I am not only controlling, but also the temperature of the fire could not be hotter than the 120-degree, otherwise, alarms of the fire will blare off. I had blared alarmed many times in the past, and even got a warning from many mission leaders, but I continued and improved as I had the help of the best teacher, Ashlyn. Ashlyn could change her ability materialistically. It is one of the powers she got after she devoured that monster. With her consistent guidance, not only had I learned to control fire animatedly, but also learned to control the temperature of it, which very few people were able to do that in night stage. We have reached our destination. Be ready to jump down in 5 minutes. Mission leader Clara's voice rang out. D-Hub, I diffused the elaborate firework of the forest where the monsters were playing around and got out of my pod. As I did that, I pressed the fist-sized badge on my chest, and the next moment, a chameleon suit appeared over my body. This suit is given to me by the guild for this special mission. It is crafted especially for the desert environment we are going to attack. This chameleon suit is very good, way better than the chameleon suit I used to have before. As a suit appeared over my body, Ashlyn flew to my shoulder and I walked toward the entrance. All seats have disappeared, so it is floor dividing them. Now everyone is standing in the neat like ready to jump down. Yes, for this mission, we are going to jump down from the high. Not every mission required for us to go to the hidden camps before teleporting to the location that is near the mission point. It all depends upon the level of participants, the geography, the density of grim monsters, and our target. Our mission is to exterminate the garrison, which is an asterisk type of the garrison, which means monsters there are of different tribes, and there we will likely to face 150 to 200,000 grim monsters. From the point of the jump, it is 250 kilometers away, which is not far as all of us here are at least the peak golden elite, which could easily cover the distance in a few hours. Gust, it's time. Clara's voice rang out, and that exact moment, the temperature inside the ship started to rise at the visible rate, but at the next moment, it plummeted rapidly as the door or airship opened, and a gust of the very, very cold winds started to come inside. These winds are very cold, and even with SHIPS thermal protection, they can make golden elites shudder in the cold, and this is the starting. The real challenge starts when one jumps down. This is why the minimum requirement of a jump-down mission is peak golden elite, as others won't be able to handle the cold, and ship can't fly low. It had to be flown at this altitude, or above to be not detected by the sensors of the grim monster. Clara went down first after her platinum elites started to jump down one after another before they jumped in, and now it is my time. I too walked toward the door of the airship before jumping after a second of hesitation. Cold, freaking cold. These were my first thoughts as I jumped down. I have an insulating effect of the suit I am wearing, and I am also covering my body with sunfire, but despite that, I am feeling cold. The ship was too high. At such an altitude, the temperature is very low. A normal low-level golden elite would just freeze to death in just a second after coming in contact with such cold. Even though I am feeling cold, I did not forget what I had to do as I jumped down. I activated the void boots and started to fall down in feather fashion. I am not the only one doing that. Every person who had jumped down doing that despite the cold I am feeling. This type of landing has an official name, and that is called featherfall, and I have attended a week of specialized training from the guild about learning the feather fall. In that training, they have thrown us out from a higher height than we are falling right now. After 10 minutes, I have landed on the sand without making a sound. As I did, I looked around the night sky, which had become completely dark just half an hour ago. To be honest, I am very disappointed in the weather as it is too calm. One could not hear the faintest wind. In the desert mission, I like it when there is the wind even more. If there is a small storm, that kind of weather makes it very easy to sneak into the enemy's camps. But they are not the perfect time to launch the attack, as Grim Monster extra cautious in those days. A night like today is the best time as it is an average night where no grim monsters would be extra careful. They are the best days for the attacks, and today is the one such night. Though they may be perfect for the attack, that does not make the attack easier. It made it even harder, as there is no interference of the weather. One has to be very, very cautious for not to be discovered by them. Let's divide into teams, said Clara, and divided into 9 teams. 8 teams will deal with the 8 asterisk points, while the team led by the mission leader Clara will attack the central point of the asterisk. As the teams finalized, we started our journey with each team taking a different direction from each other. My team had 87 people. 80 are the peak golden elite from the elite brigade, and 6, including me, are from the Excelsior division, while the leader of the team is platinum elite from team 22. He is quite a young man with a bald head. He did not say a word since we started our journey toward the garrison. All he did was talk with sign language. I wanted to discuss a few words with him, but seeing his gloomy face, I let go. As we traveled, I kept my senses active, which not only helped me sense the enemies but also my teammates, and from it, I was able to find an interesting thing about this gloomy team leader of mine. He is likely to have broken his limit a few days ago, and there is slight unbalance could be sensed in his aura. It is not detectable to others, but I who had researched everything I could about the platinum know it too well. This makes sense. Last time, when I've done a mission with Team 22, this young man was not a part of the team. Though the young man is silent, he has the strong senses, and he is leading us effectively, expertly avoiding any patrol of the grim monster we had come across. Even when the patrol became denser, he led us toward the camp without being discovered. Through the night we crossed one dune after another, and finally, when there were only 3 hours remaining to dawn, we reached the base of the grim monsters. The base of the grim monster is 10 kilometers ahead of us. We could not see it as it is hidden under several layers of the camouflaging devices, but I can see it very clearly through the Ashland's eyes who are flying above their base. I could see the camp in the shape of an asterisk. It is divided into 9 parts. A big central sphere surrounded by 8 medium spheres, all of which connect to the central sphere by pipeline-like connection. The whole camp is the size of a small city, which made me even more sure that we will be facing near 200,000 grim monsters for sure. We maintained the distance of the 10 km from the asterisk, as going closer would increase the chances of us getting caught even more. According to the plan, the 8 teams will keep a distance of 10 to 15 from the camp while the main team attacks. It had been half an hour since we had reached our spot, and were waiting for a signal from the mission leader. Though Ashland's view, I know mission leader slowly moving toward the central asterisk to destroy the formation. Her movements are exceptionally smooth, and nimble and stealth skills are even more amazing as the grim monsters that was a meter away from her could not notice her. Her speed is also extremely fast that when I looked through Ashland's vision, I felt she was teleporting from one spot to another. Finally, she reached the central sphere of the asterisk and placed a tiny drill on it, which made a small gap appear on the force field, which was enough for her to get inside. Bang. 3 minutes later, even at 10 kilometers distance, we heard the bang. It is like some big explosion happened in the distance. It did happen. The mission leader had destroyed the formation in the worst way. Sup, sup, sup. As the explosion happened, the team leader flew from his spot without the word, and we followed right behind him. Our speed is so high that 80 peak golden elites were barely able to keep up with our speed. On our way toward the asterisk, we came across the many patrols, but my knives killed all of them. The team leader seems to have given the responsibility of killing these small fries to us. As we move speedily, so as my hands, I did not give anyone an opportunity to attack, as the knives released from my hand would kill these grim monsters before my teammates could even lift their hands. As I had just finished killing the grim monsters, I found team leader eyes on me, which had strange emotions hidden in them. I looked at him, and he looked away before increasing his speed slightly, which made the peak golden elites to give their all. When we crossed the 5-kilometer distance, we came across the first camouflage layer. We crossed it before even stopping for a moment, as we were already aware that it is a camouflage layer. After passing the first camouflage layer, we passed the second one a kilometer later, and third 1 kilometer after that before we came across the asterisk, and I have to say huge. The 8 spheres are twice the size of normal camps, and the central sphere is the size of the station. This garrison is the biggest garrison I've ever seen, 30 bigger than the asterisk I've attacked before. The shape of the garrison is not because it looked good, but because of the necessity. There is great tribalism among the various tribes of the grim monsters that they could not bear to share the space. So they create such a camp so that each tribe could get its own space. This garrison has 8 asterisks points, means there are 8 different tribes of grim monsters in this garrison. As for the central, it is where people of all 8 tribes are present, and so is the teleportation gate. Only the central sphere has the teleportation gate, the other 8 points did not. As no other tribe trust another, have the teleportation gate to bring out more numbers privately and suppress others. I could see many teams entering their assigned asterisk one after another. Ashlyn too had entered the central asterisk, and already busy killing any platinum elite that came in her way. Like others, we also moved toward the sphere that was assigned to use, and as we reached it, the team leader placed drill on the force field, and next moment the door gap started to open. Some white lizardmen noticed and came toward us with their axes, but I killed all of them. The red lizardmen are one of the most pronounced fire elementals, grim monsters in the continent. Their fire very powerful, and when they use their fire-type offensive method are destructive. They have an average height of 6 meters with lava-like scales covering their bodies, which provide their strong defense, but they all have a weakness that all the beings have, and that is their eyes, and that is what I am counting on to kill them. One by one, we are going inside while killing red lizardmen that came at us, while our team leader did not do anything, just looked around, likely searching for the platinum elite that is responsible for this sphere. In the sphere, I've become a war god, throwing tens of knives every second that no red lizardman could dodge. 7 months are enough to perfect any art, and I am who started to throw knives with much training have become an expert. In these 7 months, I've not only trained with knives to get perfection, I even took day classes from the expert, paying the exorbitant price, and that price was worth it. The things I've learned in 10 days helped to perfect my knife throwing even more. It had been more than 2 months since I had missed any target with knives, and now missing it became even more impossible with my featherlight method going through the 4th floor refinement of the refinement tower. There are more grim monsters than I had expected. I had expected there to be 10,000 grim monsters at most, but there are about 20,000, which is double than I estimated. But we are not afraid. Just within these 4 minutes we have killed more than 4,000 of these red lizardmen. The members of Elite Brigade is performing good, and as for the members of Excelsior Division, they have become the grass mowers, and these red lizardmen are grass. We are just kept cutting them. But the weird thing is there is no platinum red lizardman had come out yet. Every sphere should have at least 1 platinum elite guarding, but we found none ours. SOO. We were just killing the grim monsters when suddenly a very high-pitched deafening sound rang out. It was so sharp that it started to ring ears of people deaf. As I heard this high-pitched noise, a feeling of extreme forbearance rose through my mind. I started to feel something very bad was about to happen, so bad that I might really lose my life. Choo-choo, I just thought that when I heard Ashlyn's chirp in my mind, and the next moment, I saw the visual that Ashlyn sends me through our link. In Central Sphere, suddenly over 50 platinum red lizardmen appeared out of nowhere. Each of these platinum red lizardmen emitting an extraordinary aura, which clearly means they are above normal platinums. Seeing that horror dawned on the human platinum, but this just started when behind 50 some platinum came 5 diamonds. Seeing Clara's face became pale as she was already facing 2 diamond red lizardmen, and now this 5 coming, her life had also come in danger. Hesburuj Zyrmo, I was just watching the scene which Ashlyn sent me through our link when I suddenly heard something forbidden, and the one who said it is our team leader. Hearing that extreme horror dawn on the face of me and other Excelsiors as we what our leader said meant. Hesburuj Zyrmo means, glory to the grim race, in the common tongue, and our team leader said it means he is a traitor. Yes, a traitor. Everybody was stunned by this realization, not only humans but also the red lizardmen, but their mood is exactly opposite to us. There is a look of unbelievability in our eyes and also shock and rage that we have a traitor among ourselves. In the past 7 months, as the mission started to get tougher, I began to get in contact with stronger people, which gave me a more clear idea about the traitors. Not to forget, I have done many missions where we have to nab the traitors. Though I have not directly participated in it, I've seen them battle and knew how dangerous these people, which is why just as I had heard that sentence from the mouth of Grim Monster, I took out my totem without hesitation. Kill these traitors of man tribe, and let have a chance to be born in the sacred tribes again. Today we will feast on their traitorous flesh, and accept their since in next life they will become reborn in the sacred tribes, said our traitorous former team leader as it directed the red lizard men and turned its eyes to me. My friend, accept death and in the next life become a true member of sacred tribe. There is nothing more glorious than that. He said in a calm voice, its eyes do not hold cruelty and craziness it had before. Now they tranquil as the lake without the slightest ripple. Fanatic, a completely brainwashed fanatic. I had heard these traitors are complete fanatics. I heard about their complete fanaticism, but this is my first time seeing such fanaticism, and it left me completely shocked. I had been advised many times that not to talk to the traitors as they are beyond saving at that time. I did not believe, but seeing the expression of the traitor, I became completely sure they are right. These brainwashed fanatics are really beyond saving. Traitor. I spat, hearing those tranquil expressions of his changed again, and a cruel and bloodthirsty look appeared on its eyes, and that combined with its bald head, he looked like a demon, more demonic than the grim monsters. I've been forbidden from consuming traitors' flesh until my mission is complete. Now that it is completed, your flesh would be the first human flesh I will consume. It said with a cruel smile, and the next moment it attacked. Its attack was so fast that it felt like completely invisible. Normal golden elites just could not see through its attack at all, but not me. I could see its attack very clearly. Sup, its sword tore through the air and slashed through me. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on its face, but next moment its expression had changed as it found that the one its sword had slashed through was not a real me but my afterimage. Shocked him, but it had no time to delve on that shock as it got a feeling of extreme danger. It quickly looked back and saw the detestable human had appeared behind him, and now he swung his sword at him at a very swift speed. Seeing that, rage erupted its heart, and it used all its power to swing back at that detestable human's sword. The earlier attack of it was just casual attack intent, squishing the ant, but now that ant had shown the fang, it will show the ant the real power of the platinum. It swung his sword at me, and this time the speed is much faster. I know that bald traitor is using its real strength right now, and I would have to give my all as I am dealing with platinum elite, not some simple golden elite. Seeing it is time to get serious, I let madness descend, and as everything turned into red, except for red, there is no other color in front of me. The past 7 months, I got quite apt controlling this madness. Now I could activate and deactivate at a moment's notice. The mad state had become even more powerful than it was 7 months ago, as my killing rule had received a huge advance, which made my senses even stronger. As the madness descended, I flashed out again. I may have gained superior speed due to the refined featherlight energy, but my physical strength remained the same, so if I directly clashed my sword against them, I would fly away like a ragged doll to never get up again. It is platinum elite I am against. There is a vast difference in physical strength between us. A slight touch of it could break me like glass, so I have to be mindful to never clashed against directly. Doing that would be suicide for me. Phew. I flashed away before its sword could touch me, and appeared on the other side. Just as I did, I let out deep break and break though dark black sand, which is covered with violet energy as it speedily moved toward the traitor. Seeing my attack, an abrupt change appeared on his bald face. He immediately retracted his sword and flashed away before the sand sound touched it. You have hidden too deeply. Those idiots think you are just golden elite, who is fame loading on his amazing monster. But no, you are just as dangerous as that wretched bird of yours, Traitor said with the apparent shock on his face. Not only he but others too seemed very shocked seeing it. I am not a platinum, but is fighting against the platinum. There are very few people who could do this. Even Warzone there are 1 or 2 people possessing this capability. Why don't you join us in the glorious grim race? The humans had been oppressing you, convicting you as a criminal despite not being one. The humans are filled with greed, envy, and deceit. Join us, and I promise you we will be treated fairly. And his face became calm again, and it started to preach in a calm voice, but I have enough of that. Getting tired of its bullshit, I directly disappeared from my spot, appeared behind him, and swung my sword at his neck. He immediately realized my attack and swung its sword to block it. Seeing that, I again disappeared and attacked from another spot while breaking out another attack of black sand. Zup, 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 zup. I kept disappearing from every side of it, searching for the perfect spot to attack, but it is not easy. This is platinum I am dealing with is very powerful. A slight mistake on my part could directly send me to the underworld. You bastard. I blinked hundreds of times in minutes, and all he could do was shout in anger as it was not able to catch me. fu. I again appeared behind him after avoiding his attack and breathed out black sand, but this time black sand was 10 times in quantity and 5 times faster than previous attacks. Allah, seeing that look of horror appeared on its face as it tried to dodge it, but it was too late for it as a quarter of the sand had spread on its body and it screamed. It screamed so loudly that its scream had stopped the battle in sphere. The effect of black sand started to appear on his body, as the horrendous blisters appeared all over him, making him look terrifying. Bastard, you have really infuriated me. Now if I did not torture you till you regret being born, then my name wouldn't be Danae. He shouted loudly, and soon, an icy blue armor started to appear on his body. Seeing its armor, horror crept on my face, as what he had activated is no normal armor, but extremely rare and powerful phantom method. It only took a moment for his phantom method to activate, and when it activated, just one look of it had completely blown my mind. It is the armor-type phantom mystic method. It had completely covered his body and looked like it was made of ice elemental metal. The one thing of this armor that most impressed me is its helmet. It is in World's image, which gave the whole armor an otherworldly feel. As I am observing the armor, I am flashing back repeatedly, at the same time cursing about having such bad luck. If it had used any other conventional type method, it would have been fine. Even the speed type method would have been fine, but this traitorous bastard has to have the phantom type method. It makes things very difficult for me. The phantom type methods really gives a lot of benefits to the user that are greater than all the basic methods. If it weren't for that, then I wouldn't be scared shitless. I'll ask you again to join the glorious Grim race, and your life will be spared if you're still adamant on declining. Then I could only kill you to cleanse your soul and let you be reborn into the glorious Grim race. He sprouted bullshit again in the same priestly voice. Shut up, Baldy, I said. I've had enough of this traitor's bullshit. If it had not been strong, I would have decapitated him to stop blubbering nonsense. Asking me to betray the human race is mad or really lost its mind in the brainwashing of the grim monsters. I will never betray the human race, no matter how much I am oppressed by them. I had rather worked hard to become strong to clean some spoilt root rather than betray the whole race. You have been corrupted by the sins of human ancestors too deeply. Very well, I shall kill you to cleanse all of the corruption you have suffered, and let you be reborn into the glorious Grim race. He sprouted bullshit again and disappeared from its spot. Next moment, I felt an icy feeling only to see him appear in front of me and its icy blue sword coming at me, cleave me. Zup, zup, zup. Seeing that even my mad self felt extremely scared and used feather light energy to move away to my horror, it followed after me and its icy sword still came after me. Zup, seeing that I grit my teeth and used the option that I had not wanted to use, I used more featherlight energy that my body could handle and flashed away from the traitor's blade, which is just palm distance from my neck. But next moment I found him appearing behind me and again swung its sword, and I again used more energy than I could handle to dodge its attack. As the energy of featherlight got refined, it got more powerful, but my body remained the same despite it getting more refined. So I had to use a limited amount of featherlight energy. If I used more, then it would damage my body. Now every use of the extra energy is damaging my body, and if I continue to use it to such a degree, then I will only be able to use it for half an hour, which is really less for rescue to arrive. Ashlyn had been sending me flashes of her fights, and I know lots of platinum surround her if she came to rescue me. Then it will bring me more harm than good, as with her, she will bring the force of the platinum that had been fighting against her. As for counting on the other, that's not possible, as they are in the deeper shit that Ashlyn. They are in such condition they could not come even if they know there is juicy meat like a traitor. So I have to save myself, and I have been furiously thinking through the various options while running away from his hot pursuit when suddenly, some change occurred in my temple. The phantom 90-second seal had appeared inside me. I had unconsciously created the 90-second seal that I had been trying for the past 7 weeks. With the appearance of the 90-second seal, the ranging momentum inside my body and soul increased further. It now becomes powerful enough that it needs only slight power. I will now only need to create 2 seals at most. If I can create that, then I will momentum strong enough that it will crush the limit and make me platinum in a second. So with great motivation like fear of death and lack of time, I started to circulate the body cleansing exercise with my all. I channeled my everything and did not care about injuries I am suffering due to the pressure I am feeling. Give up your body's condition already deteriorating due to you overdrafting the energy, accept the death, and be reborn into the glorious Grim race. He spoke as he saw blood running out of my eyes, nose, and from veins on my temple. The blood is not coming out due to me overdrafting the energy, but due to my crazily circulating supreme combat exercise inside me. I have to create the seals. If I did not, then not only I will die here, but also Ashlyn, which I don't want to see happen ever. So I am furiously circulating and breaking out of one circulation after another. If this continues, then It won't be long before I have 93rd Phantom Seal in my temple. Brainwashed idiot, I said to his offer. Hearing that, rage appeared in its wolf-masted head, and it came at me with fury. This time there was not the slightest mercy in its attack. Each of its attacks was aimed at taking my life. This increased pressure had helped me immensely, and I was able to create the 93rd seal sooner than I thought, and started to 94th seal right after. The greater the pressure and threat of life is, the faster I will be able to improve, and to be honest, I did not feel such pressure in the past 7 months as my opponents were never platinum elites. I would never think of fighting them before as I never had power. I only got when my method energies got refined through the 4th floor. It's not like I have never had life and death battles in the past 7 months. I had many times, but those battles were 1,000 monsters attacking you. In those battles, chances of losing life were really high, but with my speed, I was perfectly capable of running away. So there was never a really desperate fight where I had no other choice but to improve myself within the fight, or there will be sure death. This fight is a desperate fight, where I could neither fight back nor run. I could only dodge without making a single mistake, which gave me unprecedented pressure and motivation. Finally, I crossed the 24th move, and the 94th seal was created, and just as it did, terrifying momentum started to seethe inside me in a fury, readying for breaking any limits that tried to block its path. The intense momentum raged inside me, and I wanted to unleash its fury on a limit that had kept it caged for months. It was about to be unleashed when I stopped it forcefully. If I let it go and break the limit, then all my efforts of the past 6 months will be naught. I will be just a regular platinum, which I do not think is worth the months of efforts I put into blood-curdling practice. I have not wasted my blood and sweat for months just to become a normal platinum. Currently, the momentum I have is majorly built on the body cleansing technique and secret method. At the same time, the construction of my refinement tower and supreme combat exercise is really less compared to 2, but that is up to normal seal and amethyst seal. But once I created ruby seal, everything will change. From the information provided by Ellen, I know that the power of the ruby seal is nothing to scoff at. The power of the single ruby seal is enough to break the seal and take one to the middle of platinum level without the help of others. And if I merge the momentum created by my methods into them, what kind of momentum it will be and how high it will take me. So for all my months of efforts to be worth, I have to create the ruby seal, but it will not be easy. Not to forget, I have 6 more seals to create. But there is also momentum which I have to control from breaking out, and with every seal I create, the power of the momentum will increase, and it will be more difficult for me to control it. But that is what I have been training for months. After I read the information that Ellen had provided, I knew that I might be able to build a momentum completely before I create ruby seal. For it, I had been practicing control. From the moment I read, I knew I had to learn control. The control is needed for the 2 most important things of my plan. Controlling this momentum is the first and most easiest thing, as the hardest thing will come right after. I will need to control something which is uncontrollable. But before doing that, I will have to control this momentum till I create 100 seals. Only then I will be able to reach that second thing. I thought platinums are powerful, but seeing you who is even using the extremely rare phantom method, I have to say the platinums are just so, or maybe it is only you that weak that you can't even utilize all your power properly. All the brainwashing of the grim bastard has made you weak as pussy. I said, I really have limited time and need great motivation, and what could be better motivation when frenzied platinum elite that is thirsty for your blood? You wretched animal, if I did not slice you into 1,000 pieces, then I wouldn't be Danae. He shouted at the top of his voice and came at me with burning, killing intent that made me feel intoxicated. The mock worked like a charm. This human, as if became frenzied grim monster, started to attack me crazily. In its craziness, its power had increased thrice, which directly led me to the edge of life and death. Every attack of it would be dodged by inches difference every second. I would feel that freezing coldness that its sword held, and knew that if the sword touched me even slightly, I would directly become a frozen popsicle without having any chance of resistance. This kind of danger had motivated me to the extreme, and I was able to 95th and 96th seal in quick succession. Seeing the speed, I am creating the seals. I wish I had focused on my refinement engine. If I had crashed through the 4th floor and refined the mystic energies earlier, then I would have fought the platinum earlier and might have been a peak elite like Ashlyn, and dealing with traitors like him would have been a cinch like me. As this thought came into my mind, I couldn't help but laugh, as coming across such scenarios wasn't easy, as I could have come across the peak platinum instead of the initial one who had just leveled up a few days ago. To be honest, my luck is very good that I had come across this platinum like him, who had just leveled up within a few days. If it had some other member of Team 22 who had turned traitor, my Bloody's body would be lying on the ground by now. This traitor is the weakest member of Team 22, which is the reason why it hadn't been suspected of anything despite his gloomy and unusual temperament. The 97th and 98th seal also completed, though they took a little longer as they are difficult to create. I was still able to create them in the estimated time. However, for that, I bore a heavy price of veins of my eyes popping apart and me being unable to see anything through my eyes. But it did not affect me much as I see through red vision, so the use of the eyes is not much. I still preferred them as they let me see the other color than the red. The 99th seal had been created, and the power of momentum had increased further. Now I will be only able to control it for less than 5 minutes. In just 2-3 minutes, I will have to create the hardest seal I've ever created. It is a huge challenge, but I am ready for it. Loser, is this all you got? Even these wretched grim monsters do better than you. It looks like you're a true human after all, not a glorious grim or whatever you were blabbering earlier. I mocked it more. Yow. It said with gritted teeth and came at me, and this time, it directly overdrafted energy and appeared behind me like a ghost. If not my killing intents warning me, I would have cut into two by waist up. Still, I dodge it by bare centimeter distance. Its sword was just centimeter distance from me. Feeling death so close, I had regretted for a moment antagonizing it this much before I calmed down and started running away like mad. It had also become harder for me to run away. Every part of my body and soul, exhausted and aching, wanted me to stop, but I did not, as it is not a time. Instead, I channeled everything I am feeling into the creation of last 100 seals, and creation of it would give relief from all this fatigue and grant me immense power. Finally, after what it felt like ages, the phantom of the 100th seal appeared inside my temple, and just as that happened, the momentum finally broke out of my control. It is a very important time. How far I could go will depend on what I will do in the next few minutes. BNNNG. A huge bang resounds through my very being. It is like some should not be broken, had been broken, and just as it is broken, my body created the vacuum, and energies present in the surroundings started to seep inside me as my body faintly started to shine in platinum. This is my first time experiencing something like this. When breaking through the stage or level, there was never a phenomenon, but this time is, and not forget the energy of surrounding seeping inside. This is the first time something like this had happened, as during breakthrough one have to provide the energy for oneself. It may seem like minutes had passed, but not even a second had passed since I created 100th seal, and I broke through the limit. The traitor who had appeared behind me and about to attack me stopped on its track. So are humans and grim monsters fighting below. Ubeck the traitor opened its mouth to say something, but stopped on its track as it saw my sword coming at it, the speed of sword increasing at an astonishing rate, and so its red layer of the edges. I can finally use my real fire ability. Due to me feeding numerous potions to Ashlyn, the power of my fire had grown tremendously in this past 7 months, but due to natural limit, I could not access it, but now I could fully access my fire ability and also use as much as energy I could. The speed of my sword kept increasing as it reached closer and closer to the traitor, and when it reached close to it, it had become completely invisible as he could follow the speed, could only see streaking after images it saw. This is probably why it thought my sword was moving toward its sword to counter it. Unfortunately, I changed the route to my sword just when it was about to clash against it and moved it toward its neck. Bang. By the time it realized my sword already touched the icy blue armor of it and passed through it without any resistance, a look of extreme horror appeared on its face and it started to open its mouth to say something, but before it could completely open its mouth, it heard something banging across it. Boom! As the back of my sword hit it, it flew away and crashed across the force field before fainting. I wanted to kill him so badly, but it is not a wise choice as the guild prefers if we can have them alive. I don't give damn about the guild, but the traitors do have lots of information, and it will save lives of many humans would be saved if we can get that decision. This is why at last moment, I flicked the sword and hit its head with controlled power instead of using the edge to cut through its neck. No time. I muttered and took a look at the battlefield where there are still about 10,000 grim monsters fighting. I have to kill them so they would disturb me when the next phase starts, as in the next minute, I would be incapacitated near a minute. I would have gone outside if not for fights are going on. I have to use this sphere before that. I will have to kill these small fierce, so they could not harm when I am incapacitated. It is a good thing they both races separated. When I started to make breakthroughs, it will be easy for me to kill all of these bastards. I started to create the fireball, and within 5 seconds the fireball size of the average human size appeared above me, which I directly threw in the center of the grim monsters. Boom! The loud boom resounded, and as the fireball crashed, the screams of grim monsters rang out. This was not a simple fireball. In the center of it there was dark sand, which started to tear these grim monsters apart. Taking a look at the grim monster, I flashed at the traitor and pressed my hand against its chest. I could not be sure it will be unconscious when I incapacitated. So I released the sunflare coated in killing into its hearts and wrapped it around it completely. As long as this traitorous bastard made any movements, the sunflare will burn its heart immediately. I will be incapacitated for a minute. Keep an eye on each if any traitor makes a moment before me kill him, I said to survive humans. In my words, I directly stated the one who will make a move at me a would-be traitor. Now where there is another traitor or not, they will think 10 times before they will try to do something toward my direction. Giving them another look, I closed my eyes. My body is still going through the breakthrough, as it is sucking off energy from the surrounding. This only happened when one broke through the limit naturally. Limit breaking methods are somewhat like refinement engine and mystic methods. Practicing them means taking special energy called limit energy into one's body and refining when one gathers enough of this limit energy and refine it pure enough, she could use it to break the limit. In this method, one has to supply energy from one's breakthrough oneself. The body does not suck the energy from the surrounding like mine. This is why it is called the natural way, because this way uses the natural energy, which provides one innumerable benefits. Currently, my methods I am going through the breakthrough, and my methods had not acted it as soon as my body stopped sucking. They will start their magic. I have already created the ruby seal means I will already reach the middle level of the platinum with its help. With the progress of the secret method and body cleansing technique, it would not be a problem for me to reach the peak of platinum, but that is not my goal. Ever since I've read the secret information provided by Ellen, platinum never was my goal. I wanted to reach the diamond directly. If I had wanted to become just a platinum, I would not have risked my life by provoking that traitorous bastard so that I could create 100 seal. The way mentioned in the secret information is very dangerous. There is an 80% chance that I could lose my life if a teenie's mistake occurred, but I am willing to take the risk. It is everything or nothing. Seconds passed, and finally my body started to slow down, sucking the energy. Just as that happened, a thumb-sized potion appeared in my hand, and I looked at the bright red liquid as it is the blood of some kind, not a very dangerous potion which could kill me the most painful way. The real battle starts now. Within 10 minutes I will either become diamond or explode as too much energy enters my body, I thought as I gulped down the potion, which tasted like hot paper with the tinge of tanginess. As the potion entered inside me, my body, which had nearly stopped sucking the mana from the surrounding, now started sucking even more, and in a few seconds, it had reached its former speed before going above it. A few seconds later, there was so much energy started to come inside me that I began to feel pain in my body and soul. Seeing that, small smile couldn't help but form in my body. When Ellen provided with me information about the natural way of breaking the limit, she would have never thought I would have tried something like this. If she had known, she would not have provided me with this specific information. In the powerful organizations in the central continent, it is encouraged to break the limit naturally, as benefits of breaking the limit through the natural methods are far greater than the breaking the limit through the limit-breaking method, which used natural energy. In these powerful organizations, when one is near breaking the limit in a natural manner, they will be placed in special formation. That formation will do the same thing that potion is doing right now, and like formation, one could only use the potion when one had active momentum. If one wants to drink this potion to create a momentum, then that idiot is asking for death, as this potion will turn into poison and kill him before he even has a chance to regret it. When I read about that secret information and its ability to help the body suck energy continuously, I found I have such potion in the knowledge I had received which do a similar thing. The only difference is that formation is man's control. He can decide at which speed he had sucked the energy. But it is not the same with the potion. Here, potion will be kept sucking energy till it completely wears down its power, and this sucking speed will continue to rise till it loses all its power. It's a good thing in the description of the potion there was a magic vein root. As long as I circulate the energy according to the root, I will not only quickly direct all the energy but also can use it to build the momentum for the diamond. For this reason I had practiced the control so tirelessly. Now will be a test of all my control. If I can control this torrent till it wears, then I will pass. If not, then I will explode due to excessive energy and fail. It's simple as that. As my body started to ache due to excessive energy, I gathered into the single point and began to circulate through a route provided in potion description. As I did, I began to feel my strength is rising at an even greater speed than before. As more and more energy started to come inside my body, I started to direct it all toward a single point before circulating, doing that the pain I was feeling also disappeared, and my strength started to rise rapidly. First, there was no problem with my control. I was able to control the whole energy properly and circulated through the route. But as time passed, more and more energy started to come inside me. It started to become a little difficult for me to control it all. But that did not faze me from improvising. I kept earning as I directed the energy. I have never experienced something like this before, but I have tons of experience in circulating the energy due to the Supreme Combat exercise. Though in the practicing Supreme Combat technique, I used to use all my strength to circulate, while here I am using all my strength to directly energy. These two things are exactly opposite to each other, but experience gained through them still helps, and not to forget my strength is rising, which made me bear more energy. Time passed by. Finally, after some time, my body stopped digesting the energy, seeing that I couldn't help but become serious as now the serious moment starts. I have reached the peak of platinum level, and if I have to move forward, I have to break the second limit. For that, I have to gather enough energy inside without getting popped up like a balloon. It is an extremely difficult task in which the slightest mistake would make me lose my life. There is no chance to regret, nor am I regretting. I was clearly aware that something like this would have happened and had been preparing for it for months. What is happening? Asked John to his friend. He is breaking through platinum, said his friend as he looked at Mitchell, who was in the center of an energy whirlpool shining in platinum light. I did not hear something like this happen when one broke through the platinum, asked John as he looked at the whirlpool around Mitchell. I think he's breaking through naturally without the help of the limit breaking method. His friend replied, naturally. John said in shock. He had been part of Elite Corps for quite a few months and knew people could make a breakthrough the natural way, but all this month he is Elite Corps. He did not hear any news of someone breaking the limit through the natural way. Understanding what is happening, he stood quietly on his spot, but a few seconds later, he noticed something which made him even more confused. He had already reached the peak of first star. Why is he continuing to suck the energy? He had just asked the question when Mitchell's aura rose into second star and continued rising at even greater speed. I don't know, I've never heard something like this before, his friend said as he looked at Mitchell even more concentratedly. They watched and saw within 4 minutes Mitchell's power rose from first star of platinum to seventh star before it stopped rising further, but the energy whirlpool around him is still going bigger and bigger. Is he bleeding? John asked when she saw blood coming from the arm of Michael, and a few seconds after that, he saw his neck was also bleeding. As the time passed, more and more blood started to come out of Mitchell. I don't know what is happening, but if I were to guess, then I would say that there is too much energy entering into his body and without going somewhere. It is likely stuffing his body full if he did find a way soon. I am afraid he will explode soon, said his friend. John nodded and wanted to take a step back, feeling that the young man could explode at any time, but he stopped himself when remembering the warning that the young man had given before closing his eyes. Though he said not to take any step toward him, he did not say anything about taking a step back. He did not dare to take a step back. If by mistake someone shouted traitor, then she died before she could explain himself. Seeing the young man who had become completely bloodied and started bloating many before started to activate their defensive methods, John also activated his, as he was very sure the young man would explode at any moment. He was just having that thought when suddenly an oppressive aura spread through the whole sphere, making everyone in fear. This aura, John exclaimed in his mind. He is very familiar with this aura, as the only person who had this aura of all the people who had come for this mission is mission leader, who is Diamond Elite. FUCK, it was hard. At one moment I had really thought I would explode. The energy was really FUCKING too much for me. I barely able to divert it to the right places and save myself from exploding. But all my efforts were worth it. I was able to build enough momentum to be able to break the second limit and become Diamond. Though the power of potion had dried up right after I broke the limit, the body had again naturally started sucking up the energy. I let out a soft sigh as I felt my injuries healing at a visible rate, and my strength is rising exponentially. If I opened my eyes now, I would see my body glowing in diamond-colored light. Finally, a few seconds later, the energy coming inside me started to slow down as I formally became the Diamond Elite. But everything is not over yet. There is one more thing which will take my strength to another level. Crack, crack, sir. As the energy around me finally slowed down, various sounds started to ring out of my body. The soul-cracking sound of the secrete method, seals of supreme combat exercise sucking energy, and my body going through major cleansing, all of them started to take effect at once. Gulp. Seeing this as golden chance, I did not waste time and started to waste a single second. I immediately took the perfect monster core I've prepared for this occasion and swallowed it down with some difficulty, and also began to circulate supreme combat exercise like I never before. I even started my refinement to refine the energy, as I would need a shit load of it for the ruby. However, I have huge mana storage within my reanimat engine. I don't think it would be enough from what I've heard about the ruby seal, so I started refinement engine to refine more energy if it required. Now my soul and body will be going through 2 baptisms of secrete method and 4 major cleansings of body cleansing technique, and not to forget ruby seal. I wonder at what level I would reach when I am finished. I just hope that my body will digest the powerful core I had eaten. I had already instructed Nero to eat all the extra energy that will start to harm, so everything should be fine. Bang! I had just started the refinement engine when a bang resounded through my soul, and I found myself in familiar conscious space. Diamond, he has become diamond, John said with a voice full of shock. Not only it, but each and every person here is shell-shocked. They have never heard of anyone becoming platinum and diamond in single. He did not even an hour, he just took barely 15 minutes. John watched as the whirlpool of energy around that freaky guy withered down, and diamond shine receded. He thought it was finally over now that freaky guy became diamond. But no, it is being far from over. Just as the energy whirlpool receded and diamond shine disappeared, he saw that taking out what it seems like a big piece of monster core and popping into his mouth, and a few seconds after his aura started to rise again, and with it another thing also started to rise. Fuck, this horrible smell. People started to complain heavily as a very horrible smell began to come out of that freak body. Seeing the familiar horrible smell, John did not waste a second and applied a mask on his face. Not only him, each and every person in the sphere applied the mask on their face, but all of them. Though the smell is horrible, they did not want to take a step back. This freak had done something amazing, and they wanted to observe every bit of it. It may turn helpful to them in the future. The golden Excelsiors from the front had even taken out a few devices from storage. To every energy fluctuation, these people really want to take everything they can get. John had been just recording, but now seeing them taking out devices to record, he also did not hold back and take all high-end gadgets he had and started to record. Why has the smell increased so heavily? Major cleansing should not have this much heavy smell. John asked his friend, though he had a faint guess, he still wants to confirm it with his friend. Hearing his question, his friend touched his mask and tapped his finger on it before sniffing with his nose, seeing that John couldn't help but shook his head seeing that. When he applied the mask, he did not completely block the small he let tiny of that horrible smell came in, so he could keep tracking the changes. He is breaking through the natural way means he must have built momentum with the methods, and body cleansing exercise is one of the methods that used to build momentum, his friend said. He is likely going through the 3 or more major cleansing, and that thing he ate earlier, likely a piece of monster core, he uses to maximize the benefits of the major cleaning. His friend added. John couldn't help but nod at his friend's assessment as he also thinks the same at the same time. He couldn't help but marvel, the freak's perseverance to spend months trying to build momentum. He had heard quite a lot about that abnormal bird of his. Whenever people talked about him, they would always make snide comments about him fame riding his monster, but looking at what I am seeing, it is not just his monster that is abnormal, but he too is abnormal and bigger abnormal than his monster. His aura continues to rise, so his horrible smell he is giving off. Sniffing the scent, I say he is at least going 4 major cleansings together, seeing that John couldn't help but let out a mirthless laugh as till now, he had only been able to practice till 4 major cleansings. But seeing the freak, John promised himself that he would practice more seriously from today, will not slack off. Not only will he practice body cleansing techniques seriously, but also other methods like supreme combat exercise. He may not have the ambition to break the limit naturally, but he will practice more diligently to get stronger. He is clearly aware that if not the freak, they all would have been massacred by traitor. When I came back from the conscious space, I saw 4 of major cleansing also reaching their limit. Inside me, nearly all the energy of the core had been melted and fused, and Nero also looked quite bloated and content. Through our link I know he is ready to make the breakthrough, but I had told him to stop as it is not the time. My time in conscious space had been very helpful, and when I came out, I found out I had created 3 amethyst seals, 130 seals, which shocked me, but when I thought about how the creations of seals changes after first ruby seal, the 3 amethyst seals did not shock me very much. I looked at the 3rd amethyst seal, which is forming beside the beautiful ruby seal. It is taking way too much mana, more than 10 times what amethyst seal before used to take, but it is good as the power of previous amethyst seal would not even trickle to current me. Soon the 3rd or 13th amethyst seal is created, and the major cleansing also stopped giving me a clear view about my power, which, if I am not wrong, is at the 3rd star of diamond. 3rd star of diamond. To be honest, I am a little surprised to get this far, as I thought it would mostly reach the 2nd star at most, but my methods and preparations worked better than I had expected. Well, it's good they did. With this power, the chances of my surviving had increased quite by far. I opened my eyes and found all people in the same potion I saw before closing my eyes. The only difference is that they all are wearing masks and holding various devices towards me. Seeing that small smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I was about to go out when my gaze fell on Traitor. I immediately appeared beside him and placed my hand on my chest. This time, I released my energies and created bindings only just on his heart, but all over its body. I also did some tinkering, so he remains unconscious for quite a while. Some traitors commit suicide just as they caught. I don't want something like that to happen, at least not on my watch. After I have done with it, I take out all of his hidden and visible storages. Since these storages are from a traitor, I will have to submit them for the inspection, but I will still inspect it and take anything I like. Don't come out, there's a big battle going on outside, I said to the people before I placed the drill on the force field. With my current power, I could forcefully break through the force field, but it will take time and create the commotion which I do not want. So I just simply placed the drill on the force field and walked outside when the big gap opened through it. When I walked out, there was a stark different scene going on outside. Unlike earlier, all the platinum elites have come outside, not only platinum, but also diamonds. I could clearly see the bloodied figure of mission leader Clara. She's barely holding her off against the attack of 7 diamond grim monsters of the different tribes. These platinum elites are not normal, they are more powerful than normal elites. If they have been normal elites, it would not be a human side that would be losing. Except for Ashlyn, nobody noticed me. Ashlyn wanted to come at me, but with 11 platinum elites chasing her, and she barely has time to even look at me. Seeing the condition of the battle, I immediately took my sword, but it was not a red sword or my totem artifact. The red sword could not be used, its level has become too low to compete against platinum and diamond. The sword I took is greatsword. It is pitch black and has a similar weight and size as my totem artifact. It is an excellent sword to practice before I use my totem artifact. I shook the sword a little as it felt even lighter than I had expected, but I am in no mood to change the sword right now. This is the sword I am familiar with, and I will fight with it. I placed the sword on my back as it is not time to use it. I will have to deal with the small fries before. To do that, I will only have 2 to 3 seconds before Diamonds notices me and I have to fight time. Zup, I flashed away from my spot and appeared in the air, on the perfect spot where I could see and attack all the platinum elites. Sup, 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 sup. Barely anyone noticed when I appeared midair and saw the knives that are releasing through my hands. These knives are the best I have. I have bought especially for this scenario to use them against the platinum and diamond elites. I am dead, fuck, I am dead. I keep thinking in my mind as I fight against these 5 grim monsters. These FUCers are really powerful. If they had been the average platinums, he would have slaughtered them long ago, but these bastards are not easy to kill. Jerome and Sierra had already been killed, and I think I will be next. I am already drained, though I have enough energy to fight for 2 days. Still in front of these bastards is not enough. I was able to survive until now because of my hidden moves, but I have already used all of them many times. These FUCers have got used to them, and now finding the gap through them to finish me off. Putch, putch, putch. I was cursing them in mind while fighting when I heard the soft putche sound and saw 3 of the 5 grim monsters I was fighting had their skulls somehow pierced by the pitch-black kunais. How? Where? These 3 grim monsters soon lost shine in their eyes and started to fall. It is too sudden. One moment I was fighting, the next moment I saw kunais pierce through the skull of 3 grim monsters. I didn't even see kunai. I just heard the sound and found the kunais were already in the skull of the grim monsters. The 2 grim monsters, I immediately stopped fighting and created a safe distance between them before they looked around, only to see grim monsters falling from toward ground like rain. I was just looking around, who is the one who killed them, while thinking if one his teammate became diamond, which seemed unlikely as he would have sensed it as they all were fighting at very close distance. If it is not his teammates, then did they receive the unexpected reinforcement? But that has also seemed unlikely as they are in the territory of the grim monsters, and this garrison is only one the radius of the 500 kilometers. Bastard. I was just searching for the culprit when I heard a loud shout filled with extreme rage. I quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw it is from one of grim monsters that is fighting against the team leader. Like us, all of them also stopped fighting and are looking in a certain direction. I looked at the team leader and saw her in even worse condition than me. There was not a part on her body that is not being bloodied, and now that bloodied face had a look of shock, a look of utter shock. I looked at the direction where Grim Monster and the team leader are looking and finally saw the person they are looking at. It can't be, how can it be he? I said out loud of shock, questioning my own eyes, but no matter how much I tried to deny, it seemed to be the truth, especially when he intentionally revealed the aura of 3TD Star of Diamond. Have I gone mad in despair that I started seeing things? I asked myself as the strange reality appeared in front of my eyes. Bastard, a diamond werewolf screamed at me loudly as it finally saw what I was doing, but I did not give a hoot about its rage and continued throwing knives. Seeing that rage on the faces of Grim Monster became bubbling, and 3 of them came at me. Seeing them coming at, I stopped throwing the knives and let the madness take me out as I took out the sword off my back. I let out the madness because all 3 of these diamonds are at 2nd star, 1 star lower than me. Even though they are normal 2-star diamonds, they are more powerful than me as they have their method of power while I did not. The Featherlight and Domain of Withering Sand, both of them at the level Golden Elite, and due to 4th floor refinement, they could be used in the Platinum level, but that is their limit. So unless I practice their higher levels, these 2 mystic methods would be useless to me. I would have to fight these 3 grim monsters with my ability, which will be very difficult, but I am up for the challenge. Bastards, you have killed quite a lot of our comrades, now pay the price for what you did, said one grim monster, as 3 of them came at me with their speed-type method. It will be one of most difficult fights I've ever fought. Till now I had only fought against the Golden, who only has 1 mystic method. Traitor, which I fought earlier, had 1 extremely rare phantom method, and another is a defensive method, which he revealed when I was smashing my sword against its head. But the one I am facing are diamonds who could practice 3 mystic methods. Dealing with them would be quite difficult, but I am up for the challenge, as now I could be able to fully utilize the abilities that my killing rule bestowed me without feeling drained. Sup sup sup. As they came towards me, they attacked me with their methods. One released extremely sharp wind blades, other released concentrated energy beams, and last attacked with a very dangerous-looking blue fireball. I could not let any of these attacks touch me, as each of them have the power to seriously injure me and kill me if any of their attacks hit on any vital part of mine, so I should not let that happen. Seeing their attack coming toward, instead of dodging, I jumped forward into their attacks, and with repeated practice of doing it, I have become quite an expert taking the jumps between the attacks. They were shocked, but that did not delay their reaction as I jumped into the attacks. Another barrage of attacks came at me, and this time the attacks have very little space between them. Seeing that, a maid's smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I twisted my body at the angel, who seemed inhuman to whoever looked at, and passed through the attack, and used the momentum of my sword, and swung it at Bullman. Seeing my attack coming toward it, it activated its speed method, swung its hammer at me while its friends attacked me with their methods against me. Seeing that, weird smile on my face couldn't help but widen. If I had mystic practice to the current level, I would not have to fight such a dangerous battle against these grim monsters, who are a level lower than me. They would have fished on chopping board for me, but I did not mind such difficulty. It could be said that I am quite enjoying it. I would rarely get a chance to fight such battles when my methods are up to date. If I wanted to finish battle quickly, I could just take out my sword. With the help of it, I would need maximum a minute to finish this bastard, but I will not do that. These 3 are very good grinding stones for me to gain control over my new advanced strength. Sup sup sup. Seeing the hammer and 2 method attacks coming toward me, I threw a couple of knives at the method attacks with my open hand while continuing with my sword attack. Clang. As our weapons clashed, I felt intense force coming at me. Most of it was destroyed by my cover of rule power, but some force were able to seep inside me and injured me, so its 3rd method is strength type, I thought. I have been counting the method of the 3 grim monsters. The Bullman has speed, offense, and strength type of method, while others did not show their 3rd method yet. As my sword clashed against its hammer, my knives have effectively dealt with method attacks. Methods do not make one invincible. There are many ways one could deal with method attacks. I have had a lot of free time in the past 7 months, and I use some of that free time to think of ways to deal with methods, and my knives are one of them. Don't hold back on methods. He has just advanced and has not upgraded the methods yet, shouted the werewolf, quite sharp. I couldn't help but mutter in my mind hearing the shout of the werewolf. A cruel smile appeared on the Bullman as it heard it, and next moment they started attacking me indiscriminately. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. Wind blades, fireballs, and energy beams came at me, but I showed no fear against them. I calmly took out knives from my storage and threw at the attacks that were coming at me. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. Each of my knives hit against the attack, accurately neutralizing and deflecting them perfectly. The grim monster stopped seeing this and continued attacking me with their method powers, but not a single attack was able to hit me. Let's attack him directly, said the werewolf. After some time, seeing not a single attack of theirs was able to hit me, the grim monsters looked quite frustrated and angry that they wanted to tear me apart. They seemed to channel all that anger and frustration into their attacks as they became very ferocious. I had to get creative over to survive against their attacks. As time passed, I got better and better control over my sudden strength, which made my moves very refined. The untrained eyes would see my condition the same, barely holding on against the grim monsters, but an expert would see how easy for me to dodge the attacks. These powerful attacks have become a breeze for me. The impeccable combination of killing rule and my expert control that I've learned through months of hard work made me feather in a tornado. It could sweep me inside but could never harm me. They also seem to understand what is happening and up their attacks, even more, going as far as giving a big opening in their defense so that I could walk in. But how can I be unaware of these little tricks? As a result, I started to throw the knives at these intentional openings, which frustrated them to no end, and their expressions have become such that they wanted to eat me alive. I passed through their attacks as I normally do, and they alike always released another barrage of attack while Snakeman came at me with its poisonous blade. This nothing new as it had been happening for the past 10 minutes. Sup sup sup. I released my knives toward the method attacks of two grim monsters and looked at Snakeman that approached me speedily with its speed method. Seeing it coming at me, I couldn't help but smile. Sup sup. Soon it approached me, and this time I should have used my sword to attack me, but I did no such thing. I took out two knives from my storage and threw them at the Snakeman. These knives are different from the other knives I've used. These knives are coated with my Sunfire Rule and Fire ability. In the past 7 months, both of them have gotten stronger. Due to my insufficient strength, I was unable to access their power, but now there is no power in my body that I can't access. With the boost of my Sunfire and Fire ability, the speed of my knives increased 3 times. Putch, putch. The grim monster got alarmed, seeing it, and diverted the sword which was coming toward me to defend. But unfortunately, the distance between us was too close and speed of knives too fast that before its sword could reach the knives reached its pierce through both of its eyes. It barely opened its mouth to scream when it became completely stilled and started to fall from the sky. Seeing it, the bullman and werewolf got quite shocked. They thought even if they could not kill this human, he could not kill them as he did not have any method power. But seeing how their friend is killed, they are utterly wrong. The human could still kill them. Fucking human. The two grim monsters seem to have lost seeing their friend killed and started to throw an attack at me indiscriminately. I think they are doing that because they don't know how to defeat me. All the other ways they have tried result in failure and their friend even got killed. So they are doing the easiest thing they could do, bombard me with their attacks. But how can these attacks touch me? They may be powerful, but my knives are easily able to deal with them. The bombardment of the attacks had lasted for a few minutes before it had suddenly stopped. Both of the grim monsters looked at me as I had effectively dealt with all their attacks without moving an inch from my spot. GSSBSK ungd SNSG. They looked at me before Werewolf said something to the bullman beside it in the grim language, which I was not able to understand before both of them came at me, and with speed faster than ever before. Looks like they have decided to attack from close. I thought their choice was not surprising, as I could easily deal with the long-range attacks with my knives if they wanted to kill me. Then they would have had to come closer to me. Though it is a very risky choice seeing how easily I killed the Sneakman, they have to take it if they want to kill me, and seeing they are coming with fury on their faces, they do have every bit of intentions to kill me. As they speedily came at me, they also attacked, not wanting to give me a moment of rest, but life before. I stayed on my spot and dealt with their attacks as I wanted for them to come closer to me. Suddenly, when they were just 4 meters away from me, both of their aura had a change. Both of them activated their third methods. The bullman activated its strength-type method, which I had come across before, and Werewolf had activated its defense method, which it had kept hidden. DIE. Both of them shouted as they came at me. The werewolf had taken charge as it had activated its defense method, which covered its whole body, is an earthly yellow field that covered its whole body, which seemed more powerful than normal defensive methods. It had a fiendish smile on its face as it came, fully confident that my knives won't be able to do anything against his defensive method. And it is right, my knives may not be effective against this kind of defensive method. The earthly field will slow my knives. By the time it will reach it, they will be no threat to it. It would be a different thing if I had the Featherlight method up to date. With it, there would have been no problem for me, as with Featherlight method, my knives became fast enough that they could easily be pierced through such fields without losing much speed. But alas, the Featherlight energy I have is not worth much in this battle. Seeing the smile on the werewolf's face as it attacked me with its claws, a smile couldn't help but form on my lips as I thought about how its face would be when I cut it into two. Seeing werewolf's claws coming at me from one side and a hammer of bullman from the other, I did the most unexpected thing that both of them thought I would do. I released the sword from my hands. They never expected I would do such a thing, directly discarding my weapons, which is now falling down at great speed due to weight, and instead of getting happy over me discarding my weapons, both of the grim monsters become alert. They are diamond powerhouses. They have gone through many life and death battles, and knew if something weird like this happened in the battle means danger is coming. Their hearts had warned them to run away, but seeing the enemy so close that they could kill it the next moment, both of the grim monsters pushed the warning down from their hearts and increased the strength of their attacks to limit. Not running away when their hearts warned them to is the most foolish thing they have ever done. Became the moment the sword fell down, the next sword appeared in my hand. A sword with a simple black handle and completely red crystal blade which made it look like a ruby. As it appeared, it started to shine brightly on its edges. As my totem artifact appeared in my hand, My power had skyrocketed. It directly reached 5th star of diamond from the 3rd star of diamond with such strength. These became at me. I swung my sword without hesitation, and it moved such speed that Werewolf was able to see it. The only thing it could see its red streak. It tried to move its metallic claws for the defense, but before it could do, it found the blade it cutting through the defensive field without slightest obstruction, which horrified it further. Slice. My sword cut through its field without facing the slightest problem, and next moment it touched its waist and cut through it like it is cheese, and before long it finished as it was cut into two, though it may be finished, but I am not. Slice. I carried on with this momentum and swung my sword at my back, where I cut the bullman into two by its chest, which killed it instantly, unlike the falling werewolf, which is still alive. I had not wanted to use my sword this early, but Clara is having quite a trouble in dealing with 4 diamonds. If I did not provide the help soon, she would die. I had thought that Clara's condition would improve after I took the 3 grim monsters, but it did not seem to be the case. After 3 grim monsters had come to attack me, the other 4 had upped their offensive toward Clara, making her condition little worse than before. As I finished killing 3 grim monsters, I sped toward Clara. As for the platinum, they all were killed. After I finished half of the platinums alone, Ashlyn finished off the rest with the help of humans. She is currently in the sphere where I had been, keeping an eye on Traitor. I have secured it as much as I can, but nothing could be said about these traitors, so be extra careful. I had asked Ashlyn to keep an eye on that traitorous bastard. If not for that, I would have let her come inside me so I could level up. With the seals imprinted on her and other enhancements from the level up, she would definitely become diamond like me. Clang. My sword clashed against the sword of grim monsters, effectively stopping the attack that was aiming at Clara, all of them shocked seeing my appearance as they did not sense it at all. There are 4 grim monsters that are fighting Clara. In the 4 grim monsters, 2 are at the 2nd star of diamond, while the other 2 are at the 3rd star of the diamond, and the attack I just stopped is from the 3rd star diamond red lizardman. The battle came standstill by my entrance. All 4 grim monsters looked at me intently. They did not have to ask about their friends, as with me being here there is no need to guess what happened to their friends. They are looking at me like they want to gauge my strength, as the attack of 3rd star diamond I had stopped is not a normal attack, but one that was powered with 2 mystic methods, and I had stopped it without many shakes. While it was not using my sword, I would have shot back with broken bones and puking blood, but with my sword there is no chance. Not only it gives me advancement of the 2 levels, but also stops most of the forces that came toward me. Let's finish these bastards up. We have been in this god-forsaken desert for too long. I said, to be honest, we were not in this place for too long, but I wanted to say something catchy to start the battle again, and those words felt best. You bastard, do you think we are that easy to kill? The red lizardman thundered as he heard my words and attacked, and from behind him, another 3rd star diamond bearman came with the axe. Looks like they have considered me the bigger threat than Clara, as 2 3rd star diamond attacked me simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing grim monster coming at me, a smile appeared on my face as I started to reply to their attacks, but my movement seemed so casual that I feel like I am playing against a novice. There is no tension on my face and just a casual smile, and to be honest, I am not feeling much stress fighting them. Though it is true they have powerful methods that could kill me, but so what, those attacks of theirs have to hit me at first. I would have taken them seriously if some powerful methods like Featherlight or Phantom, but all have common methods, which could not be even compared to the earthly yellow field that Werewolf had. But it is not easy to practice the powerful method. The powerful mystic method came with their own restrictions. Like the Featherlight method, to most people, its energy is a poison that could kill one within an hour, and mystic method, like Phantom methods, require a special constitution. Only those who have those constitutions could practice most methods. This is why most of the methods used by Grim Monster or humans are just normal ones. The only exception to these rules are members of powerful organizations in the central continent. They have such a big collection that someone always finds something that is suitable to them. Clara, for example, is from the powerful organization, which is why, despite being a 1-star diamond, she was able to survive against the attack of 7 diamond powerhouses. She had powerful methods, especially that defensive method of her. It is extremely strong that it bore the attacks of 3-star diamond without injuring Clara too seriously. Die, 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 bastard, die. The 2 grim monsters are attacking me crazily as I am their biggest enemy. They used every method and every move present in their arsenal, but they were not able to do anything to me. These 2 are quite skilled, though since we started fighting they have never let me feel even for a moment. They would always get creative with their attacks to beat me, which made me learn something well. If not for that, I would have killed them the minute the battle started. Hun, it is time to kill them. I thought with a sigh as I saw Clara killing 1 grim monster, and now she's going after another. Slice. The casual smile on face turned serious, and I ducked the attack instead of directly clashing against it before taking a few steps and cutting the neck of Red Lizardman with my sword. It happened so fast that Red Lizardman only knew when it died when it saw another half of its body falling to the ground. Slice. The killing of the second monster was not easy as the first. It took a few seconds more as it tried to run away. I had barely managed to kill it, as if I had been second late it would have run away, and I would not have been able to stop it since I did not have the same speed as it. You have given a nice surprise from Golden Elite Excelsior to Mid-Diamond, even in my organization back home. This is quite a shocking thing, Clara said as she flew toward me after she killed the last diamond. A clear hit of appreciation could be seen in her eyes with a hint of shock, which is still lingering deep inside. I took her praise with a smile, saying anything would be just humble brag. How are your injuries? I asked as I changed the subject. Her injuries are healing her injuries at a visible rate as she had drunk a couple of bottle potions a few moments ago. They are healing, but to fully heal I will need 2 hours. She replied as we started to flow down. We have a traitor among us, I informed her. She did not sound surprised by that. I figured after coming across the attack of so many platinum and diamonds, she said with a sigh as tuned toward me. Who is it? She asked Danae. I replied directly, what? She exclaimed in shock as if she could not believe it. If I had been in her face, I would too not have believed it. Finding my own teammate's traitor is a very difficult thing to accept, especially when you are a team leader. I did not say anything, I just took her to the sphere where the traitor is. When I reached there, I saw the Baldy, which is still unconsciously being guarded by Ashlyn and several Platinum Elite very tightly. Team leader. Said Platinum, seeing Clara coming inside the sphere. She just nodded at them before she walked toward the place where the traitor is lying in a pool of blood. He may look wretched with all the blood all over his body, but he is quite fine. The little injuries he had suffered during the attack are already half healed. The rest will heal on their own in a few hours. Your bindings are good, said Clara as she touched and sensed the internal binding I had placed inside of its body. Even a diamond powerhouse like Clara would need at least a day to remove all of them safely. She had sensed the bindings for a few minutes before she started to take out physical binding from her storage. These internal bindings are very good, but one has to take the extra measures against the tractors. These people are very wily, capable of escaping from the most controlled situations. She said as she started to bind him physically. Soon she finished binding Traitor carefully. Now, except for some part of his head, everything has wholly disappeared in cocoon-like bindings. The airship will pick us up in 2 hours, clean everything by then. Clara said. Everyone started to collect. Unlike them, I did not have to spend much effort as the storage of the grim monsters has already been collected for me by these golden elites. We all were hoping if you could give us your mail. We want to consult you if we had any problem in practicing. It is totally fine if you don't want to. Asked a young man similar age as me. He looked quite nervous when he asked. I could feel the hopeful eyes of everyone on me when he asked the question. This is likely they have collected the storages and bodies of grim monsters for me. Sure, I said as I transferred my mail to them. I know they likely have questions about limit breaking. I will answer them if I have free time and do not touch on my secret. After walking out of the sphere, I collected bodies of platinum and diamonds which I have killed. How are the casualties? I asked. We have quite a lot of people in this battle, including 2 platinum or 3 if we count the traitor. We have lost 235 golden elites, said Clara with a heavy sigh. The numbers are quite disastrous. This mission ranked 3rd in casualty in all the mission I've done in Warzone. Such casualties are quite rare, but not that rare. The team suffered such casualties now and then. It felt quite painful to see so many bodies. These people, all of them have come with the aspiration to rise higher, but the single battle took all of them away, leaving only memories for their friends and family. Only due to such sacrifices, we can go against the grim monsters for thousands of years, as they not only had a higher number than us but also had more powerhouses. Clara and I helped in putting the bodies of our teammates in a coffin, and after that, I activated a small abode and took a shower. This is a special privilege of the diamond. Even platinum won't dare to do that in fear of being charged under dereliction of duty. We diamonds at most will get a rebuke or small fine by doing that, though it is normal behavior. Clara and I did that because we have won us always to stand guard over the battlefield. If she or I were the only one diamond in the field, we would not have done that no matter how much dirty we're feeling. The 2 hours passed and we flew into the airship, bringing the traitor with us, who is placed in a special cell in the airship which is made for such prisoners. We placed him in a cell and shared the feed of the cell with all platinums. This feed will play in their pods, whether they want it or not, till we reach the Heim safely. After securing the traitor in its cell, I walked into my pod where the feed of cell was playing in my pod. I took a look at it before I comfortably laid on my bed and popped the core into my mouth, as what I am going to do will need lots of energy. As the core entered my mouth, I asked Nero to start the level up. Just as I said, Nero started to initiate the level up. It feels quite good to get the feeling of level up again after more than 7 months, but I only get to enjoy the feeling for a few seconds before the seals started to imprint themselves on Ashlyn. I have to provide them with energy. Last time I did not have the time to observe the making of the ruby seal, but this now that seal is getting imprinted in the Ashlyn, I am getting a clear look, and I have to today, it is magnificent. The seal looking like it is made of blood crystals, and it made of entwining of various runes which I can't seem to fathom. They feel very mysterious, as if the origin world is hidden in those runes, and if one was able to understand those runes one will able to utilize the strength of the world for his own. I know it sounds a little far-fetched, but when I looked at the seal, I felt it more and more to be true. I was able to consecutively make 2 breakthroughs, reaching directly to the peak of the Brigadier stage. Nero had accumulated enough energy to level up completely 6 months ago, but he could not level up due to the limit. When I broke the limit and became Diamond, the energy that Nero had become trickle compared to what I needed to make a breakthrough in Diamond. But when I went through 4 major cleansings at the same time and ate the core to get more benefits, Nero also got some benefits from that too. He was quickly able to guzzle up the energy we needed for the level up. The 2 consecutive levels gave me quite a boost. I went from early 3-star diamond to peak 3-star diamond. Now I just needed a little more strength, and I will be able to become 4-star diamond. After the breakthrough, I rested a little to calm my nerves before I sent my consciousness to my storage ring, which is now utterly different from what it was 7 months ago. The whole 10 km square space is filled with racks, and these racks are full of stuff very neatly. If it were a supermarket, one would easily find anything needed without getting lost in such big space. 3 months ago, I did the big overhaul of this place like that when I filled the storage full. That time, I also realized that my system is not as neat as I thought, and many things were displaced. So I brought some organizing books, read them before I started arranging stuff in the organized manner, and to free up some space, I started storing stuff in storage pouches. I had started with low-level stuff before I came to Silver Elite, so now whatever stuff I see in 10 kilometers distance, all the stuff is useful for the Golden Elite above. As for other low-level stuff, it is packed in storage pouches neatly placed on racks of their category. I felt quite joyful when I saw all the stuff. I many times wanted to sell all, as most of them are useless, but I always stopped for some and some reason. As the time passed, more and more things kept piling up. They became this. There are many amazing things in my storage ring, but the most amazing thing is the big pyramid. It is big and completely made of mana crystals. All my mana crystals have been needed to build this pyramid. After looking at the pyramid for a while, I moved my senses to the pile of storages. The pile is quite big, as it has thousands and thousands of storage, nearly 10,000, and opening them all would be very exciting, and I will need to put up a lot of stuff in pouches, which will be a tiring but exciting job. I looked at the pile and started to think about which storage I should open first when my gaze fell on one particular storage. It is the storage of the traitor, which I will have to submit to the guild, but before that, I have to see if I could find something useful inside it. Gasp! I released all things out, and just as I did that, a gasp came out of my mouth as my gaze fell on the book, which had a familiar wolf symbol printed on it. It bore the striking similarities with the wolf mask that Phantom Method that used it had. Without a doubt, this book is Phantom Method that a traitor had practiced, though it is regrettable that I will not be able to use it. It is an Ice Elemental Phantom Method, and requires Ice Elemental ability. I have clearly sensed it when the traitor uses it, and not to forget, every Phantom Method requires a special constitution. Still, I am very happy to be able to get it, as with one Phantom Method in hand, I could use it to exchange for another Phantom Method, but it will be hard to find an Armor-type Phantom Method, as this one. Armor-type Phantom Method are very rare, especially like this one, which envelope the armor around you, not like some when you had humanoid Phantom enveloped you. I took out the book and used the translator function on the method book, as it is written in Grim language. I am quite excited to read it. This will be my first time reading the Phantom Methods, about which I have heard and read so much about. These methods are like myth in the Warzone, seeing how rare they are, and how only a select few have the constitution to practice rare mystic methods, such as the Phantom Methods. Ting. Soon my holowatch finished translating the text part of the book, and as I finished reading the page, a bright smile appeared on my face, as this armor is not specific to the single elemental. Every elemental could practice it, as long as they have grade 6 elemental constitution. Reading that, I couldn't help but feel ecstatic, as I could practice it. I will not have to exchange it for some low-level non-armor Phantom Method. I could practice and have such cool armor on my body. As for the requirement of the level 6 elemental constitution, I don't care about that. The constitution is required because every method brings special mystic energy, and Phantom brings out the special mystic energies that could only be used by the people with specials constitutions. If others were to use it, they would die. My Featherlight method is somewhat the same, though it is not mentioned in the Featherlight method about what type of special constitution required. I am sure it required the first constitution, but still, I am practicing the same way I am going to practice this Phantom method. I continued to read it, and the more I read, the more impressed I became with it. By the time I finished, my eyes were literally shining, and I am thanking my luck 1,000 times. Not only became me getting this method, but Traitor also not having grade 6 elemental constitution. This method had 4 levels in total, and the first level could only be practiced by those who are platinum or above. To practice completely, one needs to have a level 6 elemental constitution of any element, but to practice the level 6 constitution is not necessary, at least not for the first level. The traitor likely has a level 4 elemental constitution. If it had level 5 or level 6 elemental constitution, I would be frozen to death by now. Even level 4 elemental constitution is very dangerous. The reason I was able to beat the traitor was because it was not able to draw the full power of his constitution. If it had, I would not be alive right now. Constitutions are very powerful things, especially elemental ones. The higher their level is, the more terrifying they become. In one of my missions, I have seen one platinum using the power of her level 5 lightning constitution. She was a terror on the battlefield that any platinum that came across her would be burned into ashes. Thud, it took us little more than 1.5 a day, but we finally landed on the small airport behind the guild. Zup, Clara and I opened the cell together in the company of the platinum. As we opened it, we found the traitor is in the same place as we have left him. He is still very much unconscious. We picked up the traitor and brought it out where there were already 2 vice guildmasters waiting, and one of them is Rhea. Through the secret transmission, we have already informed the guild about the traitor, so it is no surprise they have been waiting outside to get the traitor. Both of them looked at the traitor as we brought it, but when suddenly both of the guildmasters looked at me in unison, one had a slight surprise in his eyes while others had an utter shock. You became Diamond. Vice Guildmaster Rhea said in shock as she looked at me. In these 7 months I've come in contact with her many times, and so she knew before going for this mission I am a golden Excelsior, and now I am a Diamond. Yes, I replied, seeing little unnatural behavior of his colleague. The other Vice Guildmaster also tapped a few buttons on his holowatch, and soon the frown on his face also transformed into that of shock as he looked at me. Vice Guildmasters, this is a traitor that betrayed the race. We hand them over to you. Clara's voice broke the silence. You did a good job capturing it alive. These bastards eat poison as soon as they got caught. I am not the one that caught him, Mitchell did, Clara said truthfully. A look of surprise flashed across their eyes, and it became even greater when they touched the traitor, likely seeing the internal bindings. You guys make your report. Remember not to leave any details about the traitor. Said Rhea. We both nodded and walked toward administrating office with a few hundred more people. This time report season lasted for 7 hours and was very grueling. I was asked about every small detail about the mission tens of times. Those bastards even tried to ask me how I break 2 limits together. I wanted to curse them loudly, but I kept quiet as it would land me in even more trouble than I am, so I just kept mum whenever these questions about my secrets were asked. They did not delve into these matters, further seeing me mum to them as these are my personal secrets, and they have no right to ask about it. By the time I was done with the meeting, I was quite drained and just wanted to go home, but unfortunately I could not. I have to go to the black market to buy the materials for my new Phantom method, Mitchell. I heard just as I was about to step into the Howler car, I looked back only to Clara coming toward me, clearly seeming a little confused about me using the hover car. Were you going somewhere? She asked as she entered the guild's huge cafeteria and walked into the diamond section, which is half empty. Yes, I was going to the black market to buy things I needed for my method practice, I replied truthfully. There is nothing to hide since I had leveled up to diamond and guild is restricted me from getting things from them despite having tons of points. I could only go to places like black market. If you want, I could buy them for you from the guild. She offered. I really wanted to say yes, but since we barely know each other, I did not feel right taking favors from her. There is no need. I said with a smile. Please, I insist. It is the least I could do after you saved my life, she said. I wanted to reject her, but to see her face, I nodded. Give me the list by the time we finish our breakfast. Your things will be ready. She said okay, I said and forwarded the list to her. So little, she asked after seeing the list. I already have most of the stuff I needed, I just needed some important things, I said. When I had looked at the list of materials needed for the Phantom method, I was quite surprised as I found that half of the materials required for the method I already have in my big collection. I only needed some specific materials. After Clara sent the list to the guild, we ordered and ate breakfast, and it is good as always. The guild had one of the best chefs in the Warzone and higher ones level, the better food they would be served. The food here is delicious, even Ashlyn liked it very much that I have to bring her here once a week at the least, and that was when I was a golden Excelsior, and now diamond and food in the diamond section is even greater. Ashlyn, our order came. Ashley started to eat it. She's busy eating so much that she did not even mind it when Clara began to pet her. While eating, I have come across many familiar people I have done mission with or under them, but now there was no difference between us. Many of them were shocked seeing me sitting in the diamond section, and intentionally using their senses to check my aura to see if I am really diamond or not. Some people could not seem to believe you have directly become diamond from golden Excelsior. Clara said with a laugh, I am diamond now, whether they believe it or not it's up to them, I said with a smile. I'm quite happy becoming diamond, not only because of the strength I got, and I get to see the people's shocked faces, but also due to the little headache the guild will get because of me. Diamond Elite is no small deal. Every Diamond Elite is given the position of the Deacon, and they also lead the team of the Platinums. So if the criminal able to reach this post, they simply erase the record before giving that person post and privileges. But they can't do that in my condition. My criminal tag came from the high above. They can't simply remove it even if they have power to, but they can't give me the post of Deacon without my record being cleared of the criminal convictions. I can't wait to see what they will do to me. Soon the breakfast was over, and Clara and I walked out of cafeteria and walked toward the warehouse section of the guild to get my stuff. We walked toward the exit while talking. After getting out of guild, she jumped into the air while I walked toward my apartment with Ashlyn. The first thing I did after I reached my apartment was sleep. I did not even shower, just went to my apartment and slept. Sleeping in the pod could never beat sleeping in a real bed. When I woke up, I found it was an evening. I had slept through the whole afternoon, and it was good as now I did not feel tired at all. All the fatigue and frustration had completely vanished. After waking up, I showered unhurriedly, enjoying the cold water that falls on every inch of my body. It is heavenly. I showed longer than usual before I came out, dried myself with my ability, and wore comfortable clothes. Choo-choo. I was just walking toward the kitchen when I heard the Ashlyn chirp, clearly asking me to cook the dinner for her. I am cooking, I said as I entered the kitchen and started taking out cooking ingredients. I am not going to cook an elaborate meal, but not a simple meal either. I am going to cook something good with a high energy punch. For the past 7 months, I've grown tired of eating normal food as I could not digest the energy coming from it, and so at Nero as he had also reached his limit because of me. So the undigested energy could only roam my body and injure every part inside until it is completely spent. So now I am going to cook something that makes me feel little heat in my body and stomach, and I know just what to cook. I started to take ingredients from my storage, and a minute later, the cooking began. An hour later, Ashlyn and I are eating the food from our plates. With every bite, I would feel slight heat in the stomach before it disappears and comes again after I take another bite. We ate until there was nothing left on our plates before watching the night sky from our places. For today's food, I wanted to use something higher grade than what I had used, which would bolt me up the training hall for the practice as I missed those days when I used it. It felt like years had passed since I last did that. But I did not do that, not today, as there are many important things I had to do. I have to practice my methods. I have to bring 2 methods up to date and practice the 3rd method. I gaze at the stars for quite a while before I walk to the training hall. There I take out lots of things that I will need for practicing the 2 levels of the featherlight method. I spread the formation mat before I started to make the formation ink. To create the ink, I had not only used the white grade origin water, but the other 2 things of similar grade, which I've come across in the past 7 months. It took me 20 minutes to perfectly make the which I added in the formation mat, which spread about the mat evenly, covering each formation line perfectly. I know it because I checked it 2 times. I don't want any mistake to occur during the especially not of featherlight, which is a very dangerous method to begin with. I became every aspect of the method, so there are no mistakes that could occur. After I am done with all the inspection, I sat in the center of the formation mat and started to draw the formation on myself, which again took me 40 minutes. I inspected the formation I have drawn on myself twice before I activated the formation, and practice of 3rd level of featherlight method had started. The process is the same as before, and 1.5 hours later, I have 3 violet feathers inside my chest. I looked at 3 feathers for a few seconds before I got up from the formation of mat. I did not even refine the energy of the 3rd level of featherlight, as there is no need to, as I am going to the 4th level right after, which is for the diamond level. Then I will refine the energy. I stored the old formation mat in my storage and brought the new formation mat for the practice of the 4th level of featherlight. I repeated the same procedure as the 3rd level with little different materials and different formations. For the fourth level too, I took 2 hours, and finally there are 4 violet feathers. Feeling the energy these feathers emitting made my heart beat faster. I am imagining the speed I will have with their energy, and this is finished. I've yet to refine its energy though the fourth floor. I did not waste any time and took energy toward the fourth floor for refining with a worried heart, as I am feeling that such strong energy would not get refined, but looks like my worries were unfounded. I started to refine the energy, but my speed is quite low as such powerful energy takes quite a time to get refined. It took me 1.5 hours to refine the energy completely, and now the aura that it is emitting is completely different than before. There is no danger that could be felt from the feathers now. They are looking like normal feathers which are gently swaying in the air. They give the feeling gentle wind that passes by one softly while giving a pleasant feeling, but it is just a facade of the energy. Now refined by the fourth floor of the tower, the featherlight energy has become extremely strong that there will be very few in diamond level that will be able to catch me. This is just the fourth level of the featherlight. There are 3 more levels, but that could not be practiced in the diamond level, even with the protection of the tower. I don't have the confidence to practice the 5th level of featherlight in a diamond level. It is extremely dangerous. Last night I did not continue to practice. After refining featherlight energy, I showered and slept. The next morning I woke up early and quickly finished my morning routine before I walked into the training hall and started to take out things for my method practice. Yesterday I had finished with the featherlight method. Now I am going to practice domain of withering sand and 3 levels of it one by one. Currently I am practicing its 3rd level, which is useless to me, but the next 3 levels will be very useful, especially 6th, which is for the diamonds. So I did not waste any time and started the process is similar to the featherlight method, except for completely different materials and runic array. Even compared to the previous 3 levels of domain of withering sand, these 3 levels are different. This is the 9-level method, and first 3 levels of it are just the base for the other 6 levels. It could be said that from the 4th level power of the domain of withering sand would become equal to the featherlight. Buzz, the process started, and materials began to meld into each other before they started climbing on my chest and started to fill the runic flower on my chest, which is not lily. Half an hour later, I finished practicing the 4th level of the domain of withering sand, and now there is runic flower floating in my space. And it is not lily, it is rose, a 5-petal rose to be exact. The 4th method of domain of withering sand had let go of many of the restrictions that other methods had, especially energy restriction. Now from the 4th level, I could use as much energy as I want. There is no restriction on the amount of energy I can use. Before I had to use 1 petal worth of energy, whether I needed or not. If I needed more than 2 petals worth of energy, I had to use 3 petals worth of energy. I couldn't use half petal worth of energy or 1.5 petal worth of energy. But now there is no restriction. I could use just sliver of it or just whole rose worth of it. There is no limit. After checking the runic rose for a while, I opened my eyes and brought out new things from my storage for the 5th level and started to practice it right away without wasting any time. 2 hours later, there are 7 petals rose floating in my space and releasing quite oppressive energy. The runic rose looks both beautiful and oppressive at the same time, which makes it even more attractive. I opened my eyes and looked above, thinking whether I practiced the 6th level of it or not. It is stated that it is for the diamond like 5th level up high level. Only high level diamond could practice it. Despite the warning, I decided to practice it as when I first got this method it had said that only high level silver practice, but I still practiced it when I was middle silver level, so I would be fine as long as I am a little cautious. FUCK, it was close. I said with a deep fear that the 6th level had nearly killed me. If not for the tower helping me at the last moment, I would be floating dust by now. That warning about the level which I did not consider is no joke. I had nearly lost my life practicing the method. I got up from the mat and sat down properly before drinking healing potions, as my condition is quite serious right now. The energies of withering sands would have killed me in a few seconds if not tower helping me sucking them back to space. It took a few minutes for energy to stabilize. Only then I closed my eyes and looked into my heart space, where I saw a completely red rose floating beside the 4 feathers. This runic rose had 10 petals, unleashing oppressive energy that is shaking me from head to toe. This energy had nearly killed me a few minutes ago. I know its terror firsthand, which is why I'm skiing from head to toe, and not from fear but the excitement. The offensive power of the 6th level of domain of withering sand is amazing, and that is when the energy is not refined. I can't imagine how powerful the energy would become when I refined it. But the question is whether it will get refined in the 4th floor. Seeing its power, I think chances of it getting refined by the tower are 5,050. I very much hope it gets refined, not because I want power, but because of the safety. Every energy refined through the tower is safe for me, After getting refined, even if energies of the rose create a rampage inside me, I will not fear it as it will not be able to harm me. So I did not waste time and started to refine the energy of withering sand, and I was able to get it refined, but it was even harder than refining featherlight energy through it. If the energy of the rose had been a little bit stronger, then the fourth floor would not have been enough for it to get refined. I continued refining and only finished 2 hours later, which is half an hour more than what it took me to refine the featherlight energy. I will not have to give the focus on the refinement engine, have it broken through the fifth level, so all the energies could be perfectly refined through it. After refining, I was so tired that I laid on the formation mat, slept despite feeling excited over the phantom method, which I had been looking forward to most since the day I got it. When I woke up in the evening, I wanted to start the right practice of the phantom method right away, but I did not do that. I cleaned the training hall of the stuff before I went to shower. In the shower, I cleaned myself off the dried blood and crumbs of the formation ink before getting out and walking to the kitchen to cook the dinner. Like yesterday, I did not cook something complex or anything, I just cooked a simple meal which readied in half an hour. As I finished eating, I directly ran to the training hall. Yes, I ran. I am feeling so excited that I ran such a short distance instead of walking. Sitting in the center of the room, I took out the original Phantom Method book and read its description one more time on my HoloWatch. The Phantom Method, called Wolf Lord's Armor, is Elemental Phantom Mystic Method, which requires the level 6 Elemental Constitution. Not only that, but it also requires a powerful elemental ability, which one gets automatically when one has a level 6 Elemental Constitution and pure mana. For the condition of the level 6 Constitution, I have a tower that would handle that power. As for the powerful elemental ability, I have it. My fire ability is very strong. In the past 6 months, I've made my fire ability pretty strong by feeding Ashlyn ability strengthening potions. As for pure mana, this is my strongest point. In the diamond level, there would be very few people who could compete against me in the purity of their mana. After reading the method fully, I started to take out the materials which needed to practice the first level of Wolf Lord's armor. They all are rare and expensive materials, each one is priced sky high. I had to pay a shit load of mana crystals. The crystals I paid were enough to fill the whole room, that is how much I had paid to her. After taking out all the materials, I started to create using rare and precious materials. As I was done with it, I began to draw the formation on the floor. I did not order the formation mat, as the formation mat would have taken 2 days to craft, and I don't want to wait that long so that I could save an extra hour. The runic formation of the Phantom Method is quite complicated, more complicated than that of Featherlight, which is why it took me an hour to draw it on the floor completely and another hour to double-check it for any mistakes. After I became sure that the formation did not have a mistake, I sat on the center of the formation and started to draw the formation by myself, which took another hour and a half for double-checking. Buzz, on my chest, is now a symbol of the wolf that I had seen on the book page. I looked at it for a moment before I started the formation. I now have to be cautious as anything could happen. An hour passed without a problem, and finally the wolf symbol finally appeared in my heart space in between 4 feathers and red rose, and despite its low level, it did not get suppressed by 2 methods. As it stabilized between the 2 methods, it buzzed, and I felt a very threatening feeling I might die as it started to form a connection with my source and the refining tower. Unlike the other 2 methods, this method needs my elemental ability and mana. It needs to form connections with them. As it formed the connection, it went batshit crazy, likely knowing I don't have a required elemental constitution. The wolf symbol started to have protrusions as if it is getting out of control, and if something could not be done soon, then it really might explode, which I don't want to happen. I don't have any wish to die at least this early. Buzz. Its reaction got more and more intense till it got into verge of exploding when suddenly the tower buzzed, and green rays flashed on it. Just as it happened, the wolf symbol calmed down and started to shine. It started to shine, it began to suck mana from my refinement toward and copy my ability into it through the connection it formed through my source earlier. This process lasted for more than minutes. After 10 minutes, the process was over, and the wolf symbol had stabilized completely. The wolf symbol, which was a 2-dimensional symbol, has become a 3-dimensional, and its color had also changed to silver, exactly the same silver color as my ability. I wanted to try the armor, but I did not. I did not even refine the energy. Instead, I immediately started to make preparations for the second level of Wolf Lord's armor. Only after practicing it will I try my new armor. 4.5 hours later, I looked at the new wolf symbol, which is again acting batshit crazy, only this time its acting is injuring me quite seriously, but I am not worried as the tower will act soon. Buzz, just as that thought came into my mind, the tower acted. Green light of the tower flashed on the symbol, and the next moment it stabilized automatically before it started to take mana from the tower and copy my ability from my source. 10 minutes later, it had completely stabilized. The wolf is still silver as before, but now it has become even more intricate, and the elegance and power it is emitting feels way more dangerous than the other two abilities combined. But it is not over yet. The refinement of energies from the tower had remained. I took the energies toward the refinement while having zero hope that it will get refined. The energies are too powerful. It will be a miracle if it gets refined. But to my surprise, a miracle had happened. An energy started to get refined, and it is refining way too smoothly. I was quite dumbstruck seeing that, as I've said, the energy is too strong to get refined under the tower, but I soon found the reason behind its smooth refinement. It is me, or rather my mana and source, which influenced its mystic energy, which made it compatible with me. It is because of this mystic energy being compatible with me, I can refine it smoothly despite its high level. Within 40 minutes, I was able to refine all the energy of the Wolf Lord's armor, and now it's time to take a look at how the Wolf Lord's armor looked on me. I stood up from the formation and tapped a few buttons on my holowatch. As I did that, the walls of my training rooms turned into a mirror. Nodding in satisfaction, I summoned the Wolf Lord's armor. As I did that, silver energy melted metal came out of my body and spread all over it. Every inch of my clothes that within it covered me fully and transformed into Wolf's Lord armor. Wow, I couldn't help but exclaimed when I saw myself in armor. The armor is completely silver with intricate black runes cover important parts of the armor. The energy it is made of is not tangible but solid. One would feel sold when one touched it. The armor elegant but ferocious. It had completely covered my body, including my head. There is no part of my body which is visible through it. Once I wore the armor, even familiar people won't be able to know it is me. I looked at every part of armor. It had completely hugged my body. It's a slim type armor, which could help the wearer burst in full power without any obstruction. Whoever designed this armor must have aesthetic for the beautiful things which are quite rare in grim monsters. Only some grim monsters tribes like Foxman tribe and Swanman tribe like things beautiful. Finally, I looked at the mask helmet which had the wolf design. If anyone looked at the armor, they would instantly get attracted by it like I had when I had seen the traitor summoning this armor first. The wolf looked simply too amazing, especially at level 2, where it became even more intricate. The appearance of the tower is not the only amazing thing about the armor. Its power is even more amazing, and wearing I understood what people desire the phantom method so much. This armor had not only to enhance my senses, defense, strength, and speed, but it also increased the potency of my elemental attacks. Every elemental attack launched through it will receive a special boost. I wanted to take this armor out and test its true power, as my small training hall would not be enough, but I couldn't directly go out. I have to take permission to go out of the city. I put up the request for the guild to go out of the city in the morning. If nothing unexpected had happened, then I should get permission from the guild by the morning. The practices of the method had been done, and after I have done training with my method outside, I will start making the potions which will make my strength rise by at least 1 star. That, and with the power given to me by my totem artifact, I will barely have to fear anyone in diamond level. With that thought, I summoned off the armor and walked toward the shower before laying my bed to sleep. Within seconds, I fell into the dreamless sleep. When I woke, it was a little past 9. It was a little later than my usual time, but I had slept late, so it is not much surprising I spent late. As I woke up, the first thing I did was to check my holowatch. I wanted to see the result of my request and get out as soon as possible. I couldn't wait to test the power of the methods which I had practiced yesterday, those FUC curs. I couldn't help but curse loudly. They have not only rejected my request to go out of the city, but they also did not provide any reason. They simply rejected it. If it were any other diamond in my place, they would not have dared to do that, as every diamond elite is precious to guild, but since I am such a messed up case, they can do whatever they want. Calming down my anger, I tapped a few buttons and booked a training space. Now that they rejected my request to go outside, I would have to use the tanning space. Though they could not compare to the unlimited space outside, they are pretty big and would be enough to let me test the limits of my method. After booking a training space, I started to do my morning routine and finished them as soon as possible so that I could go to the training facility to train. Ting. I had just finished breakfast and was about to change and go to the training facility when my holowatch buzzed, and when I read the long documents inside it, my face couldn't help but become red in anger. They have really crossed their limits. I mitered through the gritted teeth. The guild sent me a letter of transfer. I am being transferred to the diamond level team, but not as the team leader, but as an ordinary member. This is the greatest shame for diamond. Diamonds are given great respect, as very few could become one in millions, which is why whoever reached the diamond will be given the post of the deacon and a team of platinum to lead. In the diamond-led team, there is usually 1 diamond. If they need more diamonds for the dangerous mission, they do the mission with another diamond team or request diamond from the reserve diamond forces, which are the diamonds which could not lead the team for one reason or another. The guild not only didn't give me the official posts I deserve and my own team to lead, but they also did not even keep me as the reserve. They directly made me a member of another diamond team, a common member who does not have any designation or privilege. I would have been fine if they kept me in reserve. Those in reserve are the people that could not lead or disastrous leaders or chose not to lead on their own. I would have been fine with the reserve. No, they did not keep me, as even the reserve diamond had the post of deacon. It looks like they are even unwilling to give me the post of the deacon, that they just made me a common member of the diamond team. This will be humiliating for anyone, but despite knowing that, they did that, and the worst thing is I could not do anything about it. Leaving the guild is not a viable option. If they could suppress me so much in S-class guild, then how much would they suppress me in smaller guild? So all I could do is bear the humiliation and continue till I reach the adamantine, as on reaching that level would I be able to do anything about my current circ.U.M. stances. I sat on the chair for a while before getting up with a sigh and going to my room to change. The plan of going to the training space had been cancelled, as I have to report to my new team in 2 hours and leave for a mission with them. Thud. From the living room window, I jumped down and glided down till I landed on the hard ground. Seeing I had enough time, I did not take the hovercar, instead decided to walk toward it. As I had just walked when I noticed the projection, which stilled me for the moment before brought another sad smile on my face. The registration for the Trojan Ruin had started. This topic had been quite trending for a few months, as this ruin is the most high-profile ruin of the continent, and it was going to open in a month. I heard the rumors that they will open registration for the ruin 1 month before it opened, and they put it out today, means there is a month till they could connect with it and send people inside. In the past 7 months, there is one ruin that has opened. Though that ruin was nothing compared to the Trojan ruin, it was still a ruin which has the minimum requirement of silver elite. Many of my friends entered ruin and made tremendous progress. I also wanted to enter it, but I could not. To enter inside, one needs to have a clean record, and my record anything but clean. The Trojan ruin way more dangerous than ruin, as this is the ruin that grim monsters most looked forward to because of the blood pools that formed there. It is an elixir for them, and these blood pools could make weaklings a powerhouse in the single night. Regretfully, those blood pools are useless to use humans to raise our strength. All we could do is store the essence of the blood pool in our storages, or destroy it so no grim monsters could benefit from it. The grim monster came in doves for this ruin. Their numbers are more than 10 times more than us, but still, they are not the most dangerous thing of the Trojan ruin. The most dangerous is the stray power of the super powerhouses that is lingering in that ruin. That ruin is a place where once a perilous battle being fought. The experts that fought the battle were so powerful that the aura of their attacks is still lingering on the battlefield. This is why the minimum requirement to enter this ruin is Golden Elite, and only those Golden Elite, which 7-star or above. In the midzone, I once was lucky enough to obtain the Trojan Ruin map from the Grim Monster. It is a map of one of the 7 regions of the Trojan Ruin. Though the map is for Golden Elite and there would not be much useful platinum and diamond, it is still a map from Grim Monster. The Trojan Ruin is not fully explored yet, so every map mattered, especially when it is from the enemy. But what's the use? It's not like I could go, I'll just have to give this map to my friends. It might turn out to be very useful to them. To be honest, I was very much looking forward to this ruin. This is a very dangerous ruin, but also very fruitful. Those who were able to return from it came back with big improvements, and those who were lucky came with huge improvements. They advanced beyond their imagination. Especially those who are close to breaking their limit. The concentration of the limit energy is nearly 10 times greater than the continent there. In some special places, the concentration of this energy is even much higher. I could see people excitedly talking about it as they looked at projections that are placed everywhere in the city. Many people had been waiting for this ruin for quite a time. They are having quite a problem controlling their excitement. I also opened the page of the guild and tapped on apply. I know I will not be selected like last time, but I still apply for it. There is nothing to lose, and sometimes unexpected things happen. I slowly walked toward the guild, listening to conversations on the street. Most of these conversations are aligning toward the Trojan ruin and what they know about it. They all are quite excited, and I am happy for them. I would be even happier if I could share their excitement about this news. Soon I reached the guild and was about to enter inside when I felt someone's gaze on me. When I looked toward that direction, I found Vice Guildmaster Rhea, who was looking at me apologetically with a tiny amount of pity. Feeling her gaze, I gave her a soft smile before entering the guild. Why she felt like apologizing, but she did not need to. What I am facing is beyond her level. The people on the top are very powerful, even her organization pale in front of them, much less she. Soon I entered the hallway of the diamond teams and found the door I am looking for, Team 29, which ranked 13 on the board. which is a very good rank as the higher rank means the higher power. In the past 7 months, I've never worked with this team, but I heard quite many things about it, so if this team just as it says it is, then we will not have any problem in getting along. Knock knock. I knocked on the door, and the next moment I heard, "Come in." As I heard that, I opened the door and walked in and felt very powerful auras surrounding me, but the only one felt threatening to me, and that of the young man with bright red hair sitting on a head chair. Red Hair Elton, aka George Elton, is the leader of the team of Team 29 and also a 6-star diamond, 1 star away from the peak, which makes him a very powerful diamond. As I entered the room, all of them looked at me, most of them checking my aura to see if I am really a diamond that is supposed to join them. As I have said, our mission is to exterminate the grim monsters that are sent to make the preliminary construction of the fortress, Elton said as he magnified the projection of the glaciers. I was quite shocked when I heard the word fortress, as whenever there is word fortress involved, those missions are handled by the Vice Guild Master and Guildmaster. I only heaved a sigh of relief when I heard that we are only going to eliminate the grim monsters that are sent to make a preliminary construction of it. Still, the mission would not be easy. Anything that involves fortress is never an easy thing, and the next second, my thoughts were echoed through the Elton's mouth. The missions that involve fortress are never easy. From the intelligence, we have the construction teams were 60 to 70 platinum elite and 5 to 10 diamond elites. These people are elitists of the elite. It would not be easy to exterminate them, he said with a heavy voice, but soon his voice became light. Earlier, I would have been worried, but now with 2 more diamonds in our team, we don't have to worry about the mission going bad. Elton, as he looked at Ashlyn and me. He is quite smart. He seemed to have done quite a lot of research about me, I thought. Half of the platinum sitting on the table is quite confused as they did not understand the words of their leader. They clearly only have 1 diamond, but their leader said there are 2, where is the other one? Seeing their confusion, many people pointed at the cute chubby bird sitting on my shoulder, looking completely bored. Unlike me is not hiding his complete aura, Ashlyn had completely hidden her aura. Others would think she is just a common monster of peak brigadier stage. When others told their friends the real meaning of their leader's words, few of them still left unconvinced, as Ashlyn really seemed like a common monster. So my plan is. Elton started to disclose the plan he had thought as asked for an opinion of each and everyone's opinion, including mine. Our discussion lasted for 2 hours before we finished the plan. Let's go, sooner we finish this mission is better, said Elton, and we all left the room with his head and walked toward the guild's hangar. We are taking this ship, I asked as I saw the airship we are going to ride. One could see the hint of excitement. I have heard a lot about these IPs and wanted to ride them at least once, but I was too weak to participate in such a mission. In front of me is Guild's, one smallest airship. It is Corvette-class airship and has the capacity for only 30 people, but also due to its small size, it is quite fast and very difficult to be detected by the enemy sensors. The powerful diamond teams, Guildmaster and Vice Guildmaster, do missions in such SHIPs. This ship is perfect for the mission we have been assigned to. As I entered the room, I saw it was bigger than I had expected. The interior inside it is military style, but 30 chairs still look quite comfy. Though they could not compare to the pods, they are still quite good. Sup, soon everyone took their chairs, and a minute later, the airship took the air at the blurring speed. The ship is faster than I had expected. When I looked from the window, I saw everything in a slow blur. As the airship started to fly above the cloud, everyone got busy in their own thing. Some were reading, some were talking, some were playing games. I am also reading but also training. I am practicing my refinement engine, secrete method, and supreme combat exercise. It is quite stressful to read while practicing, as all these 3 methods have become hard with the diamond level. Time passed by as we continued doing our things, and as such 1 and 2.5 days had passed, and soon we will reach our destination, the Revenant Glaciers. We have reached our destination. We will jump down in 5 minutes, Elton said, hearing that everybody stood up and started to check their gears and wore the suits they have got for this mission. ZUB. 5 minutes passed by, and the door of the airship opened with the zub, and with it a biting cold temperature permitted inside the airship, despite the thermostat going at full blast. Elton and I are fine, but all platinum are literally shaking. We are really high, and the temperature here is extremely cold. If I had been a golden Excelsior, I would have frozen up like a popsicle by now. Such cold could only bear by the platinum elite, or above those below it, simply frozen to death in just few seconds. Let's jump, Elton, after seeing everyone, is ready and jumped down. Ashlyn and I also jumped down behind him. As I did, I was blasted by the cold. It was very cold, but with my current power, I could bear it without using the sunfire cover. Thud, thud, thud. Half an hour later, we landed on the ice one by one. The mission was deeper in the glaciers. We will have to cross about 300 kilometers to reach our destination. Seeing all us landing, the team leader motioned with his hand, and we started to make our way toward the mission. Ashlyn had already flown away from my shoulder when we jumped down and now is ahead, acting as a scout. During the discussion of the planning, I had already told them about the scouting ability of Ashlyn, so it is me now leading them toward our destination. With our camouflage suit and guidance of Ashlyn, our speed is quite fast. We have become a ghost on the ice, only stopping when we saw the patrol of the grim monsters. Aside from that, we have never stopped for anything, which is why by midnight, we have reached the destination. I have never thought we would reach here this quick. The team leader said a hint of surprise could clearly be detected from his voice. The grim monsters have covered the area they are constructed with the huge force field. The first step of the mission is similar to any other mission. We first have to destroy the teleportation gate. Only doing that we will be able to fight against them without the fear of their reinforcements. Take your positions, start the attack as soon as you receive the signal. Elton said, hearing that everyone nodded and started to move toward their position while Elton moved toward the camp, which was covered in a camouflaged force field. I walked toward my assigned position while feeling extremely excited as in this battle I will see the power of my methods. The last time when I used my methods, they were at the Golden Elite level, and this time they are at the Diamond level. The power they would reveal would be amazing. It just remained to see how amazing their power would be. I hope the grim monsters there are strong. I would really like an opponent who would force me to use all my powers. Bang. I was just busy with my thought when I heard the loud bang from the force field. I resisted the force that came from the force field and placed the drill on it next moment. The hope big enough for me to pass through had appeared on the force field. Boom, boom, boom. When I appeared on the other side, I greeted with the defeating sound of the fighting. In the center of this small city-sized camp, Elton is fighting against 9 grim monsters, and all these grim monsters are very strong. Each of the diamond with lowest has 3-star diamond power, while highest having 7-star diamond power. This is a very powerful force, and we had not expected any less from grim monsters that is guarding the fortress constructions. Ashlyn, create a level field for the platinum elites and keep an eye on the platinum. I said to Ashlyn and about to speed toward the battle when Ashlyn chirped. Choo choo choo. She is saying that this is a boring job and she wants to fight Diamond too. Let me fight, you will get plenty of chances later, I said, to which Ashlyn looked at me angrily before flying away. For past few months she had been fighting exciting enemies. At the same time, I stuck with cleaning the trash, but now my power has advanced. I am going to enjoy fighting powerful enemies, which I hadn't got much chance in the past month. Looking at the fight for a moment, I took a few slivers of featherlight energy into me and flew toward the battlefield with such speed that everything around me went blurry. If not, my senses are quickly calibrating, I would have definitely crashed into the battlefield. I am not for 200 meters from the battlefield, and both team leaders and the grim monster noticed my arrival, which made them stop fighting for a moment. Free, so go handle him, said the peak 7-star diamond Hyenaman, as he told the ward 2-6-meter Buffy-looking Hyenaman came toward me speedily sporting a fiendish expression, which clearly said that they wanted to swallow me alive. As I looked at the 2 Hyenamen coming at me, I couldn't help but shake my head. I would be excited if that 6-star diamond had come, or peak diamond. Even 5-star diamond would be fine, but what came at me was to 3-star diamond. I am quite disappointed. You boz Putch. Putchai, they got angry seeing my expression, but I did not care a hoot for that. I just took 2 knives from through then the at the 2 3-star Hyenamen. Seeing the speed of the knives, the 2 grim monsters started to activate their defense methods, but before they do that, the 2 knives pieced through their eyes and killed them instantly. Disappointing, I said. I did not control my voice. The diamonds were still shocked over the death of their comrades, who did not last 2 seconds when I spoke, and gave them a feeling of rubbing salt over their wounds. The grim monsters looked at me angrily as if I had asked for their firstborn child. They seemed really angry over how easily I was able to kill their comrade, and also about my remark earlier. Sai and me will handle this when all of you go finish up that petard, the leader Hyenaman ordered. Hearing its order, 5 Hyenamen came at me. All of them have different levels. The leader is 6-star diamond, 2 are 5-star diamonds, and 2 are 4-star diamonds. This is quite a powerful group, and seeing them I couldn't help but feel excited. I wanted to use the knives to finish off the 2 level 4s. I know I could, but I stopped at the last moment, as even though they are a little weak, with their team they will be able to create some pressure on me, so I might just well let them live a little longer. With such powerful force coming at me, I immediately took out the sword from my storage, which is not my totem artifact, and summoned the Wolf Lord's armor, which appeared on my instantly. Seeing the armor appearing on my body, the gaze of the 5 Hyenamen became solemn. Till now, they have not taken me seriously, but seeing the armor appear, but just as armor appears, they have become extremely serious as they know what terror such armor could create. As the armor appeared on my body completely, I instantly activated one of its perks, and just as I did that, silver radiance shot out of my body into the sword and coated it in the radiant silver, making a sword part of the armor. Don't hold back on anything, this bastard is very dangerous, said Leader Hyenaman as he came at me with 2 5-star diamond, while the 2 4-star diamond that remained in back attacked me with a long-range method. It would have been better if you have left these 2 with other weaklings. They will be your burden, instead aiding you to defeat me, I said. Others might think the wold helmet on my face remained unanimated while I spoke. No, it moved as I spoke, as if it is speaking itself. I could keep it inanimate, but where the fun is in that, it looks quite cool when the wolf design on the helmet moved when I spoke. Humph, we will let you know how weak we are when we separate your body from your head, said one of the 5-star diamond behind 6-star diamond, and just as it said that, the axes of 3 of them started to shine in the brilliant red light. This method seemed to be common among these Heinemen, as all of the diamonds are using it. It seemed to be a tribal method of this onyx-eyed Heineman tribe. Mystic method is not only special to some constitutions, but they are also special to some tribes. I have only come across the tribal method only once, but I have to say they are pretty powerful, and this one looks even more powerful than that, which couldn't help but make me excited. Die. The 3 of them came close to me before and surrounded me from the 3 sides before attacking me with axes that are shining luminously. Clang. Seeing their attack, a smile appeared on my face and moved closer to the 6-star Hyenaman and attacked, which not only helped me effectively dodge the attack of the 2 5-star Hyenaman, but also let my sword directly clashed against the axe of 6-star Diamond Hyenaman. As for the attacks of the 4-star Hyenaman, I simply don't care. If I were using any other method, I would not dare to say that, as every method attack is fatal, especially when it is coming from the powerhouses that are 1 level higher than you. But I am wearing phantom armor, which is the 4th floor had purified energy of my refinement tower. If this armor were not able to defend against such attacks, it would be letting down its bang bang. 2 method attacks crashed on the armor directly, but all they were able to do was create a small ripple on the space they have hit. That's all their attacks did, even made me feel tickled, which made me ecstatic. I poured more power into my sword as I slashed it toward 6-star Diamond Hyenaman. Clang, its axe and my sword clashed. I felt nothing, just nothing. All the offensive force that had come toward me was resisted by the armor. Not a single bit came at me, which is even beyond my expectations, as I thought some of it would come. But no, not a single bit had come at me. Clang, clang, clang. We looked at each other for a moment before we started clashing at the blurring speed that even a 5-star Hyenaman have a problem in seeing. We are phasing in and out one spot after another, never staying in the one spot. The power of attacks is also off the charts, as the shockwave created by the attacks were able to slow down the long-range method attacks coming toward me by the half. Now even 5-star diamonds are attacking me with close range right now, as they know this battle is beyond their level. If they have come close, they die before they know what has happened. Their attacks were also doing nothing to me, except for making me feel tickled a little. To be honest, I had expected it to completely discard the attacks of the 4-star diamond powerhouse, but I did not think I would be even able to discard the attacks of level 5. The defensive power of this armor is amazing beyond my expectations. Not only defensive power, but the strength and speed of it is also amazing. Till now, I have even used even half of that power. Is that all you have? Use whatever you have, if not then I will kill you next second, I said directly. I have been fighting against it till now was to get used of the armor's power, but now that I did, I have no use of the opponent, which could not make me utilize all the power. Like I had said, if it could not bring something amazing, I will kill it next second, and I could. Ha 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 ha. Hearing me, it started to laugh loudly as if I had said something very funny, and it could not control its laughter. Seeing its weird, ugly laughter, I really had the urge to kill it, but I controlled it and waited for the bastard to finish its laugh. You want to see my strength? I will let you see my strength, it said with a laugh as the rage started to burn in its eyes. The next moment, intricate brown lines began to appear on its body. Till now it had only shown its offensive method and speed method. This should be this 3rd strength type method. Looking at the aura it is emitting, it looked quite strong. Let's hope that it gives some challenge, otherwise I would really hope to end the fight this early. You wanted to see my real power, now see my real power, it said as it appeared next to me and swung its axe at me with intentions of cleaving me into 2, seeing that a smile couldn't help appear on my face as I too swung my sword to counter its axe. Clang, our weapons clashed, and this time I finally felt something, a faint tingle which ran through my body before disappearing. Such a powerful attack was just able to make me feel tingled. This proved the amazing process of the armor. In the fight, until I felt the force of enemy attacks on my body, I didn't really enjoy it. Only when I started to feel something like that, I began to get excited, even though all I felt, faint tingling, was enough to make me feel excited. Good, give me more, I said in thirsty expressions, which morphed his expression shock that got me unaffected by its attack to the expression of fear as he looked at my thirsty face. I literally saw it literally gulping down its saliva as it looked at me. "Take this, you bastard," Heinemann bellowed as it attacked me, and this time its attack was more powerful than before. It has not only used the full power of its strength method, but it is also using the full potential of the offensive method and speed method. It is holding nothing back. Clang, clang, clang. Good, good, I said as I started to clash against it intensely. The power jump of it was really great that it had made me more excited to fight against it. The attacks of the 4-star diamonds had completely stopped since the Heinemann started using its full power, as they are barely able to touch me due to the shockwaves we are releasing through our attacks. It is now only 5-star diamonds or 5-star diamond that is attacking. The other diamond had got killed just a few seconds ago by Ashlyn. It was trying to run toward where the team leader was fighting, but Ashlyn killed it as the warning. This is why the 3 Heinemann are in the vicinity of our fight and not going to reinforce the other team, which is at their last leg. After a few seconds of fighting, I suddenly saw something through my senses and tuned to Heinemann. "Is this really all you have?" To be honest, I started to feel bored. I said to the Heinemann. Hearing that, Heinemann's face turned red in rage, but the power of its attacks had not increased. "I guess it is all you have. It's really disappointing I was something more," I said with the sight. Pucha, I opened its mouth to say something, but just as few words came out, they stopped as it found the heart of it got pierced by my sword. The last thing I saw was my disappointed face on its performance, which angered it so much it made it die a second early. "Now it is dead. There is no reason for you guys to stay alive," I said, and before they could do anything, 4 knives released from my hand coated with the silver radiance. Puch, puch, puch. Some tried to run away, some tried to defend with their defense skill, while others tried to run away, but each and every one of them had my knives pierced through their skull without any resistance. "Nice battle," Elton said as he appeared beside me. He looked fine except for a few scratches here and there. It was a little disappointing. I was hoping to fight something stronger, I said truthfully as I summoned my armor. Earlier I had asked Ashlyn to only create a level field for human platinum. She just has to kill enough platinum grim monsters that they did not overpower the human platinums. The platinum grim monsters she had kept alive was enough to challenge and kill the humans if they made a mistake. Till now, many humans got bloodies, but not a single one had been killed. Ashlyn is keeping eyes on the whole battlefield. If someone is about to die by the attack of the grim monsters, she could easily save them. "The guild is really an idiot to waste the resource you and her," Elton said while watching the fight. To that, I just smiled. Since he had done research on Ashlyn and me, he knew how powerful we are and what guild had been doing to us. If we had gotten our own team, we would have helped guild destroy many grim monsters, and our record would have been one of the best in the guild, but it had become a puppet of the power that it backtracked on the principle it had established. I wanted to leave the guild many times, but I know other guilds would be the same, and it's not like I could fight in grim battlefield without a guild. If I do not have the guild and did not want to choose them, Adventurer's Paradise will choose it for me. The guild is necessary to stay in the grim battlefield unless I become adamantine. Only becoming adamantine will I have the choices for anything I want. "Michiel, give them 10 minutes. If they did not finish in 10 minutes, ask Ashlyn to finish off all the platinum," Elton said as he started to fly down. I nodded and asked Ashlyn before flying down. It had been barely 15 minutes since the fight started, and we had already finished off nearly all the grim monsters. In such a mission, the sooner we finished the fight and left, the better. If I had been in Elton's place, I would have asked Ashlyn to kill off all the platinums before leaving with my teammates. "Ashlyn had saved us quite a trouble," Elton said, as we landed on the construction of the fortress that barely started. While we were fighting, Ashlyn not only kept an eye on the platinum's elites, but also killed all the craftsman grim monsters that were responsible for building the fortress. The construction of the fortress had barely started, which why this mission had given to us. If it had finished even 10, then only vice guildmasters or guildmaster would have done this mission as that time instead of the diamonds. There would have been adamantines that would have guarding this mission. We started to collect the important things that we could from the fortress. There are many things which are quite expensive. We had not stood ceremony and started to take out important things. When the 10 minutes were over and platinum came as Ashlyn killed off all the platinum elite grim monsters, our speed became even faster, that we were able to take out all the important parts that were pointed in the list provided by the guild. In an hour, we finished doing that, and just that time, the airship also appeared above the camp to take us home. The whole mission only took 1.5 hours to finish, becoming my quickest battle. "We have got an emergency mission. We are heading to Midzone immediately," Elton said suddenly. We have finished the mission before dawn, and now it is afternoon. Everyone was doing their own thing when Elton suddenly spoke. "Why are they sending us to the Midzone so suddenly?" asked one of my team members, clearly confused as the most conflict that arose in dealing with the Midzone, our death with golden elites and platinum elites. There is no need for diamond elites to go there. "It's Raven City," Elton said. Just as we heard that, we all fell silent, and a look of understanding flashed across the faces of everyone. Raven City, a city in the category of midzone but not really a midzone. It had become an extremely special existence due to an incident that happened in it about a year ago. It is the only city in Midzo that had 10 or more adamantine always stationed inside. That incident had completely changed the city and made it a heaven for the people who have comprehended the ice and fire type rule users. There is a treasure in the Raven City that was enough salivating the grim monsters that every grim monster would bring a huge army to take the city. Such big attacks now became common. The residents of the city, they happened 2 times a month at the least. In the past few months, I've seen many teams from the guild going to Raven City for reinforcement. I also wanted to go, but the teams I've been assigned to never had a chance to go there. I really want to see that ice and fire building. Someone said in a dreamy voice, "You should really see it, it is amazing." When I saw it the first time 5 months ago, I was in total awe, said another team member. The Raven City is the same city where twins were posted before they went to the central continent. And the treasure they were talking about is the same building where about a year ago 2 people had awakened their ice and fire constitutions. Their awakening completely transformed that building to the grade 3 crystal whose values are huge. A crystal we harvest from the grim monsters are the grade 1 crystal. The grade 2 are 1,000 times more expensive than it, and grade 3,000 times more than grade 2. So one can guess how valuable a 100-story building is. It is no wonder grim monsters are attacking that building like a mad. Mitchell, have you been to the Raven City past year? Elton asked, to which I shook my head and no. Well, you should have the ice and fire building, really worth it. Elon praised. Let me tell you guys a secret about ice and fire building that even some adamantine did not know, Elton said mysteriously. What is the secret? The name Gina asked immediately. You just have to make a promise that you will not tell anyone about it before you become adamantine, Elton said, and this he was really serious. Do we really have to swear? Gina asked. Yes, otherwise I will not tell you, he said in a deadly serious voice, but there was a twinkle hidden deep in his eyes. Elton made everyone swear one by one. If Ashlyn were able to speak, he would have made her swear as well, though with her nature, she would have flew away arrogantly without care for the secret of the ice and fire building. The ice and fire building is not completely made of level 3 crystals. There are level 4 and level 5 crystal also inside it. The apartment that 2 people were in had completely transformed to level 5 crystal, and the place those 2 were sitting had transformed to the level 6 crystal, but the amount of it is very, very tiny. This is why the same level of super powerhouse already protects the Raven that warzones are protected, Elton said, healing that we are shell-shocked that we do not even make the sounds of shocks and exclamation. What of kind value that level 6 crystals possess? In our world, there are 7 grades of the crystals, with level 1 being lowest and level 7 being highest, and that building contains level 6 crystal that is just 1 level lower than level 7. Even if the quantity of the level 6 crystal is extremely low, their value is far, far greater than level 3 crystals that the majority of the building had transformed. Just what monstrous constitution those 2 people had awakened to create even level 6 crystal? Gina asked softly and looked around for the answer, but no one had the answer, not even Elton. I had asked twins a few months ago if they knew who created such a transformation of the building, but they had said that they had left a week before that had happened, and even if they were present in the city, they would not have known. The identity of such people is very sensitive and not easily revealed. Even if Elton knows about their identity, he will not dare to voice it. The secret of the building is nothing. Even if the guild knows he told us about it, he will receive tiny punishment at most, but he dared to disclose the identities, then he would directly disappear into thin air. No one talked anything. A few minutes before they started doing their own thing, I too closed my eyes and started sorting the storages of the grim monsters, which I had been doing before. Thud, time passed by, and 2 days later at dawn we reached near the Raven City. As we reached close to the city, everyone went to the windows to take a look at the ice and fire building from above. My seat had a window, so I didn't have to fight to squeeze myself to take a look outside. In a few we will reach the city. In that time I will see the ice and fire building, which I had wanted to see since it had transformed. Wow, it is more amazing than pictures, said my teammates, and they are right. Below there is an average square-size 100-story building that had been transformed to the absolute marvel. Even from a distance, it looked breathtaking that one just wants to keep looking at it. The ice and fire building, as its name suggests, is made of ice elemental and fire elemental mana crystals. One side of the building is covered by the icy blue crystals, which look like they have come from ancient glaciers, while another side is made of bright red fiery crystals that look like they have come from the Earth's crust. The building is amazing, but also it gives a huge threatening feeling. It is not just a feeling. That building is really dangerous to knights if they get too close to it. The knights have to keep 50-meter distance from the building, if not then they either froze or burned to death, depending on which side of the building they are on. It's not like people could get that close to the building. The building is under tight protection, and how closer one could depend on their power and privilege. Thud, the airship landed on the airport of the adventurer's paradise, and we all got out with an excited look on our faces, as we all were very eager to see the ice and fire building. "Welcome to Raven City, my name is George. I am sent here to guide you to your accommodations," said the blonde-haired man who was already waiting for us. From the airport, he had taken us into the adventurer's paradise while informing us about the recent ongoing about the Grim monsters, which according to the intel they will attack in 1 to 3 days. The Grim monsters already amassed the army, and now they are just waiting. The guilds of Raven City would handle the battle. We will only enter the battle if the diamond on there entered. If not, then we will just watch. Half of the time Grim monsters attacked. The battle had been fought between Diamond and Below, but other times, even Admatines got involved. Nothing could be said about the battle. Everything depends on the Grim monsters. "These are your quarters. You are free to roam around the city, but not allowed to go out, and there is an important meeting at 7 a.m. that you all have to attend," he said. I had already received the notice of the meeting through the mail. The meeting is quite a high level as only limit levels can attend it. After saying goodbye to my teammates, I walked inside the place that had been assigned to me. It is an elegantly furnished apartment. Though it is small, it had everything that one needed, including the training room. The first thing I did was order food before I went for the shower, as I did not have one in the 4 days, so I spent quite a time in the shower before I got completely free of the filth that I had accumulated for the 4 days. When I came out, I saw the lunch was already delivered. Seeing that I did not waste any time and started to eat lunch, I have so much to do today and very little time to do that. In the 20 minutes I finished dinner and walked out of my accommodation. I wanted to train and drink potions to increase my strength, as Grim Monster could attack any time, but I did not seem to care about that, as all I am focusing on is the ice and fire building which I want to see. Soon I got out of the adventurer paradise and took in the air and flew toward ice and fire building speedily. In Warzone I may be a criminal with nearly no privileges, but in Midzone there is no restriction on me except for being a criminal. I could go anywhere in the city and train in any facility of the guild and do anything I want, but regretfully with my current power, all of them are utterly useless to me. Only Warzone has everything I want, but I can't get those things, not in the official capacity at the least. Gasp. Soon I reached near the building and gasped in wonder as the building. It's really amazing, more amazing than I saw from the airship. It looks amazing, like a supreme work of art, but that is not a shocking thing about this building. The most shock-worthy thing about this is rule fluctuations coming from the building. It is a thing that made me gasp in shock. Their building faintly releasing rule fluctuations of ice and fire rule. One will be able to sense these fluctuations if one closes his eyes and concentrates for a little. That is probably why hundreds of thousands, yes, hundreds of thousands of people sitting 500 meters from the building comprehending rule power. I had heard about the ice and fire building, releasing the rule power, but did not think the rule power it is releasing is this great. It is enough to make even normal powerful gain comprehension about the rule powers. Even normal people could comprehend rules. Few they concentrate daily on these fluctuations. Thud. I landed 1 kilometer from the building. This is as far as I could fly. Ahead of me, 500 meters, is the meditation field, which was especially created for the rule comprehension of the people. The 500 meters field held the space for nearly 500,000 people to meditate, and all these spaces are filled with waiting of more than months. People came in doves in Raven City to comprehend the rule power, and most who came were able to do that. I looked at the meditation field for a while before I scanned my holowatch to the gate and entered inside. I'm also planning for meditating as sunfire and fire rule related, but I am not planning on meditating in the meditating field, or at least not on this meditating field. Normal people to Golden Elite could only meditate on the common meditating field, though space they get dependent on their power. Still, they are meditating in the common meditating field, while I, as Diamond, will meditate in the layers. Those who are above the Golden Elite can meditate in the layers. As for what those layers are the invisible force field that covers the ice and fire building. They can't leave such treasure without any protection. There are 9 layers of force field covering the ice and fire building. They are extremely strong that even the strongest knight could not create even a slight ripple in them. Since I am Diamond, I could meditate in the layers, but I also could not go much far, as the Diamond could only meditate in the 7th layer. From what I've heard from Elton, he said that every layer has a deep aura and I should be able to get benefits from the 8th layer. As I walked closer and closer to the building, the aura of the rule is getting stronger and stronger. Not only the aura is getting stronger, but also rule powers. In the beginning, the rules felt like common level 3 ice and fire rules, but as I got to the middle of meditation field, They became powerful level 3 rules, just step away from level 2 rules. But that changed when I reached the end of meditation field, as now the rules have become level 2 rules. I couldn't help but be shocked sensing this, as the power of rule may change but not their level. But here, the level of the rules also changes as one gets closer and closer to the building. Finally, I appeared beside the 9th layer of the force field. To the eyes, it seemed invisible. One could use only it when one concentrates. Both sides have 4 guards protecting it, and these guards were no normal guards. They are Lord Stage powerhouses. I couldn't help but let out a mirthless smile, seeing that, as the building is an absolute treasure, those who are protecting it should not be weakling, and these guards are guarding the 9th layer entrance. Those who are guarding the deeper layers are even more powerful. As I entered the 9th layer, the power of rules had increased again. The aura of it had not only got stronger, but the power of the rule had increased from initial level 2 rule mid-level 2 rule instantly. Ting, I was just as experiencing the rule powers when my holowatch buzzed with the mail, which is quite surprising, as in layer, unless it is an extremely important message from the guild, no other mails would come. Feeling this may be important, I opened the mail, and when I read the content of it, I could not help but shake all over my body. First, there was confusion before I started to feel extremely happy. Ashlyn came out. I said to Ashlyn she had wanted to come out for a long time, but the rules state that monsters could not come inside, which is why I hadn't called her. Now reading this confusing man, I have no reservation about calling her out. Monsters are forbidden here for breaking the rule. Just as I took out Ashlyn, 2 powerful auras had downed on me, and guards stated recite the law when I somehow moved under this overwhelming aura of the guards, which scared the hell out of me and projected the thing that came out with the mail. As I showed the projection to the guards, they stopped on their tracks as they looked at the projection. One guard who was reciting the law stopped and started to read the content with shocked faces. Emerald Pass. Both of the guards said in unison. The shock and awe could be clearly heard through their voice. Is this a mistake? One guard asked another. I don't think so. It is Emerald Pass. They can't make a mistake with it, said another as he looked at me intently. His gaze is very clear. How can I get an Emerald Pass with such little strength? Today is the first time hearing about the Emerald Pass. When the mail of unknown origin came, it contained this pass, which not only allowed me to meditate in any of 9, but also gave me access to enter the building. With this I could even enter the very room of the 2 people who had awakened their constitution and transformed this building treasure. It really shocked me and confused me about this pass. There were only 2 people who could do this. One is Ellen, and the other is Rachel. But I don't think Ellen would have done this, as even if she becomes the guildmaster of the S-Class Guild, I don't even guildmaster of S-Class Guild could get this kind of privilege. Only someone like her teacher could do this, like sending Emerald Pass to whoever she liked. Ellen knows I may take favors from her, but not from her teacher, so she should not give me this pass. As for Rachel, I don't think it is her too. If she could give this pass, she could have contacted me, not call, at least sent me a mail, but ever since she left there was nothing from her. Except for these 2, I don't think anyone I know can grant me this kind of access. Even twins who left for the central continent with their brother did not have this sort of clout. The pass is genuine, you can continue, said the guards with clear envy on their faces. I nodded and walked forward and soon reached passage on the 8th, which was also guarded by the 2 guards. They were also shocked seeing this, but they did not stop me, and through the door, I entered the 8th layer, where I found the power of the rules had reached close to my Sunfire and Killing rule. In the 8th layer, I saw many diamonds comprehending the rules. Some whose eyes were opened looked at me in shock when they saw Ashlyn on my shoulder. I couldn't help but feel good seeing their shocked gazes. Now that I have the Emerald Pass, which could give me access to the whole building, I want to know how far I could go. I am very sure that I could not enter the building or even reach 10 meters distance from it. It is said night burned to ashes to froze to death when reached very close to the building. Soon I flashed the Emerald Pass, which shocked the guard, and entered the 7th layer, where the rule power was comparable to my Sunfire, and its aura was so great that I started to feel the slight stifling sensation. Diamonds will feel a little uncomfortable in this aura, only adamantine will feel comfortable in it. I could feel very strong gazes of adamantines when in the 7th layer. I did not react to these gazes and moved forward, and minutes later, I entered the layer. The feeling here is really stifling. The aura is so strong that I am having a problem in breathing properly, and not to forget the power of the rules here reached above my Sunfire and Killing rule, but it is not in the level 1 yes. There is a huge gap between the level 2 rule and level 1 rules. The mail I have received said that the level 1 Ice and Fire rule started to project in the last 3 layers. Until I reached the 3rd layer, I will be only experiencing. I continued to walk and finally entered the 5th layer, and its rule power and its suppression had increased even further. I had reached my limit in the 5th layer. For now I will meditate here till I get used to it before I could move forward, just like I did when I was comprehending the Killing rule. That time, pressure I was feeling compared to the S, but I had pushed through the pressure to comprehend the Killing rule. Now I will also push through here, as the first time I saw the glimmer of hope in advancing my level 2 rule power into level 1, and I am not going to lose that due to some measly pressure. Feeling crushing pressure of 2 rule powers, I calmed my mind and started to walk toward one of the empty spaces, as even in the 5th layer, there are many adamantine mediating to comprehend the rules. These adamantines are not part of the reinforcements that the Raven City requested. These people have come from the different war zones and continue including the central continent to comprehend the rule here, though they will participate in the battle if they are needed. The fire and ice rule power here is the most neutral type I've ever sensed. It contains everything. One would not find any special effect: high burn, slow burn, deep freeze, shatter, explosive, present majorly in the rule powers. It contains every special effect in a balanced form that one could concentrate on any special effect one wanted in their rule power. This is the reason why the powerhouses from the far away came here for the comprehension of the rule powers. Soon I found a space and started meditating on the fire rule. Ashlyn, too, who was on my shoulder, came flying in my lap, but before she closed her eyes in the concentration. It had been 3 months since I had reached peak of the basic grade, but despite my and Ashlyn's efforts, we are not able to reach the absolute peak of it. There is still quite some comprehension needed for us to reach the absolute peak of basic grade. As for taking my Sunfire to level 1, I will have to work on that too, but before I could start, I have to experience how powerful the level 1 rules are. Ever since I had started to practice, I had never experienced how powerful the level 1 rules are. Only after getting an idea about their power will I be able to comprehend it, otherwise it might take me a really long time to figure it out, which I don't have. So no matter how much suppression I have to face, I have to reach the 3rd layer. As on there, I will be able to experience the power of the level 1 rule. As I meditated on the fire rule, I started to feel my comprehension is growing at a visible rate, and I began to understand what the fire is. It is an amazing feeling to meditate under such pure aura. It makes one get lost in it. Time passed, and before I knew it, 4 hours had passed, and in these 4 hours, I had not only comprehended the rule but also got used to the feeling enough that I now have enough confidence to move to the 5th layer. Under the shocked gazes of the guards, I had entered the 5th layer. Just as I did, I nearly stopped breathing. I had to give my all to breathe. Somehow the pressure of the rule power here is too great. I felt like I am in a deathly cold pond and hot oil at the same time. The feeling is beyond that. Normal diamond elites would just scream and faint as the first breath. It is no wonder they limited the diamonds to the 7th layer. Normal diamonds won't be able to bear the pressure of the 6th and 5th lay, and below layers, it is fucking hard. I was able to do it due to having a habit of training myself torturously. It took me more than 10 minutes to adjust my breath enough that I could breathe slowly. My breathing speed is very slow, way slower than normal, but it is enough to fill my oxygen requirement and not make me faint. Only after stabilizing my condition did I take a step toward finding a meditation spot for me. Like the 7th layer, the 6th layer also had people meditating, but they are only adamantines, as only adamantines are permitted in 6th and below layers. Platinums can come too, but they have to have a special pass like me. Soon I found the spot and started meditating under such pressure. To be honest, it was quite hard to meditate under such pressure, but slowly but surely I was able to do that. As I fully concentrated on rule power, the comprehension started to flow into me on its own. Like I had said earlier, it is a wonderful feeling to comprehend the rule here. The fire rule is filled with infinite possibilities. One just has to choose the possibility one likes. While comprehending, I did not focus on one aspect only. I tried different ones, and not only I had tried the aspect of the fire rule, but I also tried the aspect of the ice rule. Both of the rules are exactly opposite to each other, but they also work seamlessly. It is very helpful to get some comprehension from the opposite element of the element you are comprehending. It helps one understand one's own rule to a better degree. Buzz. I was lost in comprehending the rule power when my holowatch vibrated heavily, shaking my whole arm, a feeling that opened my eyes with a sigh as it is time to go back. There is an important meeting at 7 a.m. which I have to attend. I really want to stay here and comprehend the rule power for longer, as I am absolutely sure that it would not take me long to take the Sunfire rule to the absolute peak of basic stage, and I might even have shot at upgrading my rule to level 1. I slowly walked of my place as I am still breathing slowly. Though my speed of breathing had increased quite a bit, it is still far off from the regular breathing, so it is better that I do not anything straining. Even walking fast would create a short breath, and I might fall on the ground with the stopped breath. As I exited the 5th layer, the pressure on me had lessened by far, and every function of my body returned to normal. Feeling the pressure lessening, I felt like I had returned to real worth. In the 5th layer, every action of mine had to be measured. The slightest exertion from me would have made me stop breathing. The ice and fire building is profitable, but once one got close enough, it became dangerous that one might even lose his life if one was not careful. A few minutes later, I came out and immediately took the air as there are only 20 minutes till the meeting starts and I want to be as early as possible. Mitchell. I heard my name only to see Elton coming toward me with some of my teammates. You must have gone to Ice and Fire building, right? Elton asked. Yes, I replied truthfully. I too went there and I have to tell you, I have made a quite big advancement in my ice rule. Elton, while feeling extremely happy to that, I had just smiled and entered inside the conference with him and my teammates. As we entered the conference hall, I saw there were already nearly 200 platinum elites sitting there. The hall had the capacity of 500 people, and seeing how quickly the hall was full, it wouldn't be long before the hall was completely filled with people, and I was right in the next 10 minutes. The hall was packed with people. I've never seen this many platinum in a single place, my teammate said as he looked at the whole hall filled with the platinum elite. Their power is charging the whole atmosphere here. It is like we are sitting on the powder keg, though there is nothing dangerous here still. Such numbers would make even strong-hearted little serious. Also, I am looking around calculating, if something crazy happened then how great are my chances of getting out of this conference hall alive. Though I know these thoughts are absurd and nothing will happen, as all the people here are calm and the atmosphere is charged due to their high power, and not to forget we are in adventurer's paradise. There are many super powerhouses here which could immobilize us with a single thought. Even if any traitor wants to activate the dangerous bomb and kill all of us, he won't be able to do that under that super powerhouse's eyes. Suddenly buzzing conference hall quieted down, and as the young man walked in, he came in quietly and sat on one of the seats on the front row, which were left unoccupied as they are reserved for the adamantine, and one young man that came was adamantine. 1 minute later another adamantine came and then another. Adamantine kept coming one after another as we watched in absolute silence, and by the time 6:59 clocked in, there were 12 amantines had entered the conference hall. Tick tick, in the final few seconds, another adamantine came. We know it is women, not only because the aura she is releasing had feminine ting in it, but sounds her heels making. The classing clicking sound could only be made by the women's shoes. Soon a beautiful young woman walked into the conference room wearing 5 inches long heels. She had gorgeous violet-colored hair, and she is wearing a formal dress. She looked like she had not come here for the important meeting, but to attend some black tie event. But nobody dares to even comment on her, even in their mind, as all of them were shit scared of the aura she is releasing, which is very powerful. This aura had completely dawned on the auras of every other adamantine that is sitting there. She is a peak adamantine, but she is not the only one. There are 3 peak adamantines in the room, but her aura is exceptionally strong, strong to point all the adamantines felt ant compared to her. It felt like she wouldn't have any problem absolutely crushing those 3 peak adamantines with just her finger. Previously, according to our intel, we thought the Grim monsters were amassing a huge army, which would go nearly 20 million in numbers to attack the Raven City, but it seemed like we were wrong, very wrong. She and a few projections popped up around her. The Grim monsters are surely amassing the army, but it is smaller than we have through, a barely million in numbers, but this army is more than 10 times stronger than the 20 million army we were guessing, she said when she said that her beautiful face has become quite serious. This the army filled with elites, where the weakest one is silver elite. If our estimation is right, then there would be at 900,000 silver elites, 100,000 golden elites. We don't have an idea about the limit level, but I am sure their numbers would be far superior to ours, she said, hearing that the hearts of all of us shook. We have a habit of fighting with inferior numbers against the Grim monster, but they are bringing 900,000 silver elite and 100,000 golden elites, and God knows many powerhouses of the limit levels. If it had been a war zone, we would have been able to gather such numbers, but this mid-zone. Still, it is a good thing it is Raven City they are attacking with such numbers. Here we will be able to have adequate numbers to fight. If it were any normal city, there would have been no choice but to get raised. I hope you guys prepare with your all. In the next 3 days the Grim monsters will attack, she said before she dismissed the meeting and left the room. Looks like the fight will be more dangerous than we had expected, Elton said as we were walking toward our rooms. This battle would not be like any other battle. Don't be complacent during the battle and die, said Elton as he looked at teammates who were walking behind him. Repeated victories over missions could make one complacent. It is very important that during each battle we take a ground-level approach, as the complacency could take one's life. I've seen it happen. Mitchell, I am going to building in 10 minutes. Are you coming? Asked Elton, to which I shook my sorry, I have to train, I said. I would have loved to go and comprehend, but there is so much for me, especially when the battle is looming over my head. I have to increase my strength, and it is a good thing there are some potions that would help me very much with that, I thought as I entered my room. The first thing I did was to wash all the dried sweat I had mulated during my rule comprehension in 6th later, where I bathed in sweat as I assaulted with fire and ice rule powers repeatedly. After showering, I ate dinner with Ashlyn, which I had ordered when I was coming toward my room from the conference hall. The dinner was very good. The chefs of Adventure's Paradise are even better than the guild. After I finished dinner, I went to the training room with Ashlyn and started to take out lots of stuff, and the biggest of them all is the high-end alchemical table, which I bought at quite expensive prices. In the past 7 months, I may not have drunk any potions, but I have crafted lots of potions for Ashlyn, and some potions were so difficult that everything had to be perfect for them. So I brought this very expensive alchemical table, which made crafting potion a little easier, and this little easier part is very helpful in creating the successful potions, as the potions of the limit stages are very hard. For the past few months, I had great practice crafting the potions, but the potion I had crafted is for the platinum level, but now the potion I am going to craft for the diamond level, which was going to be even more difficult. I have enough material to bear a couple of failures, but not too much. I could not afford to fail 11 times like 4 months ago, as not only the materials for the diamond level are very expensive, but I am in a mid-zone where I could not get any diamond level materials. So I have to be very careful and focused during the crafting. Failure to craft the potion would affect my strength and my performance in the upcoming battle, so I have to succeed in crafting the potion with the limited materials I have. I took out all the herbs needed to make the potion and started to clean them through the various procedures before adding them into various flasks and beakers in various shapes before making a complicated network of the glass tubes. High-level potions could not be made with just boiling the ingredients together. There are much complicated procedures involved using various complicated glass equipment. The instruments I am using are not normal instruments. Each of them has the complex runic array carved on them for the specific function. If I chose the boiling flask with the wrong array, then the whole potion will collapse, and I will have to start all over again. I started crafting the potions, following the procedure as it is in the knowledge I had got from the knowledge crystals. Fuss. Everything was going well in the first hour, but suddenly, one of herbal witch essence I was extracting through the steam burned crisp, and that burned smoke traveled to the central sphere where all the smoky essences were fusing, spoiling them whole. I took a sigh of regret seeing that before I started cleaning, and after I had done with cleaning, I watched the footage about where I had gone wrong. Soon I was able to spot my mistakes. It was a very tiny mistake, but that tiny mistake had cost me the whole potion materials. After going through the footage one more time to see if I had not made any mistake, I started crafting again, this time becoming even more careful, but I failed again in 2 hours when I was just the last stages of finishing the potion, and all it due to tiny mistakes. I repeated the same procedure as earlier. The only difference was that I already had what mistakes I had committed, but I still watched the recording twice before I started to craft potion again. I had 4 sets of materials for this potion. The 2 had already wasted, and now I have only 2. I could only afford failure for one more time, but I am not going to fail this time. I am going to craft the potion without failing. I started again, and with the experience of the past 2 times, my movements are very fluid. I continue with a one-track mind, not focusing on any other thing than the potion, and finally, after nearly 3 hours later, the potion is finally crafted. Seeing the pitch-black liquid in the flask, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief and tiredness. It had been 7 hours since I had started crafting the potion. With a singular focus, it had made me quite tired mentally. This is why after crafting the potion, I did not eat it directly. Instead, I had rested for half an hour before getting up and dividing the potion into 2 for Ashlyn and me. Here, I said to Ashlyn as I gave her share of the potion. Right after I gave her share, I gulped down my share, and I have to say it is the most bitterest thing I have eaten. It was so bitter that I had nearly vomited. As I drank it, the faint heat started to spread through my body. Seeing that, I quickly undressed to my underwear and started performing body cleansing technique and secrete method. It is my first time performing the body cleansing technique since I became the Diamond Elite, as I did not get a time. It had been a while since I had made progress. After I reached the 10th major cleansing, I was barely able to move forward as I did not have any energy in my body to do that, as the limit had been limiting my progress. But now I have broken the limit. I have plenty of energy in me, and now it will depend on me how far I could go. I started to perform fast from the beginning, as I have to perform a shitload of exercises before I could reach 10th, and I have to reach the 10th level as soon as possible before I half direct the potion. As after the 10th level body cleansing exercise changed a little. From the 11th level, every pose of it is minor cleansing. Every 12 poses when my body used to go through the minor cleansing will now go through the major cleansing, and as what will happen after performing 108 poses, well, that time, the body will go through the grand cleansing. The body cleansing method had 16 levels for the first 10 levels. The end each level is major cleansing, while for the last 6 levels, the end of each level is grand cleansing, and if one able to perform all 16 levels, one will go through the supreme cleansing and will get an unblemished body. Unblemished body, a body without any impurities. The secret method is also the same. If I can practice through the 9 stages of it, then I will get a pure soul. I have fixed my decision that I will complete these 2 methods after doing it. Not only will my strength rise explosively, but most importantly, I will have a body and soul, which is perfect for the fusion of inheritance. I already have inheritance crystal called Godslayer Inheritance. In these few months, I was able to get some information about it, and I am quite impressed as this inheritance is quite a high level, but I will still try to get a better inheritance. As half of my progress will depend on the type of inheritance I get, and I want the best out of it, it will be quite difficult, but I already have a plan, and which is to join a powerful organization. The powerful organization has powerful inheritances. Only after getting them will I be able to take my revenge against those people from the supreme organizations. I am very aware of my condition and know without joining a powerful organization, I would not be able to get a similar strength of those people and get my revenge. Finally, after performing at record-breaking speed, I reached the 10 levels. I started to perform poses of it. Nero also came out but began to look at potion particles with the shining eyes, but I had stopped him from eating them. I want to digest this potion for myself. When I have a time, I will craft a potion for him to eat. Seeing me stopping him, Nero got sad for a while before he started to target other things to eat. 6 minutes later, I had reached the 108th pose. This was my limit last time, but now I will go further. Though I am feeling quite tired, I still have the energy to continue, and I will do it. Focusing on my power, and I barged through the restriction that had to stop me and started performing the first pose of the 11th move, which is way more difficult than I had thought. It is like tight chains had been binding my body, and making slight movements is very difficult. Still, I continued, as I saw my body going through minor cleaning in the first pose. Seeing that newfound vigor rose in me, and I started to perform the body cleansing technique with every bit of energy I have in me. Thud. I continued for 20 more minutes and performed 6 poses in 11th move, which is little less than I expected, but I felt happy when I saw the potion made me advance to the 4-star of diamond level. I have reached 4-star of diamond level, means the middle level of diamond, and with the enhancement from my totem artifact, I will have power equal to 6-star diamond, 1 star less than 7-star diamond, which is peak diamond level. I wish I could drink another potion and increase my strength to 5-star diamond, or at least take my strength to the peak 4-star diamond. It would make me feel quite confident about facing the powerful grim monsters at battle, but unfortunately, I could not. The potion was so heavy that it made impurities in my body reach its limit. If I drink any more potion, then it is going to adversely affect my practice, which I don't want to happen. So unless my body gets cleansed of these impurities, I am not going to drink another potion. A few minutes later, I got up, walked to the shower, and slept right after I came out of it. The next morning I woke very early, followed my morning routine 8, and started the practice of my 4 methods together. After I finished with it, I showered and left for the ice and fire building. I want to use every free moment I have in comprehending the rule. The sooner I made progress in it, the better. This time when I entered, I directly walked toward the 5th layer, which felt a little lighter to me. It is probably because my strength had increased. The pressure is still great though, and I am still very cautious under such pressure. I picked the spot and started meditating, and like yesterday, just as I began to meditate, the comprehension began to flow inside me. I lost in the meditation, losing a sense of everything around me, and I became so lost that I had failed to see the progress I am making. The rule power inside me steadily made progress, and soon enough the sunfire rule reached the absolute peak of the basic stage, and it did not stop progressing. Choo-choo. I was enjoying that wonderful sensation when suddenly I heard the loud chirp inside me, which woke me up and broke me out of that epiphany, which one rarely experiences in one's lifetime. I was quite angry at Ashlyn at first for her to wake me from the wonderful epiphany, but when I looked at the sunfire rule, my expressions changed. The sunfire rule had reached the absolute peak of the basic grade and just hair-breadth away from entering the intermediate grade. If Ashlyn had not broken me out of epiphany, I would have reached the intermediate stage of sunfire, which would have given a huge boost, huge enough I would be able to fight against the adamantine. She did the very right thing. Others may curse me for these thoughts, as even a very tiny percentage of adamantine were able to make their rule intermediate, as it is extremely difficult to do that in the night stage. It would have been difficult for me too if not for epiphany, but I do not want to make my rule power advance to intermediate grade, at least not when my rule powers are level 2 rule. I have ambition, and that is to make my rule powers advance to level 1 rule before they advance to intermediate stage. Once rule power reaches the intermediate grade, it is very difficult to advance its grade from there. Though it will be very hard for me to upgrade my rule powers to level 1 rules, I will still try, and because of this shot for trying, I sacrifice the strength. But if I am successful then, this sacrifice will bring me even greater strength. With that through, I opened my eyes and started to walk to the door that will lead me toward the 4th layer, with my sunfire reaching absolute peak. The effect of rule power here had me weakened by a great deal. With Emerald Pass in hand, the guards did not stop as I entered the 4th layer. Just as I did, I felt an intense sensation of the ice and fire rule washing over my body, and I was utterly powerless to stop this sensation, so I stopped resisting and let it wash over me. I felt I am being fried in boiling oil and pierced by thorny icy air through my whole body at the same time. Under this pressure, I had stopped breathing for a minute and even saw the guard coming toward me. If I had not somehow managed to take a breath, the guard would have taken me out of the 4th layer. I stayed on my spot for 15 minutes before I got enough control over my body that I started to take very slow steps toward the meditation spot. It took me 15 minutes to reach the spot and sit on it. There I started to meditate this time. I did not focus on comprehending rule power to make it advance this time. I am more focused on enriching my Sunfire rule with enough comprehension to bring a complete change in it, which would upgrade it to the level 1 rule. If I had been alone, I would not have the confidence, but I have Ashlyn, who is comprehending the rules. It might take us some time, but I am sure we will be able to upgrade our Sunfire rule to level 1 rule, and that time its power will be beyond imagination. The level 1 rules are not famous for anything. Whoever comprehended these rule possesses the explosive power to crush any person within the same stage. If one does not have the level 1 rule to boost him, then he can forget out surviving against those who had comprehended the level 1 rule. There are very few people able to comprehend the level 1 rule as it is extremely hard, especially in the night stage, but I have confidence that I could do it, and I will do it. In the evening, I had gone to the meeting, but returned 3 hours later after attending a meeting, eating and training, and now I am meditating again. I am still on the 4th layer as I don't think I am capable of withstanding the pressure of the 3rd layer. As I am barely withstanding the pressure of the 4th layer, I will take us quite a while before I can perfectly accommodate the pressure of the 4th layer and think about entering 3rd layer. Time passed by as I meditated to comprehend the rule, and soon the midnight came, but I still did not move away from my spot and continue comprehending the rule power without care for the world. Buzz buzz. I was meditating when a huge vibration came out of my holowatch, and its power was so great that it had completely shaken my body. I had not put up an alarm, and normal males could not come in when one inside the layer comprehending, and not to forget that huge shake. This all could only mean one thing, and when I looked at my holowatch, I was right. The grim monsters had finally made a move. The battle will start soon, I thought as I slowly got up from my place. I feel very pressured in the 4th layer, but still, I tried to be as fast as I can, and it still took 7 minutes to walk out of the 4th layer. As I walked out of the 4th layer, it took me 15 minutes to go out of the meditation field as everybody started to go out. Every member of this city who is Silver Elite and above has received a summon, and so is the called reinforcement like us. The only people who did not receive a summons were the people who have come, especially to Raven, to comprehend the rule, but they will, too, receive the summons when things get hard on the battlefield. As I got out of the meditation field, I shot toward the adventurer's paradise. I've even used a sliver of energy from Featherlight to increase my speed. The grim monsters had made their move, hun. I said when I reached Elton and my teammates. Yes, we have got orders to wait in the wall, said Elton before we started to fly toward the city wall, like many other people. The sky of the Raven City is filled with people. Everyone when one in the shiny sky, they will see the people who are flying toward the huge city wall. The city wall of Raven City is quite new. The old wall could not compete against the swift development that Raven City was going through, thus it is demolished. And in its place, the new huge wall is built, which is 100 meters tall and 10 meters thick, and is inscribed with various strengthening and other formations. Once the force field of the city got activated, the knights could forget about breaking through it. Only those who were above the knight would have a chance to breach the wall through their strength. Soon we reached the wall, but unlike most people, we did not go over it and stand over it. We walked inside the wall, like many other teams of the reinforcements. We are reinforcements. As our name suggests, we will only enter the battle when city's own people could not handle the situation. Till then we can just sit on the suit in the wall and watch the battle from there. I don't like this arrangement at all. I wanted to go out and fight with all my strength and not wait here and watch the battle, and there is even a chance that powerful grim monsters would not show up, and we will not get a chance to fight. Though I should be not wishing it, as it would make hundreds if not thousands of humans die still. I really wish that battle would escalate a little, and I will get a chance to fight. I have to say this suit is quite good, just like those elite seats in the arena, Elton said as he sat on the comfortable chair which gave him perfect view. I just wished we would be fighting matches in arena rather than watch our people fight to the death with the grim monsters, Elton added with the sigh. To that, I could only sigh too, as this is reality. I took a seat beside him and opened the intelligence reports on HoloWatch. The grim monsters are still quite far. They will take at least an hour before they come in front of us, which is quite for humans to assemble for the battle. 45 minutes had passed, and grim monster could be seen from a distance. From where we are stilling, they looked like a wave of ants, which was getting bigger and bigger as they came closer. As the intelligence said, the numbers of the grim monsters are nearly 1,000,000 compared to them. We have about 400,000 people. In them, about 370,000 are silver elite, while 30,000 are the golden elites. I am quite impressed seeing such numbers, as I did think Raven City will have silver elites and golden elites would have such numbers, but looked like I underestimated the city that is constantly dealing with the attacks of grim monsters too much. Though these numbers are less than half of the grim monsters, they are still good numbers, as we mostly fight against the grim monster that usually has twice and thrice numbers than ours. And these people who are below are not the normal people, they are battle-hardened people who are fighting against the grim monsters for the months. They have extensive experience of fighting in large battles, which normal people couldn't compare. Soon both armies came face to face, with just having 1 kilometer of the distance between them. Both of them armies stare at each other trying to intimidate others. These tactics may seem unimportant, but they are very important. The slightest edge could create a big effect battle. Attack, attack, attack. As both of the armies staring at each other, a battle cry rang out at a similar time from both of the camps, and just as it rang out, both of the armies shouted battle cry loud enough that could be heard from the kilometers distance. Both armies started to move each. While moving, the attacks had started. Methods attacks began to fly on both sides. Seeing so many people casting their methods attacks looked like brilliant fireworks of beautiful colors lighting in front of them. Clashes to these method attacks look mesmerizing, but they are very threatening even to the Diamond Elite. One has to be very careful, as thousands of harmless attacks that could create a chain reaction that is powerful enough to vaporize even an adamantine. Finally, both of the teams clashed halfway in the kilometers distance between them, and the sound of metals started to ring out across the battlefield as the humans and the grim monsters started their real bloody battle, which is amazing as it is terrifying. Currently, only Silver Elite and Golden Elite are fighting, but it would not long before fighting reaches the Diamond level. Unlike the other cities of the Midzone, the Guildmaster of S-Class guilds are Diamond. Unfortunately, that time would not be our time to enter. Only when the Grim Monster would bring out their elite reserves. Only then would we come out to fight them. Have you seen? These Grim Monsters seem to be more trained in such battles than the usual bunch. Elton commented. I nodded. He is right. The Grim Monster that is fighting is not the usual bunch. These Grim Monsters seem to be slightly trained in the battle. You know, from my friends, I heard that the Grim Monsters coming for the battles are more trained than the normal, Elton said while looking at the battle. The Grim Monsters also seem to be more focusing on building the forward bases, I said. We are not directly saying what we are thinking, just noting the important point, as we both are intelligent enough to sense what is happening over the months. The battle trained Grim Monsters, building forward bases, recruiting more and more people for the elite corps, bringing more powerhouses from the central continent. These things are happening for months. A little experienced person would already have noticed something is cooking. It is very likely, or surely we are headed for war. Both sides have started to bring their forces out. Once the fuse is lit, the whole war would erupt. As for what scale it would go or how much longer it would last, nothing can be said about it. The biggest war that happened had swept the whole world in it and lasted for years, while some limited grim battlefield, and ended in a week. Nothing could be said about it. Everything is dependent on the higher-ups. The influence of ice and fire building could be clearly seen, don't you think? Elton asked after some time of quiet. Nearly 60 of our people are fighting with ice and fire rule. I said, ice and fire elementals attacks head down the battlefield. Everywhere one look they will see ice and fire elemental attacks are flying everywhere. It all due to the ice and fire building. It is quite hard to comprehend the rule, and those who wish to do that have to go to the rule palace, which is quite expensive. Unlike the ice and fire, which did not charge anything, anyone can go inside without any restriction. I've heard that those people who have ice and fire elemental powers were given special presents to come to Raven City. If this continues, then 90 of residents will be ice and fire rule comprehender, which will make Raven City even more distinct than it already is. 15 minutes passed since the battle had started, and it began to pick up speed. The people could be seen fighting everywhere, using every move they had in their arsenal to kill the energy. Despite the double numbers and battle-trained forces, the Grim Monsters were still not able to gain advantage over humans. If one observes very carefully, they would see that humans are faintly gaining advantages in the battle. The Grim Monster probably saw this is why the leaders of the battle came. There are 15 diamonds with 200 platinum elites behind them, seeing that leaders of the guilds and platinum behind and also flew toward the Grim Monsters. A minute later, diamond and platinum level fight had started, seeing that I straightened my back and watched the fight seriously. Now the real fight has started. It will be interesting to see if those hiding behind would come out during this fight or not. I hope they come, as only when they come will I be able to fight, but it was to happen it will take time. The battle had just started. It had been half an hour since Silver and Golden Elite State fighting. I would have waited for a while, at least till the fight matured. Those people from Red Flag are crazy and powerful as always. I said with a sigh, in any battle, if one count whose performance is best, then it would be Red Flag. These bastards are really crazy in dealing, almost crossing the limits when they fight. They never cared about the consequence when they fight, especially when fighting against the Grim Monsters. Even Grim Monster always remained careful of these bastards, avoiding fighting them if they could. Unlike the other guilds, the Red Flag has special training for their members. Only those who completed the training will officially be accepted in the Red Flag. They also held many specialized training sessions for their members. To normal, their battle style may seem crazy, even self-destructive, but it is not. It is a special way of fighting in which they have been trained. They may look like bloodiest, but if one looked carefully, they would see all of these injuries were aimed at the non-vital parts of the body, rarely any of the attacks hitting their vitals. There is a method in their madness. Every attack of theirs has a meaning. Every dodge has a reason behind it. If they are taking the attack of the enemy on their body, then there must be some reason behind it. Other people may not dare to take the attack of the enemy head-on, as method attacks are fairly dangerous, but people from the Red Flag won't hesitate, especially those of Platinum and above. Those who reach Platinum and above get a chance to practice a special method called Cage. This method does not have any other uses other than trapping and crushing the energies that came inside one. Be it method energy or the force that came clash or any other energy, it may seem useless, but it is extremely useful, especially to members of the Red Flag. To be honest, if I ever got a chance to practice that Cage method, I would practice it without hesitation. I am not joking, I would really practice it, as my body has enough capacity to practice another mystic method. Practicing, it would not be a problem for me. 2 hours passed since the battle had started, and in these 2 hours, thousands of people have fallen on both sides, but the battle is still continuing, and it is continuing on at full speed. Some people could be seen lost in battle lust, as the only thing they have in their mind is kill. Kill every enemy you kill till there is no enemy seen in front of your eyes. This seemed to have become the motto in this battle. Another diamond of the Grim Monsters was killed. This is the 7th diamond elite of the Grim Monsters had been killed since the battle started, and with its death, the scales of the upper battle finally tipped into complete favor of the humans. Ting ting ting. If there is no reinforcement, then it would not take long for this battle to end. This thought had just entered my mind when suddenly my and others' holowatches started to buzz. It's time, Elton said as he read the 2-word message, it's time. From his holo watch. With the lead of Elton and I, our team slowly flew out of suit. Like us, other teams also came out with the lead of adamantines and diamonds. Soon our teams converged, and 13 diamonds took the lead, with the forefront being the girl in high heels who had been leading the meetings for the past 2 days. We slowly flowed over the battle, which is raging in full momentum. Both of the battles have no change by our entry. They just took a glance at us before they continued with their fight. I took a deep breath as I came above the battle, breaking in the heavy killing intent that is lingering in the air. It is intoxicating, heaviest I've ever felt. Silver elites and above are only fighting this battle, and killing intent they will release would also be dense. Breathing in such a killing intent, I started to feel lust for the battle. If not for all powerful people around me, I would have shot toward where the diamond elites are fighting. A minute after we left our suites, we saw the Grim Monster we are supposed to fight, and when I looked at their numbers, I was quite surprised, as their numbers are 4 times higher than us. Seeing such numbers, everyone's expressions had changed, but no fear could be seen on it. All of the people here are highly experienced. Most of the missions they have done until now had higher Grim Monsters than their numbers. So they're not much worried. Even if these Grim Monsters coming were the elitist of elite, they will still fight against them without fear. Though there is no fear in their heart, they are extremely cautious. They know anything could happen in such a fight. It is better to be cautious and ready, and it is due to this attitude, their eyes scanning every direction too, if there is no other team that is coming toward us. Both of the teams flew toward each other and stopped when they are 500 meters from each other. We did not speak. We just looked at each other intently with a fighting spirit in our eyes. Seeing the Grim Monsters in front of me, I took out the pitch-black greatsword from my storage. I did not immediately activate my phantom method, as I don't know how long this staring contest could go. There's a record of such a staring contest lasting for more than 7 hours, and at last those teams hadn't fought, they just issued the retreat, so I will only summon my armor when the fight started. ATTAC. ATTAC. The staring contest continued for more than 10 minutes before the leading bullman, who had a fearsome aura, which felt even more fearsome than the girls in high heels, shouted attack and led its people toward us. Our leader did not back down either. She also shouted the attack and led us toward the grim monster. Seeing the battle about being started, I did not waste time and summoned my armor like others summoned my methods. When I summoned my armor, I caught the eyes of many people. They were quite surprised to see me in the phantom armor, as it is super rare. People rarely get to see such extremely rare methods. Not only I've caught the eyes of many humans, but also that of many grim monsters. Many diamonds looked at me, but so also platinums and adamantines. Fearing that some crazy grim adamantine might attack me, I kept featherlight energy on the bay to be used instantly. Soon we reached close to each other, and I found 7 grim monsters coming toward me. In them, the 3 were 7-star diamonds, one was 6-star diamond, while the other 3 were 4-star diamonds. I was really confused seeing the 4-star diamond. Are they idiot or something to come at me? I may be 4-star diamond, but I am wearing phantom armor. Defeating such an opponent is way out of their league. Sup. They probably want to take a bite at me probably when I am busy with fighting, but unfortunately, they will never have such a chance, I thought with laugh as I threw 3 knives which were coated with the energy of the armor. Puch. The 3 knives were extremely fast, that before 3 7-star diamond could help defend, they already pierced through the skull of the 4-star diamond. The 7-star elite would have been able to save their comrades. I only used a little bit of armor's energy on the knives, but they have not taken my knives seriously. Thing 4-star diamonds would handle them on there, but second later realized how wrong they were and moved to save 4-star diamonds, but that time it had become too late for them. Bastard, said the lead snakeman. With the 3 dead now, there are only 4 grim monsters remaining. The 3 7-star elites were white snakemen. At the same time, the lone 6-star diamond is scarlet lionman. All grim monster had height over 6 meters, but compared to white snakeman's slender build, the scarlet lionman was bulky and held red warhammer, which is the same height as it. The grim monster did not attack me on impulse. They just cursed at me and started surrounding me with cruel smiles on their faces. Bastard, you had killed one of our own. Now pay the price for that with your life, said the lead white snakeman as it came at me with scarlet lionman. Both of them came at me using their speed skill, while the other 2 7-star diamond snakemen attacked me with the long-range attack. This kind of attack is foolproof and very hard to avoid, as I am being attacked by the 3 7-star diamonds, which are peak diamonds powerhouse, and the 6-star diamond. They all are very powerful diamond powerhouses. But I have no fear against them. I even smiled at the 2 grim monsters coming toward me when the attacks were just meters ahead of me, and then suddenly I moved 2 steps back at the speed that seemed blurry to even 7-star diamond snakemen, which made perfectly avoid the 2 attacks with inches difference. The armor is not just for the show. It is very powerful and does lots of stuff like the speed I moved back with. It's all the power of armor and nothing else. The 2 grim monsters who were coming at me were shocked by my exquisite dodge, but that did not deter them from coming at me. They became even more resolute in killing me. Die. 2 of them shouted together as they attacked me on 2 sides. Their attack was not a normal attack, but of the method power. The snakeman activated its strength-type method, while Scarlet Lionman activated a powerful method, which covered its axe in threatening-looking black smoke. I let the 2 attacks come closer to me, and when their attack was hand distance from me, I moved forward 3 steps to dodge the attack of snakemen and appeared right in front of the Scarlet Lionman's attacks, which let out cruel laughter seeing I had fallen into its trap. Slice. But that exact moment, I crouched down at impossible speed to avoid the attack and avoided its axe by hair breadth and swung my sword vertically at an invisible speed and cut the Scarlet Lionman into 2 pieces before it realized what happened. Splash! As my sword cut the Scarlet Lionman into 2 from up to down, a large amount of blood had spilled on me. I would have avoided the blood easily if not me taking a tumble forward to dodge the incoming attack of the white snake man. In such time, I really wish I had used my totem artifact. This sword I am using is pretty good, and when coated with the power of the armor, it was able to cut the monster into 2, but unlike my totem artifact, it was not able to lacerate, which made shit of blood and guts have spilled onto me. It is good that I am wearing an armor, otherwise if such amount of blood and guts were splashed on me, I would have definitely vomited. I had done that in the past. Those were the days before I had my totem artifact and its powerful enchantment. SCE. My armor started to burn the blood and gut while I looked at the snackman who was just 5 meters ahead of me. You should call your friends and attack me with a close range. If you attack me on your own, it won't take me minutes to send you to your friends. I said, there is no mockery in my voice, just the truth. Maybe 7-star diamond, but I am confident that I could kill it within a minute, and that without using my totem artifact. You are right, I alone could not defeat you alone. You two come here, 3 of you will need to attack together to kill this wretched human bastard, said the snake man as he called 7-star diamond snakemen to fight. The 2 snakemen did not question their friend and swiftly came and surrounded me. He had phantom method. Killing him would save the like of innumerable comrades, said the lead snakeman, and attacked, and with it the other 2 also attacked. These 3 people seemed to have a lot of experience in fighting together as they attacked me in sync. Their movements felt like they were laying the net, and once the energy got trapped in a net, they would be easily able to finish it off. They are underestimating me too much if they think I would fall into their trap. As I saw 3 attacks coming at me in unison, I swiftly moved away. I appeared directly in front of the third, but this time, instead of dodging by moving away or crouching, I directly swung my sword at the thin sword of snakeman coming at my neck. Clang, our sword clashed directly, and I felt immense force coming toward me through my sword. The snakeman that attacked me is 7-star diamond. However, snakemen are not known for their physical strength. It is still a 7-star diamond snakeman, and not to forget it had its strength skill activated. As the force entered my armor, instead of restating, it absorbed it on its own like a sponge, and instantly divided that tsunami-like force into thousands of streams, where it whittled through the various obstacle that by it reached my body. All I felt a strong push which only able to shake my body every slightly. Seeing that its powerful attack barely affected me, its eyes popped out as it could not believe it. You could see I am just 4-star diamond wearing phantom armor. Even if I am wearing phantom armor, its attack should have created more effect than barely something. It had fought the phantom armor before and knew their limit, which is why it had confidence that its attacks would work. Though it did not have hope of injuring it with clashed, it had only hoped that human would take at least 2 steps back. That would have been enough for its 2 friends to launch the attack from behind and finish the human off. How can your phantom method be this powerful? It asked in shock. To that I could not help but smile. The original phantom armor is not this strong, but after it went through, the refinement of the 4th floor of the tower became this strong. I did not answer its question. Instead, I moved away swiftly, dodging another attack before attacking it with my sword, which it countered before it could pierce through its chest. Clang, clang, clang. I started to attack the lead grim monster as it is only, which is some challenge. The other 2 were not much, and I have no interest in fighting them. They are like pesky flies, which I could kill at any time. Despite being on the same stage as the other 2, the leader snakeman is quite powerful. It would counter every attack of mine, albeit barely, but still counter, which gave me quite joy. I started to use stronger and stronger attacks, but it still somehow would always counter my attack, seeing that I got even tougher and which started to injure it, and within a few minutes its body riddled with injuries. There is no part of its body where blood could not be seen compared to it. The other 2 monsters are completely fine as ever since the battle started. I did not launch a single attack at them, just dodged their attacks which saved them from the injuries. SHHA. Another minute passed when I suddenly noticed minute actions between 3 white snakemen, and about to take action when suddenly, I saw 3 white snakemen opening their mouth and releasing dense white smoke at me. This snake was very dense and very fast that before I moved, it enveloped me completely. It's dead, no one can save it. The human bastard was so hard to kill that we had to use our sure kill attack on it, said one snakeman. Apparent tiredness could be heard from its voice. This sudden attack seemed to be him tired it out very much. I did not have time to worry about them as this smoke started to seep inside the armor. But as it did, my armor burst out with amazing fire elemental power that it began to burn the poison particles. But these poison particles are not pure either. They are very difficult to burn at first glance. I come to know this as the poison of white snakemen is not strong. When I looked at this poison very carefully, I noticed this is not simply poison, but method attacked, which had merged with the inherent poison. This is likely the tribal mystic method of white snakeman tribe. There are a lot of tribal mystic methods popping up these days. I will have to ask Elton to give me their information, as I was not able to get them with my measly privileges. Finally, after so many efforts, the poison had finally burned off. The poison was not strong, but it was very sneaky, always finding the way to sneak toward my body. If not for my armor being strong, I would not have been able to come out completely unscathed by this poison attack. It looks like this was your best attack. I am afraid I will kill you all now that you all have lived out your usefulness, I said to 3 very pale-looking snakemen as I came out of poison fog unscathed. They looked shocked seeing me coming out unscathed from their attack. They were so appalled that they did not react till I disappeared from my spot. I appeared behind White Snakeman and swung my sword at it. It reacted quickly to my appearance, but it was still too late. If it were cautious from the beginning, it would have been able to do something, but now it has no chance whatsoever. Slice. It had tried to run away, but my sword easily caught it and decapitated it before it could even take 2 steps of retreat. It was an easy kill when I started to use the real power of the armor. Bastard, shouted the remaining two white snakemen in unison as they came at me with murder in their eyes. This time I did not move away from my spot. Instead, I waited for them to come at me. As both of them appeared in front of me, they wasted no time attacking me. They may still look pale, but this attack is their strongest physical attack yet, and they also launched it strategically, not waiting to give me a single chance of the retreat. Puchai, unfortunately, it will not work on me. I gave a smile to both white snakemen before I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind the snakeman on the left and pierced my sword through its chest before it had stopped the attack which it had launched at me. It's just now you and me now, hun. I asked the leader of white snakemen who was looking at me terror fully. It had clearly been understood that there is no way in hell he would be able to beat me. The moment I launched the attack, it would be dead. I thought it would launch the last attack with overdrafting its energy or something, but these fucking monsters started to run away without even uttering usual threat lines that grim monsters does. Puchai. I couldn't help but shake my head seeing that. I disappeared from my spot and appeared in front of it with my sword out straight. I did not have to do anything other than keep my sword straight before it directly rammed into it and pierced its chest. It did not know what happened till my sword pierced its chest. It had seemed to understand its idiocy at its moment and opened its mouth to curse. But before it could form a word into its mouth, life left its body and it died. This fight is good but not that satisfying. I had defeated these bunch of 7-star diamonds in less than 10 minutes and did not use the full power of my armor, much less other 2 methods and the totem artifact that I have in my arsenal. I had thought these 7-star diamonds would give me some challenge since they are the peak diamonds, but they are only able to excite me for a while. Still, they were too weak, as I didn't even get to use the full power of my armor on them. I looked at the whole battlefield. People were fighting. Everywhere one could see colorful, terrifying attacks of the limit levels flying everywhere. If a normal man saw this fight, they would start to shake from the bottom. The fight is really dangerous, and most dangerous of all is girl in high heels and leading bullman from the grim monsters. This fight is on a completely different spectrum. It is a good thing they are fighting far from the main battlefield, otherwise it would have been disastrous for the other side. Their fight could be said to be terrifying. Each of their attacks is frightening enough to kill thousands of people. These two are peak adamantines, but their power is in a completely different league compared to the other peak adamantine, the hidden class. I muttered as I looked at them. I don't know much about the hidden class. My understanding is completely dependent on what Ellen had told me and what rumors I have heard. From what Ellen had told me, the hidden class are the people that had accepted inheritance of their organizations in the central continent. These inheritances make them very, very powerful that skipping a level is not much of a problem for them. Most of the inheritance could only be accepted during one's breakthrough into Lord Stage. 99.9 knights accepted inheritances that way, but some people could accept it before. The minimum requirement of that is adamantine, but not all adamantine could accept the inheritance before they level up. There are very strict conditions, and only passing those conditions, one would be able to accept the inheritances of their organizations. The inheritances are not the only things that could increase the power exponentially, but other things too, like a constitution that above grade 6 and some mystical weapons. There are many other things. The more one heard about them, the more one would have LUSD for those things. The girl in high heels and bullman are currently only fighting with their methods. They are not using the capabilities of their inheritances. I don't think they will use that for this battle. It's hard to say. Anything could happen. I looked at their fight for a few seconds before I turned toward fighting the strong opponent as I found one, and it is one that of the phantom method. Seeing it, I did not waste any time and moved toward it with my greatest speed. Soon I reached close to the fight. The use to the phantom method is from Green Wind Foxman tribe, and the phantom method it is using is monster type. It had covered itself 15 meters long, faint green-colored phantom fox. It is very powerful. If not for powerful them, it alone wouldn't have needed 8 human peak diamonds to keep to fight it, or more like taking the repeated beating from it. They were able to survive until now because of their numbers. If not for having such numbers, they would have died by now. Friends, could you do me a favor and give me this little fox? It had been quite a while since I had fought another phantom method user, I said. My voice was loud enough to be heard by the 8 humans and fox they were fighting. My sudden voice seemed to startle them, and they stopped fighting. I could see one human, angrily turning toward me wanting to say something, but when he looked at me in the wolf armor, he closed his open mouth. Are you sure it is pretty soon? Another human had finished saying when suddenly Fox bellowed, You wretched human, you dare to call me a little fox? If I did not shred you into thousands of pieces and ate you alive, then I will not be a member of the Green Wind Foxman tribe. It bellowed angrily, and as it came at me angrily as it came at me with blurring speed, it seemed like rumors were right about the foxmen. They are very prideful. The slightest disrespect would make them lose their mind. "You bastard, die," it said as it attacked me with its fiery claw. This attack is very powerful, and one could guess its power by the fiery layer around its claw, which was created by the air friction. "Finally, a worthy opponent," I said as I saw its fiery claw that was coming toward me. Seeing its claw, I did not try to dodge. Instead, I swung my sword at it. I am going to clash against it head-on. Clang. Both my sword and its claws moved toward each other before they clashed with a huge clang that rang across the battlefield. The force that came from the attack is intense, that it shook my whole body. The foxman also had the same reaction. The energy phantom of it shook a little as its claw and my sword clashed. Its eyes went wide when it saw that the power of the attack had the same reaction as me as on it. It had probably thought I would get blown away by its attack, as we both may have the phantom method, but there is a difference in the 3 levels between us. It is a 7-star diamond while I am just a 4-star diamond. It is such a huge difference in power, and when people are using the method of the same grade, it makes a huge difference. The humans that had stayed behind me to provide me the backup were also shocked when they saw it before a smile came across their faces. They started to leave to fight other grim monsters as clearly I do not have the need for their backup. "Shocked, right? Give me something stronger," I said while holding its claw by my sword. To my provocation, I did not do anything, but I could sense its killing intent for me reached new heights. Swish, swish, swish. For a few seconds it did not do anything, but suddenly it opened its mouth and launched attacks of wind blades. Tens of meter-long wind blades came at me with unimaginable speed, and the most dangerous thing is, these wind blades were launched from very close range. There is barely a 7 meters difference between me and it. These wind blades coming toward me are very dangerous. They are not only method attacks, but they are also coated with phantom energy, which makes them even more dangerous. I'm very confident that my armor could defend against these wind blades, and the maximum I would receive is a common injury. However, still, I don't want to do that, especially against the attacks of foxmen, whose tribe is famous for their wiliness. So I swiftly took back my sword, which foxman tried to keep within its claw with all its strength, and disappeared from my spot. But just as I appeared 5 meters left, I saw the tail of Phantom Fox coming at me with fiery momentum. Clang. I could dodge it, but I did not. Instead, I swung my sword at the tail. As our weapons clashed, I felt my body shake again, and with greater force than before. The tail attack of it was quite powerful, but it is not over yet. The huge tail of it tried to wrap around my sword, and at the same time, another wave of wind blades came at it. It was a good thing I am very cautious against those wily foxes from the beginning and instantly disappeared from my spot before both of the attacks could do anything to me. With 20 meters distance, we both looked at each other, both saw heavy killing intent in each other's eyes. It is very clear that both of us consider each other a big threat and would like to kill the other one before the other one becomes a huge threat in the future. We kept looking at each other for a while before we moved toward each other this time. The woolly foxman did not hold back on anything. It had not only attacked me with its claws, but also with wind blades and tails. Grrr. Seeing such powerful attacks, I did not try to clash, but that is what it had wanted as it appeared where I had appeared and bit down with its mouth. Its timing was impeccable, and so is his speed. In the earlier confrontation, it had only shown half of the speed. If there were any other normal peak diamond would have been in my place, he would have eaten clean by the phantom fox, but this I am not someone average. As it was about to take a bite out of me, I disappeared from my spot and appeared above it to bring down my sword, exactly toward the place where its body is hiding. Clang. But it is not easy to attack this willy fox when my sword was just brought down. Its tail had appeared and defended against my attack, and right that moment, the attacks of the one-baldas had also come. Seeing that, I disappeared from my spot and appeared below it to cut it from the down, but before I could do that, the phantom fox disappeared, and the attack of dangerous wind blades came at me. I dodged the attack as I disappeared from my spot. It is very hard to launch the attack on the phantom foxman. One might say the bigger body of it is a big advantage for me, but it is not when the holder of the possess same intelligence and know how to use every part of the body perfectly. It is even harder when the user of such a phantom method is foxman, which is known for their wiliness. One has to be very cautious dealing with them. Still, I am very happy I am fighting such a powerful enemy as those before. It was not much of a challenge to me. 10 minutes passed by as continued fighting, trying to outdo each other with our power and intelligence, launching more than 1,000 attacks, but nobody was able to gain the upper hand. Very good, you are the first opponent which has forced me to use my full power. Be careful, from now on I am going to use my full power, I said, and disappeared from my spot and appeared above its spine and swung my sword down. Catch my speed and power I am using 4 times greater than before. The foxman clearly got alarmed, and instead of countering like always, it ran away, but it was slightly late as I was able to cut the small piece of its phantom armor. Though the piece of the phantom armor is nothing as it is regenerated the next moment, it alarmed the foxman quite a bit. It ran away, but how can I let it run away? Hee hee. Catch, I smiled and appeared above again and brought down my sword at an even greater speed than before brought down my sword. This time I had made an even bigger cut than before, compared to the palm-size cut last time. This time the cut was a meter long. It is time to finish it off. I thought as I had harnessed every bit of the power of armor appeared above it again and brought down the sword with great momentum. This time my speed was so great that there is no way in hell this foxman could defend against, and it probably felt it as well as its body shook in fear. My sword was about to touch the phantom foxman when suddenly, I felt a very threatening feeling coming over. It was so threatening that if I did not move away this very moment, I might really die. F-U-C-K. Cursing loudly in my heart, the first time I used the featherlight energy, and used it moved away from my sure kill attack, which I felt very angry to abandon. Zup, I moved away, and right after that moment, dark green wind blades flew away from the place where I had been. Seeing the power of these wind blades, I know for sure that if I hadn't moved right when I did, my body would have been cut into two and falling down from the sky right now. As the one that launched the attack is not a diamond, but an adamantine powerhouse. I looked at the adamantine, who attacked me, and was not surprised even a bit when I found out it is Green Wind Foxman. Unlike the other grim monster of a similar stage, this foxman is barely 4 meters tall with light green luxurious fur on its body, which made it look very charming. It is wearing full body armor and holding a delicate rapier which looks like it is a work of the art. It's got a completely matched aesthetic that the foxman tribe preferred. It looked quite shocked, seeing dodging its attack as it had launched the attack from a distance of 200 meters, which is very close. While it may be feeling angry, I feel very different from what it is feeling. I'm scared shitless by this adamantine even though it is only 1-star adamantine. It is still an adamantine, and I am scared shitless, but there is some excitement that is that beating in my heart. I had never thought of fighting the adamantine, but now seeing it, I really want to fight this adamantine, which is why I had immediately switched to my totem artifact as soon as I dodged the attack. Sup sup sup. The green wind foxman looked like the anger on its face subsided, and I had thought it would say something, but next moment, it started to swing its repair at the blurring speed, and it did threatening-looking dark green wind blades began to come out of it. Looking at these wind blades, I knew these wind blades were very threatening. The earlier attack was just a casual attack, but this attack is a serious attack, and I will have to dodge it whether I wanted it or not. I let the madness take over my mind, and instantly used the featherlight energy to dodge the attack, which again surprised me as it had not thought that puny diamond could dodge its attack a second time in the row. The real anger finally showed on its face, and it again started to launch the attack, but attacks of this time were way more powerful than the last time. As this time, it did not move an inch, but hundreds or wind blades started to materialize behind it, till the sky behind it completely downed in wind blades. This is the power of the adamantine. It is earth-shaking that no diamond could compare to it. Just seeing those hundreds of wind blades materializing, cold sweat broke through my body as I clearly feel how dangerous these wind blades are. Sup sup sup. Finally, when nearly 300 dark green wind blades materialized behind it, it realized them all at me with a cruel laugh, but I did not have time to see its cruel laugh as these wind blades were coming at me. I used featherlight and disappeared from my spot, but to my shock, these hundreds of wind blades changed their course and moved toward me. This had scared the hell out of me, and I again disappeared from my spot and appeared a little far away, but these wind blades followed. What the fuck is going on? I thought as I saw these terrifying wind blades coming after me like bloodthirsty wolves. No matter I moved, they were following behind me. As I continued dodging the wind blades, I started tracking their energy as such skills need a large amount of expenditure, and I was right. And all I could do is dodge them, keep dodging them till they spent all their energy. It was a good thing I have a featherlight method to do that. Speed of my armor would not be enough to dodge such swift wind blades. Featherlight method is a level lower than the phantom method, but it is purely a speed type method. At the same time, the phantom method is a comprehensive method that has offensive, defensive, speed everything, so it is quite difficult for it to match the level of the pure speed type method. While I am running away like a joker, the foxman looks like it is watching a show. The clear, pleasing smile on its face feels like a mock to me, and which is making me really angry as I could do nothing to it. The most I am angry at are the human adamantines. Those fuckers were not able to contain this bastard. Because of their incompetence to contain it, it was able to leave that battlefield. This bastard of the foxman is quite smart too. It is one of the weakest adamantine that fighting and craftily run away from the battlefield. But I did not unleash the massacre on the humans, as it is clearly aware that once it did that, one of human adamantine too will come of hunt it. So it is lying low on the battlefield, targeting me, and once it kills me, it will target another, as killing few humans would not make it come under the gaze of the human adamantines. It is taking complete advantage of battle rules, as if the grim monster won the battle no one will accuse it of running away as technically. I was just dodging the wind blades when my gaze fell on the foxman whom I had fought earlier. It is still in its phantom wolf form and watching the battle from the edge. Earlier, this bastard was saved and became this adamantine bastard from its tribe. Let's see what that bastard does when its tribesman life is in danger from the wind blades it had cast. With the plan made, I did not waste any time. I took more featherlight energy than the regular dose and disappeared. When I had appeared, I was behind the phantom fox. The distance was nearly 700 meters, but I crossed it in less than a second. The speed provided by the featherlight method really amazing that one couldn't help but get enamored by its marvel. The bastard fox did not notice me till it saw blades coming toward it. It got alarmed and despaired from its spot, and I disappeared with it and appeared where it appeared. The wind blades, on the other hand, they got even more closer that there is barely 5 meters distance between wind blades, and since I had started running, I had never let wind blades come this close to me. Ture. The phantom fox got even more scared than me seeing the wind blasted so close he called, Ture. While running constantly, Ture, in grim language means brother or friend, I don't form which meaning. It had called out the name, but when wind blades were a 1 meter distance from all of them disappeared. This again shocked me as I did not think that it would be able to control the wind blades once they have been launched, but it looks like they could. Bastard, I've been playing with you till now, but now I will kill you. It thundered from the distance, and the next moment it appeared in front of me and swung its sword. Its movements were so fast that normal peak diamond would die before knowing how. Its sword slashed at me, but it cut through nothing but my after image as I had disappeared right before it attacked. It did not take even a moment to find me, and it appeared beside me and attacked again. This time, too, I had disappeared before its attack could cut through me. I may not have any other guarantees, but I sure have a guarantee in running away from this 1-star adamantine elite, when I had refined stage 4 energy of featherlight through the 4th floor of the tower, and felt the power of the refinement energy. That moment I knew that my featherlight energy would be powerful enough that it would give me a surviving chance against the initial adamantines, and now I am surviving against the adamantine. It kept increasing its speed, but I too kept taking my speed to a new height that even with the killing rule, I started to feel blur when I moved that fast, though now I feel fine as I got quite apt at running away. While the foxman adamantine and I are playing the game of the cat and mouse, the other battle across the battlefield is raging in full force. Everybody is fighting with them, all is only with that they will have a chance to survive. From the silver elites to adamantines, everyone is giving their all except for one battle, which is the most terrifying. Those two people are still holding back their power. They are still fighting with their method power and have not started to use their real powers, but despite that their battle is most terrifying, even to the extent that normal peak adamantine tried to get close to it, it will instantly be killed. It is a good thing they are fighting quite far, as nobody wants to be collateral damage in other battles. It is like dying without honor. At such death, people will laugh at you instead of talking about you in respect. Many people are fighting, but there are very, very few that are running for their life like me who are running away from two things. Now the adamantine foxman is chasing me, but also its wind blade. Both of them are chasing me like I am their mortal enemy. Foo. I kept running, and like usual, once again the grim monster appeared in front of me, and just as it saw a huge cloud of dark black sand coming at it, it instantly stopped its attack, which had become a sort of habit in the past hour, and disappeared. But that black sand cloud was too fast. It had already touched it before it could disappear from its spot. Ah, the foxman screamed out loudly in a very high-pitched voice that was heard across the everyone in the battlefield. This is my first time attacking with domain of withering sand since it had reached stage 6 and refined through the 4th floor of the tower. And I have to say its power is amazing when it released from my mouth. Its speed was so great that it had nearly enveloped the foxman. If not for it being adamantine, it wouldn't have survived the attack. Its screams had finally stopped, and now it is looking at me with murder in its eyes. Earlier I was the only insect to it which it couldn't kill, but now I had hurt its pride. Despite being a diamond, I was able to hurt the mighty adamantine elite like it had hurt its pride a lot. It can clearly be seen through its eyes. As it looked at me, a faint yellow layer rippled across its body as it activated its defensive method. It may be prideful, but it is not an idiot who can't see a threat. It had rightly activated its defensive method as it experienced the power of my offensive method. You wretched bastard, if I did tear you 1,000 pierces them, I would not be a member of Green Wind Foxman tribe. It said and appeared beside, and as I was running away from the wind blades and attacked. As it attacked, it saw a familiar cloud of the black smoke coming toward it. It stopped and disappeared from the spot. It had experienced the terror of this strange method last time. Only a few specks of sand had touched it, but it had realized its terror. If even a quarter of that sand cloud had seeped inside its body, it knew it would have been finished without the second, so even after activating its defensive method, it tried to dodge such fearful attacks as much as possible. Fa. It again appeared in front of me, and I again attacked it with the domain of withering sand. Every time it would appear in front of it, I would attack it with my method power. That now it is me that is attacking it, and it is running away if one does not count the new wave of wind blades. It is a quite big change, and many who were watching the battle having a hard time believing this. An adamantine is running away from the diamond. It is quite a funny thing, but it is happening. The foreman also seemed to notice the gazes of people, which made it even angrier, but it was nothing able to do anything against me, as it is confident in fully defending against the black sand cloud. Boom boom. As the battle was going through all the front, suddenly, a big change occurred, and this change had occurred in the battle between the girl in high heels and Bullman, as they had started to show their real abilities. Both of their bodies are shining in faint light with beautiful runes covering their bodies. They looked like gods in mortal worlds, and now their attacks have become even more terrifying. They are still attacking with method power, but these methods' attacks have completely changed under their new power and have become even more terrifying. Seeing how terrifying their attacks are, the other battlefronts started to move away from them, as a single stray attack from them would be enough to wipe all the adamantine that were fighting. I wanted to watch their battle more, and that is why I decided to use all I had been holding back. Fighting against it for more than an hour, I was able to read all its combat styles and also be able to confirm that it did not have a phantom method like the Diamond Foxman in its kitty. So I decided to go for the kill. I will get this one chance. Once I reveal my power, it will become careful, and I will not get a chance to kill an adamantine while being a diamond. If I am able to kill it, it will become a huge milestone for me. It's time, I said in my mind as I appeared in front of the green-winged foxman. As I appeared in front of the green-winged foxman, I breathed out a large cloud of black sand, which is 4 times bigger than what I used to attack. This attack was not purely of the domain of withering sand. I had mixed a large amount of featherlight energy inside. It is also 3 times more than what I had usually used, so one can imagine what kind of speed my attack had. Seeing the attack, horror appeared on the face of the foxman as the ripple of its defensive method got darker, and it tried to speed away from the attack. In our fight, I was not the only one holding back, as its speed instantly doubled when it started to run away. But the speed of the black sand cloud is too fast, with having violet energy of the feather mixed in it had caught up to it before it was even able to take the 10 steps. It screamed loudly as it ran away. This time it screamed even louder. It was so high-pitched that it felt like a sound attack and not the type of scream one would let out when one is in pain. It is running like crazy in pain. It had even dug out its hidden potential, which made its speed increase 3 more times. Seeing my face became sharper, and I disappeared from my place. Attacking it with domain of withering sand is just first part of my plan, as not enough to kill it. It will survive with the power of its defensive method and adamantine level power, which is why I had directly appeared in front of it and attacked it with my sword, using all the power of featherlight I could muster to make my movements faster. What I am doing is a very risky move, and that could even cost me my life, but at this moment I did not care about it. The golden chance of defeating adamantine while still a diamond is rare. I'm not only taking this risk to boost my self-condense and inner glory, but also as my defiance to Guild, showing them what they have lost as they continue to oppress me. Though I know in front of those people, this act would be nothing, but for me, it is everything. It is the best possible way I could show my defiance against the Guild at my current level, and this is the main reason why I took such life-threatening risk. Despite feeling torturous pain and covered in black sand cloud, it seemed to have noticed my attack and swung its rapier at me unconsciously. Its rapier is fast, but my sword is faster. My sword swiftly avoided the rapier that came to counter it and arrived at its chest. As my sword touched the defensive ripple, it easily pierced through it. Meditation and ice and fire building took my sunfire rule to the absolute peak, which increased the power of the enchantment of my sword. Even if it hadn't increased, it would still be able to pierce through it, albeit with little difficulty. Seeing my sword piercing through it, it wanted to change the direction, but how easy can it be with such a fast sword, which pierced through its defensive layer before piercing through the heart and burning it to the cinders. Bang. I did not get to feel the happiness of killing it, as I completely pierced its heart and burned it into the cinder. A cannon like an attack smashed through me. It felt a real cannonball had struck me. Crack, 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 pa. Despite concentrating all the energy of armor on the defense, it still started to crack just as the cannon-like rapier hit me across my chest. It not only started to crack my armor, but also cracked my bones and made me puke my blood repeatedly with bits and pieces of my internal organs. Fuck. I cursed breathlessly. That attack from the rapier of the foxman nearly killed me. It had brought my armor on the verge of collapsing. There are cracks all over it. There is no surface on which hadn't been filled with crack. Still, the armor bore the full power attack of adamantine, which it had launched in its desperate moment. My armor had cracked, but had not collapsed despite the getting a direct blow from adamantine. Its cracks started to fill up, and I also crushed the healing medicine in my mouth when I saw Phantom Wolf attacking me from behind. "Sup, idiot," I muttered through the bloodied teeth as the knife, infused with the featherlight energy and coated with a cloud of black sand, released from my hand. Putch! It tore through the phantom fox armor of the foxman and pierced through its skull as the thoughts of regret flashed through its mind. But as they say, there is no medicine for regret. For its choice to attack me, it had to die. Seeing its body falling, I chew on the healing medicine, and a refreshing feeling spread throughout my body. The attack of earlier was very dangerous. Not it broke every bone in my body, but it had also heavily injured my internal organs. This makes my condition very serious, but still, I have no fear of any diamond. As long as adamantine did not make any move on me, there is no need for me to feel threatened. I stayed on me as I healed, looking down at the body of adamantine foxman, which still looked fine despite falling from such a distance. This is enough to tell how difficult an opponent they are, especially to me who is still a diamond. I could feel shocked gazes of people as I healed. Some had shock on their faces while others have awe. They all have different types of expressions on their faces. To be honest, I am feeling quite good at killing the adamantine. What I did is done by very, very few people, as there is an insurmountable gap between the two levels, and it could only bridge through it when you have something extra. I have my refinement tower, which makes my abilities stronger. If not for it, it would have been extremely difficult, near impossible, to kill the adamantine opponent. This power is given to me by the 4th floor. I wonder how much stronger the 5th floor will make my methods. I'm very clearly aware that the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors of the tower are clearly different from the first 4 floors. There is a drastic change in the formation of the runes from the 5th floor. Those floors give very suppressive feelings compared to the first 4 floors. This is why I was not very confident when I thought about breaking through the 5th floor to refine my method energies if they did not get refined on the 4th floor. Breaking into the 5th and above floor of the refinement tower is going to be very hard, but if I did, the result I get would be beyond Amazon. Finally, nearly all my injuries had been healed. It was now time to join the battle again. It had been an hour since I had killed the adamantine, and now I am just roaming around the battlefield. I am doing the same job that Ashlyn had been doing since the battle started. We are just phasing around the battlefield, saving humans and balancing the battlefield. I wanted to kill these bastards at my heart content, but unfortunately I can't do that. If I killed wantonly, I would attract the gazes of the adamantine grim monsters, who are still working at large on the battlefield. I am very aware of my power, and know that I could just kill the adamantine that is 1-star adamantine. Now there is no 1-star adamantine left on the battlefield, meaning now every grim monster adamantine that is fighting in the battlefield is above 1-star adamantine. I don't want to antagonize any of them by launching the killing spree, just like that adamantine foxman who remained when it entered Diamond Battlefield. This is why I only kill when any human in danger, otherwise I continue playing around the battlefield. Those who never fought in the battlefield, many things on the battlefield, you only do one thing, and that is to kill. They are right, but there are also rules about whom you could kill, because killing too much could also get you killed. It had been an hour since I had been fighting against this snow werewolf, more like playing. I am fighting to keep myself on record, as I could not just stay on the battlefield and not fight. While I am fighting it, I am also looking at all the battles that are being fought by the platinums and diamonds. If anyone needed my help, I could just disappear and save them before continuing fighting against the snow werewolf. But most of the time, I don't need to do that. The only time when I have to kill someone is when Ashlyn is busy saving silver and golden elite. Ashlyn may seem quietly flying above, but she is actually attacking. A tiny fish-eyes-size invisible fireballs constantly releasing from her wings, which would silently seep into grim monsters below, killing them immediately. This making fire invisible trick is quite new. She had learned while comprehending. I wish I could learn that quickly, but I will have to take a long road of hard work. As to make a fireball invisible, Ashlyn had used her ability of materialistic changes. Once she understands how it is done, it is quite easy for her to change the color of her ability. Her current attacks are invisible to other eyes, and since they are coded with the killing rule, sensing them also is a very difficult job. The only people who can see through her attacks are adamantine. Another 3 hours have passed, and the battle is still continuing. In the platinum and diamond level battle, we have got a clear advantage, so is in the battle of the silver elite and golden elite. Only in the battle of the adamantine, our side did not have high superiority. The adamantine have high numbers and humans fighting against them with all. Still, no matter how powerful we are or how we are fighting, it does not make much difference in the scheme of this battle. The main result of this battle totally depends on the earth-ashing battle that is happening in the north. The only result of that battle will determine the result of that whole battle. If that bullman won somehow, then it will be very difficult for us to live. It is very powerful, powerful enough that it would not take long for it to exterminate the whole army. Their battle is being far away. Even with my stronger vision, all I could see were two blurry ant-like figures fighting against each other. Though their figures could not be seen, still the shockwaves of their attacks could be felt and heard from the distance, which is enough to shake their body to the core in fear. Their fight had reached an even more terrifying degree than before. I wish I could see it, but I could not. They are too far to be covered in a range of my senses. Still, I am very happy with what I saw. This is the first time I had seen any special power in work, and to be honest, I had got completely blown away by it. In front of these special powers like inheritance, constitution, bloodline, and other, normal powerhouses are nothing. Aside from my refinement engine, I have something, and that is that Goldslayer inheritance. If I did not find anything by the time I had reached peak adamantine, I would use that, and I am sure by the time I reached peak adamantine, I would have the capability to accept the inheritance without needing to make a breakthrough into the Lord stage. Another 2 hours passed, and last standing platinum is dead. Now all the Grim Monster platinum are dead, so is the diamonds. Now the only ones that are fighting are adamantines and silver and golden elites. All of us diamond and platinums are now standing in the air like idiots. Adamantines are above our league, and silver and golden elite we could not attack directly, so all of us are now acting like sitting ducks in the battle. Though we seem like we people have nothing to do, but we are doing quite a bit inside our mind. The definitive moment is arriving. We all are calculating what to do after that arrives. In the battle, if the girl in high heels won, then everything will be fine and dandy, and we will slaughter these grim monsters during their retreat. But if they won then either we could call even more reinforcement to fight or run away, but not into the city. Running back inside the city would be like giving permission to attack the city. Hell will not even get to enter the city, as its shields would get activated, barring anyone from retreating inside. These are the rules. If we retreat in the city, the grim monster will attack according to rules of the battlefield. That super powerhouse that is inside the city would not be able to lift the hand to help defending against the grim monsters, would be wholly in the hands of the city. And if Grim Monster attacked the city despite anyone taking the refuge inside it, then it would be considered the provocation, and the super powerhouse inside the city will be free to use his power to finish those who attack the city. These are simple rules, and there are many technicalities involved in it. Like if they see the battle on losing end and Grim Monsters would attack the city, they would call the reinforcement through the teleportation gate without care for the expenditure. Which is why Grim Monster rarely attacks and destroys the midzone and warzone cities, as we humans did not let go till we fight to the last blood. As I was busy with my thoughts, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. Those two super adamantines that were fighting had suddenly stopped fighting. Kill them all? This loud order rang out across our ears, as I saw the ant-like figure of the bullman who was fighting against the girl in the high heels running away. It only took a moment to disappear from our eyes. Just as I heard the order from the girl in the high heels, I started to attack in abandon, as this time there is no fear from the grim monsters adamantine, as they are also running for their lives. Everyone started to attack the grim monsters below. They are ants and they have huge numbers, but in front of limit levels powerhouses, these numbers mean nothing. This is massacred, as every attack of mine would kill thousands of grim monsters. I started to make huge fireball after fireball and added little domain of withering sand energy in it. So when these explode on the ground, they would create powerful explosions that simply vaporizes the grim monsters. Everybody is attacking, bringing down the destruction of the ground. If I had seen such a scene a year ago, I would have been so horror-stricken that I wouldn't have been able to move. Even now I am feeling quite a horror inside my heart by the speed and range we are massacring the grim monsters. I see the shadow of the war in this battle. Millions die, such when the commander failed to stand up against the enemy commander. If the girl in the high heels had lost, we would have suffered the same fate under the grim monsters. Everybody is killed, but the one that is bringing destruction is the adamantine. They are bringing down the utter destruction on the grim monsters, which is why just half a minute after the order came down, we have already wiped our own more than half of the grim monsters. The adamantine is forefront in the destruction, and right behind them is Ashlyn. She is releasing huge fireballs that are bringing down destruction slightly less than the adamantine. Her fire may not be as strong as adamantine's abilities, but she knows how to spread it around in more areas so that the maximum people would die, and since the one she is killing is silver and golden elite, she did not have to worry about her fire packing an extra punch. If I had not cautioned her of using full abilities, I am sure that she would have easily been able to kill more grim monsters than the adamantines, but that would have caught too much attention. There is already too much attention on us. I don't want to get more by Ashlyn showing her full power. Finally, we stopped as all the grim monsters are dead, and to kill them all we only needed 49 seconds. We have killed around 800,000 monsters in just 49 seconds. What kind of time is this? All of them are dead. The only ones that can survive were adamantines. Not only the bullman that was fighting girl in high heels was able to run away, but also some who are fighting in the main battlefield have also been able to run away. After we killed all the grim monsters, we flew toward the girl in high heels and stood behind the girl in high heels, whose whole clothes are bloodied. She was wearing white armor and her signature high heels, and now that white armor has become completely red, and so are her heels. It looks like the battle had been that easy for her. Looking at all this blood, she much has suffered quite great injuries. Since I have time to pass, I looked at other solemn faces who were looking ahead, searching for any grim monsters. Everybody had their weapons in their hands. If grim monster launched the rebound attack, we would immediately respond. Most of the time, the grim monsters did not attack, as they used whatever they had during the battle, but we still kept watch in case they did. Usually this waiting time is 1 to 3 hours, depending on the leader. I hope it is just as an hour, as I am feeling quite bored in this solemn silence. Nobody talked as we stood behind, and we stood behind her 2 hours, till the late morning without talking a single word. It is not like nobody could talk. They could, as there is no restriction, but nobody wanted to break this solemn silence. There will be a meeting at the same time in the evening about the battle. Finally, the girl in red said after 2 hours and wait, and before anyone would reply, she flew toward the city speedily. Seeing the battle had been finally over, all of us returned to the battlefield and started to collect our loot. I did not touch the single body silver and golden elite grim monster, only the bodies of a limit-level powerhouse, including that of the foxman adamantine, which I had killed. To be honest, I felt kinda proud of killing the adamantine grim monster. It is a thing that many dreamed about doing, but barely anyone can do that. And since I was able to do that, me feeling proud is the natural thing. But I did not let this success get over my head, as I know what adamantines are capable of. The adamantine I had killed was the weakest one, and with a normal mystic method, if it were someone with a stronger mystic method, then everything would have been quite difficult. Not to forget, there are special adamantines which had fused with their inheritance without making a breakthrough into the Lord stage. They are real challenges to them. The normal adamantines are the same as the normal powerhouse of silver and golden elite. I want to become that. Unless I become that, I would never let any achievement get over my head. But before going that far, I should focus on reaching adamantine. I wonder how much time it is going to take me to reach there. You have given quite a shock to us, Michiel, killing an adamantine while still being mid-level diamond. What a rare feat, Elton said as he patted my back. So tell me the truth, are special or something? Elton asked. Curiosity could be seen dripping on his face and faces on my teammates as they looked at me eagerly for answers. Sort of, you can say that. I have a special constitution which boosts the power of the method I practice. I lied. I could not tell them about my refinement engine or totem artifact. The constitution is safe best, as constitution people are born with it as a natural thing, though it can also be gained artificially. That happened in rare cases. I did not lie to them completely. I have a constitution which I got through the serious unfortunate incidents turn fortunate incidents, but my constitution is fairly low, barely reaching grade 3. It could only give some potential healing power, which is better than average, and some other things. Compared to the real constitution, it is nothing. The high-level constitution could make one powerful than one can imagine. The first thing I did after I reached the room that is allocated to me is shower. In the whole battle, only one attack had been able to hit me, but that single attack had bloodied from head to toe. Dried blood had covered most of my body, which is giving me quite an itchy feeling, so I took a good shower before coming out and eating the lunch that I had ordered earlier. As I finished with that, I got on the bed to sleep. I had not only slept last night, but had also fought a very tiring battle against the adamantine, where I had used my method abilities to my limit. It had tired me out quite badly. So, after setting the alarm for the evening, I laid on the bed and fell into sleep within a few seconds. The record of this person is good, entering roughly in grim battlefield as the below-average level 4 knight, and from there to become a mid-diamond elite who could kill an average adamantine. He did this all while deprived of guild's resources and privileges, not even a limit-breaking method. Still, he was able to become diamond elite through natural way. Quite a good seed indeed, said the dignified-looking middle-aged man in projection. But we cannot accept him. The Sky Saber had put a mark on him. If we accept him, those vengeful people will bear the grudge, said the middle-aged man with a sigh. But teacher, we blood son did not fear the Sky Saber. Then why are we not accepting such good seed? A feminine voice asked. Kiara, you have to understand, power is not everything. There is also a lot of politics hidden beneath it. If we do something to displease them, even something small, they will also reciprocate. And this seed who barely qualifies as a candidate in waiting, Not even a full candidate is not worth displeasing organization of our level, especially as vengeful as Sky Saber," said the middle-aged man and cut the call. "It seems like you are a bad luck buddy," said a feminine voice. If Michiel had been here, he would have been easily able to guess the owner of this voice, as she is you who Michiel referred to as the girl in high heels. Such conversations could be heard around the city, many people sending the footage of the Michiel's battle to their organization, but each one of them getting rejected by it. Unbeknown to this, all Michiel is sleeping like a baby, dreaming a dream which he wouldn't even remember he had when he would wake up. Tring tring. I woke up by the alarm bell and vibration of my holowatch. Hearing the alarm, I woke and directly went to the bathroom to freshen up before I changed my clothes and went out of my room to attend the meeting. The meeting today was little different. We have been briefed about the movements of grim monsters, and though intelligence, it had been concluded grim monsters would not attack the city, at least for 10 days. Last come the contribution points. Everybody was quite happy when they received it, as with such contribution points they could get quite some stuff from the guild, but me, I did not even look at them. What I am going to do with them, with me being a criminal, I could not spend a single point. Like the other contribution points I've earned in months, these contribution points will also rot in my account. "You have become quite famous," Elton said as he saw people peeking at me now and then in meetings, and soon after meeting as I got out. I also saw them, and for a reason unknown, I saw pity in some of them's eyes, which had clearly confused me. "You kill an adamantine and you will also be this famous," I said with a laugh which brought the laugh out of Elton and my teammates. "Yes, you better keep watch. One of these days I will surely going to kill an adamantine," Elton said, which again brought the laugh out of my teammates. "We will leave for the ice and fire building in half hour. We only have a day to utilize it well," Elton said as we parted and walked toward our rooms. Our departing order had come. We will leave for the Heim tomorrow evening, which we have comprehended ice and fire rule, just one day in the Raven City. In my room, and I ate dinner with Ashlyn before coming out. Some of my teammates were already there waiting, and when Elton and others came, we departed for the ice and fire building. Man, I hope I could go above the 6th layer. My rule power had already reached the peak basic. I so wanted to enter the 3rd layer to get a look at the level 1 rule. It will make many things easier for me, Elton grumbled as we walked toward the meditation field. Buzz buzz. Hearing that I typed a few buttons on my holowatch, and next moment, their hollow watches started to vibrate one after another. Seeing their notification rang out when they were on the meditation field, they immediately checked their holowatches and shock appeared on their faces. "Mickle, how?" Elton as asked as he found a temporary green pass on his holowatch. The green pass will let him and my teammates access all 9 layers for the next 2 days. The Emerald Pass is one of the highest passes there, as it gives me all access to the building, and it also gives me the privilege to share the lesser passes with my friends and teammates for the limited time. "I have some connections," I said with a smile, and I entered the 9th layer by layer. We kept entering inside till Elton and I finally reached the 6th layer when Elton hesitatingly flashed his green pass to the scanner, and the next moment, the door opened for him. I gave him a smile before I continued to walk toward the 4th layer. Elton is peak diamond now. 5th layer would not be able to stop him. The real challenge for him would be 4th layer, as only crossing through it would he be able to enter the 3rd layer to comprehend 3rd layer. It is a challenge for me too, and the pressure I would feel would even be greater as I am mid-diamond compared to his peak diamond. I entered the 4th layer and familiar pressure came down on me, making it even difficult for me to breathe. I did not resist the pressure, instead worked on adjusting to the pressure. It took me 20 minutes to get adjusted to pressure enough that I could get a slow, continuous breath. As I started to take the continuous breath, I started to take forward for 3rd layer. Before coming here, I had already decided that I will comprehend the rule power in the 3rd layer, and I will do. I took a step inside the 3rd layer, and that moment, I felt as if I had entered between the 2 suns. One is blazing hot, while another is searing cold. The power of level 1 rules are really amazing. The power of level 2, and level is nothing compared to it, nothing. After sensing the might of the level 1 rules, I felt like I finally touched the real rules of the world, the base rules that our world had made of, the basic foundation on which the world is made of. All the pressure I am enduring is worth it, as this is the time. I am witnessing the majesty level 1 rule and finally saw the way. If I did not get a glimpse of the level 1 rules, it would have taken me quite a lot of time to search for it blindly. The pressure on me is so great that I was not even able to move a muscle. Even my breathing had stopped, and now I am exerting all my strength just trying to breathe even a little. I could feel the gaze of guard on me, and in a minute or two he would come to help me, and I did not want that to happen, as once the guard assisted me, I would not be able to enter the 3rd layer for the day, even having an emerald pass. I did not want that to happen. I only have a day here, and I want to spend it in the 3rd layer comprehending the level 1 rule. Every minute counted here. The more time I spent here comprehending, the more closer I would go to the level 1 rule. And who knows, I might even enter a stage of epiphany like that day and even comprehend the level 1 rule instantly, though chances of that happening are practically slim. Nothing could be said. The miracles do happen in life. I continued trying, and finally I was able to breathe slightly. It is a good thing I did, as guard had appeared next to me. If I had not been able to breathe in the next minute, he would have taken me out. I am just able to breathe slightly, which is not enough to sustain me here for a long time. If I want to stay here for the day and comprehend the rule, then I would have had to learn to constantly breathe, as only this way I could stay here. It is very painful to stay under such an environment. Not only there is intense pressure from the rule powers that are tormenting my body and soul invisibly, but I am also feeling the suffocation, which had also been just as torturous. I just wanted to leave right now rather than feel such torture every moment, but I did not. This is a scarce opportunity which will help me immensely. I could not leave just because I am feeling little pain and uncomfortableness. It had been 2 hours since I had reached the 3rd layer, and I am still on the same spot I had been 2 hours ago, concentrating on the breathing. My whole life, I had never been short on the breath as I had been for the 2 hours. Here I am fighting for breath every moment, and only for the past 10 minutes I have been having a slightly easier time. Just slightly better time. It will still take some more time before I could learn to breathe consistently enough that I could comprehend the rule without feeling the need for concentration of breathing. The 3rd layer is really dangerous. Even adamantine had to take special permission to enter the 3rd layer. Though that special permission is just a formality, it still shows that the 3rd layer is also hard for the adamantines, that they had to take the permission to enter the 3rd layer. 3 more hours passed, and I was finally able to breathe ever so slowly. It is enough for me to comprehend. So I started to walk to find a meditating spot for myself, as even in the 3rd layer, people are sitting and meditating. I walked very slowly, and finally, and after about an hour later, I found a spot to meditate. I slowly sat on it and closed my eyes to meditate without any obstruction. I now have little more than 12 hours to meditate. I will have to make some good progress. With that thought in mind, I focused on the fire rule, which is giving me the feeling of being infinite. There is no end to its power, not on it is infinite, and there is also seem no limit to its power. It is so powerful that it has the power to burn the world to cinder, and at the same time, birth the new world from it. I've always thought that that fire could only be used for the destruction, but never thought from something could be birthed as well. This is an entirely new understanding for me, and when I think about it, it also seems plausible. Sunfire, which I had comprehended, is the subsidy rule of sun, which is the subsidy rule of celestial bodies and grand fire. Sun, which our planet orbits, is a powerful celestial body whose only one strong flare is enough to vaporize the world which we reside in, but rarely any dangerous flares release from it. The only thing it is released is its light, which is a basic thing that nourishes life, any life that is born on this planet. I don't know grim monsters, but every native life in the world requires the sunlight to live. Buzz buzz. Time passed, and Ashlyn and I lost in the comprehension. Forgetting sleep and thirst, the only thing we have in our mind is the comprehension of the rule, and I was just lost in comprehension when my holowatch vibrates heavily and brought me back to reality. It is time to leave. I thought regretfully as I opened my eyes. I would have liked to stay at least one more day, but the time is over. Still, I am quite happy to get a chance to take a look at the level 1 rule. I now have the way for my destination. As long as I follow it, I am fully confident that I will be able to comprehend the level 1 rule. I just hope it happens soon. By the time I reached adamantine, as somehow if I was able to upgrade my rules to level 1 rules, I will not able to use them. The level 1 rules require immense soul power to use then, and I don't have required soul power to use the level 1 rule. Only reaching adamantine will I have that. As I was walking toward the exit of 3rd layer, I saw my team leader Elton, who was also walking toward the exit of 3rd layer from the opposite side of me. When our eyes met, we smiled at each other. That is all we could do, as even mouthing a word is extremely difficult here. A month passed by. I feel like it was just yesterday when I saw the guild's mail and cursed them from my heart, making me join another team like a regular member. The 1 month was quite eventful. There was a mission after mission with barely any break, not only for our team but other teams too. The Trojan ruin in the opening, and everybody wanted to fight it all out before they went on the break. There are only 3 days remaining in the opening of the Trojan ruin, and all the missions have been suspended for the past 2 days. An informal truce had called out as both of the parties sending their members to the Trojan ruin in overwhelming numbers, but that does not mean we did not have the backup. Humans have a backup in the store that even if grim monsters attacked in the overwhelming numbers or even started a war, we will be able to deal with it. And like us, grim monsters are likely to have a backup too. Most of the time, such ruins opened, which is important to both parties. They refrain from launching such a big attack, but sometimes the attack does come, and since there is a shadow of war looming around, there is highly likely the attack would come. Well, I will fight if they attack the city. The next 1.5 months I have nothing to do other than train and watch the League of Legends that is about to commence in my homeland in a week since I am not going into the ruin. Since I was a child, I wanted to participate in the League of Legend, but now I can't, and it is not only because of the criminal tag I had, which forbade me to move, but also because of the rules of the competition. The rules state that those above the Golden Elite cannot participate in the competition. This is such a weird rule, but perfectly suited for a place like my native country. On the other hand, the Continental Championship that will happen in the 2 months did not have such rule. If I can get rid of the criminal tag and reach adamantine, I will surely participate in it. Many of my friends were doing that. Ellen, Jill, Rhea, and others, they all have reached the adamantine. Ellen said that this time, Continental Championship, is going to be extremely important as it has a relation with the event that is going to happen on the central continent 2 years later. Well, it's nothing to do with me. It's not as some miracle happened and I will get relieved of my criminal tag. The people who had cast a tag on me belonged to one of the most powerful organizations. Only the people from a similar level of organization could do something like that. I could lower my pride and could ask help from Ellen's teacher, but I would not do that. If I do that, then I would never be able to practice in peace. Tring, tring, tring. I was about to start practicing when suddenly my holowatch started to buzz. It was Ellen who called, seeing that I accepted the call without waiting. Don't be angry, I've done something to help you, Ellen said. Her angelic face looks little guilty, but there is also firmness in it which believes what she did was right. Ellen, what did you do? I asked with a sigh. I am not angry at her. How can I be when she is doing it for me? But I still wish she had not taken her teacher's help. Nothing. I had just sent the letter on my capacity to high table writing that if they disallow you from getting into the Trojan ruin, then I will send a letter to War Tower with my teacher authorization and name them all, she said with a cruel laugh, which made her look very evil. Hearing that, I did not know what to think, but I am relieved she did not ask her teachers to help explicitly. I just used her as a threat. Don't worry about it. With my letter, those bastards would surely give you permission by the end of the day, Ellen said with confidence. She is very sure I will get permission. The Trojan ruin is very important for me to make quick progress in most ruins that continent has, and everyone who came out from it came back with huge benefits. Even though this ruin is said to be most beneficial for the grim monsters, since there are blood ponds everywhere, but it is wrong. From what information came out these days, the Trojan ruin is also very beneficial for humans too. The first benefit is limit energy. The Trojan ruin had 10 times limit energy than what the continent had, and some special places even have 100 times or more, which makes this ruin the ideal location for those who want to break the limit. Unfortunately, limit energy is useless to me since I do not practice the limit-breaking method, but for those who practice, it is heaven. From what I've heard, nearly everyone who has reached the limit will come back breaking their limit. This ruin is a paradise for them, though it is extremely dangerous there, and thousands of people die. People still flock to go there. The ruin has lots of things like inheritances, treasures, weapons, herbs, everything. That is what makes it so alluring that everyone that is Golden Elite or above sign up for it. Warzone 1. Has anybody had a reply to this? Asked a girl as she flashed a letter in front of all the 6 members, and nearly all of them had the look of anger flashing on their faces. This is the most explicit threatening letter they have ever seen since they have taken the place on the high table, except for the seniors of their organizations. Nobody dares to threaten them so openly. There are quite explicit lines like, after I sent the letter to War Tower with my teacher's seal, I will come for you to beat the shit out of you in that time. I will see if your organizations and those 2 bastards who are pulling strings from behind dared to help you. It is clearly written in the letter. She even explicitly stated what she will do with 2 people when she has enough power. She is openly threatening us. Said blonde-haired man named George, so what she is threatening us with her teacher behind her, there is probably around 4 to 5 people in the whole world that dare to do something to her. So George, whether you want or not, we will have to fulfill her wish or get reported to War Tower. We all have no wish to get reported to War Tower, repeated the young women. The young man named George's expression is really bad as it is his organization that put the fake record, and as they said, whether he wants or not, they will give that guy permission to enter the ruin. They all have agreed to fake record because they have nothing to lose, and the one they were doing that was just an ant with no power to stand against and no backing, but now things are different. That ant now has the backing of Dinosaur, which even those who gave him the order to do that will not dare to offend. Give me 10 minutes before giving him permission, George said and disappeared from the room as if he was teleported. Soon George went to a secret place and made a call while wiping the beads of sweat that appeared on his forehead. Soon the other party picked up the call, this call one of the tensest calls he had ever done, and by the time the call was finished, his whole body drenched in sweat as if he had come fighting an exhausting battle. This call was even more exhausting than the long battle, but it was over, and now I could finally, and now whatever happened, it won't be my responsibility. He found a backup and quite a good one at that. His sister said so what he found the backup, he may have found a way to enter that tiny ruin, but he won't be able to return from it, I replied. Well, higher-ups had been asking me to finish him off so Rachel could progress faster without any guilt or worry, and now with him dead, both of those things will disappear from her mind as well, I said with a laugh. Today is the day the Trojan ruin will open, and I am quite excited about it, just as Ellen had said 3 days ago. I got permission to enter the Trojan ruin within a few hours. Though I had only 3 days, they were enough for me to make the preparations I would need to make before entering the ruin. I had brought what I had to buy and even called my family, saying I am going into ruin. They were quite worried, but I had told them it is a regular ruin and not a highly dangerous one where the chances of dying are huge. I've even called my friends to say to them I am coming. They are pleased about it. All of my friends who are present in the war zone are going to this ruin, including Ellen, who is already peak adamantine. She said this ruin is very necessary for her progress. I was a little confused seeing she had already reached the peak adamantine, but I did not ask as it involves her secret. I fairly have an idea about why she is going to the Trojan ruin. I am very excited about going to ruin, but there is also an unconscious fear. I had never felt such fear in my life before. As the time of ruin opening came near, this fear in me kept increasing. It is like this feeling is warning me something bad will happen to me if I went to ruin, and this feeling is never wrong before. However, I am still going even if there is extreme danger. There are also great chances. If I am lucky, then I might be even able to get my hands on some powerful inheritance. As I thought this, I had arrived at the critical juncture in my practice. I had finally reached the 107th pose of the Supreme Combat exercise, and just needed to perform one more pose to reach the 108th and go through the first grand cleansing. This month I had practiced every little moment I got, especially for the past 5 days when the missions have suspended. In the past 5 days, all I did was practice and make potions, practice and make potions. The 11th level of Supreme Combat exercise is different from the other 10. From the 11th stage, in every pose body goes through the minor cleansing, and every 12 poses it goes through the major cleaning, and when all 108th poses were performed. If I reach the 108th pose, then I will go through my first grand cleansing. This is the stage where very few could reach, as it is extremely difficult to reach this place. In the 107th pose of the 11th level, I felt like I have been encased in the hard rubbery cake, and no matter how much force I use, I will only be able to move only a little. This little moment is taking me toward the 108th pose. After going through many major cleansings and drinking many potions, I had already reached 6 star of diamond, and 1 more star from reaching the peak and the 3rd limit. I want to be at limit state when I enter the Trojan ruin, so if I get an incredible chance, then I might directly make a breakthrough into adamantine stage without going through the long hassle of building momentum. This is the reason why I so wanted to go to Trojan ruin, so there I could relieve myself from the long, arduous process of building the momentum. The last time it took me 7 months and torturous training before I could build the momentum to reach the diamond. And seeing practice has become harder, and it is going to take even more time, which I don't have. I don't mind the torturous training, but the thing I mind is the long time it took. That is why I will mostly focus on finding the chances in the ruin. Boom, I continued to perform, and finally, when I was at my last leg and about to fall, I reached the 108th pose, and just as I did, a booming sound rang out, and a huge amount of cleansing energy started to spread around my body. Boom, a thunderous boom rang in my body, bringing a huge amount of energy with it. This cleansing energy is not only affecting my body, but it also is affecting my soul. To my shock, the secret method I was circulating in parallel did not produce any obstructions. Not only it had not produced any obstructions, but it also started aiding the cleansing energy to spread in every part of the soul, so the impurities in my soul would be cleared. I had read about it from the information that Ellen had provided me a few months ago. Still, I never dared to believe it, as body cleansing exercise is a body cleansing method, but now not only is my body going through the cleansing, but also my soul. The new cleansing energy that is roaming through my body and soul is very thicker than normal cleansing energy of the major cleansing, but its amount is also great. It was able to bring out impurities that hidden deep into my body. I could see a terrible smell coming off from my body. It is very bad. Very, very bad that I am having a problem holding back my vomit. Not only impurities coming out, but hidden energies also coming out. My body is completely filled with these hidden energies. Most of them are from the medicinal monster's cores, but some of the energies are for the potions I had drunk, and there are even energies of miracle fruits that I had eaten in the past. The grand cleansing is bringing that all out. Nero is having a field day eating the different types of energies. It is like him eating the different types of candies. He ate all the energies, but there was the order in them. He ate the ones he liked most first, and that is, without question, is miracle fruit energies. The amount of them is very small compared to the other energies, but he still ate the first before starting on another. Gyuduk gyuduk. The Nero speed of eating is incredible that I had to gulp down 2 monster cores that I had been holding into my month, as the grand cleaning is a rare chance before I started practicing. I had stuffed a lot of monster cores into my mouth, so I could eat them as the energy need arises. Holding monsters' cores into the mouth may seem simple, but it is an extremely dangerous thing to do. These cores easily melt when they come in contact with saliva, so I had to cover each and every core into my mouth with my mana so that energy could leak from them, and I could gulp them as their need arises, like now. Now every energy is suppressed in my body under the work of cleansing energy, and as I continue to go through grand cleansing, many of these methods will melt and merge into my body and soul, strengthening them bit by bit. Within a few minutes, I had become 7-star diamond from 6-star diamond, and now I have to reach the limit for that. I will need immense energy. I don't know if the grand cleansing would be enough for that. Still, I have to keep trying, and with all energy that is merging with my body and soul, there is some chance that I will be able to reach the limit with the help of grand cleansing. So I continue performing 108th pose with all the energy I have with it. I would consume monster core after monster core to fulfill the energy I needed for my body. Thud, time passed, and I completed 108th pose fully and fell tiredly, but grand cleansing is not over. It continued. The grand cleansing lasted for 7 more minutes after I landed. When everything was over, I scanned my body and found I needed some more energy before I reached the 3rd limit, seeing that I had initiated the level up. Through the grand cleansing, Nero had accumulated enough energy for me to level up, and when I asked him to start the level up, he did, and I began to level up the general stage. The level up lasted for 10 minutes, and when it was over, I had reached the initial level of the general stage, and my body and soul had also reached their limit. So from now on, I would not be able to make any progress, or better to say, all the progress I would make from now on would directly go towards building the momentum, and will make use of that progress when I broke the limit and became adamantine. Currently, adamantine seems very far from me, but who knows, I might come across the lucky chance and become adamantine just a few days. In the ruin, anything could happen, which is what makes it really alluring despite the immense danger it represents. After the breakthrough, I got up weakly and wobblingly started walking toward the bathroom. If I had gone through the major cleansing, I would not have felt this weak despite making a breakthrough into the general stage. But it is grand cleansing, I had thought, and it tired me to my core. Even though I am recovering faster, it is still slower than the normal times. Soon I went to the bathroom and showered. I showered till there was not a whiff of that vomit-inducing smell remaining on my body. Gasp. Half an hour later, when I looked myself at the mirror, I couldn't help but gasp. My skin has become so vibrant that it seemed to emit vibrancy. The glow I got due to it had made my average face look handsome. Mother would be very jealous when she saw this, I said, and clicked a couple of photos of mine and sent them to my parents. Both of my parents had reached the limit, and their progress is not far behind me in methods. If nothing went wrong, then my parents would be platinum by the time I had returned. After I am done with sending pictures, I ate the food I had already ordered before I flew down from the window of the room toward the central square, where the formation gate leading to the Trojan ruin will be opened in 2 hours. I can't wait to go inside, Elton said as he saw people passing through the 20-meter circular teleportation gate. It is a huge teleportation gate, but compared to the people that are going inside, it is nothing. There are millions of people going inside. Only after seeing such a crowd I had realized the power of the war zone. All the people that are waiting in the square are the Golden Elite and above, and there are about 5 million people Golden Elite here. 5 million Golden Elites, what kind of number is this? To be honest, I had thought there would be at max 2 million Golden Elites, and in our Warzone, but never have I guessed there would be about 5 million of them. And this is Warzone 13, one of the weakest Warzone in all Warzone. Other Warzone will have more numbers than this. When these people return, they will return, becoming even more powerful. The guild had spared no effort this time. They had transmitted the limit-breaking method to everyone who is going inside the ruin, aside from me, of course. I had registered for it, but my request had been declined. Buzz, we were just talking when suddenly, the teleportation gate activated with a loud buzz. It had been activated, meaning the connection with the Trojan ruin had been, and we can now enter through it. Enter, said the super house who is responsible for the teleportation gate, just as we heard that we moved toward the formation swiftly in neat lines. We are one first people who are going in, as after a few adamantine, which are not more than 100, it is the turn of our diamonds. Best of luck, I said to Elton as I activated my armor. The silver spread from me and solidified into armor. Elton had also activated his defensive, and with the last nod, we entered inside the formation gate. As I entered inside it, the familiar feeling of flying into the tunnel came to me, and it is a reality. I am passing through the space tunnel, which is made from the powerful formation, and in a few seconds I will reach my Trojan ruin. I hope I get transported to the familiar area. I have not only had a map from the Grim monster, but I also have one that was given to me by Ellen. This map was the most comprehensive one. This is the map that only Guild Leader has access to. Though like all the other maps, it is not a complete map of the Trojan ruin. Still, it is the most comprehensive map that humans have, and I am quite lucky to have such a map as it will make my stay in the ruin a little easier. Unlike the other ruins, this ruin is war ruin, and even thousands of years later, of powerful attacks have still left around the ruin. One accidentally entered where these traces are present. One will be lucky if one is able to get out without losing their life, as falling in such places is compared to losing one's life. This is why I desperately wish that I would not fall into such a dangerous area where I would lose my life the moment I enter. Splash! I had just thought that when everything in front of me turns black, and the next moment I find myself crashing very heavily on the water, or what seems like water. Bang. The water is not deemed to be too deep that I crashed heavily in the water and felt an intense shock running through my body and even felt some of my bones cracking. This crash was no less powerful than the attack of full-power 1-star adamantine. I am Peak Diamond, who had donned myself in powerful phantom armor in this crash, still able to injure me. If it had been any other Peak Diamonds in my place, he would have either died or very near the death. I am a little surprised by my fall, but not much. The gravity in the Trojan ruin is 4 times the normal, and that is normal places. In some special places, it increases much more. Still, this fall would not have happened, as from what I've read, people appear very close to land when they entered the Trojan ruin. They made special preparation for that to happen, otherwise people entered in the ruin as I did. They would be squished to death before they could utter the word. I opened my eyes as I adjusted to the 4 times gravity. I found myself in a small lake of red-brown liquid. This red-brown liquid is quite thick and also dangerous, as I could see. It is trying to infiltrate my body through my armor. Though my armor can stop it, I could see its power and knew most diamond would be powerless against it. I was just looking at this red-brown liquid when a thought came into my mind, and my expression changed suddenly as I understood where I had fallen. F-U-C-K. I couldn't help but curse at my luck I had fallen into the F-U-C-K-I-N-G bond pond. If it had been Grim monsters, it would have been ecstatic with joy, but not me, especially when I saw the power of the blood pond. This blood pond is grade 1, albeit barely reaching there, but still a grade 1 blood pond, which is suitable for the peak diamond or initial adamantine Grim monsters, and that is a bad thing for me because, roar, roar, roar. I did not get to finish my sentence when I started to hear the crazed roars. I crushed healing medicine in my mouth and got up, only to see 7 beings surround me. I am surrounded by beings that look like humans, Grim monsters, and monsters. They had the figure of these races, but their bodies are entirely red-brown, the same color as the lake with crazed looks, and all 7 of these beings emitting the aura of the initial adamantine. Blood thralls, these bastards are blood thralls, the unfortunate souls which had been transformed by the blood pond. They had completely lost their mind, and became an entity of which only knows how to attack when someone entered the blood pond. The blood pond is made from the blood and other parts of the super powerhouses that fought in this ruin thousands of years ago. By unique nature to this ruin, that blood had conjured up and turned into blood pond. Blood pond is said to be a semi-living entity due to its ability to create the blood thralls. They are called vampiric pool. The Grim monster who came to use the blood pool takes the huge risk, as when they are not careful enough when consuming the blood pool, they could be converted by it, like these 7 beings surrounding me. In them 1 is human, 2 are monsters, and last 4 are the Grim monsters. Those 4 of them must have been consumed by it when they are trying to devour it. Ashlyn. I said as I called out Ashlyn, and at the same time I had took out very beautiful rapier, which has become F-U-C-K-I-N-G heavy under this 4 times gravity. Its original weight is half ton, which one would not think it would weigh, seeing such a delicate and beautiful rapier, and now under this 4 times gravity weight of its became 2 ton, which is heavy for me. Seeing this, my expression couldn't help but worsen, as I am fairly confident that I would not be able to my totem artifact, which would weigh around 4 ton in this ruin. So I will have to fight these 7 adamantines with this rapier. It's good thing I have Ashlyn, otherwise it would have been very difficult for me to finish off these 7 blood thralls. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing me bringing weapons in my hand, some kind switch had been clicked inside them as all 7 of them came at me. I have a maximum of half an hour to finish these blood thralls, as these blood thralls are immortal as long as they are in the pool. I will have to destroy their core within half an hour, so I will have enough time to deal with the lake before they respawn. I could run away, there is that option, but I will not. This blood pool is big enough to create at least 20 adamantine Grim monsters from diamond, so I will not leave until I deal with this pool, and these 7 blood thralls will be good training partners for me to get used to the environment of this ruin. All 7 monsters came at me with roar. Within seconds, they came to the place I had been and attacked, but they did not find me as I appeared 10 meters behind them. Despite the gravity, I could move it here effortlessly, the training in the 4 times gravity worth, I thought. They soon found me as they had sensed me with the help of the pool, as the whole pool is their domain. Roar, roar, roar. They came at me with more ferociousness and speed than before. Their blood-red eyes and red canines are clearly visible. They are a clear indication of what will happen if I get caught by them. Their speed is slow, though if they had been their original selves, I would have run away with my greatest speed. Live grim monsters and humans could use the method power, but these blood thralls did not. But they have a pretty good deal in the pseudo-immortality, though. I let them closer to me, but I quickly disappeared, and this time I did not move too much distance. I just appeared behind the human and pierced my rapier towards its heart. If one takes a look at the rapier I am using, they will see it densely covered in the dark black sand and sunfire. These blood thralls may be weaker than their original selves in every other aspect, but they are very strong in the defense. These are the guards of the blood pool, and they have a very strong defense, especially around their blood core. It is very hard to breach it, which is why I hadn't held back anything during my attack. My sword touched the skin of its back and found it extremely hard. Its hard defense on the back did not last long, and my sword pierced through its back and finally touched the blood core. Catch, catch, catch. With force my rapier went inside it. I had thought the blood core of it would shatter the moment the sword touched it, but no, it had just cracked. This shocked me, but I do not have time to get shocked, as human blood thrall had launched an attack at me and others also coming at me. Catch, catch, catch. Bang. So I unloaded all the power of my rules and even activated the vibrating enchantment of the rapier, which I thought would be useless, but it turned out to be most useful. The vibration widened the gaps in blood core, which helped me see black sand inside it and blasting it away. BLOP. Just as its heat shattered, it turned into blood and fell into the lake. I had known something like this happens, but still was quite shocked seeing it. Seeing the power of this blood pool, it will need at least half an hour to construct its shattered blood core and come back, and I am not worried about not doing it in the times, as the 2 blood thralls had already been dealt with. I and Ashlyn had shattered the blood core of each blood thrall each, and now we are going after other blood thralls, seeing that I also disappeared from my spot and moved toward the grim monster blood thrall. Looking at physic of the grim monsters, it was werewolf, a wind werewolf to be exact. Sharp triangular ears made it easier to identify its tribe. Shattering its heart had been a little more difficult than the human's blood thralls, but I was still able to do it. And now only 2 blood thralls had remained when I was dealing with werewolf blood thralls. Ashlyn had finished with the 2 blood thralls. The 2 blood thralls that have remained right now are the monster blood thralls. One is 8-meter-long hippo monsters, while the other is 7 meters long deer monster, and since Ashlyn went for the hippo blood thrall, I naturally went for the deer. The deer blood thrall was the fastest of the bunch, but its speed is nothing compared to me. I directly appeared at the closest spot to its heart and pierced its skiing, which is unusually hard, harder than I thought. Though my sword was still able to get past it, the real problem came while cracking its blood core. It's one tough bunch, and to crack it, I had activated not only the enchantment of the sword at the full power, but also released the dark black sand indiscriminately. Catch, catch, catch. Bang. Finally, the blood core shattered into pieces as I released every ounce of my power to crush it. Finally finished, I said with sight. These adamantine-level blood thralls seemed quite weak, but they are extremely hard to kill, and when that combined with pseudo-immortality they have in the blood pool, they became a dreaded opponent. I was able to kill that deer blood thrall because I poured all the power of black sand I had. If that heart had been slightly tougher then, it would have been really, really hard to kill it. I could feel the seething of the blood pool as I killed all its guards, but it could not do anything to me. It is entirely powerless after its guards are incapacitated. I did not waste time and quickly appeared on the edge of the blood pool and took out the red pill, which is the size of infant's fist, before crushing it into the power. The powder fell on the lake, and a minute later, it calmed down completely. This pill incapacitates the lake for an hour. As for why I did not use it before when I was fighting against the blood thrall, because I did not want to die. The blood thrall is very protective of the blood pool, and if anything happens to it, they will self-destruct their blood core. Once their connection is broken with the blood pool, their blood core will detonate the next moment, and these adamantine blood cores have enough power to vaporize any adamantine. I am still a diamond. I would have no chance to survive under the detonation of the 7 blood thralls. Seeing the lake incapacitated, I took the white palm-sized bottle, added mana into it before throwing it out in blood pool. A few seconds later, the brown-red blood in the blood pool started to get sucked in the bottle, and a minute later, the whole blood in the blood pool had been sucked in the small bottle. Blood may not be useful for us to consume directly, but it is a precious resource nonetheless. The guild offers a very high price for it, and I am planning on collecting as much as this blood I can. This will help very much to gain the resources for the adamantine. The resources for the adamantine level sell at the sky-high price, and some of the resources could not be brought by the price, and for that, one has to produce a thing of similar value. The blood is very precious, and so are 7 twinkling red crystals shining on the surface of the blood pool. These blood-red crystals are cores of 7 blood thralls, and they are 2 as precious as the blood pool. I collected the 7 crystals, and like the bottle, I placed it in my storage. I looked around for something precious, but the place was barren. Everything this place had been gobbled up by the blood pool. Seeing there is nothing, I looked around only to see I am in a packed structure. It is not a cave or natural-born structure, the texture of the wall that had been eroded by the time, that makes it look like a cave. The air around the lake is also sufficiently fresh, which means we are not underground, which is a good thing. If it had been underground or deep underground, I would have had to stay till the time of leaving. The cases of one entering underground are rare, but it has happened to people. Some unlucky people have spent all the ruins' time in underground till it is time to leave. Happened to very few people, as the beacon bracelet that was provided to us usually transferred to the open space. That is why I had been so surprised when I had crashed on the space, as my entry would have been on the gentle and not enclosed space as this, but looked like I had been one of those unlucky ones. Ashlyn, help me find a way out, I said to Ashlyn, and spread my killing rule to limit searching for the exit, but I did not have to wait for long as Ashlyn had found it. Bang, bang, bang. I had just started walking toward Ashlyn when I began to hear loud sounds, and making them is none other than Ashlyn. I was able to find out the reason when I walked to Ashlyn. She had found a small crack from which faint sunlight could be seen coming inside through it. Ashlyn is attacking that crack to widen it. She is doing quite a good job, as many cracks had started forming around the crack. With enough attack, she will be able to crash apart that crack and make a hole big enough that we both could walk outside. She continues attacking the crack, but the stone these cracks are is quite tough, even with an all-out attack from Ashlyn, which she had not only using the concentrated fire but also method power, the progress of her slow. Bang, 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 boom. She continued attacking for 15 minutes when suddenly, a sound boom rang out and the whole wall had collapsed. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel shocked, as what I am expecting is hole big enough for me to crawl out, but what came was a way that few people could comfortably walk through it. As the wall collapsed and bright sunlight fell on my body and also showed what is ahead of us. As I walked forward, I found myself on the small hill, and in front of me is what seemed to be a ruins of the sprawling city that used to be here thousands of years ago. Looking at destroyed buildings, I could see that the city used to be Grand City, that even warzone cities hold no candle in front of it. But now everything laid in the ruins. The war had destroyed the prosperity that the city used to have in the past. Seeing such a scene, sadness couldn't help but dawned on me. I looked around before I opened the map that Ellen had given me. The map is too vast, and if I were to search one by one, it would take me days. It's a good thing I could search through the requirements. I first selected the hilly region, where I got more than 10,000 results. Next, I added the city in it, and the result down to 152 instantly. After that, I started to type all the small details. I am seeing a small city, like that half-destroyed tower, which is still standing tall. After adding everything, I got 3 results and started to look at them one by one before finding the place I am. Seeing, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I don't want to end up at an unknown location, as this place is very dangerous. If I just looked at the sky, I would see 3 places where the remnants of super powerhouse attacks had remained. Even in bright sunlight, they were visible and sending out threatening feelings. This place is Hilbert City, and it is on the edge of the 4th region of the Trojan ruin. If I had been a few hundred kilometers west, it would have been quite difficult to know where I am, as there is a huge empty gap between all 7 regions where there might be an entirely new region hiding. I am going to go toward the east, since the west is unknown, and I aim to find chances that were not on the maps. I will have to find them myself. Taking a look at the decimated and withered ruins of Hilbert City, I walk toward the east, as where I am going in the east I have no bloody idea. The only thing I have to search for the chances. It would have saved me quite a lot of trouble. If the chances had been marked on the map, I would just go to get them. I joked as I walked downhill. Ashlyn is flying ahead, scouting the way for me. Like this small stream which is 50 meters beside me, it looks beautiful as crystalline water is flowing from it. And yes, there is crystalline water floating from it, and if one looks carefully, there are also some very tiny runes. This small stream may look very pleasant and not dangerous at all, but any night walk 10 meters of its radius, that person will be frozen to death before shattering into icy crystals and merging into the stream. This is why the area around 10 meters of its radius is completely barren. There is not a single life that could be flourishing there. Just like this crystalline stream, there is the gentle emerald wind that could be seen rustling above with multicolored tree. Leaves this gentle wind is even more dangerous than the stream. If anyone entered its range, then they would be sliced in the thousands of extremely thin pieces. Danger lurks everywhere, and Ashlyn is the best scout there is. Her danger sense is way greater than mine. We continue our travel, avoiding danger and searching through the buildings to see if we found anything exciting. Many people found fortune and chances through this. I've had in the last batch, one girl just found a mystic weapon lying in a damaged building. Though the mystic artifact was quite damaged, it was far still greater than what she had imagined. She had become invincible with that weapon of hers, and I even heard she was able to make that mystic weapon merge with her totem artifact, making it completely hers. I don't know if these stories are true or not, as they are from the feed and not any trustable source still. There are too many stories on the feeds, and all stories have some truth. I am very aware that many of the stories are true. Trojan Ruin is a complete treasure trove. Take those crystals in the stream or leaves in the wind, these are treasures with unimaginable value. But no knights could take these treasures. The danger around them is so great that even those who are above the knight will not be able to get close to those two things. Ellen said there are some things in this ruin that have the power to instantly annihilate the top powerhouses of our world. In this ruin, not all treasures are unreachable. There are many other things one could get. Not all treasures are bound in extreme danger. Some could be found easily, like some things in the house that are not eroded by the time, or things in attacks that had faded enough not to harm one. I was just traveling behind the safe way shown by Ashlyn when something had entered my range. When I concentrated, I found it was a grim monster and a diamond like me. It seemed to have noticed me before I noticed it from the high ground, and now it is coming at it with the fiendish expression on its face. When it saw me looking at it finally, it licked its lips and let out a laugh. Seeing it, I felt good. Even if it is an enemy, at least I saw someone walking into ruins of the city alone is quite endearing, but now seeing the grim monster, I did not feel alone anymore. Puchai. Unfortunately, it is an enemy which can't be left alive, so I took a regretful sigh and threw a knife at it. Seeing the knife, it had laughed at first, but its expression stiffened mid-laugh as it had started to laugh when suddenly a knife had appeared in front of it and pierced through its head. Seeing it dead, I appeared before its a dead body and stored it inside my storage before continuing with my journey. As such, 5 hours had passed, and in the 5 hours I had come across the 7 grim monsters. All of them I had killed. It is such a regret that there are no humans. According to data, whenever the Trojan Ruin opened, grim monsters always sent 10 times more numbers than us, and that is their least number, as most of the time they sent more than 10 times. Grim monsters have more powerhouses than us, and they also have greater LUST for this ruin, so it is not surprising that they have more numbers than us. It gives us a lot of pressure, as the more numbers they have, the more resources that we'll take from the ruin. Since exiting the blood pool, Ashlyn and I were not much luck finding something worthwhile, but the grim monsters I've killed had pretty good things. 2 of grim monsters had got quite lucky, as they had very precious things inside their storages. Choo-choo, I was just thinking about the treasures when Ashlyn's chirp rang out across my mind. She had said she had found something interesting, and I should take a look. Hearing that, I did not waste time in the useless thoughts and walked toward Ashlyn quickly. Ashlyn is about 2 kilometers away from me. If it had been home, it would have taken me a few seconds to reach there, but now I am walking, albeit speedily, toward her. This city must have had a fierce battle in the past, as every few hundred meters there are some attacks remnant. I have to walk carefully through the city, as the smallest mistake could vaporize me without having thoughts of regret flashed in my mind. So I controlled my curiosity and did not look through our shared link as I walked toward Ashlyn. FUCK. A few minutes later I reached Ashlyn and saw what she wanted from me too, and seeing it couldn't help but a curse in shock. A scene in front of me is that amazing. It is one of the most wonderful scenes I've ever seen, as it is both scary and beautiful. In front of me is the Garden of Roses, or Garden of the Blazing Roses. The whole garden is made of fire. Every rose tree is made of fire from root to flower. Everything is made of fire. If a normal person were to see this at first time, he would not believe it. This garden is made of fire. Only those who have some type of fire rule like me will notice the whole garden being made of fire. Ashlyn. I was just watching the garden when I saw Ashlyn suddenly flying toward the garden, seeing that I couldn't help but scream out loud, as going there is nothing less than death sentence. Ashlyn flew toward the garden before I could stop. This garden is FUCKNG dangerous. So dangerous that even those above night would get vaporized inside it. The roses are dangerous, but the more dangerous is the fiery mist. This blazing mist present in the garden, just looking at this mist, makes me feel shudder all over my body. It is so dangerous that just looking at it, I would feel shudders running through all over my body, and now Ashlyn is going inside. Even though the red mist is not everywhere, it has covered most of the rose garden. Faintly getting touched by it will mean certain death. I kept calling Ashlyn to come back inside through our link, but she isn't listening to me a bit. She is flying toward the garden with the obsolete focus, and flying in the most weirdly I've ever seen her fly. She is flying bizarrely fashion. Sometimes she would go fast, sometimes she would go slow. One moment she would go up while one moment she would go down. She would even change her size every few movements, but most of the time she would keep her body at the thumb size, which is the smallest size she can shrink her body. Though it is bizarre, it is also very evident that she is avoiding those blazing misty particles, both visible and invisible. Seeing that calling her back is futile, I started to wish everything would go well. Step by step, she moved closer to the fiery roses, and finally she reached the edge of the blazing garden, but she did not immediately go inside. She stopped at the edge, avoiding any fiery mist particle that came in her way. I watched her being edge on the garden, daring not to take a step toward the roses. As such, 10 minutes had passed when suddenly Ashlyn turned silver, appeared beside the rose tree, changed her size big enough that she could gulp down the rose directly with her mouth before becoming small again and flying out at extreme speed. Fuck. I cursed as Ashlyn entered inside me. It had happened so fast, from going inside, to changing her size to gulping down the whole rose and returning to me. It had only taken her 3 seconds. Her speed is extremely fast when she did that. She had used more energy of the Featherlight and Wolflord armor than I ever could to gain this. Her actions were fast beyond imagination. Though she had done this amazing job, she paid the price too. She had become extremely injured doing this. She was at her last leg if not for her quickly entering inside me before going into slumber. She would not have been able to survive. I had crushed several healing medicines into my mouth and provided my energy to her. But my surprise, despite her taking all the healing energy, her healing speed had been extremely slow. Seeing that, I started to eat more and more healing energy, which she kept sucking and her healing speed increasing. But the change in her healing speed is very small, which is why I continue eating medicine for more than half an hour and only stopped when injuries of Ashlyn had stabilized. Seeing that I couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, she has scared me shitless. This willful idiot birdie had taken too big of a risk. If I had known she would take such risk, I would not have let her do this. No amount of treasure, no matter how big it, is worth taking such life-threatening risk. I would rather not have such treasure than vie my life for it, where chances of my dying are 99. She's not healed completely, she's just healed enough that she is not endangered anymore still. I continued to eat medicines, and only stopped when all of her injuries have been healed. With her injuries healed, I finally looked at the blazing gander to see if any changes have occurred inside it. Sometimes when some things have taken from such places, the balance gets broken, and hell gets loose. But this garden seemed to be one of the stablest places, as there is no change that could be seen in it. The only change seen in the garden is the dense gathering of the fiery mist, in place where the blazing rose that Ashlyn guzzled was. The fiery mist seemed to be acting like nourishment to these trees. I looked at the blazing garter for a while before I started to walk away from it quickly. There may be nothing happening to it right now, but something may happen later, and I don't want to get caught inside it. Though the chances of it happening are not much since nothing had happened in the past 45 minutes since Ashlyn plucked the fiery rose, I still don't want to take the risk. So I quickly walked away from and only stopped when I had created sufficient distance from the garden. The blazing garden I saw just now described in the map, it had seemed to appear here in recent. For this ruin it is not strange. Many things move in ruin, and one may not find them in the same place if they have come here a few years later. But not all things change places. Most things don't, like that blood-red sea of mist in the west which had covered about 200 kilometers. That place never changed its place. Unlike that garden of blazing roses, the blood-red sea of mist is not dangerous at first. As long as one has a strong mind, one could enter a few kilometers inside it. The only thing one has to do is resist the hallucinations. It is one of the few hundred places I had marked on the map. I wanted to go into that mist, but not before I reached the adamantine. That blood-red sea of mist is very beneficial to people like me, the people who have comprehended rules: blood, killing, murder, and other rules. This mist provides the hallucinations, and if one countered them they would find comprehension of their rules power increased. According to info Ellen had provided, one person was even able to upgrade their level 2 rule to level 1 rule. As I said, if I leveled up diamond, I would surely go there for advancement of my killing rule. Shaking my thoughts from blood-red sea of mist, I concentrated on me, or rather on Ashlyn. Ashlyn never took such a huge risk unless there are some huge benefits, and garden was extremely dangerous, so obviously that blazing rose she ate must be a thing that is extremely beneficial to her. I wanted to find out what benefits Ashlyn is getting currently. Ashlyn is in deep slumber, likely digesting that rose. If not for that, she would have come out of me long ago, right after her energies heal. So I started to check her first. I checked her strength where there is no change could be seen. Her soul and body are at the same level as before, so I moved the source. Gasp. I moved to the source and saw something in which my eyes popped out, and a huge gasp came out of my mouth. and I finally understood why Ashlyn took such a huge risk to get the rose. The firebird in the center of her source is blazing, though it is always blazing since it is the source of her ability. This time, it is blazing in a very dangerous fire. Just looking at this fire, I couldn't help but shudder in excitement all over my body. The fire ability of hers has become very powerful, and this is just starting, as she was not even able to extract one of energy from that fiery lotus, which is still above her source. Lines of bright orange fire are fusing into fiery bird, making it more blazing and resplendent. Its power is increasing at a visible rate, and it wouldn't be long before I receive the most powerful fire ability. The fire ability of mine may seem powerful, but it is lesser than mediocre when compared to those specials and those with the special constitution. But now its power increases at a very fast speed. If this is going on, then it wouldn't be long before my fire ability gets a lethality of mystic method. The source kept sucking off the energy from the fire lotus, and finally my fire ability had become strong as a normal offensive method when it finally stopped, seeing that I couldn't help but let out the sight of disappointment. Barely one, I muttered. The lotus possessed the power to make our fire ability stronger than our imagination, but to have such strong ability, we also need to have a strong constitution. The blazing rose is melted lava, and my body is a cup of clay. Maximum it will be able to store a drop or two at most before shattering under the pressure of the lava. Mine and Ashlyn's bodies are the same. We have all-powerful lotus that could make our fire ability is all-powerful, but our bodies are not all capable enough to host that all-powerful fire. Still, I am quite happy with this rose, as just one of it is able to make our fire ability lethal as a normal mystic method. The only regretful thing is that I would not be able to use this fire ability. I have currently reached my limit, so unless I broke it and became adamantine, I will not be able to use my new ability. There is a silver lining in it, that when I become adamantine the fire ability, I will also be stronger as my power reaches higher, the greater power I will be able to get from the rose. If I am not wrong, then at adamantine I should be able to take 2 to 3 of that blazing lotus power, I thought with smiles, and as I looked at my holowatch, the evening had come. It is time to find a safe place to set up the camp. There is not the only danger of residual powers and grim monsters, there is also a danger of native monsters of this ruin. Till now I had not come across any monsters likely, because I am in an area where danger is every few hundred meters, which made it habitable for only certain types of monsters. I have to find a place safe enough to save me from all this danger, and I already know what sort of a place I should look in this ruined city. This ruined city may be dangerous, but there are also safe spots that other places could not offer. So I started to search for the place to spend the night, and 1.5 hours later, when it had become completely dark, I found the place. It is beaten down by a half-collapsed 4-story building, which still had runes flashing faintly in some places. Its first, third, and fourth floor half-collapse, but the second floor looks quite fine compared to the other 3 floors. It is quite intact with small gaps here and there. There is one gap on the second floor, which is big enough that I could squeeze inside it. Seeing the building, I stopped and observed it from outside to see if it is safe. It was regretful that Ashlyn has not woken up yet. If she had awake, I would have asked her to check out the place, but now all I could do is send some drones. I hope they work, as the fluctuations from incomplete runic formation tends to make drones go haywire. Sigh. I sighed as I looked one drone after another falling from the sky. Looks like I will have to go there myself. I thought staying in such a building which still had runes flashing are quite dangerous, but it is still dangerous staying in the open. For a peaceful night in such dangerous runes, the risk worth it. So I flew toward the second floor, which is quite difficult in the 4 times gravity, but to me it is just more effort. I flew to the second floor and stopped in front of the gap. This is the biggest gap into the second floor, and inside it is dark as outside. Earlier I had tried to use my rule power to look inside, but my rule power had been another seep-in. The runes and special materials the buildings have made of make it really difficult to investigate still. There are some ways like things. One, I thought, as I took out light crystal from my storage. These are a natural light source. As long as when I add mana into it will glow. I completely gripped my fist and added mana into it. As I did, light started to seep from the cracks of my finger, and my hands have also shown red due to the light. Clung clung. Seeing it had brightened enough, I threw it inside through the gap, and it went without obstructions and lit up space inside, which is a big hall which is shambles. I took a look inside the hall, seeing if any stray formation is active like outside, and seeing none, I walked inside through the gap. Crunch, crunch, the crunching sounds rang out as I entered the hall on the second floor. Time had destroyed everything worthwhile that had remained in this building, except for the building itself, which would collapse in 100-some years. As I had entered, I looked around for a while, checking the size of the hall before I took out the abode and activated it. I would have liked to scour the second floor for some valuables now, but I decided not to create too much noise at night and leave the scouring for the evening when it was less dangerous. I activated the abode, and when inside, the first thing I did was a shower before I started to make the food. I did not waste too much time on the dinner, and cooked the simple meal which I ate alone since Ashlyn was still in a deep sleep. Finished with the dinner, I converted my bedroom to the training room and started practicing with the sword, while also circulating supreme combat exercise and secret method. This place is not suitable for the practice of the body cleansing technique, though I recovered quickly after practicing the method. To reach the I still have to wait for quite a while, so it is better that I practice the two methods which did not make me tired at all. I am practicing with rapier, which has quite a great weight, though earlier I had fought using it. My movements were not as great as I would like them to be. It was a good thing the enemies I was fighting were mindless blood thralls. If they were humans or grim monsters, I would have had quite a difficult problem dealing with them. I had practice for 2 hours until I started to feel tired. I continue for a few hours, but that would make me more tired, which I do not want. In this ruin, I wish to remain at my peak all the time, so even if any danger came, I would be able to deal with it or run away from it effectively. After showering again to wash away all the sweat, I converted the training room into the bedroom and laid on it reading. It is quite early for me to sleep, so I decided to read while I practiced the two methods. I read for a few hours before I closed the window of my holowatch and closed my eyes to sleep. When I woke up, it was dawn. The first day in ruin had been over and the second day had to begin. I quickly woke up, freshened up, and showered before heating and eating the leftovers of yesterday. Few minutes after I finished my early lunch, I walked out of the abode and deactivated it. The runaways coming through the gaps lighting the whole hall apart. I did not have to use the light stone again to see in the hall. It is time to search for the treasure, I said, and took out the wooden stick from my storage and started to use it to move the stuff around to search for the valuables. In such places, it is imperative that I did not use my hands. Some unstable rune or trap might cut my hands off. The hall is quite big, and it took me nearly an hour to scan through it and most valuable stuff. I got some rare scrap metal just like yesterday. Seeing that, I felt a little disappointed, but not much, as to find the treasure, one would need not only luck but also persistence. Since there is no luck today, I will make do with persistence, I thought, and walked ahead toward different rooms, which looked like it was a kitchen or lab or some sort. This building I am in is a normal size building, so it is obvious it will have more than just one room, and since I am here, I might just scour the whole floor. I might get lucky and find something good. After I finished with the hall, I entered the room, which had been either kitchen or lab some kind. I concurred as I looked at types of withered equipment lying around the floor. I checked that room and found nothing but scrap metals before moving toward another room where I found nothing but scrap metal too. As such, I had gone through a total 5 rooms, and now one room had remained, and by the size, it is the smallest one. Seeing the amount of stuff piled into the small room, it seemed to be a small storage room. There is a shitload of stuff there. It will take me quite a while to go through it. Let's hope the trouble here will give me something good, I said as I am going through the stuff that will take me at least 2 hours. I just hope that I will find something good here that will at least put a small smile on my face when I leave this room. I changed into a different kind of wooden stick to go through the stuff one by one, looking at each stuff carefully before throwing it away. In such an hour passed, but I found nothing but trash in this room. There is not even any rare scrap metal that worth taking. Tongue gull gull. Seeing there is nothing, my mood started to worsen and I increased my speed, not wanting to spend too much time, when suddenly through the withered metal box, a crystal ball fell down. When I looked at the crystal ball, my eyes couldn't help but wide open, and a bright smile couldn't help but appear as I looked at the crystal ball which had stopped by my feet. Knowledge crystal, I said. It had been quite a while since I last saw the knowledge crystal. The last I saw it when Jill had sent it to me, though it was useless to me as I already had the knowledge that knowledge crystal has. My mother used it and gained the knowledge from it. I looked at the knowledge crystal for a while before I picked it up with my gloved hands and stored it into the delicate box. These things are very precious and fragile. It was my luck that knowledge crystals hadn't shattered by the fall, or otherwise I would have never been able to forget myself. Reminding myself to be careful from now on, I took a metallic box from which the knowledge crystal had fallen and tore it open, and in there I saw another 2 gleaming crystals balls. Seeing them, my body started to shake. This is an immense fortune I've come across, which could be even more valuable than the blazing rose, which Ashlyn got yesterday, why, depending on the knowledge it contains. I had thought about getting good things through my scourge of these rooms, but never expected to get knowledge crystals that are not 1 but 3 at that. I put the 2 knowledge crystals in the same box as the first one before I started to take a look at things inside the room with even more care, but unfortunately, there was nothing valuable in the room after the trash. There was nothing but the trash in the room. I am not disappointed though. Me getting 3 knowledge crystals from it was already enough. I am going to use this crystal now. I said in my mind, if I had found it outside the city, I would not have dared to use it till I found a place safe enough that no one could intrude, but it is different when I found it in the city. In the past, many people had found the knowledge crystals in the city, which contain a map of the whole city and note the important area, treasury, and other things. Those people were one of the luckiest people who had entered this ruin. They got complete information about the city, and through it they were able to find treasures, inheritances, and other things from the city. Though thousands of years had passed, and many of those things had withered to time, many of which had survived. Those that are able to survive the withering of the time were one best thing found in the ruin, which is why I am so damn excited about these knowledge crystals, and going to use it here despite knowing what could happen if I went unconscious for several hours. Since I have scoured all the rooms, I walked toward a most concealed area on the second floor, which could not be seen through the gaps, and activated abode in its smallest size. I walked into the abode and sat on a comfortable chair that I made appear I sat on it comfortably before taking out the wooden box where I placed the 3 knowledge crystals. I looked at them for a while before taking one knowledge crystal in my hand while storing the box in my storage quickly, as in a few seconds I will become incapable of doing that. Second, I passed by and I started to feel my thoughts process feeling my thoughts slowing down. I did not panic, just calmed myself and let the process continue. The less I resist the process, the quicker it will be over. Time passed by, and the torturous process of slowing thoughts continued till I wasn't even able to form the single thoughts in my mind. Everything went black. I don't know how much time passed when my thoughts started returning, and with the passing time, they became faster and faster. Runes, I said softly after my thoughts returned to normal. My voice contained both happiness and sadness. I am happy because I needed knowledge about my runes desperately, and sad because I was not able to get a complete city map. If I had a city map, I am very sure that I would have been able to find the numerous knowledge crystals, and one of them would have been about the runes. Choo-choo, I was browsing through the new knowledge I've received when I heard the familiar chirp, and it had not come from inside me but from beside me. When I looked to my left, I saw Ashlyn sitting on the corner quietly. Her chirp clearly stated she wanted to, but this time, I immediately did not give her food but looked at her intently. The risk you took was too great. Promise me that you will never take such a risk without asking me first, I said. Hearing me, she opened her mouth but closed it without chirping, as if wanting to think what to say. Chirp, chirp. She chirped a few seconds later, saying, okay. I know this promise had a time limit. After some time she would forget about the promise and will retake a risk, but it is fine by me. As long as she stays obedient for a few days, I would be content. I quickly heated the food for her and handed it to her, and again took out a wooden box with knowledge crystals. The hope hadn't been lost yet. There are 2 more knowledge crystals in the box. There are quite big chances I might get a city map through them, but there are also chances of I might not get a map through them. I have used quite a few of the knowledge crystals before, and these 2 crystals could turn out to be them, dashing all my hopes into the water. I will know what it is when I touch it. I said inside me and touched the first knowledge of crystals in the wooden box, and I felt nothing, other than the slightly cold sensation of touching the cold surface of the knowledge crystals. I felt nothing. It clearly means that I already possessed the knowledge of knowledge crystal I had touched. This crystal could be about the runes like previous one, or about natural's treasure, or universe language, or herbology, from which I had gained the knowledge before nothing could be said about. Now only knowledge crystal had remained, and if it did not have the knowledge I seek, then I would be really disappointed. So I took a couple deep breaths to calm my nerves and touched the knowledge crystal. It seems like my lucky streak is over for now, I said as I felt the cold hard surface of the knowledge crystals. Well, it seemed like luck couldn't shine on me forever, I added with a smile as I pulled myself out of my disappointed mood and looked at Ashlyn, who is eating without care for the world. I stayed in the abode till Ashlyn finished eating before deactivating it and flying out of the building. I've spent enough time inside it. It is time to continue on the journey. It's a late morning when I got out of that abode, and I have plenty of hours to travel before the night comes. I continued doing the same thing I had done yesterday, search through the dilapidated buildings and residual attacks in a chance for treasure and attack. There is no fixed place for the chance. It could be inside the building, or it could be within the remnant attack, or it could be right below the ground. There is nothing that could be said about them. They could be anywhere. I will have to persist with what I am doing, and with some luck, I might find a chance for which I had come to this ruin. With that thought, I continue doing what I am doing. I am quite lucky to end up in the city, as 80 of everything found in the ruin is found in the city, so I will scourge the city for everything till I get what I am looking for. 3 hours have passed, and I've scourged through several dilapidated houses and collected some rare treasures from one remnant attack which was not very dangerous. It could be said to be a good haul, but that's all, a good haul. Choo-choo. I was just about to move to another dilapidated house to search it for the treasure when suddenly Ashlyn chirped. Hearing her chirp, I immediately walked toward to see for what she had chipped. When I reached there, I saw the reason Ashlyn had chirped, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. We have finally found an opponent for you to test your power, I said as I saw 8 meters long hog monsters walked out of the lightning lake covered in the thunder. In thousands of years, many monsters got affected by the remnant attacks that are present in this ruin, and some even had made the remnant attacks their home like this thunder hog. It clearly emits the same presence as the Thunder Lake and has an aura that matched that of early adamantine. A very dangerous opponent, which even I am not sure Ashlyn will be able to beat it, even with her powerful fire ability she had just got. Do you really want to fight it? I asked Ashlyn as this monster looks way out of my league, especially with those thick, deep purple thunderbolts dancing around its body, which I am very sure to possess the power equal to that of method attacks. Chew, chew. Ashlyn chirped in affirmation, then go, but if the fight gets hard, then run away. I said to her that she nodded with her tiny head before flying toward the thunder hog while I quickly looked for a hidden place and hid, and also covered myself with the thick killing energy. If Ashlyn was not able to kill it off, I don't want to be on other ends of its rage, so it is better to hide and watch the show. As long as I am well hidden, it will rage for a while before moving toward a different area. Well, that will happen when Ashlyn will lose, and it is not clear that she will lose. It is a 50-50 battle. Both sides have equal chances of winning and losing, and I of course wish Ashlyn to win. It is not only because she is my partner, but I also wanted to get a taste of the Thunder Hog. I have read that those monsters who grew up in the environment of the remnant attack taste very delicious and packed a great nutritional value. Gulp. It would be quite great if I were able to get a taste of that, I thought, as it looked like a big hog monster. Chew ch. Zup. Soon Ashlyn appeared above the Thunder Hog without it noticing, and chirped to notice her arrival, but one chirp hadn't finished when it suddenly attacked with a thick as thigh thunderbolt. That thunderbolt moved toward Ashlyn at intense speed and power that could instantly vaporize her if it touched her. The thunderbolt appeared below her at the moment and passed through her, or may I say her after image. Sqao. Seeing it missed, it let out a huge sound which sounded like both squeal and roar and felt very irritating to my ears. And with the weird squeal, it shot hundreds of thick thunderbolts at Ashlyn, seeing that I couldn't help but feel a shudder. What the hell is this? I said that in my mind. That fucking monster only missed a single attack and went completely batshit crazy that it started to attack with a thunderstorm. Lightning bolts went toward Ashlyn, and they approached Ashlyn within a moment and drowned her inside, seeing that my heart skipped a beat, but I am not worried. I could feel Ashlyn's confidence through our link. The thunderstorm had completely drowned Ashlyn. I could not see her through my eyes. I wanted to use my senses to see how she was doing, but I did not want to alert the monster that is attacking her. The only consolation I had is our link, which is telling me that Ashlyn is completely fine. Chew, chew. 3 seconds later, when the attack was completely over, a bright chirp rang out, and Ashlyn completely revealed herself. She's completely different from earlier. She's now completely donning herself in silver phantom armor, which is completely outshining what I could summon. Not only it felt even more threatening, but it also looked even more dazzling. Unlike the wolf armor I wore, hers is a little different as instead of the help of wolf shape, she has the helmet of a sparrow. I am really shocked seeing this, as the structure of the armor is made from the runes. A little change in its appearance means a change in the runes, and that is a big thing. I know how difficult it is to make a change in runes after I got elementary knowledge about runes from the knowledge crystal, and even with such knowledge, I did not dare to think about modifying any mystic method. As mystic methods did not only involve runology, it also involves alchemy and mystology, so to make even the slightest change in it, one would need to have knowledge of all those things, which is why I was so shocked seeing such change. Sqao. Seeing its attack was not able to kill Ashlyn, the Thunder Hog roared even more loudly and released a storm of lightning which is twice as large as before. It shocked the hell out of me. I had thought the earlier attack had been dangerous, but I was wrong to underestimate the monster that is born in the special environment of the remnant attack of Super Powerhouse. One cannot judge them with the normal sense. As Lightning Hog released its attack, Ashlyn did not remain in her spot. She also started to attack, and her attack was no less amazing than the Thunder Hog, or it could be said that her attack was even greater than the Thunder Hog, both by visual and aura of the attack. As the Thunder Hog launched the thunderstorm, tens of meter-long silver fireballs started to appear around Ashlyn, till their numbers reached the similar numbers as the thunderbolts that are coming toward her. As the thunderbolts reached halfway, Ashlyn also released the hundreds of fireballs at the thunderstorm that was coming at her. Both of the attacks feel extremely dangerous when they come at each other, the thick bolts of thunder which have an obliterating flavor, that of the Thunder Lake. If any of it hit my naked body, I will die before I could even have a chance to let out the last scream. While fireballs of Ashlyn's are even more dangerous, they are not the fireballs that Ashlyn usually released. these fireballs have not only had rule power, but they also have the power of 3 methods mixed in it. This not only gave them a phantomy look, but also made them very, very threatening, even more threatening than the big bolts of thunder that the monster had launched. Bang, bang, bang. Storm of fireballs and thunder finally clashed, creating a deafening sound so loud that I had to cover my ears. The space between them has been covered with the both of their powers. In the seal of silvery fire, violet thunderbolts are flashing around, both trying to overpower each, but it is evidently clear that it is a silver fire that has the upper hand in the clash. Esquio. The clash of powers was still happening when Thunderhog let out another weird squeal and released another thunderstorm, which was bigger than the previous, having around 300 thick thunderbolts. Seeing it attack again, Ashlyn is not going to be passive, and she again summons hundreds of phantomy fireballs and launches them toward the Thunderhog. Boom boom boom. Their attacks clashed again in the already clashing sea of the fire and thunder that is between them. Their second attacks merged into the first, creating even dangerous force. The fire and thunder are clashing against each other, wanting to crush one another, but the process is slow, as despite having the advantage, Ashlyn's fire is not able to completely overpower the storm of thunderbolts. Both of them did not seem to back down, and they launched another attack and then another, creating an even bigger field of fire and thunder between them where silver fire and violet thunder could be seen clashing against each other. I started to take steps back sneakily, as despite being sufficiently great distance, I began to feel the danger from them and knew if something strange happened and that huge cloud of fire and thunder came at me, I would be vaporized before I could do anything. Just now I had started to feel a tiny bit of current flowing through my skin and a feeling of hot furnace coming over me. It is very clear that their attacks have begun to affect the environment, so even if there is no danger of that cloud falling over me, I should still be careful about attracting the attack toward myself. They kept attacking each other, launching one attack after another, and that cloud between them got bigger and bigger. Looking at the cloud of fire and thunder, it seemed like despite having a clear advantage, Ashlyn's attacks will not be able to do much against the attacks of the monster, but it is not true. If one looked at the cloud of fire and thunder carefully, one would see a black sandy layer covering the lightning bolts. This sandy layer did not seem to do anything other than covering it. It is just a preparation. She is covering these thick thunderbolts with the power of domain of withering sand, which she could activate whenever she wants and crush these thunderbolts. But she's not doing that. As she does that, she will have a very hard time killing this monster quickly. Unlike the normal monsters, the monsters are born in a special environment like a remnant attack of super powerhouse. They do not have superior attacking power, but they also have a powerful defense, which is very hard to breach, and also have an exceptional amount of vitality that even adamantine grim monster paled in front of it, which made them very hard to kill. Ashlyn also seemed to realize that, which is what she is building the power by attacking one after another, and so when the time came she could unload all on the monster. The monster did not seem to realize it, in its rage, which, like thunder, kept attacking in a frenzy, with the only goal in its mind, which is to crush the tiny bird that dared to challenge it. Boom. The attacks kept happening for 45 minutes when suddenly, the black sandy layer that was covering the violet thunderbolt activated and crushed all the violet lightning present in a sea of fire. The booming sound rang out as the violet thunderbolts were crushed by the black sand, and the very same moment, the sea of fire rushed toward the thunder hog in a very precious manner. Esquio. No matter how idiotic the monster is, it had great intuition, as just as it saw its lightning getting crushed by the black sand, it started to run, and the direction it chose is that of the lightning lake. It clearly knows that the only place it is safe from such attack is the place where it is born. There no one will be able to harm it, but it had underestimated the Ashlyn too much, as the very faint violet light shines in the sea of fire, and its speed increased immensely. Bosh. The sea of fire movements changed, and it appeared instantly above the thunder hog before drowned it inside before it could do anything. It is not just domain of withering sand energies that Ashlyn held back. Ashlyn also held back the energy of the featherlight which she had used now. Amazing, I exclaimed in my mind as I saw the whole sea of fire becoming a funnel shape, and it trapped the monster inside. This is an amazing form of energy control at such a huge scale is simply incredible, which is very, very hard to gain in the night stage. Esquio. The fire had packed the monster inside, but it was not able to kill it. It was still roaring as it tried to break the cage of fire that Ashlyn had created. Seeing it, one could imagine how powerful and terrifying its defense and vitality is. Lightning arcs could be seen from the center of the fire funnel, but as they appear, they are crushed by the black sand that Ashlyn is constantly releasing into the funnel to crush any resistance that the monster is creating. That not the only thing is doing, as with passing time she is concentrating the fire, which is why the silver fire funnel is getting smaller and brighter every second. She wanted to create a powerful furnace in which she could kill a monster by directly burning it. For others, doing something is very hard, but to Ashlyn, it did not take much effort. Every moment she's concentrating the fire more and more, so she could increase the power of the fire, which is already at the level of the mystic method. I wish I could do something like this. My control is very good, and I don't think anyone at my level could match me in control, but it is still quite off from what Ashlyn is capable of. It will take quite a lot of time and hard work of me if I want to have such level of energy control. SQAOL. 10 minutes passed by, and the thunder hog kept roaring loudly, but as the time passed, as its roars began to tone down slowly, until they lost all the fierceness it had, and also their pitch became very low that they stopped hurting my ears. But it is still roaring, and which is enough to tell there is quite much life left in it, and it will not be easy to kill it. Ashlyn. I had just thought that when suddenly I saw Ashlyn entering the funnel, seeing that I couldn't help but scream loudly. Getting close to the monster is extremely dangerous. It is not only alive, but it has also covered itself in a cage of the thunder to blunt the blow of the fire. It would be very dangerous for her to attack the monster from a close distance, but she had entered the funnel means she would have some plan in mind. If not for that, Ashlyn wouldn't have taken such a dangerous risk. Thud. A few seconds after she entered the funnel, I saw thunder disappearing, and next second I heard a soft thud, and soon after the fire starts to fizzle away till there were none, and the monster revealed itself in the form of a corpse. It is dead. Ashlyn had killed it completely, as otherwise Ashlyn wouldn't have stood on its corpse having a victory pose, which looked quite funny due to her chubby body. You have really killed it, I said as I approached the corpse of the monster, and about to say something to Ashlyn when I saw the condition of the monster's body, which looked fine. The monster's body is not much injured, except the upper part of its skin being charred, which is a minor injury. Even after such fearsome attack, all Ashlyn was able to do is charred its body a little. What kind of defense and vitality is this? I thought as I touched the monster's body, seeing such minor damage. I am sure it would have taken Ashlyn hours if she had tried to kill it conventional way. As for how she killed it, it is likely that she had reduced her size and entered the inside of its monster through its ears before melting its brains out. Only using an unconventional way could Ashlyn kill a monster powerful as this. Good job, Ashlyn, I said to Ashlyn as I petted her, and before storing the monster core inside the storage. I wanted to cut some pieces of the monster for the evening dinner, but seeing its defense, I would take time, and with the commotion we have, it will be better for us to get away from us as soon as possible. Friend, wait. With that, I thought I had taken a step to walk away when I heard someone calling me in a weird accent, hearing that my body couldn't help but turn taut, and my expression became serious. I slowly turned my body toward the sound, and saw that Earth Crockman standing at 400 meters away from me on top of the building. Seeing it so close, I couldn't help but feel extremely alarmed. It is a very close distance, but neither I nor Ashlyn was able to sense it. Something like this never had happened, especially after we had obtained a tricolor sensory modulating stone, which amplified our sensory abilities. And since I had entered this ruin, I kept sensory modulating stone always activated in a range of 500 meters. This grim monster can enter my range without me noticing. Not only me, but Ashlyn also did not notice it. That is what especially worried me. I completely moved toward it and looked at it fully. This grim monster is Earth Crockman, who is holding a huge spiked warhammer on his shoulder. Seeing we are being targeted by the powerful grim monster, I did not shy away and moved my senses toward it, and this time I was able to sense it, and with it, I was able to sense its aura. When I sensed its aura, I was shocked, more shocked when I had heard his voice a few seconds ago. This grim monster is a diamond like me. To be exact, it is an initial level diamond, but its diamond aura felt deep as the ocean, giving me some type of feeling as a girl in high heels did, which is a very, very bad thing for us. This grim monster is special. It is evident by the aura that it is projecting. Its aura is that of diamond but exceptionally deep. If we compared our aura, then mine would be a tiny stream while it would be a raging river. The difference between our aura strength is humongous. I wouldn't even stand a single chance against it. What do you want? I asked in a steady voice while thinking thousands of ways to survive. It will be utter idiocy if I think I will fight against it. Its single attack would be enough for me to reach the underworld. I am clearly thinking about running. That is the only way which could give me slight hope to survive. But the problem is, where should I run? This city is filled with danger. I have to run to a place dangerous enough that could kill me and won't kill me outright, and that places also help minimize the difference in strength between us. There are very few people such as this as in these past 2 days. I've barely walked 50 kilometers, and in such a small area, there are only 3 places that could fit that category. There is another thing I have to worry about before entering these areas, me even being able to run away. Seeing its incredible strength, I will have to be very, very fast and use the dangerous spot in between as obstacles to reduce its speed. I want your monster. I have seen it using the mystic energies. The higher-ups of my tribe will be very interested in the monster of yours, it said while looking directly at Ashlyn. I couldn't help but shudder hearing it. I had always known that Ashlyn using mystic energies is something impossible, and others were to know about it. They will be very interested in her. It is not only the grim monster, but also the humans, and some would go extreme to get her. And what if I don't? I said while rejecting the plan of Ashlyn, which she had transmitted to me through our link. There is no way I would hand over Ashlyn to the grim monster. I would rather die than I would do that. Well, if you did not, then I will kill you very painfully and take your monster. But I very much prefer you would hand your monster to me on your own. It will save you a lot of pain, it said with a fiendish laugh as it took out its warhammer from its shoulder. Run, I said to Ashlyn, and the next moment I jumped into the air while donning my phantom armor. At the same time, Ashlyn came below me in her 2-meter size, and we flew away instantly. It happened so fast that it only took a second before we had shot into the sky. As I was talking to it, I was also tracking its killing intent, and the moment I had asked Ashlyn to run, I had felt the intense spike in its killing intent and knew it was going to attack next moment sneakily. I had seen the lust in its eyes for Ashlyn and would have leaped at Ashlyn directly if we hadn't run away. Such blessed powerhouses rarely find anything to their liking, and when they find something, they go for it, especially when that thing they liked in the hands of a weak person like me. Bastard. A running away at the perfect time had caught him off guard and made it second late reacting, and when it saw that, it shouted madly, and next moment, earthly yellow phantom wings appeared behind the grim monster, and it came at us. Its speed is very, very, even slightly faster than us, and I was about to tell Ashlyn that she doesn't have to hold back when Ashlyn suddenly increased her speed, which 4 times more than became. Everything went nearly blurry in such speed. Ashlyn not only had used the featherlight energy to full power, but also used full energy she got from the armor. It gave the immense speed that I had to grip the small fire handle she had created very tightly, so I could not fall off from her. Wretch human, I was going to kill you painlessly, but now that you have angered me, I will torture you before eating you alive, it said angrily. These are just a distance of 15 meters between us, which it is trying to reduce its all. I am quite surprised seeing it is maintaining such a close distance, even though it is more powerful than but following Ashlyn when she is flying full speed is no easy thing to do, especially after her ability advanced. Even before having her ability advanced, she was twice faster than me, and now, with the power of her ability merged into armor, her speed is 4 times greater than me, whose speed is already one of the best in diamond level. But this bastard to the grim monster was able to follow us to barely slower speed than us despite being only early diamond. To be honest, I have never expected to come across the special, a diamond special at that. These people only became special when they reached adamantine as that time. They accepted the inheritance, but the bastard is already special at the diamond level. I don't think it had become special. By accepting the inheritance, this fucker likely has the special constitution to make it stronger. Careful, I said Ashlyn as we come closer to violet cloud from which the violet rain is falling. Every single drop of that violet rain dangerous, that not only it could vaporize me, it even has the power to vaporize that bastard to the monster that is following us. Ashlyn flew toward the cloud, and when we were about to crash in it, she moved her wings slightly, and we avoided the cloud by the half-meter distance. I could feel the terrifying aura of that raining cloud which instantly soaked me in my sweat. I looked back at the grim monster, who was following behind us, barely avoiding crashing into the violet cloud, with the help of the golden-yellow runic field that appeared around it. What Ashlyn did just now may seem simple, but it is not. It is extremely hard. The violet could have a terrifying aura that it nearly paralyzed anyone that got too close to. When we curved around the cloud, I was nearly paralyzed by that aura. If I had been flying such close distance from the cloud, I would not have effortlessly made a curve around the cloud like Ashlyn did, who remained unaffected by any suppressive auras. Bastard, I will kill you. The grim monster shouted in fury. It felt humiliated, which fury burned inside me, and that is what hundreds of slender earth spears started to appear around it as the center. Seeing those spears, my expression couldn't help but change. Those sharp spears looked very dangerous, and they would be if any of that earth spear appeared were to touch me even in non-lethal parts. I will be seriously injured at the least. Sup, sup, sup. 200 earth spears appeared around it, and the next moment all of them came at us. And that exact moment Ashlyn increased her speed even more. Though it is not enough to outrun spears, it's enough to give us a few more precious moments to launch the counter-attack. The hundreds of fireballs that appeared behind us at the same moment, the spears started to materialize before shooting toward the earthen spears that are coming toward us. Bang, bang, bang. The huge banging sound rang out as the spears and fireballs clashed against each other, before spears came tearing the sea of fire toward us. Seeing them, I am not a one-bit surprised. I was clearly aware that Ashland's attack would not be enough to stop these spears. The purpose of the fireballs was not to stop the spear but dull their attack, which they did. The speed of the spears has requested quite a bit, and their color also faded a little. Sup sup sup. The spear came at us, and at that moment, Ashland showed her true flying skill as she dodged the spears from the centimeter distance. The special passed me, and the closest one was just by my ear with a bare difference of nail between it and my ear. If my ear hadn't been covered in the helmet of the phantom armor, whistling air it created would have been enough to injure my ear. This attack was such a close call. Suffering the attack of even a single spear would have been very dangerous and painful. I will kill you. The grim monster seemed to have gotten very mad seeing its attack getting failed and attacked again, and this time, these were about 400 earthen spears it shot at us. Like last time, Ashland also shot the flurry of fireballs to match its attack, and like last time we dodged the attack albeit barely, but still surviving the attack is all that matters. We have to survive barely 2 minutes more before we jump into the equally dangerous situation. I have decided to enter the blood-red sea of mist, which produces illusions. It is the only place that could provide us with a chance to hide and survive from the grim monster. There is no place other than blood-red sea of mist, which will give me a better chance to survive. Though it is extremely dangerous and I could get lost in the hallucination forcer, it is still better than razor gale and torture myself by getting thousands of tiny cuts on my body. We again passed by the edge of another remnant attacked and dodged its spears. The blood-red sea of mist could already be seen from a distance, and now we just have to fly for less than minutes to reach there. The grim monster also seemed to realize that, which is why its attack got even more dangerous. It is attacking without a break. We are getting barely 3 seconds of a break before another barrage of hundreds of earthen spears comes at us. But due Ashland fireballs and exception flying, we are dodging them barely. I am very thankful that Ashland is with me. If I had been alone with thick Irath-Krokman, I would have been skewed by the tents of spears, and this monster would have been enjoying my flesh with relish. I have always considered the specials very powerful, but now, after experiencing the power of special, I think I've far too underestimated them. When I first saw it, I never thought it would be able to launch 600 spears in a single attack. Even Ashland, who is very abnormal, could not match the grim monster in the scale. Bastard, I've never thought I would use this attack of mine against you, weakling, but life is full of surprises. Irath-Krokman said in the surprisingly calm voice when we were just 5 seconds away from approaching the blood-red sea of mist. My heart shuddered when I heard its calm voice, which was filled with fury for a few seconds, and knew the next attack of it would be very dangerous, and it did not disappoint me. Next second, nearly 1,000 shiny brown knives appeared with its center, each gleaming with fatal shine, and just looking at them, one would get a feeling of getting pierced. Sup sup sup. 1,000 knives came at me with twice as much as the speed at the spheres. As they came, Ashland also launched her fireballs, but this time I was up for big shock, as normally Ashland fireballs explode so that they could blunt the blow of the attack that is coming toward us. But these knives were so fast that they pierced through the fireballs before the fireballs could explode and came at us, leaving the explosion of the fireballs behind. The knives appeared behind us. There is barely a meter difference between us and the knives that came at us, with the intention to reap our lives. Catch, catch, catch. Ashland already started moving through the air and also created the shield of armor energy behind us, but it seemed to no avail as these knives pierced through it like hot knife pierces through the butter. Seeing the knives so close, my mood couldn't help but worsen, as I am very aware that no matter how good Ashland's flying skill is, if these 1,000 knives are attacking us, some of them will hit us no matter how good we are. Putch, putch, putch. Ashland tried to dodge the knives, but some of them she did till finally knives were able to hit her. First second, 2 knives pierced through her, and 1 through me, and next second another knife pierced through me while 3 in her. Oh ah. I let out the mournful scream as the 2 knives that pierced through me transformed into the earthly mystic energy and drilled through my body in the most painful way before it started to tear it apart from inside. It is very painful. It felt like thousands of knives piercing through my body, and they will only stop when they make a complete paste off my skin and bones. I made attempts to confine this earthy mystic energy. I crushed healing medicine and also started to create blocks using rule powers and other energies. But it is to no avail. The earthly energy is too overbearing. Whatever block or confinement I was trying to create, it would crush them in a moment before moving forward to tear me apart. I am screaming in pain, forgetting where I am and what I am doing. In front of this torturous pain, I forgot everything. Hun. I was screaming in pain when suddenly the killing rule inside me activated on its own and started to behave madly. The ribbon inside my source began to shine brightly as it got super excited over something. Thud. I, who was screaming in pain, suddenly found the pain I am feeling is lessening at the incredible speed, and within a few seconds it became manageable. Seeing that, I felt startled and about to open my eyes when suddenly I felt like falling, and before I could understand what was happening, I found myself falling. Next second, I fell on the flood so hard that some bones even broke. My eyes flew open by such a fall, and I found myself in deep blood-red mist, the mist so thick that I could see anything other than blood-red mist. Shit, I couldn't help but curse loudly when I found myself in such thick mist. I had read about this blood-red sea of mist before and knew the deeper one goes, the more dangerous it becomes, and looking at such dense blood-red mist, it seemed like I am pretty deep. Calming my raging heart down, I started to check my injuries that had been torturing me to death a few seconds ago, but when I checked inside me I found nothing. I saw my body being perfectly fine without even a tiny bit of injury. F-U-C-K. Hell, except for some broken bones I had got from my fall earlier, there were no other injuries in me, seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, but next moment the smile on my face froze and I cursed in horror. This is an illusion, I said with a horror-filled voice just now. When I checked my connection with Ashlyn and I found it being void, there is nothing there. Which made this an illusion, as there is no other conjecture, and even though Ashlyn had received huge injuries, given her abnormality, they are not enough to kill her, and even if they had killed her, I would feel it as my soul would have been damaged with our connection broken. So I am very sure this is an illusion and very powerful at that, as I could everything is real. My strength ground beneath my feet, and this blood-red mist, which is giving off a thick bloody smell from which my killing rule is strangely resonating. I am feeling a huge urge to kill, and would have found myself lost in the madness of it if not me spending 7 months learning to control this urge. Even if the urge to kill is overwhelming, I am still controlling it. I am very much aware that once I lost myself in that urge of killing, the madness will take over me, and I will never be able to get out of this place and die here like countless others. Calming my mind, I started to think about everything I know about this blood-red sea of mist. There is only small information about it, that is entering it one would enter illusions. One quickly has to get out of the illusion and use a few precious seconds to flee before another illusion comes over. There is no end to these illusions, they will come one after another. One has to defeat each one of these illusions and find an escape as quickly as possible. Many people have died in this blood-red sea of mist. There is one account about one team. The 7 people had entered this mist, and only 2 of them were able to come out, while 5 of them lost in mist forever. As for what type of illusions this bloody mist gives, they all are always about fighting and killing. There's one silver lining in a dangerous mission that those who have comprehended rules madness, killing, murder, blood, carnage, and other same type rules of this category get unprecedented advancement in this mist. My killing rule had already reached the absolute peak of the basic stage, and I had been finding a way to upgrade it to level 1 rule, and this might be my chance, I thought ruefully to cheer myself from this despair-filled situation. I was busy with my thoughts when I felt mist move, and a second later, I saw 5 3-meter-tall skeletons coming toward me with blood scimitar in their hands. The skeletons looked extremely scary. They were not only taller than me, but they also had 2-meter-long scimitars in their hands, which looked as if they were made to drink the blood. But they are not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is a ghostly red fire burning in their eyes, and if one looked carefully, one would see this fire is made of extremely tiny runes. It looked very scary and is very hypnotic that I had to look away from their eyes as I felt very drawn to them. Though I know it is made of illusion, it does not make much difference to me. Be it illusion or reality, I had to defeat these skeletons to get out of this mist, and there are quite high chances that I will be able to do that, as these skeletons are quite weak. They possess the power equal to that of the average peak diamond, which I could easily slay. So I take out the rapier from my storage, and which worked exactly like the real world, which is no surprise for me, as from what I had read about the blood-red sea of mist that everything is in illusion is real. I could even consider this illusion a pseudo-reality. Die, die, die. All 5 skeletons shouted in eerie, ghostly voices as they waved their scimitars at me. Their attack was precious and accurate without wastage of any power, which made them even more dangerous than their shown power. This attack would have been enough to kill any average peak diamond at a single level in a single attack, but not me. I can easily defend against, but I will not do that. Catch, catch. I dodge all the 5 blood-red scimitars that are coming toward me before launching my attack. It was very powerful that in just a single swing of the rapier, I had crushed the skull of all 5 skeletons. I did not stop after that, crushing their skulls, and I crushed the remaining bones on their body, and I did all that in just 1 second. I had just finished crushing their bones when suddenly, I saw the 10 wisps of fire that were extinguished by my attack suddenly came, and before I could say anything, they entered inside me, just like it is written in intelligence, I thought. There is information about this red blood flame in their eyes. It seeps into one after the defeat of opponents this illusion has created. This fire is no use to those who did not comprehend the rules like murder, carnage, and others, but those who comprehended it, it is absolute treasures, and since I had comprehended the killing rule, this absolute treasure for me. As for what this is, it is quintessences of the level 1 rules. These are thousands of level 1 quintessences constrained in those ghostly runic fire, and I alone found more than 30 level 1 rules that are higher forms of rule of killing. Quintessences are the most basic pure form from which one could comprehend the rule from. The ice and fire tower in the Raven City also had the hint of quintessence of rules in it, but it is not pure and dense as one that has entered my mind. So I calmed my mind and started to comprehend, as I have barely 5 minutes to comprehend this, as after 5 minutes, these quintessessences will vanish, and I will get off this illusion for few minutes before falling inside again if I did not manage to leave this blood-red sea of mist. I completely focused my everything on comprehending the quintessence of multiple killing rules. My killing rule had already reached the absolute peak of the basic grade, and 2 weeks ago, I had also got the chance to make the breakthrough into the intermediate grade of killing rule, but I let go as I did with the Sunfire rule. I already decided on upgrading my rule power to level 1 without it. I would not let my rule powers make a breakthrough into the intermediate stage. I was hoping to get a chance to upgrade my rule powers in the rune, but I would not hope to get in such a condition where I am trapped in an illusion. Still, even in this extremely dangerous condition, I am going to give my all to comprehend, as comprehending it might be a bigger key to getting out of this blood-red sea of runes. I kept comprehending from the quintessences. There are so many of them that I was not able to choose from which to comprehend, so instead of wasting precious seconds in choosing, I let my heart guide me to the rule quintessence to comprehend the rule from. A minute had passed, and I let my heart gild myself to other quintessence. I usually would not have moved this quickly to other rule, but these rule quintessences are so pure that I was able to comprehend all I can through that rule quintessence before moving toward another. I am comprehending at a very fast speed. I am very confident that if I comprehend under such quintessences of rule for an hour, I will be able to upgrade my killing rule to level 1 rule, but I do not have that much time. I was just comprehending from the quintessences. They suddenly vanished, and I also felt a slight change in my environment. If I had a few minutes more, I would have really comprehended the level 1 rule. I cursed it in my mind as quintessences disappeared from my mind. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in the same dense blood-red mist. Seeing that, I quickly checked my connection with Ashlyn and found her inside me, but when I tried to send a message to her, I found something that was blocking me from communicating with her. This mist, I muttered as I looked around the blood-red mist around me. I am pretty sure this is the doing of the mist. It is this mist that is blocking my connection with Ashlyn. I tried a couple of times to contact Ashlyn, but seeing it is futile, I left it be and looked at the environment I am in. The blood mist had no change. It had the same aura and color as it had in the illusion. If it were not for me feeling the connection with Ashlyn, I would have thought I was still in the illusion. I looked around to get a sense of direction but got no answer, and when I used my killing rule, which is shaking madly for some time to sense the direction, things got even more confusing that I immediately cut off my connection with the killing rule. Usually when I use the killing rule, I instantly get the idea about the directions, but this time when I used it, my senses have become haywire that made everything even more confusing. It's a good thing I did not make use of the killing rule in my battle earlier. If I had, then those skeletons would have been able to kill me, and I don't, which would happen after that, as those who lost in the illusion were never able to come back ever. Looks like I will have to do this in the old-fashioned way, I said in my mind, and started to walk in neither slow nor fast fashion. Since I could not sense the direction, I will take help from the blood mist. I have chosen one direction. If the mist got dense, then I am in the wrong direction, and if the mist started to thin away means I am walking in the right direction. If that had happened, then I would get the hell out of the way. But when I walked sufficient distance, I found a slight change, but this change is confusing as one moment the mist would thin out while another moment it would thicken. Seeing that I changed direction but found everywhere is the same, wherever I go, I will get the same feeling from the mist. Have I entered too deep? I asked myself. When I entered the blood-red sea of mist, I was in extreme pain, and that I did not have a sense of where Ashlyn was taking me, and when I knew I had entered the blood-red sea of mist, it had become too late as I had already entered the mist. Speaking of injuries, I had nearly forgotten about it, I thought, and began to check my injuries and found all of them have healed, and I am very sure that my injuries have healed. I am not an illusion, as these small proof of that fearsome injuries were all over my body. After a moment of looking around, I again started to look around for the way out, and I have to find the way out quickly, as in a minute or two, I will enter another illusion, and dealing with it is going to be not as easy as the previous one. Time passed when a minute later, I found the connection of Ashlyn, and mine was disappearing it very fast, and seeing that I knew I was entering the illusion. I had tried to fight it, but no matter how much I tried, I was not able to fight against it. Choo-choo, I had entered the illusion, and my connection with Ashlyn was about to disappear when suddenly I heard the familiar chip of Ashlyn. That connection of ours has started strengthening at the visible speed till it became stronger than before. Unlike before, I could now sense the condition of Ashlyn, and unlike me, she is still injured, but her injuries have mostly healed, and those that remained are non-threatening. Though the connection between us had grown stronger, there is still a strong restriction that is forbidding me from summoning Ashlyn outside. I was just talking with Ashlyn, and had just asked how deep we are in the mist when I felt the movement in the mist, and saw 5 skeletons walking out of the mist like before. But these skeletons are different from the previous 5 skeletons. These 5 skeletons are 6 meters tall, and have the aura similar to the adamantine foxmen I had fought before, and seen good mastery they have over their energy, they would be a tad stronger than foxmen. But I am still confident in killing them, and when I do that, the reward I will get will also be bigger as the blood-red fire burning is in their eyes is bigger and deeper, which clearly means that the quintessence they will provide but also be much purer than before. With such pure quintessence, I am confident that I would be able to upgrade my rule to level 1, but before that, I will have to defeat these 5 skeletons. Die. All 5 skeletons thundered as they came at me. Their speed is incredibly fast that normal diamond could not be able to see it, and it is the same for me as my killing rule had gone haywire. If it had been earlier, I would have been worried as without killing rule, I have senses of normal peak diamond, but now I don't have to worry about it as Ashlyn is lending me her killing energy, which is perfectly stable, and since our killing rule is exactly the same, I have no problem using it as mine. As they moved to kill me, I also moved toward them, and I did not hold back on anything. I had donned my armor and used the energy of the featherlight, but I had used the energy of domain of withering sand on my sword. I tried to use the upgraded fire ability, but it was futile. This may be an illusion, but it is the perfect one. The limitation that the real world has also applied here, so I could about using my upgrade's fire ability or my totem artifact. With me using my full power, my speed went beyond my limit, which even got me quite surprised by it. This is my first time using my full power in the fight after my fight against the adamantine foxmen, which I had fought against a month ago. I moved swiftly and avoided the attack of their bloody saber before appearing behind the last skeleton and brought down my sword on its skull with all my power. Bang. Huge bang resounds when my rapier hits its skull. The skull of the skeleton instantly shattered into pieces, and black sand that is covering my sword quickly covered the whole skeleton and turned it into dust. Bang. While this was happening, I appeared behind another skeleton and used the same move and got the same result as the first skeleton. These skeletons seemed to have intelligence, as seeing what happened to their comrade they grouped, but it was no use. I have speed and power that far surpassed them. Bang, bang, bangs. With 3 of them acting together, 3 of them were able to survive a few more seconds than their previous comrades, but they ended 3 of also suffered the same blow as their other comrades and turned into dust. The dust from the skeletons had just settled down when the globes of big ghostly runic fire came at me and seeped inside me. Just as that happened, an extremely pure quintessence appeared in front of me. Just taking a look over made me gain a lot of comprehensions. Seeing the quintessence has appeared, I did not waste any time and let my heart take myself to the rule I want to comprehend. This is another killing rule which I did not have the time to comprehend last time, but I am comprehending from it this time. Unlike other times, I was not the only one who is comprehending from the quintessence, Ashlyn also comprehending from it. She had also cast her senses on the quintessence and her speed of comprehension isn't lower than mine, seeing that I became very sure that I will be able to this time. I will be able to upgrade my rule power to the grade 1 rule. We kept comprehending like crazy and gaining more and more insights. As we did that, we amassed a huge amount of comprehension, which is more than enough to upgrade my rule power. Buzz. As I thought that, something clicked in my mind, and my uncontrolled killing rule had suddenly become very quiet, and the next moment the change started to happen. Currently the ribbon inside me looks like a solid blood red ribbon, but now more than half of it is turning translucent though its color is getting darker. It is turning more and more translucent. It is very strange, and translucent things tend to be lighter as that is when one could faintly see through them, but this ribbon getting darker as it became translucent. That is not the only change happening to ribbons. The seams of ribbon which had saved from being translucent also started to have their change. The seams began to become like chains. Seeing these chain-like seams, one would think this ribbon could seal anything. The change continued for a few seconds before it started slowing down, and I thought there wouldn't be any change anymore when suddenly a very faint blood mist came out ribbon and spread around globally. Now my killing rule looked like a translucent solid ribbon being surrounded by the faint globe of blood mist. My killing rule had finally upgraded to level 1 rule, and their big change had occurred in it. The biggest change is its offensive power. It has barely changed, and I am very happy with it. My new killing rule barely had any offensive power. It is the most focused sensors, deduction, concealing, and sealing. It is very different from other killing rules who have immense offensive powers. The offensive power is most important, but I have other things that could provide me with. Like the Sunfire, which I will also upgrade to level 1, and my ability in mystic methods, they all could provide me with all the offensive power I need. The only regrettable thing is that from now on till I am in the diamond level, I will not be able to use my new killing rule, just like those level 1 rules that Ashlyn and I have in our space. The adamantine could only utilize level 1 rule, so unless I became adamantine, I would not be able to use my killing rule again. Barely 1 minute had passed since the quintessence had appeared inside me, and now I am hesitating whether I should comprehend more from it or not. My killing rule is the absolute edge of basic stage, and with me and Ashlyn's comprehension, there is a fairly good chance that my killing rule will reach the intermediate stage. If this were to happen, it would be very, very good thinking for me, especially when I leveled up to the Lord stage. It will bring me lots of benefits, but advancing killing rule intermediate came with its own complication. Fuck it, I said after thinking for a second. This is an extremely rare chance for me to take my level 1 power to intermediate grade. Others would kill for this chance, so I decided to go with it. If everything goes haywire, I will level up to Lord stage, though it will make me lose quite a thing. The gains I will gain from taking my rule power to intermediate stage should be more enough to offset it. So like Ashlyn, I also started comprehending and was quite shocked by my comprehending speed. With me having a level 1 rule, the speed of my comprehension increased 5 times when comprehension of the rules. It is very good news for me with such great comprehension speed. I am becoming even more sure of taking my rule power to the intermediate grade before the quintessence disappeared from me. Ashlyn and I started to comprehend at a very fast speed, and this time, it is not only from the other killing rules from which we have comprehended, we have also started to comprehend from the other rule too. The rule of carnage, murder, bloody stealth are very good to comprehend. Taking inspiration from these rule makes one rule flexible with potential, not brittle, which very hard to progress. As we gained more and more comprehension, we started getting more and more close to the intermediate stage. We just needed a little more comprehension before we could advance to intermediate grade. Time passed by and 5 minutes had passed, and I started to feel it wouldn't be long before the quintessence disappeared, and I too just needed a little more comprehension before my killing rule could finally be advanced to the intermediate stage. Shake, I was just comprehending when suddenly my source shook, and ribbon and faint bloody globe surrounding it started to shine brightly as they began to grow. Their size started to get bigger and bigger, with faint crystalline dust merging into the ribbon and the globe, which made its aura grow stronger and stronger till even I started to shake despite the rule being comprehended by me. The second passed, and finally, the ribbon and the faint glowed surrounding it stopped growing. They are now 3 times bigger than their original size and had many visible changes. The ribbon had become even more translucent, and this time the translucent part had completely lost its bright red color, while the chain seams of the ribbon became even darker. As for the blood-faint globe, that surrounding it has not changed much, except that now in its blood globe one could see tiny bits of crystalline dust shining around it. With all these changes, I have to say my killing rule looked pretty amazing. Hahaha, finally after thousands of years waiting, I've finally found someone. Suddenly a crazy raving-like voice rang out, hearing that I felt an intense sense of danger. This type of danger I only felt once in my lifetime, and that is when I was in a cavern of the forbidden ground. Hearing the crazy raving-like voice, I shuddered from head to toe. Even though I do not have heightened intuition from the killing rule, my self-intuition is also very strong, and it is telling me I am the grave danger. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself in a completely different position than I had expected. I am currently inside a huge skeleton that I could not describe how big it is, and also I am currently bound in what seemed to be a fleshy red ball. When I looked at the flesh ball carefully, I found it to be herd inside which I am completely buried. The only part of me is out is my head. It had been a few seconds since I had upgraded my rule, and I did not even see when I got bound in this big heart. If not for Ashlyn telling me, I would have definitely thought that I am still in the illusion. It has been so many years since I have been waiting, but all that wait worth it. I've finally found the body I need. I heard this time there is no madness in the voice, but I still shuddered unconsciously when I heard the voice. I looked around to search for the source of the voice, but I did not find it with the limited space I could look. Boy, are you looking for me? The voice asked in an unfamiliar language, which I am clearly able to understand. The voice sounded directly in front of me, and when I looked ahead, I saw fist-sized blood-red pentagonal crystal floating in front. The blood-red color is the perfect shade of blood color I've ever seen. What do you want from me? I asked in normal land, showing no fear in my voice that I am feeling inside me. Haha, what I want, haven't you already guessed? The crystal asked back in the cam voice. It is right, I had already guessed what it wants and couldn't help but ask why. Last time in the cavern of the Forbidden Ground, I came across the abomination that wanted to occupy my body, and now this bastard. Why me? I couldn't help but ask. There are hundreds of humans, grim monsters and monsters who have entered the mist before. Why couldn't it use their bodies to occupy? Why mine? You are one of the 11 people who were able to gain the level 1 rule power in the mist I had created, but their bodies were not suitable to host me. Only you have the body that is suitable to host me. It replied. Is my body special in some way? I asked. Last time I did not get a chance to ask about the abomination, but this time I want to know what it is about my body so special that anyone wants to occupy it. If it were so special, I would have at least got a special constitution, but I got none. I am born average with body and talent. Very special, more special than you can understand. Even I got shocked when I inspected your body for the first time. You are born with a perfect host body. For you, it is useless, but to others who want to occupy it is the best body. They will not feel rejection from it. It will be like their own natural body. It replied in a calm, friendly tone. It is explaining everything to me like a teacher explaining to his student, not like a demon that is preparing to occupy the body. I will die when you occupy my body, right? I asked. There was a slight tremor in my voice when I asked it. I had tried to control that tremor, but no matter how much I tried, I could not control that tremor from coming out with my voice. I am afraid, yes. It replied that I couldn't help but feel silent, seeing my condition and strength. I could not help do anything against it. I hope that miracles like the past would happen, but I don't know if it will happen or not. You seemed oddly calm about your death. Do you have some trump cards you are relying on later on? It asked. Its first question was in a calm tone, but its second question was filled with a hint of mockery, as it could not think any trump card of mine would save me from death. I am calm because I know I am an ant in front of you. Raving and ranging will only make the death even more painful, I said calmly. You are right. If you had resisted, I would have made the process even more painful than it already is. It reapplied calmly. Now, let's start the process I've already waited for a long time, but before that, let me see your storage, it said, and before I could say anything, my storage ring flew off my finger toward it. Why do you need my storage ring? I asked why such a great powerhouse would need a storage ring. I do not need your storage, I need herbs and energy sources. Everything I had and I got during these thousands of years has been used for sustenance. It replied, you have a lot more stuff than I expected, but still little less than what I need. It said next moment, all the herbs and mana crystals came out of my storage. When the right side is her hole on the left size mana crystals. 2 big hills of herbs and mana crystals could be seen floating on either side of the tiny blood-red crystals. As these 2 hills came out, an open fire came out of the small blood-red crystals and enveloped both of the hills and started to burn them. Seeing, I couldn't help but get surprised, as I did not think it would burn it. The level of the things you have is very low. I will have to remove all the impurities off them before I could use them. It explained calmly without me asking. Fire burned the 2 hills for a minute before it went back to the crystal, and on the place, 2 huge hills had now had 2 fist-sized liquid globes, one colorless while the other is a vibrant green. As I was looking at these 2, the colorless liquid globe came toward me and seeped into the heart where I was bound, while the herbal mix remained on the spot. My heart is now ready to create the constitutional base inside you, while this herbal essence would be enough to create a 7-star constitution. It is regrettable that you have this puny amount here. That will not be enough for the 12-star constitution. I will have to get them after I occupy your body, it said, hearing that I couldn't help but get shocked. Are you creating a constitution inside me? I asked, hearing what it had said. Yes, you be born with a perfect host body, which is a totally useless constitution for the battle. I am creating a secondary 12-star constitution inside you. It is least required if I want to occupy your body seamlessly. It replied, ahhhhhhh. I wanted to ask something more, but I did not get a chance as the next moment, thousands of needles pierced through my body, and I felt the terrifying pain I've ever felt in my life. The terrifying pain started to spread through my body. It was so great that I felt my mind would break if I were to bear it for a long time, and I have a feeling that I will have to bear it for a long time. Feeling this mind-breaking pain, I did not resist the pain, and with the last bit of sanity I let this pain flow through my mind, because I know if I resist, it wouldn't be long before my mind gets broken and I become a vegetable. I did not want to die being an idiot if I die. I like to die while I am sane. So I brought down the conscious and unconscious defenses and let the pain flow over me. As I did that, I got completely drowned in pain, incapable of forming even a single proper thought. It is like my mind is a dingy in the world-ending tsunami. Any of these skyscraping waves could drown me in an instant, but still no matter how high the waves would get, the dingy would always survive from drowning. As time passed, the dingy got a little stable in the waves as if the rover got used to it, and with passing time, it got more and more stable, though it still looked like the waves could drown me at any moment. I don't know how much time had passed, probably a day or more before my mind finally got little used to the pain, and simple thoughts started to emerge from my mind, and as the time passed the thought became greater in number, till I could become capable to see what was happening to me. Thousands of hair-thin needles had been pierced through my body, just like I had experienced a moment before the pain had assaulted me. These hair-thin needles are pumping the blood color energy inside me, which is merging into every part of my body and soul. This blood-colored energy is giving off a faint, familiar feeling, which I am way acquainted with, and when I looked at my source, I became even more sure. I could feel my body is changing, and it is changing from the very core of it. As I was inspecting my body, I noticed another thing, and that is that my previous level 3 constitution, which I had got through various lucky chances, it is also being stripped away from my body. It has already been reduced to level 1 constitution, and it wouldn't be long before it is completely stripped away from my body. Seeing it happening, I couldn't help but feel sad. It had helped quite a bit, especially when I was breaking the level. If not for having it, I would have had to drink those harmful potions for storing the momentum for breaking the limit. I looked at my body for quite a while before I checked my connection with Ashlyn, and not only found the connection being active, but she was also looking at everything happening to me in extreme focus that when I had called her, she did not reply to me. I'm quite surprised seeing her reaction. Last time when that abomination blasted energy inside me and Ashlyn took it quite much, but this time she did not even touch it, which is quite strange. The abomination felt 100, if not thousands of times stronger than this blood crystals, and she was still able to take the sizable energies, but she did not take even single-bit energies, which is confusing to me. I would have asked Ashlyn if she had been replying to, but seeing she is lost in her way, I could not get any answer from her. Time passed, and soon I became capable enough to open my eyes. When I did that, I found the heart in which I had been trapped in had been reduced to less than 1/4 of its size, and now I could see my body parts bulging through the fleshy herd. I tried to move them, but soon I found that I could not even feel them, much less move them. It is very uncomfortable not to feel your body front from the waist down. Boy, you have surprised me with your will. Not many people of your age could have enough will to think, much less talk, when they are going through such pain. It praised as it saw me looking around. What type of constitution are you creating in my body? I asked with difficulty. The hell-like pain makes it quite difficult for me to talk. I had put an insane amount of effort into asking this question. It is a sin constitution. It is the same constitution I was born with. Though the level of it is quite low compared to what I was born with, it will be enough till I reach my homeworld, it said with a slight hint of lodging. What are its specialties? I couldn't help but ask when I heard the sin constitution. It had remained silent for a while that I had thought it would not answer it. The sin constitution is a special constitution, in the awakening stage, which you refer to as 1 to 12 star constitution. It will help you sense sin rules even more clearly, increase the potential of my body, and make it more suitable to house mystic energies and occult energies. There are other things it can do as well, but there is no need to tell you since you are going to die in a few days, it said. I was immensely shocked when I heard that, as the things it had said, only the top constitution was capable of doing that. Ellen had told me quite a lot about the constitutions, which is why I was quite shocked, and these are the things it had told me about. There are many other things it hadn't told me yet. As for lying about it, I do not think so. It is immensely powerful and soon going to occupy my body. There is no reason for it to lie to me. All the things it had told me are likely to be the truth. A day passed by, and the heart I was in had shrunk even more. Looking at the speed the heart is shrinking, it shouldn't take a maximum of 3 more days for the heart to completely disappear. Time passed by, and I spent most of my time staying quiet, as in such pain I could neither sleep nor shit. I sometimes talked to blood-red crystals and asked questions that I have in my mind. Most of them were answered. I have got to know quite many things from it. Some things it has told me is enough to shock the world. 2 days passed by, and in these 2 the heart had completely disappeared, and now I am bound in the gray bones from which it had sucked energy from ages ago. The constitution base is finally created. Now it is time to fill it, said the blood crystal in front of me. It's a pity I only have the materials to take the constitution to the 9 star, it said as a green blob of liquid floats toward me. Haven't you said that you only have materials to take the constitution to the 7 star a few days ago? I asked, as last time it had said it only had the materials to take the constitution to 7 star. Quite astute. Yes, that time I only had materials to take the constitution to 7 star, but in a few days, few people had entered the mist and were kind enough to provide me with the materials. It answered in a calm voice, "Those unfortunate souls." I said in my mind, "This being may seem calm and polite when he talks, but it is vicious. I have no doubt about it, killing those who entered. I just hope those who had entered weren't humans." Hun. Soon the green glow of herbal essences touched me and entered my body. As it did, I had braced myself for another bout of intense pain, but I did not feel any. Instead, I felt the most refreshing feeling I have ever felt in my life. "Heaven," I exclaimed in my mind, as what I am feeling really felt like heaven. The herbal essence is flowing into each and every part of my body, filling the base that earlier bloody energies have created. As the herbal essence started feeling my body, I began to feel a new constitution rising inside me and bringing immense changes to my body. My skin is feeling at a fast rate and revealing vibrant skin behind before that vibrant skin peeling and showing even more vibrant skin. It is not only my skin, but also my bones also having a change. I could feel them strengthening and visible rate, but these changes nothing compared to my level being regressing. From being a limit of the diamond level, I have now become 9-star diamond, and seeing how speedily my level is regressing, it wouldn't be long before my level regressed to 8-star diamond. Though my level is regressing, I am becoming stronger and stronger. It is happening because of the constitution I am gaining. To explain in simple analogy, I compare myself to a water tank, which is getting bigger. As it gets bigger, the water inside, which had earlier filled the tank to brim, is going down in the tank. I am a tank, and the power I had accumulated till now is water, which is not enough to fill the tank that is getting bigger and bigger at the visible rate, and power I had earlier was not enough to maintain that level, so it regresses. As the level of the constitution advanced, my power level was going down. If this being would not be taking over my body in a few hours, I would have been very happy to see such development going and would have wished wholeheartedly that it would go as much as it can. The more it goes down, the more potential I would have. As the Sin Constitution had reached level 3, my level had gone down to 6-star elite, and it is going down at the visible rate. When the Constitution had reached level 6, I regressed to the peak of Platinum, where the regression speed of my power had increased even more. Finally, when all the herbal energy disappeared and the Sin Constitution had reached level 9, I was barely staying in the Platinum level. Though my level had regressed, the boost in power I had received is immense, and now if I had come across then Bast Earth Crockman, then the one that will be running away will not be me but that bastard. A top level 9 constitution is no simple thing. It defines immeasurable power and potential. In front of such a constitution, the limits mean nothing. As long as I have energy, reaching a peak of adamantine would not be a problem. I just wish I had gotten this constitution under different stances and would not be dying that time. I would have been truly ecstatic to get such a top level, amazing constitution. Boy, you are good, have the willpower that I had never seen anyone have with your age. If it is not for the fact that your body is a perfect host body, I would have definitely taken you as my student, it said. A hint of faint regret could be heard in its extremely excited voice. Student, hearing this word, I felt like vomiting. This bastard, despite being a devil, is acting like it is fucking saint. If I had strength, I would beat the shit out of this bastard. Finally, I got a perfect body, the wait for thousands of years really worth it, it said ecstatically before slowly moving toward me until the blood-red pentagonal crystal touched my forehead. As it touched my forehead, I felt as if red-hot poker had touched me. The pain was immense, but it was not even able to take even a whimper out of me. The pain may be great, but it is still lacking compared to what I had felt for days. It touched my forehead and started to seep inside me, and a few seconds later, it entered the place where the seals of supreme combat exercises are floating silently. Seeing something foreign invading in their space, they lit up and tried to expel it, but it was futile to attempt. In front of its immense strength, the resistance to seals was nothing. Let's get sta. It said excitedly before abruptly stopping and shining brightly. It felt like it sensed something or saw something which made it stop so suddenly. Boy, why is your body brimming with primal origin? It asked. Its voice contained many emotions, shock, excitement, and fear. Primal origin, I asked in a shocked voice as I knew what primal origin is and knew how valuable it is. It could be said to be the most precious thing in the whole world. If it appeared the powerhouse would fight to the death for it, even a single drop of it could make one powerful beyond imagination. I've heard that after the creation of 10,000 seals of supreme combat exercise, one could create 3 drops of primal origin, which I think is totally untrue, seeing how precious the primal origin is and the amount of energy it contained. How seals could create something like it, you really don't know. It asked while moving backward. It is very cautious instead of leaping at the primal origin. It is getting out, and likely wanted to do some research before it could take that juicy pie. What is this? I quickly started to move back and about to get out of me when suddenly, 2 green and silver runic chains came out like sky serpents and bound it before it could escape. Seeing these runic chains, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I finally felt relieved and knew I had survived the danger. The blood-red crystal is as good as finished. What is it? Tell what is it, you bastard. It roared loudly at me as the two chains bound it, and runes from it started to spread around the whole crystal. I could feel how shit scared it is seeing the green and silver runes enveloping it. The blood-red crystal is struggling with all its might, but all of its attempts were futile. In front of those chains, it had become incapable of doing anything. Their two green and silver chains are from the two beings. The green ones are from the beings that are present in the garden. It is what bound the abomination, which was hiding in my sword, and extracts energies from it to feed to the blood of Annihilation Titan, which is hiddenly somewhere inside me. I do not doubt these chains sucking energy from it and feeding it to the blood of Annihilation Titan, and as for the silver chains, they are from Ashlyn. Her aura could clearly be felt from the chains. Currently, both of the chains are spreading around the crystal, covering every inch of the while blood-red crystals rave and struggle. Any of its actions are not affecting the operations of the runes. They continue to spread around it. It had struggled and raved about the runes for a while before finally, it stopped as if knowing all of its struggles futile. Boy, do you know what these runic chains are? It asked in its calm voice again. Though its voice may seem calm, it is full of hidden tremors. The bastard is extremely scared and likely fishing for information from me so that it could get out of its predicament. These chains are from Titan blood that is hidden inside me before you. There was an abomination who tried to occupy my body, but it was also bounded by chains and became nutrition for the Titan blood. I replied truthfully, though it is not the complete truth, it is close enough. I told it true because I wanted to see its reactions, and the reaction I got was more intense than I had expected. Titan abomination. It is said in a terrified voice. It is so scared it was not even able to form the words right. The fear it had shown it, I had never heard in any one voice. The words Titan and abomination had really scared so silly that it was not even able to say the words fully. Boy, are you telling the truth? It asked in a slightly shaking voice. I don't know if it's true or not. That thing who called itself Abomination said that is a survivor of Titan Abomination War, and it was able to get blood of the Titan during that war. I replied truthfully, hearing blood-red crystal made a huge ripple far greater than before when. My Lord Titan, this is lowly one Singrid, son of Angrid, leader of Sin Blood Lion race. My race is vassal of Blood Titan Aondal. Please forgive this lowly one for this transgression, it said in barely stable voice. Its voice felt so pitiful to the extreme. Even I who hated it to core felt pity for it a moment when I heard its voice. My Lord Titan, please forg ahhhhh. It apologized again, but this when it halfway into the sentence. The runes fully covered the core and shined brightly, and that moment it started scream loudly. Its screams were so loud that I felt my soul shudder, and if nor Ashlyn defending, I sure that its screams would have shattered my soul into big pieces of fine dust. Harnessing has started. I thought as I saw both of energies started sucking the energies of the core. Faint red energy could be seen passing through the chains as the crystals scream. Hearing its painful screams, I couldn't help but feel happy, as if not for these chains, my body would have been taken over by this blood-red crystal, and I would be screaming the same way as this being did. It seemed to be in pain beyond imagination. The pain I had felt earlier nothing compares to what this blood-red crystal is feeling. Well, its very self is getting sucked by the chains. Not only the energy crystal, but also its soul is getting devoured. This crystal seemed to have held shitloads of energies. It had been quite a while, and chains were only able to reduce its size by only a little. Seeing these two runic chains sucking the energy, I kind of feel jealous. This crystal contains a huge amount of energy. A micro fraction of it would be more than enough to take peak adamantine. Just a few seconds had passed when that thought came into my mind, when the faint change occurred in the two chains that were sucking off the energy from the crystal. The silver chain started to release the refined energies into me, the energies releasing a very tiny fraction of what she is sucking up, but it is more than enough for me as my level is rising at very fast speed. On the other hand, the green chain separated tiny chains from it, which had dug deep inside me till it latched itself into Nero and started to pump green energies inside him. I was a little worried about seeing the condition of the Nero, but soon those thoughts left my mind when I saw the delightful expression on the Nero's face. It is clear that whatever green chain is giving him is very beneficial to him. I sensed change happening in Nero. I saw him becoming more and more complete. Nero was life, but was not fully able to connect with me. I could sense him when it was coming from deep inside me, but now, as this green energy started to enter inside him, our connection becoming stronger and stronger. It wouldn't be long before I have a strong connection with Nero as I had with Ashlyn, and that I might even get ability from the Nero, which is a good thing and bad thing. The reason why most people have one monster is because of the space it gets in once. The freer one's source is, the greater one's connection with the world remains. which helps one comprehend and advance many things like rule powers from the world. This is the reason why smart people don't get the second monster. They would sacrifice the second ability, which they might get from getting second monsters, as it is simply not worth it. There's also a problem. I was born with a faulty source which could not be expended, though I had felt clear change into my soul when my constitution changed into the sin constitution. Nothing could be said about being Nero able to form a similar connection like Ashlyn or Nor, or I would get an ability if he can form the connection. There is one other thing that complicates the matter even further, and that is that Nero is not a monster. He is a special being who formed from the energies of miracle fruit coincidentally and got the seed of wisdom from the being in the garden. Everything about him is very complicated. The only thing I could do is wait and watch how things proceed. The green energy that is transmitting to the Nero is not strengthening our connection, but it is also changing Nero. Nero is changing from within. The mutation of which had been at 80 previous had been completed, and another mutation had started. It could be said that his constitution is also changing, which is a good thing, as with the current constitution, the energy I would need for the level up would be fearsome, that Nero's normal speed would not be that of any use. Unlike Nero, my constitution had already changed. So Ashlyn is just giving me energy. She is filling an empty tank that my body is and giving it an energy which is making my level rise at inconceivable speed. I had already reached the peak of the platinum, but now I am advancing toward the diamond. It would take a few minutes for me to reach the diamond stage, I thought as I watched the progress. I continue watching the progress on all the fronts. I watch as the being screams reach higher and higher, as the blood-red crystal shrinks smaller and smaller. As the time passes, speed to chains, sucking the energy also increases, making the process even more painful for it. Soon, I reached the diamond stage and started to climb the higher levels of it. To be honest, I would like it if the energy were to take me to the peak adamantine level, but I would be more than happy if it takes me to my previous level. I am really powerful right now that I don't think that Crockman is even a match for me right now. I could kill it with a simple attack of mine. Now with the current perspective, when I think about it, I became very sure that Earth Crockman was born with the Earth Constitution, and that Constitution is likely a level 7 Constitution. Only with that could have such amazing strength, but now I have a level 9 Sin Constitution, which is more powerful than the regular Elemental Constitution. I could easily beat it now and even able to do it when I was initial level Platinum earlier. I am quite happy with my level 9 Sin Constitution. I still hoped I would have gotten a level 12 Constitution. Only I had little more herbs, I would have got the level 6 Constitution. Though I am wrong about one thing, the little herbs would not be enough to take my Constitution to level 12. It had told me that the last 3 levels are the most important levels of the Sin Constitution, and herbs it would need would be 4 times more than I had in my storage, and that is just for level 10. Level 11 would have needed 4 times more than, and level 12 would have needed 4 times that of level 11. That is a humongous level of resources. To gather that much of the resources I had needed more than a year, though the quality of most of the resources was low, the numbers of them were huge. Well, nothing can be done about it. I should be satisfied by the level 9 constitution I had received. It had rocketed my power to a sky-high mark, and now with it, I wouldn't even need to fear the adamantines. My level had already reached the peak diamond, and now it is climbing toward the adamantine, and seeing it, I couldn't help but feel happy. I had hoped something like that would happen, but seeing it happening makes me happy. A minute later, I had reached adamantine, and there I started to climb one level after another till I finally reached the peak of adamantine, and Ashlyn stopped releasing energy into me. Sigh. I couldn't help but sigh as I found myself at this level. Finally, I have dreamed about reaching this level thousands of times, and had confidence in myself to reach this level, but never thought I would reach this level this quick. It is little beyond my expectation. Regretfully, my target had changed, and now I want to go further, as adamantine is not the limit of the night stage. There another level. That level had neither name or not had any level, and there are very few ways to reach there. Normal people forget about reaching as a condition to reach there too high, but to me, reaching there would not be a problem. I would just have to spend a little more time on it, and I will reach there. That time, I will finally level up to Lord stage while having the greatest potential. While Ashlyn stopped giving me energy, Nero is still enjoying the treatment. Until now, he had gone through 3 munitions and started on the 4th. As for the crystal, it had become half of its original size, and getting smaller faster and faster. An hour passed by and blood-red crystal became thumbnail size, the 2 chains still sucking up its energy. On the other hand, the small green runic chain that was covered to Nero finally released and merged back to the main chain, but now before getting Nero through the 6 mutations. Though these 6 mutations, the size of Nero shrunk considerably, his energy body became even more concentrated. If one doesn't know, Nero is an energy body. They will not be able to know it unless they look clearly. Our connection has also improved very significantly, that now even if Nero is deep inside me, I will be able to contact him. Still, the connection is not complete. There is still a tiny bit lacking, which I think will complete when I level up the martial stage. In every breakthrough, the connection between Nero and me strengthens, and I am sure when he will reach martial stage, my connection with Nero will be the same as my connection with Ashlyn. That time I might even receive ability from the Nero. To be honest, I am quite excited about the ability, as Nero is a special life that is made from the energies of the miracle fruit. If I receive ability from him, it would not be a normal ability. I was just busy with my thoughts when suddenly the screams of the being had stopped, and I thought that 2 chains had finished sucking all the energy from the blood-red crystal. But to my surprise, the crystal is still there, just in pinky nail size, and it is melting. The pinky nail size crystal melted under the actions of 2 chains before very thin started to come out of it, and transformed into the rune. More and more strings got transformed into runes before it became a large runic formation. All the crystal had been spent and converted to the runic formation before it started to spread throughout my body. The thin strings from the small crystal created quite a huge formation that is enough to spread through every inch of my body. Buzz, soon it spread through my whole body and shone brightly. The formation buzzed, and that exact moment, a piece of information transferred into my mind. Fuck. The information was small, and took me barely a minute to digest it all, and when I did, I couldn't help but curse loudly ecstatically. I cursed loudly, as what had happened in the last was beyond my imagination. The formation created by 2 chains was Constitution formation. These chains have created special formation inside me, which would help me advance my Constitution to level 12. The only thing I have to do is add resources into the special storage of the formation. Unlike the being who could only use the herbs in this formation, I could use anything that could provide energy. But there is one condition, and that is 50 resources added into the formation had to be herb or plant-based. My first target is to accumulate enough resources to upgrade my constitutions to level 10. Crack, crack, crack. I was in my thoughts when I heard the cracking sound. When I looked at the source of the sound, I saw the bones that had been confining me are cracking apart, seeing that a smile emerged from my lips as I gently moved my body forward, which shattered all the bones that had bound me. Thud. I gently landed on the floor and looked around, only to see it is night and blood mist that everywhere thinking out at the visible rate. Seeing that I am not surprised, as that being had placed the huge formation, and with its being dead, the connection with the formation broken, and mist started to disperse automatically. Seeing that, I wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible before anyone could notice me here. Though there are barely any people present in this ruin that could threaten me, I still want to leave before anyone notices me here. I don't want anyone to connect me with this place. The fewer people know the nature of my constitution, the better. But before that, I want to change from my tattered clothing. They are completely bloodied and tattered. Even the artifact I was wearing were spared. It was a good thing I had brought a special cover for my holowatch and homing bracelet. It had saved them from getting damaged. I was about to remove clothes from my storage when I remembered that the storage ring had been taken by that being, and about to go for storage pouches in my pants pockets, hoping they are not damaged, when I saw my storage ring on my finger. That bastard must have placed it back on my finger when it had removed the stuff from me, thinking it would be its after it took over my body. Fuck. I cursed loudly as I looked inside my storage. It had changed entirely from inside. Not only had it become bigger, but there was also something very amazing had been done inside. It is clearly the handiwork of that being, only it had the power to do something like that. It had become 21 times larger. It is now 211 sq kilometers, which is absolutely huge, and everything inside is covered in the formation. It has become a fully automated warehouse. It will automatically store anything I put inside in its respective place. If I have storage and I want it completely sorted, it can do that. I just place the storage in a special bracket, and it will automatically remove the stuff from the storage and place the things inside their respective places. There is also command formation, from which I could make whatever changes I want in it. I wanted to explore this formation completely, but seeing the speed in which mist is thinning out, I quickly changed into new clothes and moved out mist while covering myself with killing energy. Normal adamantine could not use intermediate grade level 1 rule, but with my constitution I could use them easily. Especially the killing rule, which is one of the sin rules. Its power even enhances under the constitution. To be honest, I have no idea about my power. With level 9 constitution and peak adamantine power, my strength could be said to be unmatched. There are very few in this rune against which I had to be careful. With such power, I really want to fight someone challenging who could make me bring out my true power, make me how powerful I've become. I was just wanking out of the mist when I started to sense people. There are not only grim monsters but humans, and their numbers seemed quite large, which had clearly confused me very much. The mist had started to thin out a few minutes ago, but there were already so many people gathered, and there is another question from where all these people have come from. Though hundreds of million people have entered this ruin, the ruin is very big, and one would be lucky enough to come across more than 5 people a day, but here I found more than 100 people within a single minute. It is due to this weirdness I did not kill any grim monster. I want to see for what reason these many people have come here. I did not ask any human to ask, just continue to walk toward the exit, and a few minutes later, I finally came out of the mist and instantly understood what so many people have gathered. The war tower has appeared, I said with awe as I looked at the humongously tall tower that is releasing its blinding radiance that even at a distance of nearly 100 kilometers could be seen clearly. The war towers are an anomaly in this ruin. They appear anywhere, anytime, but them appearing is a perfect thing, as the rewards one could get from it are very beneficial to everyone those who enter inside it. The war tower has 1,000 floors or levels. One needs to kill a sufficient amount of obstacle to cross the level. Every 10 level one could get elixir, which instantly increases one's power, and one would receive a reward at every 100 floors. The reward could be anything. The first 100 floors are for the golden elites, the next 200 floors above that are for the platinums, the next 300 floors above that are for the diamonds, next 300 floors above that is for adamantine, and last 100 for the level above that are the level above adamantine. This is not a strict qualification. Anyone who has the power could go higher as long as they keep accumulating points to unlock the next floor. The tower is a very gruesome place. Hundreds of thousands of people die inside, but people will flock to go there as they can literally increase their strength with every 10 levels with the help of elixir. The elixir is truly a magical thing. As long as one keeps drinking it, one's strength will keep rising, and the most amazing thing about it is that the elixir discards the limit completely, which makes people go crazy for it. I was just watching the tower when I heard something from the group of humans that were walking not far from me and immediately looked at my holowatch, which I hadn't looked at since I had broken out. A month, I said in shock. I was barely able to stop myself from shouting out loud. I knew a huge amount of time had passed in the mist, but I had never in my dreams expected a month would pass. At most I had thought 2 weeks had passed, but in reality, 4 weeks had passed, and now there are barely 16 or 15 days I say since it is night. I only have half a month, which is quite disappointing. I had thought with a month in hand, I would be able to collect materials for the last 3 levels of my constitution, but with only 15 days in hand, I would be lucky enough if I were able to collect the materials for level 10 and 11. But nothing could be said when I am in this ruined city. This whole city is filled with treasures. If I am lucky enough, I might get herbs I need on the way. Nothing could be said. The war tower is still lit up in blue color, which means it hasn't been opened and nobody knows when it will be open or whether it will open or not. One time the war tower appeared a few days after ruin opened, but it did not let people in even after closing time of the ruin. Though it had happened only once, most of the time when the war tower opened immediately or within a few days. From what I had heard a few minutes ago, the war tower had appeared just 3 days ago, so there are great chances that it might open in a few days. I looked at the blue tower and walked toward it. The war tower is my best hope in getting the materials I need. I just hope that it will open soon so that I could start the harvest of materials from the grim monster. While walking toward the tower, I put a strand of my consciousness into my storage. I want to get a hang of the amazing runic formation that is present there and also see if there is anything that could be used for my constitution advancement. But soon I found there was nothing there. All the monster cores, energy sources, herbal ash, even the blood from the blood pool had disappeared. The only things that remained inside are artifacts and such which couldn't be used in the advancement. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh. We have felt quite hungry, and now this human has shown up. I heard and saw 5 grim monsters appear in front of me. I had sensed them before, but I had no interest in fighting them. If it had been me a month ago, I would have been excited to see such a lineup of 4 peak diamonds in the lead of the initial adamantine. That would have been a thrilling battle, but now they are just ants to me. I gave them a side look before 5 small kindles of silver fires lit on my finger before they moved toward the grim monsters. The leader of the grim monsters opened its mouth to ridicule, but soon it sensed something, and the look of horror appeared on its face. It had activated its speed method and tried to retreat, but before it could take a single step, the kindles seeped into it, and the other 4 grim monster behind him, and next moment, their bodies shine in silver light before ash started to fly away from their bodies. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. The armor and weapons they were holding fell down one after another on the ground, and I picked them without hesitation, and stored them directly in my storage, where they automatically separated and placed into Thor respective places. The storage of the Grim monsters, too, got opened and stuff inside them separated and put into specific places. As they separated, I connected sense to the things I want and transferred them to Constitution storage, which has been made inside me. Less than 0.1, I muttered as I saw the indication. The energy crystals and the herbs from the 5 diamond and adamantine were not even enough to fill the 0.1 of the resources I need. Seeing it, one could imagine how much the resources I need. I continued walking amidst many gazes of Grim monster and humans when I had attacked earlier many gazes of Grim monster, and human locked on me, but seeing how easily I was able to kill them, all of them were scared away. When everything finished earlier, Ashlyn had gone to slumber. Since then she had been sucking the energy from the Blazing Rose and strengthening our fire ability. Even now she's still sucking the energy from Blazing Rose and strengthening our fire ability every second. Though my constitution is Sin Constitution, it gave enhancements in other areas too. I am quite curious about how strong my fire ability could become, as currently, it is very strong. It could turn any average adamantine into ash. If there had been peak adamantine instead of the initial adamantine, it would have to turn into the ash. The War Tower is about 100 kilometers ahead of me and would take me 6 hours to reach there. Outside, this would have been travel of a few minutes, but here, where the city is packed with the remnant attacks of super powerhouses, it would take me about 6 hours. I am in no hurry to go there since the War Tower hadn't been opened yet. I plan on checking these remnant attacks of powerhouses for the resources. These remnant attacks are filled with resources. A tiny bit of things from them are enough for me to advance the last 3 stages of my constitution. Take a Blazing Rose, for example. If I got it, I am very confident that it would be enough for me advance my constitution to the level 10, and with a resource like Blazing Rose, I would not even have to care about 50 herbal quota, since the Blazing Rose is both energy and plant-based life form. But before I could go for resource collecting, I had found a place to stay. This past month had been quite eventful and had made me quite drained mentally. I first want to sleep before I could continue resource hunting with a fresh mind. There is another thing I have to do, check out the 2 level 1 rule powers I had. These 2 level 1 rule powers which I had got through the coincidences. There are 3 level 1 rule power inside me. One is my killing rule, the other is Gray Swirl, which I think is a swallowing type rule, and Clover Leaf, which I think is a healing type rule. They are very mysterious that only after my constitution changed will I able to sense their power. The current me could use their power, but I am not using it right now. I want to test them in a safe environment before I could use them in the battle. So without wasting any time, I started to find a place to stay, and I did not have to search for long as an hour later. I came across the mini-camp of humans, where about 10,000 abodes could be seen lined up in a perfect formation. These people are likely to come for the War Tower and rest here before they continue their journey tomorrow. I walked into the camp while intentionally releasing the aura of peak adamantine. With such aura, camp guard did not stop me for inspection, but fawningly welcomed me inside the camp. After a few words with the guards, I connected my holowatch to the camp network before walking toward the empty place and set up my abode. As I entered inside, I directly walked into the shower to clean myself. It had been a month since I had not showered. My body is filled with traces of its blood as I was shackled in its heart. Only when I started showering did I feel good, felt like being a human again. I stayed in the shower for half an hour before coming out. I wore light clothes and ate the packaged food as I did not have any wish to cook before sleeping in a comfortable bed. Choo-choo. The sleep was uneventful, there was no disturbance, nothing. I had a long dreamless night, and would have continued sleeping if not for Ashlyn waking me up because she is feeling very hungry. Good morning, I said to Ashlyn before walking to the bathroom to freshen up before I came back and started cooking with barely any materials. I have barely any spices and herbs left in my storage, all materials that had high medicinal value to have been used by the being. It's good that monster meat is still there. I can still make something good out with limited materials and good monster meat. The meat I am going to use for cooking is that of the Thunder Hog. It is an adamantine-level monster that is born in a special environment. The meat of it is going to be very delicious. Past me would have had a problem cooking it, much less eating, as it had taken Ashlyn quite an effort to even burn the upper level of its skin. But now, with my current strength, I did not have any problem in cutting its meat and also cooking with the powerful fire ability. The fire had become so strong that I had burned the meat 3 times before I was able to successfully cook it. Well, it should be powerful now. I have 20 power of the Blazing Lotus. A month ago, when Ashlyn had defeated the Thunder Hog, she barely merged 1 power of the Blazing Lotus. Even with the power of my current constitution, I can only merge 20 of the power of Blazing Lotus into me. In contrast, Ashlyn, who clearly got even more benefits than I had merged more power than me with it, She had become so powerful that I don't think anyone in this ruin had the power to defeat her. Finally finished, I said as I placed the plates in front of Ashlyn and me, and about to start eating when I am noting something different about Ashlyn now and Ashlyn 1 month ago. Nothing had changed in her appearance. She's still a chubby palm-sized bird with shiny silvery feathers. The only change had occurred is the crystal on her head. It had changed from the tear shape to a pentagonal shape, and its shade had also become slightly darker. Ashlyn, what happened to your crystal? Have you received new ability or something? I asked but soon regretted it, asking as I know I will receive the same answer. I don't know from her. Choo choo choo, hun. I let out a surprise sound because her answer is different or half different from her usual answers to these questions. She said she didn't know what happened to the crystal, but she had received abilities through it. She said abilities, not an ability, which means she had got more than one ability. Finally, that crystal could be of some use. I thought as since she had received the crystal, it had been mostly a showpiece and nothing more, but now she said she could use some abilities through it. What abilities did you receive? I asked excitedly, feeling really excited about the abilities she had got. Choo choo, she chirped with a small answer before she drove her small head into the plate and started eating. This little, I nearly cursed her just now when I asked her about the abilities. She said she would show me later and now I should not disturb her from eating. Like her, I also started eating, and just as I took the bite, an involuntary sound couldn't help but escape from my mouth. The meat just melted inside my mouth and gave me a taste that I had tasted only a few times, and there is also a slight jolt of electricity that came from the meat. All of the combines make each bite very delicious. Before I knew it, I found myself with a full stomach with space to store another bite. Otherwise, I would have really eaten more. After I finished eating, I rested on the chair for a few minutes before I started to clean the plates and walked toward Ashlyn. Ashlyn, do you know how those two rules work? I asked. Choo choo choo. She started chirping right away as she had been waiting for me to ask. She started explaining these two rules to me speedily. The shining green clover represents the rule of healing. It is a level 1 rule that I had comprehended accidentally and had been mulating insight until it reached its current peak of basic stage. It did not have any battle capability, but if I circulate it within my body, it will heal all my injuries. From now on, I won't have a need for any healing medicine. As for the second level 1 rule, which in the form of gray swirl is rule of, it is not the rule I had comprehended. It had come from the unmatured fruit that Ashlyn had eaten, for we have been chased into the forbidden ground. As for what this rule could do, it is as its name suggests. It could swallow. This particular rule could swallow any attacking force that came to me and convert into reverse force, which I could use to attack the enemy back. There are many conditions attached to the usage of the rule, at its current power, which is at the peak of the basic stage. It could only swallow the force that came. It will not swallow any special form of energy, and the force that comes at me should not be powerful enough to kill me instantly. The force should not be greater what I could, and also the revere energy which it covert from the swallowed attack had to be used within 2 seconds, or that energy will disappear on its own. These two rules are supremely powerful. Even though they are not purely offensive rule powers, they are very, very useful powers. Now there are 2 things that require my immediate focus. One is to collect resources for the advancement of my constitution, and the other is upgrading and advancing my Sunfire rule. I have 4 rule powers in total. 3 of them are level 1 rules, and in them my killing rule had even reached the intermediate stage. My 4th rule, which is a Sunfire rule, is still a level 2 rule. In it I have enough comprehension that I could take the intermediate stage if I want to, but I did not want that. I want to upgrade it to the level 1 rule before I could think about its advancement to the intermediate stage. I have lots of insight into the Sunfire rule, enough to upgrade it to level 1 rule. The only thing I need is chance, and once I get the chance, my Sunfire rule will be upgraded to level 1 rule instantly. After taking a shower, I walked out of my abode and saw it was alone standing on the empty camp. I had received the message from the guards that they are leaving and even received an invitation to leave with them, but I had politely declined their offer and remained in my abode. I am quite surprised that I was not attacked by the grim monsters, seeing my abode is the lone remaining abode in camp. To be honest, I was kind of expecting them to attack me. It is always good to kill some grim monsters before setting out. My destination is the War Tower, but I am not in a hurry to go there. I am first going to check the remnant attacks for the treasure before finally going to the War Tower in a few days. I would have gone there as soon as possible if it were open, but it is close. There is no reason to go there and wait for it to open. That is simply a waste of time. With Ashlyn scouting ahead, I simply followed her. Her senses are better than mine, and if she found some remnant attack from which she could extricate the treasures, she would tell me immediately. Time passed, and we have come across many humans and grim monsters, but all of them kept their own distance with each other. Even Grim Monster, who is like a rabid dog that will attack any human, came in their way as fairly calm. All of them focused on scavenging the possible treasure from the building and remnant attack. Many of them end up losing their life, but the allure of the treasures are so great that both humans and grim monster enter the remnant attack in search of the treasures. This strange truce between two mortal enemies is very rare, especially when one has more than 5 times a number than others, but it is understandable. Both of them are waiting for the war tower to open inside it. They will try to kill each other with tooth and nail. Currently, they are maintaining the truce because the races don't want to lose the precious opportunity to collect the treasures, as these treasures would help them in raising their strength when they entered the war tower. I am also following this strange truce. Unless the grim monsters attack me, I would not attack them on my own. Choo-choo. It had been half an hour since we had left our abode when Ashlyn chirped through our link, asking me to come closer to her. 5 minutes later, when I got close to her, I found her staring at the purple wind, and inside this purple wind and flowing emerald color leaves. These types of winds are very common in the city sky. A powerful wind elemental powerhouse had fought the battle over the city, leaving hundreds of types of wind type attack remnants all over the city. I walked into the sky, took beside her watching the purple wind and emerald leaves within. This purple wind is extremely dangerous. When I look at the close distance, all the hairs on my body stood up in attention. If I got into it, then even with my current power, it would only take a second for me to turn into the fine paste. Ashlyn staring at it means she had the assurance of getting treasure out of it, otherwise she would not have stared at it. Can you get it? I asked her softly, to which she gently nodded and slowly flew toward the wind and stopped at its edge as she looked at the area where the purple wind is flowing. Ah, I was just watching Ashlyn staring at the purple wind when I suddenly heard the mournful screams from the distance. I looked back toward the screams and saw a group of humans getting burned by the hair-thin lightning bolts. I couldn't help but shake my head seeing their futile struggle before the death. These people had given a try at the small lightning lake, thinking they could bring out treasure inside it, but before they could touch the lightning lake reacted and electrocuted these humans. 4 seconds, I muttered. It only took those hair-thin lighting 4 seconds to turn a group of adamantine into the ash. The power this remnant could say to be one of the lowest. If the remnant had been sufficiently powerful, it would have only taken a moment for it to turn them into ash. Be careful, I said to Ashlyn, who was still staring at the purple wind. This purple wind is sufficiently powerful, and the slightest mistake could result in death. Ashlyn kept looking at the wind for more than 4 hours before she made a move. She quickly covered herself with bright silver fire, which looked like silver paint over her as she dived inside the wind. The fire cover is just a cover inside it as she had activated the armor, which had grown even more powerful with the merging of fire ability. I had asked her not to use the mystic method in front of others as is too shocking, and if it were a month ago, I would not have let her use the mystic ability even under the cover of the fire. But now she could utilize the killing rule, which had forte in the concealing. Even with close distance and my current ability, I could see most of the mystic energies from her. If I could not sense the mystic energies from her, then the other adamantines could forget about sensing it from her. Ashlyn entered inside the wind, and I could tell it is eroding her defenses, but at a very fast speed, but she is handling them for now. Her speed is very fast. It took her less than a second to reach the closest leaf, swallow it into her mouth, and come out. Though it may take her less than a second to get the leaf, but she had become heavily injured in 1 second. Her body is riddled with injuries. The injuries are quite serious, but they are already healing at the visible rate. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised, despite knowing the rule of healing that is doing its magic. You have suffered, I said to Ashlyn as I patted her and took the leaf from her mouth. As I touched it, a swishing sound came over me. I am very sure that if concentrated on this leaf, within a day, I would comprehend the wind element. I looked at it for a few moments before storing it inside the Constitution storage and how much need it had fulfilled. It is 9, which is quite lesser than I had expected, but still fine with me. Human, you better hand over that leaf to us if you don't want to die. I heard, a second after I put away the lid, a group of 4 werewolves appeared in front of me. All of them are adamantines, with the leader being peak adamantines. Fuck off, I said without even giving them a glance before lighting 4 kindles on my hand and throwing them at the werewolves. These grim monsters were quite astute. They immediately saw through the dangerousness of the fire and started to run away using their speed methods and defense methods. Ah. They were only